Sword God Chapter 3279 to Chapter 3331. Inside a large array in the Heavenheart dynasty, the space was suddenly torn apart by a white thread. A 3-meter-tall crack appeared, and a figure stepped out of it. Immediately, an extremely powerful intent descended and locked onto Xianxia as if it wanted to see through him. After a while, after confirming that there was nothing unusual, Xianxia stepped out of the large array. Heavenheart dynasty. After leaving the Divine Radiance dynasty and returning to the Heavenheart dynasty, Xianxia was still reminiscing about his experience in the Divine Radiance dynasty. When he first entered the Dark Sky Empire in the Demonic Universe Epic Fragment, he was not strong enough. Thus, he had to take every step carefully and slowly integrate into the demonic tribe. Then, he had to wait for an opportunity to act. He had spent many years. If Demon Emperor Xingu's mausoleum had not appeared in the world during the cold disaster, he would probably have to spend even more time slowly planning. It could have taken 10 years or even decades. When he came to the Heavenheart dynasty, a considerable number of the prodigies who had entered the Dark Sky Empire with him had not returned to the Divine Radiance dynasty. They had remained in the Dark Sky Empire to plan. He had been very lucky to be able to obtain the demonic soul and so on in a few years. However, the Divine Radiance dynasty was different. He did not need to take every step carefully. With one sword, he had killed 3 heavenly venerables at an extremely fast speed. In addition to the time spent searching for traces of heavenly venerables, it had only taken him a few months. In the end, it was still a matter of strength. When he entered the Dark Sky Empire, he could only keep a low profile, hide, and take every step carefully and wait for an opportunity to act. However, in the Divine Radiance dynasty, he was strong enough. When he unleashed his full power, he would be at the level of an ultimate heavenly venerable. Naturally, he did not need to keep a low profile and be so cautious. If he had not been worried about unpredictable risks, Xianxia's actions would have been even more high-profile. Carefree, compared to the step-by-step actions in the Dark Sky Empire, Xianxia preferred the kind of actions in the Divine Radiance dynasty. Powerful strength was the capital to move freely. It was very carefree and satisfying. At the end of the day, it all comes down to strength. As long as I'm strong enough, nothing will be a threat to me. Naturally, I won't have to worry so much, Xianxia thought to himself, his eyes shining brightly. If he had the strength of a demigod, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. Even if a heavenly god appeared, he wouldn't have to be afraid. However, although his current strength was not weak, he still could not be compared to a demigod. Back then, Xianxia had thought that the top few on the Chaos Real leaderboard were close to the strength of a demigod and even had a chance of escaping from a demigod. Now, it seemed that he had been naive. The power of a demigod was immeasurable. Even though he was far more powerful than Martial God Lord, who was ranked first on the Chaotic Real ranking board, he had no confidence in fighting against a demigod. There was no way he could contend against one. The gap between them was like the gap between heaven and earth. The more powerful he was, the closer he was to becoming a demigod. Xianxia could feel how powerful and terrifying a demigod was. It was as deep and boundless as an abyss, and he yearned for it more and more. After stepping out of the formation and verifying it, Xianxia took out an elite heavenly man bloodline and handed it over. He was compensated with 20 divine points. In addition, Xianxia also had a top-notch heavenly fire sacred phoenix bloodline. It was extraordinary and was worth at least 100 divine points. If it was auctioned, it could be auctioned for more than 100 divine points. However, Xianxia did not intend to sell it. He planned to keep it and hand it over to Xianxia to see if he could refine it and use it to replace the star-burning true phoenix bloodline. He did not need to integrate these bloodlines to continue to grow. Xianxia had a strong bloodline, but it was difficult to improve it. After finding Xiaoqing and bidding farewell to him, Xianxia left the Skyheart Holy Court and returned to the Ancient Light Holy Court. It's time to hand over the heavenly soul and demonic soul to Lord Dijiao. Xianxia thought to himself. The deal had not been completed and it had been lingering in his heart. Only when it was completed could he relax. Xianxia did not return to the Ancient Light Holy Court first. Instead, he went to the main building of the Divine Mystery Tower. The main building of the Divine Mystery Tower was located in the Ancient Light Holy Court. When he arrived at the main building of the Divine Mystery Tower, Qianzong was immediately warmly received by the elder of the Divine Mystery Tower. Transcendent Saint Realm, Qianzong was a Transcendent Saint Realm expert. A Transcendent Saint Realm expert who had once defeated Mu Qingyang. He was powerful. A strong person was a strong person. No matter where he was, he would be respected. I want to see Lord Dijiu to complete the deal from back then. Qianzong directly stated his purpose of visit. Elder, you can report it. This elder obviously did not know about the deal between Dijiu and Qianzong. Hence, he was a little surprised. One should know that Lord Dijiu was a demigod realm expert. It was not easy to see him and he could not be disturbed. However, since the other party said that he was a Transcendent Saint Realm expert, perhaps he could give it a try. He did not have to wait for too long before he received a reply. Descend, Dijiu immediately created a clone and descended upon the main building of the Divine Mystery Tower. He turned his gaze and stared at Qianzong. For no reason, Qianzong felt an indescribable pressure descend upon him. It landed on his body and seemed to have become heavier out of nowhere. Qianzong's expression did not change, but his heart was filled with awe. A demigod realm expert was indeed extremely terrifying. The more he came into contact with them, the more he felt and the more he knew how powerful they were. It was merely the concentration of the consciousness of a clone, but it made him feel a lot of pressure. Of course, if he were to fight, Qianzong was confident that he could resist this demigod clone and even defeat it. However, the strength of the clone was very different from the strength of the original body. There was nothing to be happy about resisting a demigod clone. Moreover, there were different types of demigod clones. Some clones were formed for convenience and did not carry much power. Naturally, their strength was not strong. However, some clones were formed for battle. Naturally, the power they carried was stronger. The clone of Dijiu before him did not carry much power. When he saw Qianzong and stared at him, a bright light flashed in the eyes of Dijiu's clone. He was faintly surprised. With his cultivation level, he could naturally see that Qianzong's current state was far better than when he had entered the Xiaogu God dynasty. His strength was like heaven and earth. To think that his improvement would be so great and so fast. It had truly exceeded his expectations. It seemed that the deal that he had made in the spur of the moment had yielded good results. That's right. To a demigod, they could give opportunities to whoever they wanted. Everything depended on their mood and interest. My lord, Qianzong bowed with his sword and took out the heavenly soul and demonic soul and handed them to Dijiu. Very good. Dijiu's clone took the heavenly soul and demonic soul and nodded. You are very good. I hope that one day, you can be on par with me. What he meant was that he hoped that one day, Qianzong could become a demigod and be on par with them. After speaking, Dijiu's clone did not continue to stay there. Instead, he took the heavenly soul and demonic soul and left. The heavenly soul and demonic soul were the condensation of the essence of a heavenly lord heavenly human and a demon emperor demon. They were indeed extraordinary and extremely valuable. If the news spread, it would lead to countless disputes and even a bloody storm. However, to a demigod, it was nothing. The reason why Dijiu wanted the heavenly soul and demonic soul was to study them. He wanted to study the characteristics of the heavenly human tribe and the demon tribe. What Dijiu loved the most was to study everything about the ancient universe era. Of course, he would not let go of the characteristics of the heavenly human tribe and the demon tribe. After the deal was completed, Qianzong heaved a sigh of relief. He left the Tianji Tower and returned to the Xiaogu Palace. Now, my cultivation has reached the limit. It is almost impossible for me to improve further, Qianzong could not help but think to himself. The highest level of the ancient divine sword armor was the king level. Now that he had improved to the king level, he was not sure if there were any higher levels. After all, he had inherited the soldier level, general level, and king level. Now that the ancient divine sword armor had been improved to its peak, it could not be improved any further. This meant that Qianzong's fighting strength could not be improved any further. It was also difficult for the immortal universe body to be improved. As a result, the immortal universe body could not open the 8th and 9th apertures. Otherwise, the consequences of opening them by force would be that the immortal universe body could not withstand it and would collapse. If Chen Zong cultivated the void origin concealment art to perfection and opened up 9 void acupoints, the 9 acupoints would be able to combine and form a cycle. Although it might not be able to reach the stage of endless growth, it would be able to recover faster, allowing Chen Zong to have a longer battle prowess. It was a pity that opening the void apertures required a strong enough body to withstand the burden. Whether it was the strengthening of the immortal universe body or the tempering of the mixed Yuan heart force, they had reached a bottleneck. It was difficult to continue. Only the divine decree could continue tempering, but the tempering effect was getting weaker and weaker. It could be said that in the following period of time, for quite a long period of time, his strength would fall into a bottleneck period. It was a pity that Chen Zong did not know how to become a demigod. He did not have any clue. In that case, he had to continue comprehending his swordsmanship and improve his swordsmanship as much as possible. Even though his swordsmanship had reached such a level and it was extremely difficult to improve further, as long as he worked hard, he would be able to improve more or less. He could even travel around the chaotic universe to broaden his horizons and strengthen his foundation. Once he had accumulated enough foundation, he might be able to make further progress and strengthen himself further. Then, he would leave the ancient divine dynasty for now and return to Taihao Mountain. However, before he returned, he had to exchange for some resources. Chen Zong immediately sold the many spoils of war he had obtained from the Divine Radiance dynasty and exchanged them for divine origin. In the end, he managed to sell them for a high price of 50 divine origin. In total, he had 70 divine origin. Exchange. Chen Zong began to exchange for all kinds of useful resources. There were things for Yunyanqin, for Chenin, and for Taihao Mountain. 70 divine origin did not sound like much, but it was not little at all. That was a fortune of 700 to 800 million chaotic divine gems. How shocking was that, after doing all this, Chen Zong immediately reported to the Holy Gate. The Holy Gate quickly approved Chen Zong's departure. Chen Zong could even come back after leaving. With Chen Zong's current status, he could even be recommended. In the boundless void, in the vast universe, a huge circular platform stood there, motionless. It was as if the vicissitudes of the world could not affect it at all, and the passage of time could not erode it. A crack suddenly appeared and slowly opened up. It was as if a pair of invisible but powerful hands were pulling it to the left and right. It turned into a door to the sky. It was ancient and deep, as if it contained endless mysteries. A figure seemed to slowly emerge from the bottom of the water. It became clearer and clearer on the surface of the water. Then, it stepped out. That figure seemed to have crossed through 2 different dimensions. He stepped out of the mysterious door and stood on the platform. Chen Zong could not help but sigh. Back then, he had followed Elder Lei, Zhongli Yu, and Fei Jun of the Heaven's secret sect from the ancient mirror Primal Chaos City to this place. They had used this platform to open the door and entered the ancient mirror god dynasty. Between the 3 divine dynasties, there were teleportation portals that allowed them to teleport each other. After so many years, he had temporarily left the ancient Zhao god dynasty and returned to the chaotic universe. Although the 3 dynasties were also in the chaotic universe, they were small worlds created by demigod experts with great power and amazing means. To some extent, they were still different from the chaotic universe. Chen Zong put away his emotions and took a step forward. It was as if the end of the world had become a foot in front of him. He instantly swept across the sky. 1 step was 1,000 miles. Now, Chen Zong's strength had reached a shocking level. It was terrifying. It could be said that he was the strongest below demigod level. The martial god lord, who was ranked first on the chaotic real ranking, was nothing to Chen Zong. Even if Chen Zong did not use his full strength and did not use the ancient god sword armor, he could easily suppress the martial god lord with his normal strength. No matter how strong the martial god lord was, he was only at the top demon king level. He had not reached the demon emperor level. However, after all these years, it was undeniable that the martial god lord's strength had improved. He might have broken through the shackles and reached the demon emperor level. Of course, the possibility was not high. In fact, it had nothing to do with Chen Zong. He burst forth with astonishing speed, taking 1 step after another. Each step covered a distance of 1,000 miles as he flew towards ancient Primal Chaos City. After arriving at the ancient primal chaos city, Zhenzong used the space-time temple's teleportation array and flew towards Yuanzhan Universe City. Taihao Mountain was located within Primordial Executioner Universe City. However, this time, Zhenzong had returned with a purpose, which was to relocate Taihao Mountain to a better place that would be more conducive for cultivation. As for where exactly that place would be, it would take some time to find it. There was no need to be too anxious about this. It didn't take long for Zhenzong to arrive at Yuanzhan Universe City and enter Taihao Mountain. Zhenzong did not inform anyone of his return to Taihao Mountain, so only his incarnation knew. With Zhenzong's strength and methods, no one would be able to discover his arrival as long as he did not want to be discovered. Over the years, the Taihao Mountain's development had been relatively stable. With the 100 Swords God and the 5 Ultimate Swords God in charge, their top combat strength was astonishing, enough to deter many small fries. If not for the fact that they did not have a demigod backing them up, the Taihao Mountain would have been the most tyrannical force in the original human territory. In addition to the 100 Swords God Lord and the 5 Ultimate Sword God, Zhenzong's incarnation was also extremely powerful. It was even stronger than the 100 Swords God Lord and the 5 Ultimate Sword God. In addition, Yuanzhan's strength was also extraordinary. Among the ranks of the Primal Chaos list, there was Sword Saint Wu Sha, who was also a true saint expert. In addition, there was Wang Yi, who was also an expert on the Primal Chaos list. Even if the Martial God Lord personally attacked Taihao Mountain, he would not be able to achieve anything. It was impregnable. In this way, Taihao Mountain was, of course, safe. There was a place on Taihao Mountain where disciples were not allowed to go. There were mountains and rivers, lush vegetation, and pavilions. The scenery was unique, and there was a graceful figure dancing with a sword. Sword light crisscrossed, and it had a grand and majestic appearance, yet it also contained delicacy. It was like a phoenix spreading its wings and sweeping through the sky. The person who was practicing the sword was Yuanzhan. After many years, Yuanzhan's cultivation did not improve much, but his swordsmanship had become more refined. In an instant, a sudden change occurred. A ray of sword light seemed to break through the air from the void and flew directly toward Yuanzhan. Yuanzhan's expression changed unconsciously, and he immediately swung his sword to meet the attack. The ray of sword light was extremely mysterious. When it was used, it displayed extremely high attainments in swordsmanship. It was as if a peerless swordsman was waving it, repeatedly attacking Yuanzhan. It caught him off guard and forced Yuanzhan to display his swordsmanship to the extreme. Even some things that he did not understand in the past were stimulated under the pressure of this ray of sword light. He comprehended them one by one, making his swordsmanship even more refined. Yuanzhan smiled. He originally thought that someone could sneak into Taihao Mountain to assassinate him, but after a few exchanges, Yuanzhan knew who it was. An hour later, the ray of sword light shattered and disappeared. A figure also stepped out of the void. He opened his arms and walked toward Yuanzhan with a smile. "You're back." Yuanzhan's face was filled with joy. He immediately threw himself into his arms and hugged him quietly, enjoying the moment of tranquility. All these years, Yuanzhan had been staying in Taihao Mountain. As for his son, Chenin, he had gone out to explore. He had the strength of a true saint and was able to protect himself in most situations in the chaotic multiverse. A baby eagle would eventually grow up after spreading its wings. After hugging each other for a while, the two of them sat down. Zhenzong also told Yuanzhan about his experiences over the years. Yuanzhan's beautiful eyes shone brightly. Finally, Zhenzong took out the bloodline of the Skyfire Sacred Phoenix and let Yuanzhan try to see if he could refine it or use it to replace the power of the Star-Scorching True Phoenix bloodline. After all, the power of the Star-Scorching True Phoenix bloodline was still weaker than the Skyfire Sacred Phoenix bloodline. It was a top-notch Deva bloodline. Once it was refined, one's potential would be greatly increased and one's strength would increase significantly. Yuanzhan solemnly took the bloodline and carefully sensed it. He immediately felt a boundless power from it. It was a power that his Star-Scorching True Phoenix bloodline could not compare to. "Let me try," Yuanzhan said and immediately tried. After several tries, he revealed a look of joy. "I seem to be able to refine this bloodline and merge it with the Star-Scorching True Phoenix bloodline, increasing its level." Zong was secretly surprised, but he also revealed a smile. This was a good thing. After all, the star-scorching true Phoenix bloodline belonged to Xianxia. He had already mastered it to the extreme. If it was replaced by the Skyfire Sacred Phoenix bloodline, then Xianxia would need to adapt to the new bloodline and slowly adjust to it and master it. If the star-scorching true Phoenix bloodline could be improved, it would also increase Xianxia's strength and potential. As for how much of an increase it would be, that was unknown. After the two of them spent some time together, Xianxia entered seclusion. While he was in seclusion, Zong's strength had reached an extremely astonishing level. The gap between them had been further widened and he needed to catch up. Refining the Skyfire Sacred Phoenix bloodline and using it as nutrients to improve his star-scorching true Phoenix bloodline would increase his strength and potential. This was a very good way to close the gap between him and Zong. It was not that Yunyan had any intention of dissatisfaction or competition in his heart, but he understood that he could not be a burden. In case of any crisis, he would become a burden because of his lack of strength. That was absolutely not allowed. Xianxia entered seclusion to refine the Skyfire Sacred Phoenix bloodline. Zong naturally had nothing to do. However, even if he had nothing to do, Zong still focused on comprehending swordsmanship in the chaotic prime realm and deducing the next step of his cultivation. They did not interfere with each other and did not affect his usual actions. Following that, Zong began to summon the people of Taihao Mountain. An avatar was an avatar after all, but the actual body was different. The cultivation of the Sword's Divine Lord and the 5 Ultimate Sword Divine Lord did not change, but their swordsmanship had improved due to their frequent exchanges. At their level, it would be very difficult for them to improve further if they did not encounter a greater opportunity. It was a pity that when he was in the Divine Radiance Empire, he had originally planned to refine more bloodlines, but he had been found by the Divine Radiance Great Emperor. After that battle, he had not dared to stay any longer and had left as quickly as possible. Otherwise, he could have taken out some bloodlines and given them to the people of Taihao Mountain to increase their strength and potential. Well, it could only mean that he had not been so thoughtful back then. Since it was all in the past, there was no point in dwelling on it. However, it wasn't as if he couldn't increase the strength of Taihao Mountain in other ways. One must know that he had spent a few dozen divine origin points to purchase many resources. Those were all precious treasures that were difficult to obtain in the current void of the universe. If he used them properly, the overall strength of Taihao Mountain would definitely increase by 1 or 2 levels. There was even a chance for it to increase by 2 or 3 levels. After summoning the elders and disciples of Taihao Mountain, Zong began to refine the avatar again. Although the avatar's strength was not weak and was comparable to that of Martial God Lord, who was ranked first on the real chaotic roll, it was still too weak for Zong's original body. He needed to refine it again. This was one of the reasons why Zong had returned. For the refinement this time, Zong had used many higher-grade treasures to make the incarnation even stronger. In the end, the avatar was refined. Its aura was so strong that it was simply shocking. "Thank you, original body." The avatar bowed with a sword and then laughed. Although the avatar could not be compared to the original body, it had reached the level of the Transcendent Saint Realm and had the normal combat strength of the original body. The normal combat strength of Zong's original body was stronger than that of an ordinary Transcendent Saint Realm expert but weaker than that of a top Transcendent Saint Realm expert. Only after equipping the ancient divine sword armor could his strength reach the level of a Transcendent Saint Realm expert. However, the strength of a top Transcendent Saint Realm expert was actually enough in the void of the universe. Even if Zong's original body left Taihao Mountain, he would be safe with the avatar guarding. When Xianxia comes out of seclusion, I'll take her out with me and find a suitable place for Taihao Mountain, Zong thought to himself. The current Yuanzhan Cosmic City had actually delayed the development of Taihao Mountain. He had to find a more suitable place for Taihao Mountain. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to the future development and inheritance of Taihao Mountain. In addition, after settling everything in Taihao Mountain, Zong planned to leave and travel the chaotic universe. Outside Taihao Mountain, a beam of sword light shot over. After entering Universe City, it went straight to Taihao Mountain. After confirming its identity, it officially stepped into Taihao Mountain. "Father." This person was Chen En, who had returned from training outside. The moment he saw Chen Zong, Chen En's face immediately lit up. He was very excited. After not seeing him for so many years, he missed him very much. Seeing that Chen En had returned safely, Chen Zong also showed a hint of joy. Then, it was time to test Chen En's swordsmanship. He wanted to see how much Chen En's swordsmanship had improved over the years. As a swordsman, it was necessary to have superb swordsmanship. Chen En attacked with all his might, unleashing his swordsmanship to the extreme. Chen Zong did not move from his spot and used his fingers as a sword to casually point at Chen En. Every finger and every sword was extremely mysterious. They directly attacked the weak points of Chen En's swordsmanship, forcing Chen En to change his moves to deal with Chen Zong's sword fingers. As he changed his moves, Chen En's potential was also excavated bit by bit. His swordsmanship also became more perfect and refined. 4 hours later, Chen Zong stopped. However, Chen En did not stop. He was still waving his sword and practicing his swordsmanship. This swordsmanship was the culmination of his years of practice. In the end, it was a superb swordsmanship that he had created based on his own characteristics and so on. However, there was still room for improvement. Now, under Chen Zong's guidance and name of sparring, Chen En fell into an epiphany. This sudden comprehension lasted for 3 days. Chen En practiced the sword for an entire 3 days before he stopped. His sword technique had already advanced to an even higher level since a long time ago, and there was a unique aura when he attacked. The sword light that seemed to be gentle seemed like flowing water that flowed without end, yet the sword force contained within it was extremely blazing and violent to the extreme. However, all of this was restrained, and it was utterly impossible to notice if one's perception wasn't sharp enough. However, as long as one was hit, the terrifying sword force would explode and destroy everything in its path. In Chen Zong's opinion, although this swordsmanship was far from being comparable to divine sword technique, it was already very good. It was enough to show that Chen En had put in a lot of effort and talent in swordsmanship at the true saint stage. Chen Zong then took out a sharp sword and a set of armor and handed them to Chen En. The sword was a top-tier Chaos Saint artifact. It was several times stronger than the ordinary Chaos Saint artifacts Chen En currently wielded. It was enough to double Chen En's strength. The armor was a top-tier Chaos Saint artifact as well. It possessed powerful defensive capabilities. It could also enhance Chen En's defensive capabilities and increase his survivability. 1 attack and 1 defense. Directly increased Chen En's strength in all aspects. It was enough to surpass most top-tier true saints and was close to the peak true saint realm. After that, Chen Zong took out a sword-shaped jade pendant and gave it to Chen En. This jade pendant was also a treasure. Once refined and worn, it could clear one's mind and focus one's mind and spirit. It could also help one's comprehension. To a certain extent, it could even resist external evil from invading one's mind. However, the most important thing was the method that Chen Zong had left in it. Chen Zong had infused some of his power into the jade pendant so that it could explode at a critical moment. A clone of himself would appear, one that possessed 30% of his combat strength. With less than 30% of Chen Zong's full combat strength, he was still at the top of the Transcendent Saint plane, which was enough to dominate the void. This way, he could ensure Chen En's safety to the greatest extent. In addition, Chen Zong also planned to use his recommendation on Chen En so that Chen En could enter the Ancient Illumination Palace of the Ancient Illumination Divine Dynasty to cultivate. Chen En's improvement would be more obvious there. However, Chen En's current strength was still not enough. He still needed to further hone himself. He needed to have the strength of the real chaos ranking. There was no rush. There was no need to be too anxious. The road of cultivation was long. What they were fighting for was not a moment, but a lifetime. Chen En was still very young. Compared to other true saints, he was indeed very young. His talent was not bad, and his potential was not weak. There was still a lot of room for improvement. Every day, Chen Zong would guide the swordsmanship of the elders of the Great Hao Mountain. He would also guide the cultivation of the disciples of the Great Hao Mountain. Chen En also received a lot of guidance and constantly improved. As for Yun Yanqin, she was still in seclusion. She continued to refine the bloodline of the Skyfire Sacred Phoenix and infused it into her own bloodline of the Star-Scorching Real Phoenix. This allowed the bloodline of the star-scorching real phoenix to improve and transform to a higher level. On this day, the Tianji Tower sent a message that the palace master of the Xian Flame Divine Palace, Sir God Xian Flame, had appeared in the Great Flame Mountain, a chaotic forbidden area. Chen Zong had asked the Tianji Tower to search for Sir God Xian Flame's whereabouts after he returned. Chen Zong had not forgotten what had happened back then. However, even now, he was very strong, but the formation of the Xian Flame Divine Palace was not weak. He did not know what tricks were inside. If there was a clone of a demigod, he would be courting death if he barged in. He could only wait for Sir God Xian Flame to leave before he left the Xian Flame Divine Palace. Although Sir God Xian Flame was very strong, to the current Chen Zong, there was a limit to how strong he could be. Great Flame Mountain. After Chen Zong received the news, his eyes flashed and he immediately set off. In the territory of the human clan, there were many forbidden areas. The Great Flame Mountain was one of them. The entire mountain was constantly burning with white flames, emitting bursts of light. That was how it got its name. It did not take long for Chen Zong to arrive outside the Great Flame Mountain. He gazed at the huge mountain that was constantly burning and emitting endless light. The power of the flame was amazing. Without the strength of the true Saint Realm, it was impossible to enter. It could be said that even an invincible Saint Realm expert would be burned to ashes in a short time. It could be said that an ordinary true Saint Realm expert would feel very uncomfortable and would not be able to withstand it for a long time. However, there were also benefits to resisting the burning of the flame of the Great Flame Mountain. It could further refine one's strength and make it purer. Chen Zong took a step forward. When he appeared again, he was already inside the Great Flame Mountain. Wisps of white flames were like torrents spat out by a giant beast. They constantly attacked from all directions and wrapped Chen Zong's body as if they were going to burn him to ashes. Chen Zong did not display any strength. He only relied on the strength of the universe immortal body to resist the burning of the flame. Unfortunately, it's useless against me, Chen Zong said secretly after feeling it carefully. However, he was not very disappointed. Although the flame of the Great Flame Mountain had the effect of refining one's body and cultivation, it also had its limitations. It was effective against ordinary true saints and top true saints, but its effect on ultimate true saints had weakened. As for Chen Zong, he was now in the transcendent saint realm, which was beyond the true saint realm. Unless the power of the flame of the Great Flame Mountain increased by more than 10 times, it would be useless. His purpose of coming there was Sir God Xianyan. He did not expect to be able to refine his cultivation. In the deepest part of the Great Flame Mountain, there was a blazing white flame that kept burning. The aura that it gave out was extremely terrifying, as if it could burn everything. The blazing white flame was only the size of a fist. However, the aura that it gave out was extremely terrifying. The surroundings turned into a vacuum that kept twisting as if it was going to collapse. A figure approached quickly and stared at the blazing white flame that was the size of a fist. He instantly revealed a smile. The information that I received was correct. It's really the origin of flame. The person was Sir God Xianyan. He stared at the blazing white flame and was extremely excited. As long as I refine the origin of flame, my power will definitely increase again. By then, there will be hope for me to defeat Sir God Wu. Keep. In order to prevent any unexpected events from happening, Sir God Xianyan was excited and he immediately took action. He threw out handprints that condensed into a net that flew towards the origin of flame to collect it. He would collect it first and then refine it so that he could increase his power further. You are really here. Just then, there was a voice that entered Sir God Xianyan's ears casually. Who is it? Sir God Xianyan instantly collected the origin of flame. Then, he suddenly turned his head and his pupils contracted. Chen Zong, the person who had come was Chen Zong. Although the Great Flame Mountain was huge and the flame was burning continuously, the deeper it was, the more powerful it was. However, to Chen Zong then, it was nothing. There was no threat at all. Hence, Chen Zong found Sir God Xianyan's location very quickly. It's you. Seeing Chen Zong, Sir God Xianyan was surprised. Then, he smiled ferociously. If so, this will be your burial ground. Until then, Sir God Xianyan still didn't know how powerful Chen Zong was as Chen Zong kept a low profile. Plus, Sir God Xianyan didn't know anything about him when he entered Jiaogu God dynasty. That was because the demigod ancestor of Xianyan Divine Palace belonged to Wankong God dynasty and not Jiaogu God dynasty. Sir God Xianyan didn't know much about Jiaogu God dynasty and he didn't know Qinzong's current power level. However, Sir God Xianyan had entered Wankong God dynasty's Wankong God Palace to cultivate. Compared to before, his power had increased significantly. Hence, he was very confident. He had planned to first defeat Sir God Wu after refining the origin of flame and then destroy Taihao Mountain. He didn't expect Qinzong to take the initiative to appear in front of him. If so, he would kill him there first. Explode, Sir God Xianyan's power exploded in an instant. The flames kept burning and he turned into a 10-meter-tall giant covered in white flames. He slapped at Qinzong. Qinzong was a little surprised. Compared to before, Sir God Xianyan's power had increased significantly. He had at least doubled. It seemed that he had been lucky. However, this kind of improvement was still too weak and insignificant to him. Qinzong didn't plan to deal with Sir God Xianyan slowly. He pointed with his finger. He didn't even draw his heavenly will sword. He just pointed with his finger and a ray of sword light shot out. It immediately destroyed the white flame palm print and went towards Sir God Xianyan with irresistible force. Sir God Xianyan's power had doubled but he was still in true saint realm. Even if Qinzong didn't equip his ancient divine sword armor and didn't draw his sword, the power of his sword finger had surpassed true saint realm and reached surpassing saint realm. He couldn't block it. Emperor God Xianyan's body was immediately hit and penetrated. As the sword aura wreaked havoc, Emperor God Xianyan's expression changed greatly. He was extremely terrified. Without any hesitation, Emperor God Xianyan immediately unleashed his full power and a blazing flame blasted at Qinzong. However, he flew backward. "You think you can leave?" Qinzong chuckled. In the Great Flame Mountain, where Divine Lord Xianyan had died, his body had been completely destroyed. It had turned into powder and scattered inside the Great Flame Mountain. Light Flame Origin. As Qinzong flew out of the Great Flame Mountain, a ball of blazing white flame burned in his hand. It gave off a terrifying aura, as if it was as heavy as a mountain. As its power fluctuated, it seemed as if it wanted to shatter everything around it. An ordinary true Saint Realm expert would not be able to resist such an aura. Only those who had reached the peak of the true Saint Realm could resist its aura and refine it. Unfortunately, the light flame origin was useless to him. It was only useful to those in the true Saint Realm. Qinzong returned to Taihao Mountain with the light flame origin and gave it to Chenin. This quintessence of flames was useless to him, yet it was a precious treasure to Chenin, and it was sufficient to temper and purify his cultivation a step further, causing the might he erupted with to become even stronger. It indirectly improved his strength, and it was even capable of causing the blazing energy within his strength to become even stronger. Chenin had inherited part of Qinzong's talent in swordsmanship and the star-burning phoenix bloodline. It was the optimized star-burning phoenix bloodline. It was more perfect than Yun Yanqin's bloodline. His potential was naturally better than Yun Yanqin's. If he refined the light flame origin, his strength would increase significantly. After giving the light flame origin to Chenin to refine, Qinzong went to see the war demon. The war demon was wearing a black robe and a ghost mask. Its aura was very obscure. However, Qinzong could still feel that the war demon's aura was very strong. It was 2 or 3 times stronger than before. He could not help but be surprised. However, it was reasonable that the war demon's strength could increase since his strength could increase. After all, the war demon was different from other practitioners. It was a fusion of the will of a world and the soul of God Gong Tianxin. It had a unique talent and could be considered to have unlimited potential. As the world grew stronger, the war demon's strength would also increase, and vice versa. Seeing Qinzong again, the war demon was excited. It immediately asked to spar with Qinzong. Qinzong was also very curious about the war demon's strength, so he agreed immediately. Fight. In this battle, Qinzong didn't equip the ancient god sword armor. He didn't need to equip the ancient god sword armor to test the war demon's strength. The peak true saint realm, or the peak demon king realm, had already stepped into the demon overlord realm. If he made another breakthrough, he would be a transcendent Saint Realm powerhouse. As expected, as the manifestation of a world's will, the war demon's nature was indeed extraordinary. If it weren't for the fact that he had encountered many opportunities, perhaps he wouldn't have been able to improve as fast as the war demon. Such strength had already surpassed that of the martial god lord if the martial god lord's strength had not increased by much. However, the war demon wasn't a high-profile person. His ranking on the real primal chaos ranking didn't rise any further. The war demon was also shocked by Qinzong's strength. He was much stronger than he had expected, and he was even more curious about Qinzong's experiences. Qinzong did not hide anything, and he told the war demon about how he had entered the ancient Zhao God dynasty. As the war demon listened, his eyes shone brightly under the ghost mask. He yearned to enter the ancient Zhao God dynasty. Unfortunately, Qinzong had made up his mind to give his recommendation to Qinan. If the war demon wanted to enter, he would have to find a way himself. After bidding farewell to the war demon, Qinzong returned to the Lingwu holy world to visit his father and sister. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed since Qinzong left the ancient Zhao God dynasty and returned to Taihao Mountain. Qinan had already refined the origin of the light flame. His cultivation had risen to the peak true saint realm. With the addition of his sword and armor, as well as his increasingly powerful swordsmanship, he had successfully challenged to rank 70th on the real primal chaos ranking. However, Qinzong had given Qinan a request, or rather a goal, and that was to enter the top 10 of the real primal chaos ranking. Only then would he give his recommendation to Qinan. However, Qinzong didn't mention anything about the recommendation. He only made a request. If one only had the strength of an ordinary person on the real primal chaos ranking, it would be difficult for them to gain any advantage after entering the ancient Zhao God Palace. Only those who were in the top 10 of the real primal chaos ranking could enter the ancient Zhao God Palace. However, that was all. For example, the strength of the 100 Swords Divine Lord and the 5 Ultimate Sword Divine Lord could only be considered above average in the ancient Zhao God Palace. They were inferior to the various king's disciples. Having the strength to enter the top 10 of the real primal chaos ranking was the most basic requirement that Qinzong had for Qinan, otherwise, it would be difficult for him to obtain many opportunities after entering the ancient Zhao God Palace. On this day in January of this year, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from where Xianxia was cultivating in seclusion. Above the seclusion secret room, wisps of aura spread out and gathered, turning into flaming clouds that floated in the sky. Each flaming cloud was in the shape of a fire bird. They seemed to be burning as they spread their wings and flew high in the sky. They also let out clear chirps. An entire 100 blazing phoenixes had condensed into form in the sky. Every single phoenix was 10 meters in size, and as 100 of them circled around, they emanated numerous shocking fluctuations of might that swept out towards the surroundings, causing everyone from the elders to the disciples of Sky Vast Mountain to focus their gazes over and exclaim endlessly with admiration. What was that? Only Qinzong knew that it was a phenomenon that appeared when Xianxia successfully refined the bloodline of the heavenly fire sacred phoenix and merged it into his own star-scorching true phoenix bloodline, causing his own star-scorching true phoenix bloodline to be greatly enhanced. Immediately after, an even more resounding and clear cry resounded through the heavens and earth. Even the entire Yuanzhan University could hear it clearly, causing everyone to be shocked. They all looked towards the sky above Taihao Mountain and vaguely saw an endless amount of fire chi billowing out. Burning, constantly burning, in the sky above Taihao Mountain, endless fire chi billowed out like a raging sea. Finally, it turned into a huge flaming lake that was 10,000 meters wide. 100 flaming phoenixes circled around the flaming lake as if they were guarding it. Something seemed to be nurturing in the flaming lake. There was a deep, reserved power condensing. Slowly, a speck of white appeared in the flaming lake and quickly spread out. Finally, under everyone's shocked gazes, the entire flaming lake turned white. It was a pure white that was filled with a divine radiance. Seeing the pure white of the divine radiance, everyone's hearts trembled involuntarily. They felt that it seemed to contain an endless amount of power. Immediately after, even the 100 flaming phoenixes were dyed white. It was even more shocking. A second chirp that was even louder sounded from the flaming lake. A shadow seemed to appear. Gradually, a stream of light rushed out from the flaming lake and soared into the sky. It was a palm-sized phoenix that was burning with white flames. It looked extremely sacred. As soon as the white phoenix appeared, the flaming lake rolled up and surged into the phoenix. The phoenix's body continued to expand. It grew from the size of a palm to half a meter, then 1 meter, 2 meters. When all the power of the flaming lake surged into the phoenix's body, the sacred white phoenix had grown to 100 meters in size. It slowly flapped its wings and endless white flames burned, spreading out layers of light. The phoenix crown soared into the sky like a flickering flame. The phoenix's tail fluttered as it streaked across the void. It explained an indescribable mystery, as if it was the king of phoenixes. 100 flaming phoenixes flew around it. 100 phoenixes were paying homage to the phoenix. Immediately after, the flaming phoenixes spread their wings and rushed into the sacred white phoenix's body. The phoenix's aura became more and more solid. The burning sacred white flames became more and more intense. The void around it was distorted as if it was about to collapse. Aura, an extremely terrifying aura, spread out and swept across Taihao Mountain. It rushed out of Taihao Mountain and covered Yuanzhong Cosmic City. This aura was so strong that it suppressed everyone in Yuanzhong Cosmic City and made them unable to move. In Taihao Mountain, other than Shenzong, the strongest were the 100 Swords God and the 5 Ultimate Swords God. However, at this moment, the two of them looked extremely serious. This was because this aura made them feel threatened. When the 100 flaming phoenixes all merged into the sacred white phoenix, the third chirp sounded. It was even louder, sharper, and clearer. It seemed to penetrate the 9 heavens. It soared into the sky. The sacred white phoenix soared into the sky and circled in the sky. Everyone could clearly see the beautiful and powerful figure of the phoenix. They were all amazed. That was such a beautiful life. It could not be described with words. Shenzong stared at the figure of the phoenix. His eyes flickered with divine light. Under his gaze, he could clearly feel the power that the phoenix possessed. It was extremely shocking. In the next moment, the sacred white phoenix swooped down from the sky. It rushed directly into Yunyanxin's secret room in a determined manner. It seemed to want to destroy everything. However, when the phoenix rushed in, it disappeared. The tyrannical aura also seemed to dissipate. Everything returned to silence. Only Shenzong could feel an astonishing power being born in the secluded cultivation room, and it was slowly growing stronger. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, an increasingly tyrannical aura suddenly burst out from the secret room. Then, a figure broke through the air like a sword and rushed into the 9 heavens. Yunyanxin, that figure was Yunyanxin. His body was burning with a layer of white flames. He looked extremely sacred. He was completely different from the usual Yunyanxin. It was as if he was wearing a phoenix crown and a phoenix robe. His entire body exuded a sacred aura that made people want to worship him. Shenzong could not help but show a look of joy. Very powerful, the power of the bloodline and the power of the bloodline were extremely powerful. It was very shocking and indescribable. It's even stronger than the power of the bloodline of the heavenly fire sacred phoenix. Shenzong was very happy that he could accurately identify it. This meant that Yunyanxin's potential and strength had increased tremendously. It would not be difficult for him to reach the transcendent saint realm in the future. He only needed to continue cultivating and tap into the potential of his bloodline. The sacred flames were restrained. The phoenix crown and phoenix robe were restrained. Yunyanxin's original appearance was revealed. He walked down with a smile on his face. After successfully refining the Skyfire sacred phoenix bloodline and fusing it into his own star-scorching true phoenix bloodline, it went surprisingly smoothly. The star-scorching true phoenix completely absorbed the Skyfire sacred phoenix bloodline and used it as nutrients to improve itself, allowing it to constantly break through its limits. Previously, Yunyanxin's star-scorching true phoenix bloodline was not weak, but it was not very strong either. Strength and weakness were relative. Strength was relative to ordinary cultivators, while weakness was relative to celestial or demonic bloodlines. Yunyanxin had already stimulated the potential of his star-scorching true phoenix bloodline. It had basically reached its limit, and it was very difficult for it to improve any further. However, such a level of star-scorching true phoenix bloodline was barely comparable to the most ordinary celestial bloodline, or even slightly inferior. In addition, celestial bloodlines had very high growth potential, but Xianxia's star-scorching true phoenix bloodline did not have such growth potential, making the difference even more obvious. But this time, after devouring the Skyfire sacred phoenix bloodline, not only did his star-scorching true phoenix bloodline soar to the level of a pinnacle celestial bloodline, it was even stronger than the Skyfire sacred phoenix bloodline, nearing the paramount celestial bloodline. Another point was that the star-scorching true phoenix bloodline originally had a hard time breaking through its limits. However, although the celestial bloodline also had its limits, there was still the possibility of breaking through them. In any case, the bloodline of the star-scorching true phoenix had already undergone a complete transformation. Its essence had been upgraded by several levels. Xianxia's strength had soared by leaps and bounds. At the same time, her potential had also soared to an astonishing level. The white burning star true flame contained an astonishing holy power, and it was especially effective against evil spirits. Under Chen Zong's verification, he confirmed that Xianxia's strength had soared several times from before, reaching the level of a pinnacle heavenly king or demon king. He was stronger than the Swords God and the 5 ultimate swordmaster. Perhaps in terms of swordsmanship, Xianxia was still incomparable to Swords God Lord and Swords God Lord of 5 ultimate swords. However, the true flame of burning star was too powerful. Swords God Lord and Swords God Lord of 5 ultimate swords did not dare to take it head-on. The most important thing was that the potential of the 100 Swords Divine Lord and the 5 Ultimate Sword Divine Lord was almost fully developed. If they did not obtain a greater opportunity in this life, they could only stop at this level. The peak Demon King level was their limit, but the upper limit of Xianxia had been raised to the Demon Emperor level, Heavenly Venerable level, and Transcendent Sage level. In the future, it was not impossible for him to break through to the demigod realm. Xianxia had successfully refined the bloodline of the Skyfire sacred phoenix, causing his star-scorching true phoenix bloodline to be greatly enhanced. It had undergone a metamorphosis, and his strength had increased by several times. His potential had also been raised to an even higher level. According to Chen Zong's plan, this was the time for him to travel. However, Xianxia suggested that they wait a little longer. During this period of time, Xianxia used the star-scorching true flames to refine Chen An's bloodline. Chen An's bloodline had inherited Xianxia's star-scorching true phoenix bloodline, but it had been further improved from the original foundation. If Xianxia's star-scorching true phoenix bloodline could only barely reach the level of an ordinary heavenly human rank bloodline, then Chen An's star-scorching true phoenix bloodline was truly at the level of an ordinary heavenly human rank bloodline. Now, Xianxia had refined and absorbed the bloodline essence of the Skyfire sacred phoenix, causing his star-scorching true phoenix bloodline to increase exponentially, completely surpassing Chen An's bloodline. However, the two bloodlines were of the same origin. Therefore, Xianxia could use his star-scorching true flames to refine Chen An's bloodline, further increasing his potential. The consequence of doing so would be to deplete Xianxia's bloodline essence, causing a certain degree of damage. It would require a lot of time and resources to slowly recover, but for her child, she was willing to do so. Chen Zong did not stop Xianxia from doing so. This refinement took a few more years, and finally reached its peak. Chen An's bloodline level increased to the level of an elite heavenly human rank bloodline. However, it did not have the growth potential of a heavenly human rank bloodline. On the other hand, Xianxia's power had been weakened a lot, and her strength had been reduced by a few %. Her bloodline had almost fallen below the top level, and she could barely maintain it. Fortunately, Chen Zong had purchased many elixirs over the years to stabilize Xianxia's bloodline. However, it had also decreased to a certain extent, affecting his potential. However, with the characteristics of a heavenly human rank bloodline, he could gradually recover over time. After receiving the refinement of Xianxia's star-burning true flame for a few years, Chen An's bloodline level had increased. As a result, his strength had increased a lot, and so had his potential. With Chen Zong's guidance on swordsmanship and Xianxia's refinement of his bloodline, Chen An's strength could be said to have increased by leaps and bounds in just a few years. Chen An began to challenge the experts in the top 10 of the Real Chaotic ranking. In the first battle, his opponent was ranked 9th on the real chaotic ranking and was defeated by Qianan. In the second battle, his opponent was ranked 6th on the real chaotic ranking. Qianan only won after a fierce battle. In the third battle, his opponent was ranked 4th on the real chaotic ranking. In this battle, Qianan used all his strength to defeat his opponent and successfully replaced his opponent's ranking. As for the fourth battle, there was no one, because the top 3 on the real chaotic ranking were Martial God Lord, 5 Ultimate Swordmaster, and 100 Swords God Lord. Qianan's strength was still inferior to 100 Swords God Lord, but his potential was greater. It was only a matter of time before he surpassed 100 Swords God Lord and 5 Ultimate Swordmaster. He might even surpass Martial God Lord. In this way, he had achieved the goal that Qianzong had set for Qianan all those years ago. Qianzong set off with Qianan and Yunyanqin, heading towards the ancient Mirror Chaos City. As for Taihao Mountain, there was a Transcendent Saint Realm clone there, so there was no need to worry. Moreover, 100 Swords God Lord and 5 Ultimate Swordmaster were there as well, so they could fend off many external enemies. It was worth mentioning that this time, thanks to Qianzong's guidance, 100 Swords God Lord and 5 Ultimate Swordmaster's swordsmanship had improved by quite a bit. 5 Ultimate Swordmaster had also formally joined Taihao Mountain, becoming an elder instead of a guest. 3 figures appeared in the space-time temple's formation in the ancient Mirror Chaos City at the same time. They did not linger in the city for long. Instead, they quickly left the city and flew towards the ancient Mirror God dynasty. When Yunyanqin and Qianan saw the huge platform for the first time, they were both surprised. Although the platform looked very simple, the profoundness contained in every pattern on it was extraordinary, and it had a great impact on everyone's mind. Lord Guling, Qianzong called out. First, an old voice sounded, then a baby-like person appeared. Yunyanqin and Qianan were secretly surprised. However, they had been informed by Qianzong on their way here, so they did not show it. They only kept it to themselves. So it's you. The baby-like Lord Guling glanced at Qianzong with some interest. He had some impression of Qianzong. After all, it had not been long since they last met. At least for a being like Guling, a few decades was nothing. Sometimes, it would be over after a nap. He did not expect Qianzong to be so powerful the last time they met. How long had it been since they last met? Qianzong's power had increased a lot. His strength had also increased a lot. The speed of his improvement was truly astonishing. However, Guling was only slightly interested. After all, he was not a human. He was just a spiritual body. Whether Qianzong was strong or weak really had nothing to do with him. Qianzong opened the gate and led Yunyanqin and Qianan inside. Although he brought Yunyanqin in, Yunyanqin could not stay in the ancient Mirror God dynasty for long. After entering the ancient Mirror God dynasty, he brought Qianan to the ancient Mirror Hall to take the test. With Qianan's current strength, it was not difficult for him to pass the test. There were no drawbacks to the bloodline test. He passed right away and became an outer disciple of the ancient Mirror Hall. After that, he could stay in the ancient Mirror Hall to cultivate. After that, Qianzong brought Qianan to visit Zhong Ligingming. He told him that Qianan was his son. Zhong Ligingming understood Qianzong's intentions. After knowing that Qianan was Qianzong's son, Zhong Ligingming was very enthusiastic. From now on, cultivate well. Qianzong instructed Qianan, and there was no need for him to speak any further. Presently, Qianan wasn't a child that didn't know anything. Conversely, he had his own complete views, and there was no need for Qianzong to speak any further. Bai Yi and Jing Wuxue were still in the Dark Sky Empire. Naturally, they could not see them. Qianzong did not plan to stay for long. Because of the rules, Yunyanqin could not stay for long. Not long after, Qianzong and Yunyanqin formed a hand seal and left, leaving Qianan alone to cultivate. Outside the gate of the ancient Mirror God dynasty, Qianzong and Yunyanqin stood on a huge circular platform, looking into the distance. Nianqin, from today onwards, we will travel all over the territory of the original human race, Qianzong said with a smile. Yunyanqin smiled and nodded. The chaotic universe was vast, and the territory of the human race and origin clan was only a part of it. There was also the territory of the ancient demon race, the celestial demon race, and many Other races. There was even an unexplored region beyond these territories, which was called the Outer Region. After all, the chaotic universe had only existed for a little more than 1,000 years. Compared to any era of the universe, it was still in its infancy. If the universe was compared to a person, then the chaotic universe was still in its infancy. It was the kind of infancy that had just learned to crawl. Therefore, there were still some unexplored places in the chaotic universe. Perhaps some demigods had been there, but those below the demigod level rarely set foot in them. A great cosmos naturally contained countless dangers and danger zones. Some of them were already known, while others were still unknown. Not to mention other things, the territories of the original human race and the original human race were very vast. Even a demigod would have to spend a lot of time to travel all over the territory. Xianxia planned to travel the territories of the original human race with Xianxia. First, he wanted to increase his knowledge and experience, so that he could increase his accumulation and foundation. Then, he might be enlightened and further improve his swordsmanship. Second, he wanted to find a more suitable place for Taihao Mountain to establish a sect. The territory of the human clan and the origin clan was so vast that countless cultivators would not be able to explore it in their entire lives. Xianxia and Xianxia began to travel and explore. Of course, with their strength, even the so-called chaotic forbidden areas were not too dangerous. For example, the Great Flame Mountain from before. The power of the flames was shocking. Ordinary true saints did not dare to enter, and even the top true saints did not dare to enter. However, for Xianxia and Xianxia, it was like there was no defense. Xianxia had thought about this before, and that was to use the Great Flame Mountain as the place where Taihao Mountain would be established. The flames in the Great Flame Mountain could temper one's body and cultivation power. If the sect was established there, it would undoubtedly be another holy land for cultivation. It would be greatly beneficial to the entire sect. Unfortunately, he could only think about it. It was too difficult. The Great Flame Mountain was huge. He could easily enter and exit it, but he could not control it. He could only look for other places. Yuanzhong Cosmos City was indeed a good place for Taihao Mountain in the past. It was very rare. However, it had become a hindrance to the current Taihao Mountain. The current Taihao Mountain was more than 100 times stronger than it had been in the past. Xianxia and Xianxia traveled by themselves. They did not use the teleportation array of the Spacetime Temple. Since they were going to travel, they had to look like they were traveling. They flew by themselves. This way, they could more directly experience different sceneries. Moving Taihao Mountain to Primal Chaos City was also a good idea. After all, Primal Chaos City's cultivation environment and resources were obviously better than Yuanzhong Cosmos City's. However, Xianxia still hoped to establish Taihao Mountain in the void. It would be best if they could find a better place. If they could not find a better place, then they could only enter Primal Chaos City. Time passed slowly. Xianxia and Xianxia were constantly flying in the void, enjoying all kinds of sceneries. Occasionally, they would enter some cities to take a rest. No matter what level the city was at, as long as it was close to the city, it would be fine. Relaxing one's body and mind was just like going out to play. Unknowingly, it was also in line with the path of cultivation. Today, two people came to the Changrong restaurant in the Changrong University. It was a man and a woman. They looked very young, and their auras were restrained. However, people with discerning eyes could tell at a glance that this man and woman were not ordinary people. They were Xianxia and Xianxia. Walking into the Changrong restaurant, Xianxia asked the waiter to serve a table of signature dishes and 2 jars of fine wine. He slowly tasted them with Xianxia. Today, Changrong Cosmic City was different from before. It was much livelier. From time to time, cultivators with powerful auras would walk out of the temporal temple, surprising everyone. It was all because of one thing. A great treasure appeared, and it was obtained by someone. There was also a group of people who chased after it in an attempt to seize that great treasure. This treasure was called the World Fragment. What was a world fragment? It was a fragment of a world that was luckily left behind after it was destroyed. Perhaps it didn't look big from the outside, but the inside was a space of its own. It could be opened up into a secret realm or something like that. It was extremely valuable. With such a great treasure, wouldn't it be the best place to start a sect? If it could form a small world of its own, then it would not be easy to be attacked by others. It could completely develop well. Even if it could not be used as a place to start a sect, it could still be used as a large backer. In short, the benefits were great. Qianzong could not help but be tempted. It was also because of this that Qianzong and Yunyanxin came to the Chengrong University. Obtaining the world fragment. The whereabouts of the cultivator who obtained the treasure were very secretive. He seemed to be very proficient in how to hide himself. Therefore, until now, only people knew that he had come to the Chengrong University, but they still did not know where he was. Even so, many powerful cultivators rushed over, just to find that person's whereabouts and seize the world fragment. Qianzong and Yunyanxin also did not know where the person who obtained the world fragment was. However, since there was news that this person was appearing in the Chengrong University, they also followed. The world fragment. If possible, Qianzong must obtain it. Somewhere in the Chengrong University, in a seemingly simple house, there was a hidden mystery. The light was dim, and one could vaguely see 3 figures. 3 figures wearing black robes that covered their entire bodies. Have you found out how many people have come? The black-robed man sitting in the middle asked in a low and hoarse voice. There are quite a lot of people this time. Just the people on the Chaos Reel roll alone are 26. The black-robed man on the left chuckled and said, there are also more than 50 experts who are second only to the Chaos Reel roll. Let's continue to wait. The black-robed man in the middle said in a hoarse voice, it's best if a few people with enough weight come. When the time comes, we can catch them all in one fell swoop. Only then will it not be in vain for us to use this treasure as bait. Boss is indeed wise. The black-robed man on the right chuckled and complimented, however, won't it be too obvious if we do this and arouse suspicion? So what if they suspect? The world fragment is real. Wealth moves people's hearts. Even if someone suspects it, they will eventually be tempted. Remember, release news of the world fragment from time to time to keep them in suspense. The black-robed man in the middle reminded, when the time comes, let them all enter the world fragment and serve our master. No one knew that the world fragment was bait. It was bait to attract more experts. Only a treasure with enough weight could attract those experts and make them take action. If it was not enough, it could only attract some ordinary cultivators. Moreover, even if it was so simple and aroused the suspicion of others, as long as there was enough weight, it would still attract many people. This was not a conspiracy. It was even an open conspiracy. From time to time, news of the world fragment would spread even further and let more people know about it, attracting more experts. Qianzong could not help but smile with a playful look on his face. With his keen mind, he immediately grasped the anomaly. Coupled with his extremely sharp senses, he immediately felt that there seemed to be a pair of invisible hands controlling everything behind the world fragment. However, Qianzong was not afraid. He only had one request, which was that the world fragment had to be real. As long as it was real, even if there was a conspiracy, it was not impossible to face it. This was the confidence brought by great power. In the current chaotic universe, excluding the 3 divine dynasties, the true saint realm experts were the strongest. There were no transcending saints at all. Even if there were, they were from the 3 divine dynasties. However, even among the transcending saints in the 3 divine dynasties, Qianzong was at the top level. The strength of an extreme transcending saint realm expert was almost invincible. It could be said that if a demigod did not appear, no one could compete with him. Since that was the case, even if there was a conspiracy, Qianzong was confident that he could deal with it. That was why he could remain calm. Otherwise, if he was not strong enough, he would have retreated when he sensed that something was wrong and immediately left this place to avoid being involved. Then, who was controlling all of this? What was the purpose? Or could it be that this was just an illusion of his? Qianzong believed in his own feelings. There was a high chance that he would not be wrong. Time passed, and more experts arrived at Chengrong University. The most powerful among them was the Imperial Thunder Divine Lord, who was ranked 5th on the Chaos Reel roll. The Imperial Thunder Divine Lord was born close to the power of thunder. After embarking on the path of cultivation, he easily comprehended the way of thunder and mastered the powerful power of the great Tao of thunder. He was very strong. The Imperial Thunder Divine Lord had only been listed on the Real Chaos Leaderboard in the past few decades and had reached the 5th place in the Real Chaos Leaderboard in less than a decade. He wasn't old, only a little over 100 years old. A genius, a peerless genius, he was young and powerful, so he naturally had extraordinary boldness and arrogance. I must obtain the world fragment, the Imperial Thunder Divine Lord thought to himself, and his eyes flashed with bolts of lightning. 5th on the Chaos Real Roll was a very high ranking. He had planned to challenge the top 4 of the Chaos Real Roll after coming out of seclusion this time and defeat them to replace them. However, he did not expect to hear the news of the world fragment and immediately rush over. He would first obtain the world fragment. As for the challenges, he could wait for a while. Finally, a piece of news suddenly spread. The person who possessed the world fragment had appeared and escaped from Chungrong Universe City, heading out of the void. Now, he was in a ruined land thousands of miles away. Very few people investigated how the news spread because they were all shocked by the words world fragment and ignited the desire in their hearts. They had to obtain such a precious treasure. Whether it was for their own use or to sell it, it had an astonishing use and value. Get it, a large group of people immediately rushed out of Chungrong Universe City at an astonishing speed. Among them, the fastest one was a bolt of lightning. It was a silver bolt of lightning that contained an extremely shocking power. It was the Imperial Thunder Divine Lord. He unleashed his full speed and was the fastest and the fastest. As for Qinzong and Yunyanxin, they left Chungrong Universe City at a leisurely pace. Since Qinzong had speculated that there was a mastermind controlling all of this, even though he was full of confidence in his own strength, he would not be blind and did not intend to charge at the front. He would first take a look and see what was going on. With his own strength, he should be able to deal with everything. If there was any conspiracy, he could just draw his sword and break it when the time came. Hundreds of cultivators, each of whom was at the true saint realm, were not weak. The most powerful ones were, of course, those who were ranked on the Chaos Real Roll. These people had not had any conflicts yet. Only when they found the world fragment would a real battle break out. Qinzong and Yunyanxin slowly followed behind these people. They did not seem to be in a hurry at all. It was as if they were going on a scenic tour. They were so calm and leisurely. As the two of them followed from afar, they would chat from time to time. In the void thousands of miles away from Chungrong Universe City, there was a ruin. It was a ruin of a continent. The bolt of lightning that the Imperial Thunder Divine Lord had transformed into was leading the charge into the ruin of the continent that was hundreds of miles in radius. He was far ahead. Following that, the others rushed in one after another. In an instant, bolts of silver lightning exploded in the ruins. Shocking thunder resounded in all directions. The aura was extremely violent, as if a battle was breaking out. This battle did not last long. It was only about 10 breaths of time before the erupting lightning stopped. Stop, don't even think about escaping. A furious voice suddenly exploded. It was like rolling thunder that shook all directions, carrying a hint of anger. Lightning flashed again, streaking across the sky and disappearing in an instant. Over there. Quick, quick, quick. The fragment of the world is mine. No one can get it. Accompanied by furious roars, numerous figures flew over at an extremely fast speed. In the next moment, the tyrannical auras were emitted one after another, causing the people who had rushed over from behind to be surprised and bewildered. What was going on? Just a moment ago, there were still powerful auras, but after a moment, they disappeared as if they had never appeared. Were they all dead? That was not right. Even if they were killed in an instant, there should be some signs. Among them, there was the peerless expert Imperial Thunder Emperor, who was ranked 5th on the Real Chaotic ranking. He was extremely powerful. Who could kill him in an instant? Even Imperial Thunder Emperor, who was ranked 1st on the Real Chaotic ranking, could not do it. The cultivators who did not know the strength of the 3 great divine dynasties could only think of this. The level of the Saint Transcendence realm was too far away for them. Therefore, some people thought that the top 3 on the Real Chaos ranking board might be able to fight against a demigod. However, they did not know how powerful a demigod was. Even if a demigod stood still, did not dodge or deliberately defended, and allowed an expert on the Real Chaos ranking board to attack, he would not be hurt at all. In the distance, Zhenzong and Yunyanxin gradually approached the ruins of the land. Feeling the eruption and disappearance of the auras, Zhenzong could not help but reveal a look of surprise. The mixed Yuan heart force spread out. Immediately, Zhenzong smiled. So that was it. On the ruins of the land, a dark door appeared. It was oval-shaped, about 3 meters tall and 1 meter wide. It was like a dark water that was constantly rippling. As the gloomy aura filled the air, it seemed to be connected to another world. The people whose auras had disappeared just now had rushed into the dark door. It's getting more and more interesting, Zhenzong could not help but secretly say. The people behind also noticed the dark door, but they were a little hesitant. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The fragment of the world is inside." After that, more people began to rush forward and rushed into the dark door. Gradually, hundreds of experts of the true Saint realm rushed into the dark door and disappeared as if they had been swallowed. Zhenzong and Yunyanxin appeared outside the dark door. Yunyanxin looked at Zhenzong with a look of inquiry. "Let's go." After looking at the dark door for a few breaths, Zhenzong's mouth suddenly hung a smile as if he had understood something. Then, he stepped out, holding Yunyanxin's hand and stepped into the dark door. In that instant, he felt as if he had passed through water. It was extremely strange. The earth was dark brown and the color was deep and low. There were many broken places and potholes as if it had been hit by a meteor shower. The chi of heaven and earth here was several times thinner than the outside world. To some extent, it would affect the strength of the cultivators. Of course, the strength of the experts of the true Saint realm would not be affected in a short period of time. But in a long period of time, once they used up too much of their strength in battle, it would not be so easy to recover. They could only take elixirs. However, in order to fight for a treasure like the fragment of the world, some harsh environment was not unbearable. As long as they could get the fragment of the world, some of the sacrifices would be meaningful. The fragment of the world was extremely valuable. It was at least worth hundreds of millions of chaotic divine gems, or even more. Zhenzong felt that there were powerful auras in the distance. It seemed that a battle was about to break out. He flew over with Yunyanxin. They seemed to be neither fast nor slow, but in fact, their speed was amazing. This was a miniature world. At the center of the miniature world, a palm-sized, rhombus-shaped black crystal slowly appeared in the air. The black crystal gave off an extremely profound presence, which was enough for people to tell that it was extraordinary. It was a treasure. The core of the fragment of the world. Someone suddenly exclaimed. "Quickly refine it. As long as you refine the core, you can get the fragment of the world." A second voice sounded, immediately making everyone excited. "This item is mine. Whoever dares to touch it will die." The Imperial Thunder Divine Monarch roared. His body burst out with astonishing lightning, and he instantly charged at the prismatic black crystal. "Imperial Thunder Emperor, so what? The treasure doesn't have your name on it." Someone shouted and immediately slashed out a stunning saber light. The Imperial Thunder God Monarch's ranking was indeed very high, and his strength was also very strong. However, for a treasure like the world fragment, no one would give in. Thus, the Imperial Thunder God Monarch, who was the strongest, became the target of everyone. He became the primary target of everyone because he was the strongest. If they didn't join forces to deal with him, the treasure would be taken away. Among the crowd, only 3 people were the calmest. Although they also took action, they didn't get too excited. They were the ones who spoke just now. Zhenzong and Yunyanxin stood in the distance and concealed their auras. They were even more hidden. For a moment, no one noticed them. They were watching with interest. Zhenzong's gaze even stopped on the 3 people for 2 breaths. The 3 people looked ordinary and inconspicuous. They were scattered among the hundreds of people. "You are courting death." The Imperial Thunder Emperor was furious. Among the hundreds of people present, he was the most powerful. Now, there were people who dared to compete with him and even team up to deal with him. They were simply courting death. In his fury, vast lightning suddenly shot down from the sky. Each lightning was as thick as an arm and carried a terrifying power that could destroy everything. They blasted toward the other true saints, wanting to blast them all into pieces. In one blow, more than a dozen true saints were killed. Even the immortal body couldn't withstand it. They were directly charred black and died an unnatural death. The dead true saints were more ordinary true saints. Another 7 or 8 true saints had their immortal bodies destroyed. However, they quickly recovered and retreated in fear. The other true saints either dodged or resisted the lightning, but they didn't feel good either. The peerless expert who ranked 5th on the real chaotic ranking was definitely very powerful and terrifying. After killing more than a dozen people with one blow and injuring 7 or 8, the Imperial Thunder Emperor sneered. His eyes were filled with lightning as he glanced over. "You are courting death. Whoever dares to attack again, I will kill all of you." After saying that, the Imperial Thunder Emperor reached out to grab the prismatic black crystal. He wanted to take it and refine it. That is the core of this world. Once he refines it, everyone will die. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in anger. As long as he refines the core, he will be able to control this small world. By then, he will be able to control the life and death of others. The moment he said that, another pitch-black light tore through the sky like a roaring evil dragon. It exploded with astonishing power and directly blasted towards the Imperial Thunder Divine Lord. The power of that attack was not weak at all. Even the Imperial Thunder Divine Lord felt a little threatened. Anger, extreme anger, the Imperial Thunder Emperor was completely enraged. He had repeatedly provoked him and attacked him. Did he really think that he was made of mud? As he attacked in anger, tens of thousands of lightning bolts filled the sky. In an instant, the Imperial Thunder Emperor enveloped everyone else and forced them to retreat. The ground was constantly bombarded and holes appeared. His tyrannical strength was completely unleashed. The Imperial Thunder God turned into a bolt of lightning and directly smashed the indestructible body of a true Divine Realm expert. The terrifying lightning contained an astonishing destructive power and instantly exhausted the true Divine Realm expert's strength. He was unable to recover and was directly killed. He was indeed worthy of being a peerless expert ranked 5th on the real chaotic ranking. Once he was enraged, his strength was extremely terrifying. Experts who were not on the real chaotic ranking would not be able to withstand such strength. They would either die or be injured. Lightning cannon, the Imperial Thunder Emperor was extremely furious. He wanted to kill everyone there and obtain the prismatic black crystal. Only then could he ensure that he would not be disturbed by others. A thick silver lightning bolt was blasted out. Its power was extremely overbearing and it shattered everything. The blow seemed to be able to shatter the world. Suddenly, another true Sage Realm expert was killed. Kill. Experts who were not on the real chaotic ranking could not fight back against the Imperial Thunder Emperor. The so-called alliance became a joke. Moreover, the Imperial Thunder Emperor intended to challenge the top 3 on the real chaotic ranking because his power was almost twice as strong as when he was ranked 50th on the real chaotic ranking. Such strength was incomparably shocking. There was no one present who was a match for him, and he swept through everything before him. Even the 20 or so experts on the chaotic real ranking didn't dare to confront the Imperial Thunder Divine Lord head-on because they were all ranked outside the top 10. The Imperial Thunder Emperor's power could obviously reach the top 3. The gap between his power and those below the top 10 was very obvious. In the face of absolute power, no one was a match for the Imperial Thunder Emperor. Retreat, wealth moved people's hearts. However, more than 20 true sages had been killed consecutively. They were not cabbages. Anyone would be shocked. In particular, not only had they failed to kill the Imperial Thunder Divine Monarch, but nearly 10 of them had been killed instead. It had an extremely great impact on their minds and caused them to be extremely shocked. Seeing that everyone was retreating, the Imperial Thunder Emperor's eyes were cold and disdainful. He snorted coldly but did not pursue. Instead, he waved his hand and blasted out a lightning sword. The sword swept across the surroundings and drew out horizontal lines. Anyone who steps into this place will die. With that, the Imperial Thunder Divine Monarch walked towards the rhombus-shaped black crystal. Among the crowd, there were 3 figures who seemed to have inadvertently walked to a spot while retreating. Their eyes met in an instant, and 2 of them had a questioning look in their eyes. The other person also received the questioning look in their eyes and immediately nodded. The 3 of them seemed to be frightened by the Imperial Thunder Emperor's power. They did not take any action. However, their eyes were strange and excited as they stared at the Imperial Thunder Emperor who was walking toward the prismatic black crystal. They watched as the Imperial Thunder Emperor stretched out his hand and grabbed the black prismatic crystal. The palm of the Imperial Thunder Divine Lord grabbed the prismatic black crystal in an instant. Endless lightning burst out from his body and rushed to his arm. Finally, it condensed on his palm and kept attacking the prismatic black crystal in an attempt to refine it. At this moment, the Imperial Thunder Divine Lord's hair was fluttering. Every strand of his hair contained the terrifying power of thunder. His aura was boundless and silver lightning flashed in his eyes. As long as he successfully refined the prismatic black crystal, he would be able to control this small world. The three people who had been provoking the Imperial Thunder Celestial Lord had stopped. It was proven that the Imperial Thunder Celestial Lord was indeed the strongest. No one present was hiding their strength and could compete with him. Since that was the case, the Imperial Thunder Celestial Lord was indeed a good choice for the Lord to use. The lightning continued to burst out, completely enveloping the Imperial Thunder Divine Lord's palm. It kept invading the prismatic black crystal and refining it. The refining process was not slow. When the other true saints were stimulated again and were about to attack again, the prismatic black crystal was immediately refined. It seemed to melt and spread to the lightning. It then flowed and finally embedded in the space between the Imperial Thunder Divine Lord's eyebrows. It made the Imperial Thunder Divine Lord look a little different from before. He had the aura of a high and mighty emperor. In the next moment, the Imperial Thunder Divine Lord suddenly let out a shrill scream. He unconsciously hugged his head with both hands and struggled. "Get out! Get out of here!" It was as if he was fighting against an invisible enemy. This scene immediately made everyone look at each other. Only three of them could not help but clench their fists. They seemed to be a little nervous. The Imperial Thunder Divine Lord's struggle did not last long. Or rather, it ended very quickly. He hugged his head with both hands. His head was low as if he had lost consciousness. Only the aura on his body was spreading. There seemed to be a bit of gloominess in the violent and overbearing aura. In the next moment, a strange and wild laughter sounded from the Imperial Thunder Divine Lord's mouth. It grew louder and louder. The Imperial Thunder Divine Lord raised his head. The black prismatic crystal between his eyebrows flickered with strands of black light. His eyes also became very gloomy. When his gaze swept past, it unconsciously made people feel a chill. "Ha ha ha ha, not bad, I didn't expect that I would be able to obtain such a body." This laughter contained a hint of mysteriousness. "Lightning Spirit Physique, with this body, I will be able to return to the peak. Congratulations, my lord." Three of them immediately flashed out and knelt before the Imperial Thunder Divine Monarch. In other words, this person was no longer the Imperial Thunder Divine Monarch. "The three of you are not bad. You have contributed greatly." The Imperial Thunder Divine Lord looked at the three kneeling figures with a strange smile on his face as he praised. "It is our great honor to be able to serve Master," the three said in unison, as if they had rehearsed this many times. This scene immediately caused the other people's expressions to change greatly. They instinctively felt that something was wrong. Now that he thought about it carefully, it seemed that the news of the world fragment had appeared a little coincidental. Moreover, every time it appeared, it was very coincidental. It felt like fishing, one loose and one tight fishing. However, when they heard that such a precious treasure like the world fragment had appeared, they were immediately overwhelmed by excitement and lost their calm judgment. Of course, if they hadn't lost their calm judgment, they wouldn't have appeared here. Not everyone would be muddle-headed. There were still some who felt that something was wrong and retreated. However, there were some who felt that something was wrong but were confident in their own strength and means. They believed that even if something unexpected happened, they could still retreat. At most, they wouldn't be able to obtain the world fragment. What if they were lucky enough to obtain it? Wealth comes from danger. The world of cultivation had always been like this. If you wanted to obtain something, you would have to pay a price. If you wanted to obtain more and better, you would have to take more and greater risks. It was also because of this that the various information about the world fragment this time actually couldn't stand up to scrutiny. However, the news of the world fragment's appearance was true. It had been exposed before and those who sensed it believed it to be true. If one person believed it to be true, 2 people wouldn't believe it, and so would 3 people. However, if more people believed it to be true, then it was very likely to be true. In the world of cultivation, when it came to opportunities, as long as there was a 20 to 30% chance of success, they would take action. Moreover, there was a 50 to 60% chance of success. It was almost impossible to reap without sowing. Therefore, this was indeed an open conspiracy. Although it was very simple and would even arouse the vigilance of some sharper people, it was precisely because it was simple that it didn't arouse too much suspicion. It seemed to be a coincidence, but it also seemed to be going with the flow. No matter how meticulous a person was, they would be tempted by some benefits and lose their accurate judgment. "Who are you?" Someone suddenly shouted and questioned. "I am True Monarch Soul Mastery." True Monarch Soul Mastery smiled, and the expression on his face gave people a strange feeling. He looked gloomy and didn't look like a good person at all. True Monarch Soul Mastery, when these 4 words came out, everyone was at a loss. They had never heard of it before. "Today, I will give all of you a choice. Die, or submit." Divine Monarch Imperial Thunder, or True Monarch Imperial Soul, spoke again. "Death or surrender, 2 choices, how should they choose?" No one wanted to die, but they also didn't want to surrender to someone they didn't know. Suddenly, a peerless expert on the real chaotic ranking exploded with extreme speed. He even used a secret technique to increase his speed to the extreme. In an instant, he streaked across the sky and fled. Leave. This person went straight to the place where he entered, intending to leave as quickly as possible. His body turned into a shadow and seemed to merge into the void. He was undetectable, and his speed was extremely fast. At the same time, the other experts on the real chaotic ranking also exploded with extreme speed. They didn't hold back at all. They either surged with flames, flashed with wind, or escaped into the ground. They used all kinds of different methods, but they were all very clever. However, True Monarch Soul Mastery's face was filled with mockery and contempt. "Suppress." True Monarch Soul Mastery only said one word softly. Suddenly, the low and oppressive sky above, which seemed to be about to collapse, trembled involuntarily. Immediately, an invisible force descended and landed on the escaping figures, imprisoning them. Even those who escaped into the ground were imprisoned and couldn't move. "This small world is under my control. Here, I am a god that no one can defy," True Monarch Soul Mastery said. When True Monarch Soul Mastery said the word God, his voice was filled with indescribable passion. As he spoke, True Monarch Soul Mastery opened his hands. An invisible force lifted his body slowly into the air. Immediately, endless lightning flashed in the low and oppressive dark clouds above. They shuttled back and forth like lightning dragons wreaking havoc. Bolts of lightning struck down and swam on the ground, covering a radius of several thousand meters. It seemed to have turned into a lightning purgatory. True Monarch Soul Mastery stood in it like a god standing between heaven and earth. He was extremely powerful and looked down on the world. "My lord is mighty. My lord is invincible." The 3 of them seemed to have turned into fanatics. They all shouted at the top of their lungs. Then, True Monarch Soul Mastery took action. The 20 or so peerless experts on the real chaotic ranking who had used their full speed and secret methods to escape all gathered together. These 20 or so peerless experts couldn't move. Only their eyes were filled with endless shock and fear. How could it be? How could it be? How could it be? Those who were confident in their own speed were even more flustered. Originally, they thought that even if there was any danger, they should be able to escape with their speed and secret techniques. At most, they would be hit a few times. However, with the great Tao indestructible body, they would be able to survive and not die. But now, they were suppressed. The feeling of being suppressed by the whole world was extremely uncomfortable. They couldn't move and felt suffocated. "This true Lord will give you one more chance. Submit or die." True Lord Soul Mastery spoke again. His voice was strange, but it also matched the sound of thunder from the thunderbolts falling from the sky. When the 2 sounds overlapped, there was an indescribable feeling of strangeness. It was as if the voice of an evil demon came from the depths of a thunderbolt purgatory, constantly shaking the minds of others. Don't even think about making me submit, a true Saint Realm expert suddenly shouted, his hair and beard fluttering in anger. It wasn't easy to cultivate to the true Saint Realm for so many years. How could he be willing to submit? Then die. True Monarch Soul Imperial Soul swept his gaze across the area and stared at that person as if he was looking down on the world. He pointed with his finger and a bolt of lightning shot out. The bolt of lightning was bright silver when it shot out, but it quickly turned black as if it was dyed by ink. The black lightning was so deep and dark. It emitted a terrifying destructive might that was extremely dark and gloomy. He couldn't dodge or block it. In just an instant, the true Saint Realm expert's body was hit. The immortal body didn't work at all. He was directly smashed into pieces and turned into dust. It was even more thorough than those who were killed by the Imperial Thunder Divine Lord. Divine Monarch Soul Mastery Thunder had used his full strength to kill others. But now, True Monarch Soul Mastery Thunder, who had occupied Divine Monarch Soul Mastery Thunder, seemed to be so casual as if he didn't use much strength. Attacking with full strength and being casual were two completely different concepts. In other words, True Monarch Soul Mastery Thunder seemed to be much more powerful than Divine Monarch Soul Mastery Thunder. But that wasn't the case. True Monarch Soul Mastery Thunder occupied Divine Monarch Soul Mastery Thunder's body. His cultivation power didn't increase, and so did the power of Thunder. However, he controlled this small world. In this small world, he was the master. He was like a god. Naturally, he could borrow the power of this small world and integrate it into his own power. He could make his own power soar and achieve a situation where his strength soared. Powerful, strange, fierce, ruthless, the Soul Mastery True Lord intimidated the others, and the true saints did not dare to say anything. The pressure continued to spread, and it became more and more intense. It was suffocating, and the sky seemed to be collapsing, as if it was going to crush everyone. I surrender. Finally, someone could not bear the increasing pressure and spoke up. I surrender too. I'm willing to surrender. If they continued to resist, they would only be killed. Although it was not easy to cultivate to the true Saint Realm, and they were unwilling to surrender to someone, especially someone of unknown origin, they still had to make a choice in the face of death. Cultivation was not easy. If they died here, then all their efforts in the past would have been in vain. They had to survive first. Now, it could be said that they had to surrender. As long as they left this place, they could find a place to hide, and they could still be free. In any case, it was just a matter of words to surrender. Very well, you've made the right choice. The Soul Mastery True Lord chuckled, and the black light in his eyes flickered. It was very mysterious. Now, let go of your divine souls. Don't resist. I'm going to plant a soul seed in your divine souls. What? The expressions of the true Saint Realm experts who said they would submit changed drastically. They had to let go of their divine souls. Although they did not know what a soul seed was, to let go of their divine souls without any resistance, the soul seed was definitely not something good. To most cultivators, the divine soul was extremely important, but it was relatively weak. Once a soul seed was planted, their life and death might be controlled by the other party, and they would not be able to control themselves. I'm willing to surrender, but you can't plant a soul seed, a true saint immediately said. Then die. The Soul Mastery True Lord's expression suddenly became very terrifying. He pointed out again, and a silver thunderbolt instantly shot out, smashing everything in its way toward the true saint who refused to be planted a soul seed. The vacuum shook, and thick ink was dyed, turning into a dark color. The destructive power was eerie and terrifying. Kill, the thunderbolt was directly smashed into pieces. Do you think a word of surrender is enough? After killing with one finger, True Monarch Soul Mastery flicked his finger and said casually, planting a soul seed is true submission. Let go of your souls obediently and let the master plant the soul seed. Only in this way can you gain the master's trust, the three of them said immediately. They looked like loyal lackeys who were thinking for their master. Today, the two of us have watched a good show. Just as some of the true saints were hesitating and wandering between life and death or being controlled, a chuckle suddenly sounded from not far away. He spoke so casually and leisurely. Everyone was stunned and looked at him one after another. This true monarch was wondering how long you were going to hide. However, the Soul Mastery Perfected Lord's expression didn't change. Instead, he looked over with a hint of mockery. His eyes were extremely eerie and rippling like water. Since true monarch soul mastering was in charge of this small world, naturally, everything within this small world was within his perception and control. Of course, Zhenzong and Xianxia had restrained themselves. They hid their auras, but they couldn't hide from the Soul Mastery Perfected Lord's perception. However, the Soul Mastery Perfected Lord didn't point it out because he planned to subdue these true saints first and then deal with the two little mice who were hiding. He didn't expect them to be exposed first. Zhenzong didn't care about being discovered by the other party. After all, when the Soul Mastery Perfected Lord appeared, Zhenzong felt that an invisible force had locked onto him. He thought for a moment and realized that he had been exposed. In that case, there was no need to hide for too long. In fact, Zhenzong didn't want to see the so-called Soul Mastery Perfected Lord plant a soul seed in these true saints and control their life and death. Hundreds of true saints were considered a powerful force in the territory of the human clan and the origin clan. One had to know that there were less than 10 true saints in the current Taihao mountain. What was the concept of hundreds of true saints? Even if most of them were ordinary true saints, the true saint realm was the true saint realm, and ordinary cultivators couldn't compare to them. If hundreds of true saints were controlled by this Soul Mastery Perfected Lord, who knew what kind of chaos would occur? No matter how one looked at it, this Soul Mastery Perfected Lord wasn't a good person. He might disturb the territory of the human clan and the origin clan, start a war, and even affect Taihao Mountain because of this. In order to avoid future trouble, and also for other reasons, Zhenzong took the initiative to speak and show himself. The group of true saints were all stunned. When did those two come in? Did they just come in? Or had they been in for a long time? Soul Mastery Perfected Lord, who are you? Zhenzong was still somewhat curious about this. This person seemed to have just appeared and had no background. Submit to me, and you'll naturally know. Soul Mastery Perfected Lord smiled slyly. Submit. Zhenzong smiled. You don't have that right. If that's the case, then die. Before Soul Mastery Perfected Lord finished speaking, he immediately raised his finger and pointed. A bright silver lightning burst forth from his fingertip, condensed and collided, releasing an extremely terrifying destructive power. It instantly pierced through the air and blasted toward Zhenzong, wanting to blast him into pieces like the other true saints before. The power of this small world merged into it, as if it was dyed and soaked in thick ink, causing the lightning to turn pitch black. The destructive power it exuded was even more terrifying and carried a gloomy chill. This pitch-black thunderbolt was extremely fast, and it arrived in front of Zhenzong in an instant. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. It was as if they could see the scene from before, watching that person being blasted into pieces by that pitch-black thunderbolt. Zhenzong didn't move as if he didn't feel it, as if he couldn't react in time. However, just as the pitch-black lightning was in front of him, he raised his arm and pointed his finger like a sword. It was a simple point that didn't seem to contain any power, but the moment it hit the pitch-black lightning, it blocked the attack of the pitch-black lightning and shattered it. Everyone was stunned by the scene. This was the first person to block Soul Mastery Perfected Lord's attack, so of course it would shock everyone. Soul Mastery Perfected Lord was also very surprised. He didn't expect that someone could block his attack. This so-called Soul Mastery Perfected Lord was born with a Thunder Spirit Dharma body. Cultivating the Thunder Tao was like a fish in water, and comprehending the Thunder Tao was also very easy. They complemented each other, so his strength was much stronger than people of the same level, and he was also ranked 5th on the so-called Chaos Real ranking. The Chaos Real ranking was an authoritative ranking in the territory of the human clan. It was a powerful ranking, and those who were ranked on it were peerless experts, and Soul Mastery Perfected Lord was one of the best. After his body was occupied by Soul Mastery Perfected Lord, and he was able to absorb some of the power of this small world, the power of his attacks became even stronger, completely surpassing that of Soul Mastery Perfected Lord from before. Such a powerful attack couldn't even defeat his opponent, and was even blocked by his opponent's finger. Who was this person? Was his strength stronger than Soul Mastery Perfected Lord? As he was thinking, Zhenzong pointed his finger like a sword and drew a line in the void. There was a faint cold light at the tip of his finger, and it instantly cut through the air. The sword light that seemed to be so close to the end of the world appeared in front of Soul Mastery Perfected Lord, and the terrifying killing intent directly attacked Soul Mastery Perfected Lord's divine will. Horrifying, Soul Mastery Perfected Lord immediately reacted, and hurriedly summoned all his strength to resist the cutting of the sword light. At the same time, his divine will was raised to the extreme to block the attack of the killing intent, but he was instantly pushed back hundreds of meters. Under the surging sword chi, his body was attacked and seemed to be constantly being cut. Chen Zong's normal strength was in the saint realm. Even if he didn't draw his sword and used his finger as a sword, he could still exert the strength of the saint realm. Soul Mastery Perfected Lord himself was only in the true saint realm. Even if he was possessed by Soul Mastery Perfected Lord, with this small world, his strength was still in the true saint realm, which was equivalent to the level of a top demon king. This scene immediately caused the true saint realm experts to be extremely shocked. Who was this person? His strength was so powerful and terrifying that it was simply shocking. Who are you? Soul Mastery Perfected Lord dispelled the sword chi that invaded his body while staring at Chen Zong. His eyes became darker and deeper, and his tone was extremely eerie. Master of Taihao Mountain, Peerless Sword Saint Chen Zong replied neither too fast nor too slow. The top 10 on the Chaos True ranking would change their titles accordingly. Typically, they would be given the title of Divine Lord. For example, the Palace Lord of the Xian Flame Divine Palace was called Xian Flame Divine Lord. For example, the 5th on the Chaos True ranking was Imperial Thunder Divine Lord. The 2nd and 3rd were 5 Ultimate Sword Divine Lord and 100 Sword Divine Lord. The 1st on the Chaos True ranking was Martial Divine Lord. However, Chen Zong didn't challenge the top 10 of the Chaotic Real ranking because it wasn't necessary. Now, Chen Zong's strength had already surpassed the level of the Chaotic Real ranking. Even Martial Divine Lord who was first on the Chaotic Real ranking couldn't compare with Chen Zong. Therefore, Chen Zong had been called Peerless Sword Saint until now. But now, everyone had an idea. This person shouldn't be Peerless Sword Saint, but Peerless Divine Sword Saint. With such strength, he definitely had the strength of the top 10 of the Chaotic Real ranking, or even the top 5. I don't care who you are, I'll give you a chance. Soul Mastery True Lord stared at Chen Zong and said in a strange voice, submit to me, and I'll give you a supreme opportunity to become a demigod. You're not even a demigod. How can you have an opportunity? Chen Zong smiled disapprovingly. If there was an opportunity to become a demigod, of course, he would use it first before anything else. Soul Mastery True Lord's expression became gloomier as if Chen Zong had poked his sore spot. He did have an opportunity to become a demigod, but unfortunately, there were some accidents that led to failure. That was why he had fallen to this point. Otherwise, he would have been a demigod already. He didn't need to attack a group of ants and control them. Angering me won't do you any good. Soul Mastery True Lord's long hair suddenly fluttered in the wind. Brothers, Dominator of 6 realms went out to do something today and came back late. The wind howled and swept across the world. Thunder roared and rumbled in all directions. Perfected Cultivator of Soul Mastery floated in the air. Countless thunderbolts struck down behind him. They roared like angry dragons and released terrifying power wantonly, as if they were going to destroy the world. An extremely powerful aura rose from Perfected Cultivator of Soul Mastery, surpassing the original limit and climbing higher and stronger. His long hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a demon god who had descended to the world. His dark and deep eyes kept turning like 2 vortexes that could devour everything. When people looked into his eyes, they could not help but feel that their divine souls were about to be pulled out and devoured. It was extremely horrifying and they quickly looked away, not daring to look at him again. Chen Zong stared at the true Lord of the Soul Mastery sect fearlessly with an indifferent expression. He immediately sensed that the other party's eyes were like 2 whirlpools that spun endlessly, making his soul restless as if it was about to leave his body and enter the other party's eye whirlpools, where it would be devoured and killed. However, Chen Zong's divine soul was very strong and the strength of his divine will was even more shocking. Therefore, he was not affected at all. Chen Zong wanted to see what other tricks Perfected Cultivator of Soul Mastery had, even if this was a small world controlled by him. Seal. perfected cultivator of soul mastery suddenly pointed at Chenzong. That finger seemed to contain a kind of supreme mystery. Instantly, Chenzong felt an invisible force descend and oppress him from all directions. It also seemed that some kind of power was being drawn away. The chi of heaven and earth disappeared completely and could not be sensed at all. Even the great way disappeared and could not be sensed. Seeing that perfected cultivator of heaven and earth was sealed without any resistance, perfected cultivator of soul mastery suddenly showed a sinister smile. In this world, I am God and I control everything. I deprive you of the chi of heaven and earth and great way of heaven and earth. No matter how strong you are at my mercy. Hearing this, the other true saints' expressions changed greatly. To a cultivator, the yuan chi of heaven and earth and the great Tao of heaven and earth were extremely important. If they disappeared, the cultivator's strength would be greatly reduced, directly weakening by more than half. Moreover, once the cultivator's strength was exhausted, it would be difficult to recover. Once the cultivator was injured, the consumption of the cultivator's cultivation would be even faster. It could be said that once one was deprived of the chi of heaven and earth and the great Tao of heaven and earth, one would be like a fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. And Chenzong, on the other hand, was neither fast nor slow. He looked calm and composed, as if he was not worried at all. What? The soul mastery perfected Lord was confused. What did the other party mean? Are there any other methods? Chenzong said with a smile on his face. The other true saints were dumbfounded. They thought that Chenzong was crazy. The yuan chi of heaven and earth and the great Tao of heaven and earth had been taken away by the other party, which was equivalent to a tiger without its teeth and claws. The threat had been greatly reduced. Was this still not enough? What they did not know was that Chenzong did not rely on the yuan chi of heaven and earth and the great Tao of heaven and earth from the outside world at all. The universe immortal body was self-contained and circulated endlessly. His cultivation was self-satisfied and his sword principle was in his body. He did not rely on external forces and was not affected at all. Therefore, the soul mastery perfected Lord's so-called sealing and depriving Chenzong of the yuan chi of heaven and earth and the great Tao of heaven and earth was purely useless. It's enough. The soul mastery perfected Lord also understood Chenzong's meaning. His face immediately darkened and his voice was gloomy with a hint of anger. He attacked again. With a boom, a terrifying bolt of lightning as thick as a waist shot down from the low and oppressive dark clouds in the sky like a roaring dragon. The black lightning was extremely deep and its aura was boundless and oppressive as if it was going to destroy everything. The aura was more than twice as powerful as before, causing the expressions of the true sage realm experts to change drastically. Even the 20 or so peerless experts on the chaotic real roll were the same. Such an attack might be enough to kill them, let alone when they were deprived of the chi of heaven and earth and the great way of heaven and earth. Chenzong shook his head slightly. With a wave of his right hand, the heavenly will sword was unsheathed and he slashed out twice in an instant. The first sword slashed directly into the sky, shattering the pitch-black destructive thunderbolt. It completely shattered it like a hot knife through butter. The second slash went straight for the soul mastery perfected Lord. Unexpectedly and unstoppably, it hit the soul mastery perfected Lord. When the soul mastery perfected Lord was hit by Chenzong's sword, his face was still full of shock and disbelief. How could this be? Hadn't he been sealed and deprived of the yuan chi of heaven and earth and the great Tao of heaven and earth? How could he still display such powerful strength? It did not make sense. Under that slash, the soul mastery perfected Lord's body was directly cut in half, but it quickly healed. His powerful cultivation, especially in this small world, made the soul mastery perfected Lord's cultivation power vast. It was not so easy to kill him. Die. The soul mastery perfected Lord, who had come to his senses, was completely enraged. Heaven and earth roared and shook continuously. His powerful strength turned into bolts of lightning and struck down from the sky. The pitch-black destructive lightning did not hit Chenzong, but hit the soul mastery perfected Lord himself. Was he going to commit suicide? No. As the bolts of lightning hit the soul mastery perfected Lord, his aura rose and instantly rose wildly. It kept rising and rising, becoming more and more powerful. Finally, bathed in the dark lightning, he was like a thunder demon god who had walked out of the darkness, insufferably arrogant. Chen Zong's expression was somewhat solemn, but there was more excitement in his eyes. Very powerful. In such a state, the soul mastery perfected Lord's strength was very powerful. He had already surpassed the true saint realm and reached the transcendent saint realm. Moreover, he did not stop. He kept rising and becoming more and more powerful. An ordinary transcendent saint realm was constantly approaching the peak transcendent saint realm. Only when he reached the peak transcendent saint realm did he stabilize. The strength of the peak transcendent saint realm could be said to be invincible outside the three great divine dynasties. The terrifying aura continued to spread like raging waves, causing the expressions of the hundreds of true saints to change drastically. They felt an indescribable pressure on their bodies, causing them to feel extremely oppressed. It was as if they were about to be suppressed and unable to move in front of this pressure. Uncomfortable, it was very uncomfortable but also very frightening. The strength of this aura was already extraordinary and immeasurable. How could it be so terrifying? Was this still the true saint realm, compared to the soul mastery perfected Lord before? The soul mastery perfected Lord's aura was many times stronger. It was completely different. You no longer have the chance to regret. I'm going to refine you into a soul slave and order you around for eternity. The soul mastery perfected Lord's voice rang out one after another. It was as if many people were saying the same thing at the same time. Each voice had a different tone. Some were sharp, some were low, some were high, and some were hoarse. When they gathered into that voice, it contained an indescribable terrifying aura. It was extremely eerie, causing people to involuntarily feel a chill in their hearts and tremble all over. Voice as he landed, the soul mastery perfected Lord attacked again. His 5 fingers were like mountains as they bombarded the air with terrifying aura. It was as if it was going to shatter everything and directly hit Chen Zong. Heaven and earth roared as countless lightning bolts burst forth, surging endlessly as if they could destroy everything. The power of this attack was indeed very strong. It was so strong that Chen Zong's expression turned solemn. Eternal star, the ancient shadow of the star suddenly appeared in the void. It rotated as if it had descended from an ancient time and space to this small world. It carried an incomparably domineering aura as it forcefully pressed forward in an extremely domineering manner. The star bombarded and the giant palm swept across the sky. The two sides collided for a moment. In the next moment, the pitch-black lightning on the giant palm burst forth, raging endlessly and extremely violent. It immediately shattered the shadow of the star. Without the ancient divine sword armor, Chen Zong's strength was only at the level of an ordinary transcendent saint realm. He might be stronger than an ordinary transcendent saint realm expert, but he was still unable to reach the level of a top transcendent saint realm expert. After the giant palm shattered the shadow of the star, it continued to bombard Chen Zong, wanting to suppress and capture him. Chen Zong's figure flashed as he dodged directly. However, the giant palm was extremely agile. It also carried a terrifying aura as it attacked Chen Zong's spiritual soul directly. Here, I'm a god. You're all ants, soul mastery true Lord roared angrily. It was as if countless voices had sounded at the same time, overlapping endlessly. It's too early for you to be happy, Chen Zong replied unhurriedly. He immediately activated the ancient divine sword armor and instantly armed himself. The dark golden ancient divine sword armor covered every part of his body, immediately causing Chen Zong's aura to soar to an indescribable level. Hundreds of true saints had already retreated far away because the aura emitted by Soul Mastery True Lord was too strong, exceeding what they could withstand. However, now that they had witnessed Chen Zong's change with their own eyes, they were even more shocked. What was going on? This world seemed to have become unfamiliar to them all of a sudden. The strength of this aura, had it completely surpassed the level of true saint realm? Was this still a true saint realm expert? Was he a demigod? Some of the more inexperienced true saints couldn't help but secretly guess. Seeing Chen Zong's dark golden armor appear on his body and his aura soar, Soul Mastery True Lord's expression couldn't help but change drastically. Where did this person come from? Why did he have such a terrifying technique? With the king-grade ancient divine sword armor on his body, Chen Zong's strength soared to the extreme, reaching the ultimate saint realm level. With such tyrannical strength, he looked down on the world and had a feeling that he could easily break this small world. A sword light suddenly flashed, making it impossible for people to see how Chen Zong attacked because the speed of the sword was too fast. It was so fast that it surpassed everything. The giant palm was immediately split open, and all the lightning was shattered. In the next breath, Chen Zong's figure flashed, and he became one with his sword. He directly approached Soul Mastery True Lord and slashed out with his sword. One mind sword technique, the supreme slaughter was boundless. Under the direct impact, Soul Mastery True Lord's expression changed drastically. He couldn't help but frown. His reaction was too slow and he was immediately hit by the sword. His tyrannical body that was like a thunder demon god was immediately cut in half. Sword chi raged wildly in his body, wantonly destroying his body and consuming his cultivation. Sword chi wreaked havoc. True monarch Soul Mastery was horrified. How could this be? How could this be? His strength was so strong that he was invincible in the world. Moreover, it was in this small world that he controlled. How could someone be so strong? The power of heaven and earth transformed into bolts of lightning that shot through the air like dragons. They rushed into True Monarch Soul Mastery's body, replenishing his energy and shattering and expelling the sword chi that had invaded his body. In the next second, Soul Mastery Perfected Cultivator waved his hand and black thunderbolts immediately condensed into thick long spears. The long spears flickered with lightning and released an incomparably terrifying power. They locked onto Chen Zong and the power of destruction surged endlessly. Boom! 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 Numerous lightning spears smashed through the air as if they wanted to smash everything in front of them into smithereens. Chen Zong smiled faintly and slashed out with his sword. The sword light wreaked havoc and was vast and boundless. The momentum was unstoppable, as if it was invincible, and it shattered the dark lightning spears one after another. The difference between an apex transcendent saint stage and an extreme transcendent saint stage was still very obvious. Soul Mastery Immortal continued to display his powerful strength, but he couldn't do anything to Chen Zong. Instead, he was constantly suppressed by Chen Zong's sword. Even though they were in this small world and under the control of true immortal Imperial Soul, they posed little threat to Chen Zong because Chen Zong did not rely on the heaven and earth Yuan Qi and great Tao of heaven and earth in the outside world. Therefore, his strength was not affected. However, it was difficult to kill the Soul Mastery True Monarch in this small world. Once he was injured, he could immediately recover with the power of this small world. He was even more difficult to deal with than other top transcendent saints. Primordial Chaos Heart Force Quintuple Eruption. Divine Firmament, the sword pierced through the air, taking away all the brilliance in the world. Darkness suddenly descended, and only a blazing light flashed by. This sword was invincible, and nothing in the world could resist it. Everything was cut apart. Even if the Soul Mastery True Immortal desperately consumed the power of this small world to resist it, he could not do it. The difference was too great. Cut, his body was cut in half once again. The terrifying sword chi was wreaking havoc in his body, consuming his strength at an insane rate. The second sword. Taihao, the true sun rose into the sky, burning with the terrifying Taihao primordial fire. It was as if it was going to burn the heavens and hit the body of the Soul Mastery Perfected Lord. It burned continuously, as if it was going to burn him to ashes. The third sword. All things between heaven and earth returned to ruins. Pitch-black sword light filled the surroundings as boundless power of annihilation, and destruction gathered and tore through the air. After 3 consecutive strikes, even with the support of the power of this small world, True Monarch Soul Mastering was unable to withstand them. His body was unable to recover and was directly destroyed. A sharp scream suddenly sounded, as if it was the cry of an evil ghost from the 9 Serenities hell, spreading out layers of terrifying sound waves. The expressions of the true saints in the distance changed drastically. They only felt that their divine souls were swaying, as if they were being attacked by an invisible force and were about to be torn apart. It was excruciating. A black light, which seemed to have a strange human face, pierced through the air, passing through the sword light that Chen Zong had slashed out, and instantly rushed to the front of Chen Zong. In the next moment, it turned into wisps of black smoke and spread out. It wrapped Chen Zong like a fog and then drilled into Chen Zong's head unstoppably. Inside. In Chen Zong's sea of consciousness, a black smoke billowed and spread out, turning into a human face. You forced me to do this. If I'm not having a good time, you won't have a good time either. Overlapping voices suddenly sounded, and it was extremely mysterious, reverberating in Chenzong's sea of consciousness. "You're thinking too much." Chenzong's consciousness appeared. In the next moment, the 18 evil-suppressing godly swords separated a wisp of sword chi, turning into a heaven-sealing absolute land demon-suppressing formation, directly sealing and suppressing the mysterious human face. "What did you do?" The person's face revealed an extremely panicked expression. He rushed left and right, but not only was he unable to break out, but he was also suppressed by the heaven-sealing absolute land demon-suppressing formation. He was also counterattacked by the sword chi of the 18 evil-suppressing godly swords. He was in extreme pain and wailed incessantly. Chenzong did not intend to pay any more attention to the human face. Instead, he suppressed and refined it. This small world was obviously controlled by this person. Only by suppressing and refining it could Chenzong obtain the ownership of this small world. Wails continued to sound, but it could not stop the process of being refined. Under the suppression of the 18 evil-suppressing godly swords, the difficulty of refining was not high. Not long after, the soul of the soul-controlling true monarch was completely refined by Chenzong. Chenzong sorted out the information he obtained after refining. Soul-planting technique. This was the true method that the soul-controlling true monarch had grasped. It was a unique secret technique to control others. In other words, he planted a soul seed in the soul of others and then controlled them for his own use. Everything about life and death was under his control. Just now, the soul-controlling true monarch had made hundreds of true saints submit to him for this purpose. He had planted a soul seed in their souls and then controlled them. As long as he succeeded, he would have hundreds of true saints as his subordinates, and they would be under his control. If he wanted them to live, they would live. If he wanted them to die, they would die. In terms of strength alone, the soul-controlling true monarch was not strong enough. His true strength was the secret technique, the soul-planting technique. Unfortunately, he encountered Chenzong before he could use it. The soul-controlling true monarch was not from this universe era, but from the core universe in the previous universe era. He failed to become a demigod, but because he cultivated the soul-planting technique, his soul was preserved. He was lucky enough to be integrated into a world fragment and evolved into the core of the world fragment. This time, the world fragment appeared in the void turbulence and was obtained by someone. He entered the small world in the world fragment and thought that he had obtained a huge opportunity. Unexpectedly, when he refined the core of the world fragment, he awakened the soul-controlling true monarch's soul and then controlled it. Under the command of the soul-controlling true monarch, a simple plan was made to attract more experts and prepare for the soul-controlling true monarch to control it. Once the soul-controlling true monarch controlled these hundreds of true saints, his strength would reach a terrifying height because the soul-planting technique had three major characteristics. The first characteristic was to control everything about others. The second characteristic was to use the soul-planting technique to plant a soul seed in the soul of others. The second characteristic was that after using the soul-planting technique to plant a soul seed in the soul of others, he could obtain a 10% increase in the soul power of this person, thus increasing his own soul power. The third characteristic was that he could actively use the secret technique to extract a part of the soul power of the person who was planted with the soul seed, greatly increasing his own soul power in a short period of time. A 10% increase was 1%. Different cultivators had different strengths and weaknesses of their souls. Therefore, the 1% increase was also strong and weak. However, when the number was large, the increase was still very considerable. However, the advantages were very obvious, and the disadvantages were also very obvious. After obtaining a person's soul power, he would have to bear an additional 10%. Thoughts. Perhaps bearing a few thoughts was nothing, but once he bore a lot of thoughts, it would become very chaotic and obviously affect his clarity of mind. However, if he only bore a few thoughts, the increase in soul power brought by the soul-planting technique was very small and insignificant. It was equivalent to being useless. In short, the more obvious the increase in soul power was, the stronger and more chaotic the thoughts he had to bear. The advantages and disadvantages were equally obvious. As for the third characteristic, extracting the soul power of soul guards to strengthen himself in a short period of time could indeed increase his soul power more obviously, up to 2 or even 3 or 4 times. However, there was also an upper limit of what he could bear. Once the upper limit was exceeded, his soul would be damaged or even explode. This soul-planting technique was indeed a very amazing secret technique, but Chenzong had no plans to cultivate it because its drawbacks were too obvious. But even if he didn't cultivate it, it didn't mean he would give up. The soul-planting technique was quite profound and mysterious, and it was worth studying. Who knows, he might be able to get some inspiration from it. Things that were not suitable for him did not mean that they were useless. Whether he could discover the value of it depended on his concept and ability. In addition to the information about the soul-planting technique, there was some information about the soul-controlling true monarch, which gave Chenzong some understanding. That was all. The other thing was very important to Chenzong. What Chenzong wanted this time was the control of this small world, or directly this world fragment. After Chenzong refined the soul-controlling true monarch, the core origin of the world also became an ownerless object and appeared not far in front of Chenzong. Hundreds of true saints dared not come over to snatch it. As for the 3 people who were controlled by the soul-controlling true monarch, they also died as the soul-controlling true monarch was refined by Chenzong. Chenzong reached out and directly grabbed the prismatic black crystal. Mixed Yuan heart force poured into it in an instant and refined it. Not long after, Chenzong completely refined the prismatic crystal and turned it into a mark that appeared on the back of Chenzong's hand. Chenzong immediately felt a sense of familiarity with this small world. He knew much about it and its power was also under his control. A feeling of being a god arose spontaneously. It was no wonder that the soul-controlling true monarch was like that. His mind was not very clear because of the soul-planting technique. Under the impact of this feeling, of course, he felt that he was invincible. Chenzong carefully sensed that the chi of heaven and earth in this small world was very thin, especially after being consumed by the soul-controlling true monarch. It was much thinner and was quite scarce. However, these were all trivial matters. It wasn't as if the yuan qi of the world couldn't be restored, and it wasn't as if the great Tao of the world couldn't be strengthened. As long as they could obtain this fragment of the world, they could obtain this miniature world. That way, the Taihao mountain would have a truly suitable place to settle down. They could properly establish a sect and pass down their legacies. Let's go. Chenzong's gaze swept across them before he revealed a smile and said, "Thank you, peerless Sword Saint. Thank you, Sword Saint, for saving our lives." After the group of true Sage Realm experts bowed and thanked him, they immediately left quickly. The danger of this trip was beyond their expectations. Now that they could leave alive, they were all very surprised. A feeling of surviving a disaster arose spontaneously. On the ruined land hundreds of miles in size, there was a dark door. The dark light on the door rippled like water, creating layers of ripples. Immediately, a figure appeared, followed by a second, a third, one figure after another rushed out of the door. There were hundreds of them in total. They were the true Saint Realm experts who had come out of the small world alive. The previous experience made them feel like they were dreaming. First it was the world fragment, then it was the soul mastery true monarch. They thought that this time they would either die or surrender to the soul mastery true monarch and be planted with the so-called soul seed. Their life and death were controlled by him. They did not expect that there would be a peerless sword saint. It was one thing for a peerless sword saint to appear, but they did not expect this peerless sword saint to be so powerful that he could suppress the soul mastery true monarch. What was more, they did not expect that the soul mastery true monarch's strength could erupt to such a terrifying and indescribable level. It was the same for the peerless sword saint. Hundreds of true Saint Realm experts had cultivated for at least 100 years, or even a few hundred years or nearly 1,000 years. Countless years of concepts and cognition were overturned at once. How could someone be so powerful, far surpassing the true Saint Realm they knew? It was unimaginable. Hundreds of true Saint Realm experts were still in shock and left one after another. The news about the fight for the world fragment would also spread with them and let more people know. In the small world fragment, only Chenzong and Yunyanxin were left here. Although the process of obtaining this world fragment was a little tortuous, Chenzong and Yunyanxin were still very happy. What's more, the process was not so much a tortuous process as a good show. Even if Chenzong made a move in the end, the opponent was not very strong and could not bring much threat and pressure to Chenzong. Nianqin, I'm going to start transforming this small world, Chenzong said to Nianqin. Nianqin nodded. The reason why Chenzong said this was to remind Nianqin not to miss this opportunity. The dark golden ancient divine sword armor instantly covered every inch of his body, and an extremely tyrannical aura spread out, suppressing the surroundings. Nianqin, who was standing at the side, immediately felt his entire body become heavy, as if he was about to suffocate. He was extremely shocked, and even though this wasn't the first time he had seen or felt this, he still couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Void aperture acupoints. Open. This time, Chenzong was going all out. He immediately opened all his void aperture acupoints. Otherwise, he would not be able to keep up with the consumption of his strength. As the void aperture acupoints opened, a shocking aura filled the air, becoming more and more tyrannical. He drew his sword, and slashed. Chenzong displayed the one-mind swordsmanship. His sword broke through the air and slashed toward the sky. The powerful sword light suddenly cut a hole in the dark and gloomy sky, as if it was going to cut through the clouds and penetrate the sky. Chenzong wanted to start transforming this small world into a secret realm suitable for Mount Taihao to establish his sect. Otherwise, this small world wouldn't be suitable for cultivation at all. What was Mount Taihao? It was a sect of the Way of the Sword. Different sects required different environments. As a sect of the Way of the Sword, it naturally needed an environment suitable for the Way of the Sword to be established. Only then would it be able to cultivate better and pass on better. For example, if a sect that specialized in the Way of the Fire was established in a place with dense water vapor, it would affect the development and inheritance of the sect from the very beginning. It would be even more difficult for the sect to grow stronger. Now, Chenzong. The goal of the sect was to continuously develop this small world into a secret realm rich in the Way of the Sword. This would be suitable for Mount Taihao to establish the sect. Slash. Slash, slash. Chenzong's sword was like a giant axe that could split the heavens and earth. Chenzong also seemed to have transformed into an ancient god that could split the heavens and earth. He wantonly unleashed his power, constantly splitting open the sky, gradually changing the sky that seemed like it was about to collapse. As the sky was constantly being split open, an indescribable understanding spread out. It was very fine, but it gathered bit by bit. Nianqin watched from afar. The swordsmanship that seemed to split the heavens and earth gave her an indescribable inspiration. After refining the bloodline of the heavenly fire sacred phoenix and improving her own bloodline of the star-scorching true phoenix, Nianqin's strength and potential had increased significantly. Her comprehension had also increased significantly. Therefore, she was able to understand more of the subtleties of Chenzong's swordsmanship, which gave her even greater inspiration. The gloomy and oppressive sky was constantly being split open by Chenzong's sword. Sword light crisscrossed and sword scars spread out in all directions. The dark clouds were constantly being shattered. Strands of multicolored light shone through the thick and gloomy dark clouds, bringing light and hope. The multicolored light crisscrossed and sprinkled down, landing on Chenzong's body. Chenzong suddenly paused. His sword-wielding figure seemed to be frozen. He stood in the void without moving an inch. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, under the dark golden helmet, Chenzong's eyes flickered incessantly. The countless rays of light in his eyes were like streaks of sword light, each of which contained unparalleled mysteries. On the 4th breath, the countless rays of light in Chenzong's eyes suddenly disappeared. It was as if he had understood something. He slashed out with his sword again. This time, it was also the single heart sword technique. However, the moment the sword was slashed out, it was somewhat different from the previous single heart sword technique. Its charm was different. It seemed to have an additional majestic power, a power that could split the heavens and earth, causing people to raise their eyebrows. As a result, the power of the single heart sword technique increased by several times. It became more and more tyrannical, causing Chenzong's strength to improve further. At the current level of strength, it was very difficult to improve. Chenzong had traveled the void of the universe to increase his knowledge and foundation. Perhaps he would be enlightened at any time. He did not expect that he would be able to obtain this world fragment by chance. He opened up a small world in this world fragment and transformed it. It was also a great opportunity that could allow him to have a deeper and more intuitive understanding of heaven and earth and the universe. Thus, he could improve his foundation and be enlightened. Under the enlightenment, he would be enlightened. His swordsmanship would also improve and improve. Chenzong stood in the same place. His feet did not move an inch, but his sword seemed to be able to move both near and far. The sword light raged. It was dozens of meters near, thousands, tens of thousands, and hundreds of thousands of meters away. This small world was actually not large. It was only dozens of miles in size. It was still not enough to be a sex base. Therefore, it needed to be opened up. It needed to be stabilized first and then slowly expanded. This world fragment now belonged to Chenzong. Chenzong's sword would not hurt it because Chenzong knew what to do. As Chenzong continued to perform his swordsmanship, the originally gloomy and dark sky, which seemed to be about to collapse, became bright and clear. It seemed to be rising, so people would not feel pressured anymore. The power in the void acupoints was constantly being consumed. In the end, the power in 7 void acupoints was depleted. Chenzong's cultivation was also depleted. However, Chenzong did not stop. Without the power of cultivation, Chenzong's divine will was almost depleted. However, it did not mean that Chenzong's sword had no power. It was a surge of sword intent, an extremely powerful sword intent that could cut through everything, a boundless and unparalleled might that could split the heavens and the earth apart. Slash. Without the support of his cultivation and the power of the divine intent, the sword intent of the sword of heart and soul seemed to gradually fuse with the supreme will of creation, causing the already powerful sword intent to undergo a change, a metamorphosis towards a more profound and powerful transformation. It was getting stronger and purer. It was a pure sword will, and pure swordsmanship. It was so pure that the power of each stroke was pure. When the last stroke was made, the sword light tore through the air. It seemed to split the sky, leaving a long sword mark. The sword mark emitted an extremely terrifying sword power that filled the air. It fell down and landed on the ground. However, it did not disappear. Instead, it solidified into a brand. The sword will on that sword mark was incomparably tyrannical and mysterious, as if it contained countless mysteries. After making that stroke, Chenzong sheathed his sword. His sword will condensed around him. Not only did it not dissipate, it became more condensed, more solid, and more powerful. It was even more shocking. Countless insights about swordsmanship flashed in his mind. In the end, they returned to silence. Chenzong could not help but laugh. Great, it was too great. Now, without the ancient god sword armor, I can compete with a top transcendent saint realm expert with my own strength, Chenzong speculated. The improvement that this earth-shattering experience brought to him was astonishing. In the next moment, Chenzong waved his hand and pieces of chaotic divine crystals flew out. These chaotic divine crystals were obtained by the two of them during their travels in the universe. There were tens of millions of them in total. It was a shocking amount of wealth. However, Chenzong took them all out. Now that the chi of heaven and earth in the mini-world was scarce, it was time to replenish it. The normal way to replenish it was to take the initiative to absorb the chi of heaven and earth from the outside world. However, the efficiency was relatively low and it usually took a long time. The other way was to use things like chaotic divine crystals that contained the chi of heaven and earth to release power in the world fragment to replenish it. Tens of millions of chaotic divine crystals shattered. Wisps of chi of heaven and earth were immediately released. They continued to spread and became more and more vigorous. This small world only had a radius of a few dozen miles. The yuan chi of heaven and earth released by the tens of millions of chaotic divine crystals was quite dense. It spread out in all directions, turning into balls of rolling essence chi that swept out in all directions like a storm. It was majestic. As the chi of heaven and earth was released from the chaotic divine crystals, the mini-world began to change. The sky seemed to be getting higher and clearer. There was a trace of life quietly growing. Although it was still very weak, it represented the changes in the mini-world. Seeing the mini-world slowly change with his own eyes was also a kind of accumulation. However, tens of millions of chaotic divine crystals were not enough. It was far from enough to make the mini-world truly transform. They needed more. Chen Zong estimated that at least hundreds of millions of chaotic divine crystals were needed to make the mini-world truly change. A few 100 million chaotic divine gems. Even in the 3 divine dynasties, it would not be easy to obtain such an amount. Inside the mini-world, the sky was high and the ground was wide. Vital chi surged and turned into gusts of wind that blew across the mini-world. Compared to before, the mini-world seemed to have changed greatly. Even the Soul Mastery True Lord would be surprised if he was reborn. However, Chen Zong was still not satisfied. It was not enough, far from enough. The earth-shattering transformation and the consumption of tens of millions of chaotic divine crystals was only the beginning of the transformation. It was only the initial transformation. More transformations were needed before this mini-world could truly become the foundation of the Taihao Mountain sect. Now, it was not enough. Chen Zong thought carefully. He had read many books and learned a lot of information. After searching, he finally found the treasure needed to transform the mini-world, or rather, the most suitable treasure. The first was the world tree. If the world tree took root in a mini-world, it could grow together with the mini-world. It was not impossible for it to eventually become a large world, but it would take a long time. Although it took a long time, it also meant that it had unlimited potential. The second was the Eye of Vital Chi. The so-called Eye of Vital Chi was a treasure that could automatically absorb the vital chi of heaven and earth and the void. It was usually born from heaven and earth and the void. It could not be created by humans. Perhaps a demigod expert could do it. As long as the Eye of Vital Chi was integrated into the mini-world, it could accelerate the absorption of the vital chi of heaven and earth from the outside world and increase the mini-world's strength. The third was the core origin of other worlds. If the core origin of other worlds were integrated into the mini-world, it could also greatly strengthen and improve the mini-world. However, whether it was the world tree, the Eye of Vitality, or the core source of other worlds, they were all precious treasures. Their value would not be inferior to this world fragment at all, and might even surpass it. It would not be so easy to obtain them. Chen Zong and Xianxia appeared outside the mini-world. With a wave of their hand, the world fragment immediately fell into Chen Zong's hand. It seemed to be integrated into the back of his hand. The world fragment could not be stored in a storage artifact. It could only be temporarily integrated into one's body after being refined. Let's go. Chen Zong looked at Xianxia. He took her slender hand and took a step forward. They turned into 2 streaks of sword light and flew across the sky. They flew directly to the nearest universe city. Zhenbao Tower and Tianji Tower. Chen Zong first placed an order with the treasure tower for the world tree, the Eye of Primordial Chi, and the core of the world. If any of these treasures appeared, he must be notified. Similarly, he placed an order with the Tianji Tower. If there was any news about these 3 treasures, he must be notified as soon as possible. The headquarters of the Tianji building was in the ancient Zhao God dynasty while the headquarters of the Zhenbao building was in the Heaven Heart God dynasty. After placing an order for Zhenbao Tower and Tianji Tower, Chen Zong continued to travel the universe and void with Xianxia. He couldn't completely pin his hopes on Zhenbao Tower and Tianji Tower. They weren't omnipotent, and he had to work hard. Who knew when he would find it? It should be known that the value of these 3 treasures was extremely shocking. Even if Zhenbao Tower obtained them, there would be a lot of people who wanted to buy them. The competition would be fierce. Just as Chen Zong and Xianxia continued to travel the universe void, in the dark sky empire of the Demon King Universe Era Fragment Relic, a genius of the ancient divine dynasty who had sneaked into the dark sky empire entered a cave. He did not enter voluntarily, but because he had hunted down a Demon King level expert and refined his bloodline, he was discovered and hunted down. He could not defeat the enemy and could only escape. When he found this cave, he had no choice but to burrow into the cave. The cave seemed to have no end. It was like a head, and he kept going down. His pursuers also kept chasing him. However, this cave actually had an end. Finally, this person rushed to the deepest part of the cave. This place was already 10,000 meters underground. It was extremely deep and shocking. The deepest part of the cave was pitch black. This genius from the ancient Zhao God dynasty was extremely vigilant. His eyes flashed with rays of light as he stared, but he couldn't see through the darkness. As he got closer, he vaguely saw a figure. It was a strange figure that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. In the darkness, it was unfathomable, like a ghost. The genius from the ancient Zhao God dynasty's expression changed drastically. He was extremely frightened. He completely gathered his cultivation, and the gourd at his waist trembled as if something was about to emerge from it. This genius was a disciple of the Imperial Spirit Mountain Village, one of the 7 major factions of the ancient Zhao God dynasty. The stopper of the gourd was directly blown open by an invisible force. A wisp of black chi instantly spread out and turned into a dragon snake that circled around him, firmly protecting him. The cultivation of the Yuling Mountain Villa was related to spirits. They believed that all things in the world had spirits, whether they were dead or alive. Therefore, their cultivation was to extract spirits from all things and then refine them into their own spirits. Usually, the Yuling Mountain Villa would be nurtured in the Yuling Mountain Gourd. When they needed to use it, they could summon it out and release amazing power. The strength of the disciples of the Imperial Spirit Mountain Village was closely related to their own spirits. As he got closer, he saw that it wasn't a ghost. It was a tree with dense branches. It was 1,000 meters tall and took root in the ground. It was very majestic, as if it was connected to the sky and the earth. It was as if it had pierced into the void. Endless demonic power spread out from the 1,000-meter tall dark tree, suppressing all directions. It was like a world of its own. Great treasure! The eyes of the Imperial Spirit Mountain Village's disciple suddenly shone with incomparable light. What was the purpose of entering the Great Dark Sky Empire? First, it was to obtain the demonic bloodline of the Great Dark Sky Empire. The higher the level of the bloodline, the better. It would also be good if they could obtain the demonic soul. It would be best if they could obtain the bloodline and the corresponding demonic soul, then it would be a complete set. Second, it was for all kinds of resources, which would affect their future cultivation resources. Why was he being hunted down? It was because he had refined the demonic bloodline. Unfortunately, it took time to integrate the demonic bloodline, and it would take a long time. It could be as short as a year, or as long as a few years. Otherwise, if he could successfully integrate it in a short time, then he would have already started to integrate it, and his strength would have increased significantly. Right now, the 1,000-meter tall dark tree seemed to have pierced into the void. It gave him an incomparably deep feeling, as if it contained endless power. He believed that it must be a great treasure, an invaluable treasure. If he could take it away, he would definitely be able to sell it for a shocking price in the ancient divine dynasty. It would not be a dream to get a few dozen divine essences. A few dozen divine essences, even if it was only 20 or 30 divine essences, it would be enough to exchange for better resources, and further enhance the power of his own spirit. The disciples of the Imperial Spirit Mountain Village learned all about their spirits. The stronger their spirits were, the stronger they would be. Suddenly, the disciple of the Imperial Spirit Mountain Village realized that the 1,000-meter tall dark tree in front of him was extremely powerful. The spirit contained in it must be very strong. If he could refine it and integrate the spirit into his own spirit, then what would it be like? Wouldn't it cause the might of his spirit commandeering to increase explosively, causing his own strength to increase explosively? Since that was the case, why would he go through so much trouble to take it away and sell it in the ancient divine dynasty in exchange for resources? Wasn't his ultimate goal to strengthen his own spirit and thus increase his own strength? After understanding this, the disciple of the Imperial Spirit Mountain Village immediately controlled his spirit to fly forward. The dragon snake made a black smoke danced and let out a faint but vigorous roar, directly rushing towards the 1,000-meter tall dark tree. As soon as it got close, the dragon snake immediately let out a series of roars, full of excitement. The Yuling possessed a certain level of intelligence. Thus, it could sense how strong the spirit within the huge tree of darkness was. It was as vast and mighty as a true sun. It was boundlessly domineering, as boundless as the sea, causing the Yuling dragon snake's 10-meter-long body to tremble. As the master of the Imperial Spirit Dragon Snake, this person also felt it. He felt that the strength of the spirit contained in the dark tree before him was simply indescribable. It was much stronger than the imperial spirit that he had sensed from the strongest person in the Imperial Spirit Mountain Villa. Ha 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 ha. The man couldn't help but laugh. This was an opportunity, an unprecedented opportunity. As long as he completely refined the spirit of the dark tree, his spirit would be strengthened to an immeasurable level, even surpassing the strongest master of the Imperial Spirit Mountain Village, and even surpassing all the masters of the ancient divine dynasty under the demigod realm. The dragon snake instantly flew to the huge dark tree and entrenched itself on one of the branches. It opened its huge mouth and directly bit on it, starting to devour the spirit of the dark tree. This method seemed so simple and crude, but after many generations of modifications by the masters of the Imperial Spirit Mountain Village, it was finally perfected. It seemed simple, but it was actually very efficient. Strands of spirit were immediately absorbed from the dark tree and swallowed by the dragon snake. Feeling the aura of his own spirit growing stronger, the man couldn't help but laugh. Delightful, too delightful. Suddenly, something strange happened. As if it was enraged, the 1,000-meter-tall dark tree suddenly shook, as if it had awakened. It emitted a terrifying demonic aura. A branch abruptly lashed out, inevitably hitting the Yuling dragon snake. Without any resistance, the Yuling dragon snake was directly smashed into pieces. As soon as the dragon snake was shattered, the disciple of the Imperial Spirit Mountain Village trembled as if he was struck by lightning, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Just beside him, the dragon snake gathered again, but it seemed to be a little weaker, and its aura was also a little weaker. Who dares to disturb this god's sleep? A low voice suddenly sounded, as if it came from the endless depths of the earth, or from the sky, or from the boundless void. The voice contained a supreme power, directly descending, causing the disciple of the Imperial Spirit Mountain Village to tremble all over. His thoughts turned, and his face suddenly changed. Calling himself this god, and emitting such a terrifying power, could it be a demigod master of the demigod clan? Didn't they say that there were no more demigod masters in the Dark Sky Empire? Was it not a demigod? Was it just a stronger demigod, such as a demigod master? Although he was a bit lucky, there was still a voice in his heart that kept ringing. A demigod that was a sleeping demigod, a demigod that was awakened by him. Demon god. A demon god was equivalent to a demigod of the human clan and the origin clan. What kind of existence was that? What kind of existence was that? Shivering, the disciple of the Imperial Spirit Mountain Villa was shivering all over. That chill was spreading all over his body, almost freezing him to death. The 1,000-meter-tall dark tree was constantly shaking. Its branches were waving like hands and feet. A terrifying and boundless chi was wreaking havoc in all directions. It was like a giant beast that had been sleeping for a long time had awoken. It was earth-shattering. The entire underground cave was shaking as if it was about to collapse. The disciple of the Imperial Spirit Mountain Villa who had come back to his senses was terrified. He immediately unleashed all of his strength. The weakened Imperial Spirit Dragon Snake was also added to his body in an instant. It circled around him as if it had fused into one. It turned into a phantom and rushed towards the source of the sound with incomparable speed. Even though he knew that a group of demonic cultivators was chasing after him, he didn't dare to stop at all. The difference between a group of demon kings and an awakened demon god was too great. Even 1,000 or 10,000 demon kings couldn't compare to an awakened demon god. The difference was like heaven and earth. However, the 1,000-meter-tall dark tree suddenly trembled. A branch instantly pierced through the air like a sharp spear. It was extremely fast, as if it had crossed the limits of time and space in an instant. It directly pierced through the phantom of the Imperial Spirit Mountain Villa's disciple. No. The disciple of the Imperial Spirit Mountain Villa's expression changed drastically. He frantically struggled and unleashed all of his strength. He even ignited the Imperial Spirit Dragon Snake and burned it directly in exchange for even more strength. However, it was useless. All of his resistance seemed to be very weak. There seemed to be a gurgling sound, as if something was being swallowed. The disciple of the Imperial Spirit Mountain Villa's body rapidly shriveled up. In the end, he turned into ashes and scattered all over the place. Tens of thousands of branches danced endlessly. Each branch seemed to have come alive, as if they all had a certain level of spirituality. Rumbling sounds continuously resounded. The entire underground cave was shaking unceasingly. At the entrance of the underground cave, there were 7 Devil King-level powerhouses continuously diving downwards. They were powerhouses from a large clan, and they were chasing after the Imperial Spirit Mountain Villa's disciple who was disguised as a devil king. Suddenly, they felt the underground cave tremble, and their expressions changed greatly. Retreat! The leader of the demon kings felt the underground cave trembling as if it was about to collapse. His expression changed drastically, and he immediately issued an order. Retreat. After all, they were already a few thousand meters underground. If the tunnel were to collapse, the force of the explosion would be terrifying. Even though they were not weak, under the might of the explosion, there was a high chance that they would be killed by the shockwaves. Retreat, let's retreat first. As for the pursuers, I don't care. I believe that with the strength of the pursuers, only death awaits them in this sinkhole. Even if they don't die, it will be difficult for them to come out alive. But in the next moment, numerous branches pierced towards them as if they were piercing through space. They were like peerless assassins that had been lying in ambush in the surroundings for a long time and had seized that fleeting opportunity to explode out with the most tyrannical, precise, and ruthless strike in their entire lives. They were caught off guard and were extremely tyrannical as they directly assassinated them. No one could avoid it, and they couldn't even react in time. In the blink of an eye, the 7 demon kings were pierced through by the vines and devoured into dried corpses. In the depths of the underground cave, the 1,000-meter-tall dark giant began to shrink. In the end, it shrank to about 3 meters and transformed into a stalwart figure. That figure stood in the underground cave, and from the sky above, chunks of earth and rocks fell like a torrential downpour. Every piece of rock was extremely heavy, and when they landed on the ground, they immediately smashed holes and cracks in the ground. Rocks fell from the sky with terrifying force from the 1,000-meter-high ceiling. It was like a meteor falling from the sky, directly smashing towards that 3-meter-tall figure. But before it could even get close, it suddenly disappeared when it was still a few meters away, as if it had evaporated without a trace. A terrifying formless flame aura continued to burn on that stalwart figure, as if it was going to incinerate everything in the surroundings, turning it into a vacuum and nothingness. His closed eyes opened in an instant. His extremely black pupils were high up in the sky like a god looking down on the world, indifferent to everything, as if he was looking down on all living things as if they were mere mayflies. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly spread out from that stalwart figure, soaring into the sky. This place was 10,000 meters deep underground, but that aura instantly penetrated the 10,000 meters thick layer of earth and rocks, directly appearing on the surface and soaring into the sky. In an instant, it turned into a huge dark tree that was 10,000 meters tall, standing between heaven and earth, and emanating an unparalleled dark aura that was boundlessly majestic. This aura was so overwhelming that it seemed to cover a part of the world. Not long after, in the deepest part of the dark Sky Empire's royal family, an aura suddenly spread out, turning into a huge darkness that covered the sky, as if it covered the sun. Its aura was also extremely tyrannical and shocking. Far away in the far west of the dark Sky Empire, there were icebergs that stood tall. The iceberg at the center was 10,000 meters high, towering above the earth and under the sky, not melting for thousands of years. Suddenly, it seemed that, as if sensing something, a little darkness spread out from the deepest part of this huge iceberg, gradually spreading out, and soon filling the entire iceberg. Kacha 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 sounds continued to ring out, and cracks appeared on the huge iceberg. Finally, it shattered, and a stalwart figure sat cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by wisps of dark aura, as if the dark cold air was condensed, turning into layers and layers that swept across the celestial pole. The Demon Emperor-level powerhouses of the Dark Sky Empire felt these 3 auras for the first time, and their expressions changed greatly, becoming extremely solemn. This is. In the depths of the Dark Sky Empire's royal family, an old demon opened his turbid eyes, emitting a rich light. He was very old, so old that he was about to die, but when he opened his eyes, an incomparably shocking aura suddenly burst out, extremely tyrannical. He was a top Demon Emperor-level powerhouse, the Ancestor's aura. It's the Ancestor's aura, excited. This old Demon Emperor was extremely excited. The Ancestor had disappeared for many years, and he thought that the Ancestor had fallen. He did not expect that the Ancestor was still alive, and that kind of excitement could not be described with words. In the Dark Sky Empire, in the Shuma clan, which was ranked second in the Dark Sky Empire, when the 2 demon emperors felt that tyrannical aura, which came from the same source, but was much more powerful. They suddenly trembled, and after looking at each other, their eyes burst out with incomparable excitement, and with a bit of disbelief. Ancestor, that was clearly the aura of the Xianxia clan's ancestor. Still alive, the ancestor was still alive. Demon God, in the Dark Sky Empire, 3 demon gods woke up from their endless slumber. After the 3 demon gods woke up, their auras came into contact with each other, and the ancestor of the Xianxia clan also woke up from the underground cave. It was the demon god that had awakened in the underground cave. He had shared all the information he had obtained with the demon god of Mahakala and the demon god of eternal ice. I did not expect that such a long time had passed since we went into slumber. The dark sky demon god's voice was low, and with a bit of shock. From the demonic universe era to the current chaotic universe era, many universe eras had passed, and how long was a universe era? It was hard to say, as different universe eras existed for long and short periods, but even the short ones could exist for tens of millions of years, and the long ones could even exceed 100 million years. Unexpectedly, they chose to go into slumber when the demonic universe era was on the verge of destruction, and when they woke up again, it was already countless years later. Moreover, the demonic universe era could not withstand the destruction, but there were still fragments that remained. The Dark Sky Empire, this was the empire that the Dark Sky Demon God had created back then. Outsiders, how dare you disguise yourselves as our people and sneak into our world to steal our bloodline? They deserve to die. The Eternal Ice Demon God was furious. His voice contained shocking coldness and murderous intent, as if he wanted to destroy all life. Now, many people have disguised themselves as our people and sneaked into the empire. Find them first, the Xianxia clan's ancestor, Eternal Ice Demon God, said solemnly. The 3 demon gods were filled with shocking murderous intent and anger. During their slumber, even their empire had become a hunting ground for other races. Even if there were demon gods, no, demigods among the other races, their anger could not be quelled. Immediately, the 3 devil gods issued orders for the entire Dark Sky Kingdom to begin a thorough investigation. The Dark Sky Kingdom was in a state of panic, and the geniuses of the ancient divine dynasty who were still in the Dark Sky Kingdom had a bad feeling about this. Suddenly, different people made different choices. Some went into hiding, while others left immediately. Some of them managed to escape, but some of them were caught and their identities were exposed. The 3 demon gods had just woken up from their endless slumber, and their strength had not recovered yet. So, they first recovered their strength, and left everything else to the empire and the various forces to deal with. Let's split up and escape. Whoever can escape will depend on luck, Bai said to Jing Wuxue. The 2 of them had not left until now. They had gained a lot, or rather, a lot. During this period of time, their strength had increased significantly. However, they had not reached the Demon Emperor level. It should be said that they had reached the peak of the Demon King level, and were only a step away from reaching the Demon Emperor level. With such strength, even if they met an ordinary Demon Emperor level, they could still hold their own for a while. However, they were definitely no match for a Demon Emperor. However, compared to when they first entered the Dark Sky Empire, their strength had indeed increased significantly, and they had become stronger. Now, the 2 of them were being chased by a group of Demon King level experts, and many of them were at the peak of the Demon King level. They had never thought that such a thing would happen. What had gone wrong to cause such a thing to happen? One should know that such a situation had never happened before. Now, in the face of the pursuers, the 2 of them were under too much pressure. They could only split up, and let the pursuers scatter. It would depend on their luck. At the divine gate of the ancient divine dynasty, a great formation was operating continuously. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the formation out of thin air. A thought swept across and locked onto the figure. After checking that the figure was fine, the person withdrew his thought. Then, another figure appeared. Several figures appeared one after another. They were all geniuses from the Dark Sky Empire. Basically, they were forced to leave the Dark Sky Empire and return to the ancient divine dynasty because they were being hunted down. However, they didn't feel anything wrong. It was normal to be hunted down. Over the years, they had stayed in the Dark Sky Empire to kill the Demon Kings to extract their bloodlines and snatch their resources. They had fought dozens of battles to the death. It wasn't the first time they were hunted down, so it wasn't strange for them to be hunted down again. However, this time, the hunting force was a little too strong. It was so strong that they had to find a chance to escape. They didn't know that the demon gods had awakened, and they didn't know that the demon gods had found out about their disguises. After dozens of years, leaving the Dark Sky Empire and returning to the ancient divine dynasty was a very common thing. It didn't cause any alarm. Another person appeared in the formation. He had an arrogant expression on his face, and a smile could be seen on his face. He was a genius from the ancient divine reflection sect. A powerful will swept over and landed on him. He passed the test and stepped out of the formation. Bai Hao, this person was Bai Hao, a fellow clansman of Bai Yi. Before entering the Dark Sky Empire, he had threatened Shenzong and Jing Wuxue, telling them not to help Bai Yi. Bai Hao was excited because he had struck gold this time. He had found a drop of blood in the Dark Sky Empire by chance. It was a drop of blood that contained unparalleled power. It was as if there was an endless amount of godly power rolling out from it. Bai Hao knew that he had earned big this time. That drop of blood was absolutely extraordinary, and it had a great effect on him. It was a feeling that came from the deepest part of his heart. After handing over an ordinary demon bloodline, Bai Hao left in a hurry. He wanted to fuse with that drop of blood. That was definitely an extremely high-level bloodline. Inside the secret chamber, Bai Kun activated the formation to conceal his presence. With a flip of his hand, a drop of blood the size of a duck's egg appeared in his palm. The drop of blood did not scatter on Bai Kun's palm. Instead, it condensed into a ball that was as thick as mercury. The drop of blood was completely black. It was so black that it looked like an abyss. It made people feel an indescribable throbbing from the deepest part of their hearts. Bai Hao stared at the drop of blood and felt the power contained in it. It was so strong that he couldn't measure it. What level of bloodline is this? Bai Hao's voice was filled with indescribable excitement. Could it be elite level? No, it didn't feel like it was an elite bloodline. Could it be a peak bloodline that was even higher than the elite bloodline? No one in the ancient god dynasty had ever obtained a top-notch bloodline. The higher the level of the bloodline, the more significant the increase in power and potential after the fusion. It was like the initial potential. The drop of blood was extremely dark. It was so dark that it attracted Bai Hao's mind and will. He couldn't help but swallow it. It went down his throat. An indescribable heat spread out in his body. The heat was just an illusion. It was really cold. It was so cold that it turned into an illusion of heat. Bai Hao felt that his body was on fire and he was about to melt. He activated his cultivation technique and started to refine the bloodline. Strands of dark aura gradually spread out from Bai Hao's body. Soon, it filled the entire secret chamber. Darkness descended and swallowed everything. Time flew by slowly. Day after day, month after month. Sometimes, there were people who escaped from the Dark Sky Empire. However, there were also people who couldn't escape and were kept there forever. Those who escaped all gained something. They each handed in an ordinary demon bloodline and started to cultivate in seclusion to fuse with their demon bloodline. It wasn't easy to fuse with the demon bloodline. It would take at least a year or a few years. The stronger the demon bloodline, the longer it would take to fuse with it. After all, during the process of fusion, one had to avoid being dominated by the will in the bloodline. Instead, one had to suppress, crush, and disperse the will. Only then would one not be affected and lose oneself. The stronger the bloodline, the stronger the will in it. However, Bai Hao only took half a year to successfully refine the drop of blood and the bloodline. Paramount class bloodline. Bai Hao's heart was filled with excitement. He had never imagined that he would obtain a paramount class bloodline. Ordinary, elite, top, and supreme bloodline. Until now, no one in the three divine dynasties had obtained the top bloodline, let alone the supreme bloodline. He didn't know that Shenzong had obtained the top bloodline. After fusing with the supreme bloodline, it meant that he was standing at the peak of his potential. Bai Hao was excited as he felt the power in his body. It was an extremely powerful power. During the process of refining the drop of blood, he didn't encounter any obstacles. It didn't even contain any willpower. Because of this, he was able to refine it in just half a year. The most difficult part of refining the bloodline was the will in it. Baihao's eyes were dark and boundless like an abyss. It was like a black hole that could devour everything. It was extremely terrifying. The corner of his mouth curled up and his face was filled with an evil smile. Powerful, an extremely powerful force surged in his body. It was a powerful force that could suppress and devour everything. It was indescribable. Once it was released, it would definitely shake the heavens and earth. Now, I have the strength of a saint-surpassing realm. Baihao's lips curled into an insolent smile. There were less than 10 saint-surpassing realm experts in the entire ancient divine dynasty. Any one of them was extremely powerful. He had seen the 2 saint-surpassing realm experts in the Holy Gate. Their power was boundless. Now, he wanted to become one of them. Then, he would release his own strength first and see how far he could go. With a loud bang, strands of black runes spread out on Baihao's body. In the blink of an eye, they covered every inch of his body. His eyes were dark and deep. The aura around him was extremely violent and deep. It was as if he had turned into a large mass of darkness that could devour everything. The Mahakala bloodline, it was the bloodline. It was the #1 bloodline in the Mahakala Empire. The Mahakala Emperor's bloodline was also the Mahakala demon god's bloodline. When the bloodline reached its peak, the formation that was running non-stop seemed to be unable to withstand its power. It couldn't help but tremble as if it was about to collapse under the overbearing aura. Just as the formation was about to collapse from the pressure, the aura stopped and began to converge. Baihao's eyes seemed to have changed as well. Is this the so-called ancient divine dynasty of the human race? A strange voice suddenly sounded from Baihao's mouth. His aura seemed to have changed as well. It was different from before. His eyes were aloof and indifferent like a god, looking down on the common people as if they were ants. Baiheng had become a completely different person. He was no longer the Baiheng from before. That drop of blood was the blood that the great dark sky demon god had purposely allowed Baiheng to obtain. It was blood that had been processed. It was blood that had been purposely left behind by a demon god. The means that it contained was not something that Baiheng could see through. Now, Baihao's body had been taken over and he had become a doppelganger of the Mahakala demon god. This was the plan of the 3 awakened demon gods of the Mahakala Empire. As they had been sleeping for too long, they had used up a lot of their strength. Now, they needed to recover. However, in the new era of the universe, they had dared to disguise themselves as members of the demonic race and sneak into their empire. It was unforgivable. Regardless of whether it was revenge or further development, they had to enter the new universe. Only then could the demonic race further develop and pass on their legacy. His original body remained in the Mahakala Empire to recover his strength, while he created a doppelganger to enter the new universe and look for opportunities. Not only him, but Eternal Ice Demon God and Eternal Demon God would also act together. However, he didn't know if they had succeeded. However, according to the memories of the human race that the 3 demon gods had obtained, it shouldn't be difficult for them to succeed. Plan, although they were furious and filled with killing intent, they still needed to plan. This was because in the memories of the human race, there were many demigods in the new universe. Demigods were equivalent to demon gods. They only had 3 demon gods, so it wouldn't be easy for them to enter the new universe. They were trespassers, so the demigods wouldn't just sit by and watch. They needed an opportunity, they needed a suitable opportunity for the Mahakala Empire to descend into the new universe and spread the word. This opportunity couldn't be waited for. It had to be created and fought for. This was also the reason why the 3 demon gods in the Mahakala Empire didn't hesitate to expend their own strength and pay a certain price to create a doppelganger. The Mahakala demon god had already devoured everything of Baihao, so he knew all of Baihao's memories. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for him to disguise himself as Baihao. However, in order to avoid being discovered, he decided to leave. Before he left, he had to find the doppelganger of Eternal Demon God and Eternal Ice Demon God. It would be best if they acted together. With special means, the doppelganger of the Mahakala Demon God did find the doppelganger of Eternal Demon God and Eternal Ice Demon God. Without hesitation, the 3 of them immediately applied to go out and gain experience. It wasn't anything special for the people of the three divine dynasties to go out and gain experience. It had been like this for generations. It was fine as long as they didn't cause any chaos in the human race's territory. Otherwise, the three divine dynasties wouldn't sit by and do nothing. After passing through the mysterious and majestic door, three figures appeared on the huge circular platform. They looked at each other, and there was joy in each other's eyes. In the next moment, the three figures burst out at an amazing speed and left the circular platform in an instant, appearing in the distant void. It is indeed a new universe. An extremely cold voice came from Baihao. Still very immature. The body occupied by the eternal darkness demon god was a disciple of the Spirit Sword sect named Long Qi. The disciples of the Spirit Sword sect were supposed to give people a feeling of lightness and elegance, as if they were immortals. However, at this moment, Long Qi's body lacked that lightness and elegance. Instead, it was more forceful and gloomy. My clan will take root here, prosper again, and become the master of this universe. The body occupied by the eternal frost demon god was a member of the Seven Kills Tower. He wore a mysterious silver-gray mask and his aura was extremely cold. I feel it. It is the bloodline curse seal of my clan. The eternal demon god who occupied Long Qi's body suddenly spoke. His tone was cold and murderous. Bloodline curse seal, the great black sky demon god and the eternal frost demon god were very clear about what this meant. It meant that someone had killed the bloodline descendant of the eternal demon god. Moreover, the descendant was of a very high bloodline. Thus, the bloodline curse seal was planted. If it was just an ordinary bloodline descendant, it would not be enough to form the bloodline curse seal. I will kill this person, the eternal demon god said. As soon as his voice fell, he immediately turned into a stream of light and disappeared before the eyes of the great black sky demon god and the eternal frost demon god. The great black sky demon god and the eternal frost demon god did not stop him. After watching the eternal demon god's body leave, they also took action. First, they entered this universe and further understood everything in this universe. Then, they waited for an opportunity to find the right place and time to lead the descent of the great Black Sky Empire. This would allow the Demon Man clan to truly return to the universe, take root in the universe, and finally dominate this universe. For the continuation, inheritance, and development of their race, they could not afford to be careless at any step. After all, there were quite a number of demigod-level powerhouses in this universe. Once they realized that something was amiss, they would definitely take action. By then, the plan of Mahakala's descent might fail. Shenzong obtained another batch of chaotic divine gems. Without holding anything back, he threw the millions of chaotic divine gems into the fragment of world. He let the pure vital chi inside the fragment of world nourish the fragment of world, causing the fragment of world to expand and strengthen. Cultivators had to obtain chaotic divine crystals because it was related to their own cultivation. It was just like how money was to ordinary people. Without money, how would they be able to live? It would be difficult for them to move a single step and might even starve to death. The more powerful a cultivator was, the faster they could obtain chaotic divine gems. In the past, Shenzong would have to go through a lot of danger and time to obtain a few million chaotic divine gems, but now, a few million chaotic divine gems were nothing to Shenzong. All he had to do was enter a chaotic level forbidden area and plunder the treasures there. For example, the Light Flame Origin in the Great Light Flame Mountain could easily be sold for millions of chaotic divine crystals. The problem now was not how fast Shenzong and Yunyanxin could obtain chaotic divine gems, but the restriction caused by the environment. To use an analogy, the most valuable thing in the Great Light Flame Mountain was the Light Flame Origin. A single Light Flame Origin was worth a few million chaotic divine gems. To the cultivators in the outside world, it was definitely a huge fortune. It was a fortune that true God Realm Masters did not possess. However, the birth of the Light Flame Origin required a long time. It was normal for it to take a few decades or even 100 years. Moreover, there would not be many of them born at once. Sometimes there would be only one, sometimes there would be a few. In short, it was quite rare. Even if there were 100 Light Flame Origins, Shenzong could get them without any danger. However, the problem was that there was none. There was not even one Light Flame Origin left. It was this restriction that caused Qianzong to only obtain a few million chaotic divine gems over the years. Otherwise, it would not be difficult to obtain tens of millions of chaotic divine gems. Qianzong frowned suddenly. He could vaguely feel a deep and obscure murderous intent permeating from the void. However, it was so strong and sharp that the moment it appeared, it made his hair stand on end. Who was it? Whose murderous intent was this? Where did this murderous intent come from? Qianzong's mind spun in an instant. It was faster than lightning as he analyzed and speculated all kinds of things. Given his current strength, which was at the limitless transcending saint realm, there were very few people who could give him such a sense of danger. Even if the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor of the Divine Brilliance dynasty unleashed his full strength, it would be difficult to give him such a strong sense of danger. Then, what kind of existence was it? Was it a demigod? He did not have any grudges with any demigod, right? It seemed that he had not taken the initiative to provoke any demigod, so they had no reason to attack him. Aside from the demigod, who could give him such a strong and soul-stirring sense of danger? For a moment, Qianzong's mind kept flashing. Countless thoughts flew past, but he could not think of who it was. Suddenly, Qianzong thought of Lord Xianxia, whom he had killed. Could it be that the demigod ancestor of the Xianxia divine palace wanted to avenge Lord Xianxia and wanted to attack him? However, it should not be. Qianzong did not know the temperament of a demigod, but he was sure that different demigods had different temperaments. Perhaps his guess was possible. However, if it was a demigod who wanted to attack him, the sense of danger would definitely not stop there. It would not give him such a terrifying feeling, but it did not give him the feeling of a catastrophe. It seemed that he could resist it. If it was a demigod who attacked him, could he resist it? The more he cultivated and comprehended, the more Qianzong felt that a demigod, even if his strength could reach the limit of the surpassing sage realm, was not sure that he could face a demigod. Or, the coming crisis was not man-made, but a disaster? Nianqin, you go into the world fragment first, Qianzong said to Nianqin while thinking. Nianqin was slightly stunned. Then she looked at Qianzong and nodded. She did not ask anything. Don't worry. Qianzong smiled and put Nianqin into the world fragment. In this way, even if there was a crisis, he could deal with it better. After all, although Nianqin's current strength had reached the peak of the Demon King realm, which was only one step away from the Demon Overlord realm, it was still not enough. This strength was at most a match for an ordinary Demon Overlord realm. It was still too weak. After letting Nianqin enter the world fragment, Qianzong also put away the world fragment and protected it firmly. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Then, no matter what the crisis was, whether it was a disaster or a strong enemy, if it was inevitable, then it would come. Qianzong did not wait in place. Instead, he flew into the depths of the universe void, away from those cities. If there was really a strong enemy attacking, a battle was bound to break out. If he was too close to the cities of the human race and the origin race, he might be affected and damaged because of the strong aftermath of the battle. Even the defenses of the chaos-level cities could not completely withstand the power of the ultimate transcending saint realm. Time flew by swiftly. Not only did that feeling of danger not vanish along with Qianzong's flight, it grew stronger and stronger instead. Until one day, Qianzong felt as if traces of burning heat were rising from his neck, and he faintly felt a piercing pain. Qianzong was instantly stunned, and a wisp of disbelief flashed within his eyes. Bloodline curse seal, it was the bloodline curse seal that reacted. What did this have to do with the approaching crisis? Qianzong would not forget that this bloodline curse seal came from Shumuyuan in the Dark Sky Empire, and then it was strengthened by a demon overlord of the Shumuyuan clan. However, the Dark Sky Empire belonged to the demon overlord realm of the universe era. It was not in the same universe era as the chaotic universe. It was not the difference of time and space. Because of this, the bloodline curse seal did not have any effect on Qianzong. Therefore, Qianzong did not care much. Why did the bloodline curse seal react like this now? What was going on? For a moment, Qianzong thought of many things. Intuitively speaking, if the bloodline curse seal reacted, then the pursuer should be related to the bloodline curse seal. However, the Shumuyuan clan was related to the bloodline curse seal. The Shumuyuan clan was in the Dark Sky Empire, and the Dark Sky Empire was in the Demon Overlord realm of the universe era of the Demon Overlord realm. Could it be that the experts of the Shumuyuan clan came out of the Dark Sky Empire? Chen Zong could not help guessing, but he dismissed this guess. First, there was a demigod in the ancient god dynasty. Once they appeared, they would be locked on by the demigod's mind to check. Second, the most powerful experts of the Shumuyuan clan were demon overlords, and at most, they were limit demon overlords. Chen Zong was also at the limit demon overlord level, so he should not have felt such a strong sense of danger. Chen Zong did not know what was going on, but he was sure that he was in trouble, big trouble. He could not figure it out. Since he could not avoid it, then he had to face it head-on. If he wanted to kill him, then he was an enemy. If he was an enemy, then he would kill him. Chen Zong did not leave, but stood in the void, waiting for the arrival of the person who brought him such a strong sense of danger. He also wanted to see who it was. This place was already at the edge of the original human territory. Everything around it was empty, as if nothing existed. It was extremely far away from the cities. Even if a fierce battle erupted here, its aura would not be able to reach the nearest city through such a long distance. It would be impossible for people to sense it, not to mention that the shockwaves from the battle were too strong and would endanger the safety of those cities. Breath adjustment, Chen Zong slowly operated his own cultivation method, and an extremely vigorous mixed yuan heart force was constantly operating in his body. It was at its most condensed and peak state at all times. The next moment, Chen Zong's eyes suddenly narrowed, emitting a cold light as he stared ahead. Here it comes. A dark light broke through the sky like a meteor, and a strong and cold aura spread out. The sense of crisis was extremely strong. Chen Zong's eyes narrowed slightly as a bright light flickered in them. He locked onto the figure and saw through the darkness. He was stunned. At that time, there were dozens of ancient god dynasty geniuses who entered the demon's universal era fragment. Chen Zong remembered every one of them with his excellent memory. Now, the person who was approaching him and bringing him a strong sense of crisis was one of them. If he remembered correctly, the other party should be a genius of the Spirit Sword sect, a disciple of the Spirit Sword sect named Lan Qi. However, Chen Zong still clearly remembered that the disciples of the Spirit Sword sect that he had seen at that time were all like sword immortals. They were completely different from the gloomy demonic Qi that he had seen before. Could it be that he was not a disciple of the Spirit Sword sect, but just someone who looked like him? As the other party approached, the bloodline curse mark on Chen Zong's neck became more and more hot. Chen Zong understood that this person must be related to the Shuma clan of the Dark Sky Empire. But, what was going on, he could not figure it out. The closer he got, the angrier the eternal demon god's avatar became. However, the angrier he was, the colder his eyes became, and the more gloomy his aura became. He drew his sword and struck across the sky. A dark sword light instantly broke through the sky like an evil dragon roaring. The tyrannical power of the sword made Chen Zong's expression suddenly change. Chen Zong instantly judged that the power of this sword had reached the limit of the demon emperor level. It was very powerful. The heavenly will sword was unsheathed, and the sword light broke through the sky like a dragon. However, it was instantly shattered by the evil dragon-like sword light. Chen Zong's figure flashed, and at the same time, he was armed with the ancient god sword armor. His body drew an arc in the void, and like a swallow flying back, he slashed out a second time. Divine Firmament, the first move was a secret sword killer move. The threat this person brought was so strong that Chen Zong did not want to test him. He directly used all his strength to defeat him. The moment Divine Firmament's sword slashed out, a dark shadow bloomed behind Chen Zong, turning into a fist-sized black hole vortex that spun endlessly, as if it was swallowing something. The 7 void aperture acupoints were connected to Chen Zong's body. The pure and vigorous heart of the void acupoints were constantly replenished, so that Chen Zong's cultivation strength was at its peak state. It was difficult to raise one's cultivation, be it in terms of quality or quantity. Therefore, Chen Zong had been constantly tempering his divine will over the years. Even though it was difficult to raise it, after so many years, he had more or less made some progress, becoming increasingly powerful. Overall, Chen Zong's strength had increased by another step. Chen Zong. Of his strength. Fierce fight, an extremely fierce fight, Chen Zong suppressed his opponent. Even though his opponent brought him a very strong threat, that kind of life and death crisis was like a sharp sword floating above his head, endlessly. Endangering his life, his opponent was suppressed in a single exchange of blows. The eternal demon god's avatar was no match for Xianxia. Not only was he suppressed, but he was also hit by divine firmament's sword from time to time. Everything in the world turned to dust. The sword broke through the air, and the incomparably dark sword light filled the air with unparalleled destructive power, as if it could destroy and annihilate everything. It immediately hit the avatar of the eternal demon god. Under the terrible annihilation sword chi, the avatar of the eternal demon god was immediately defeated and dissipated. Xianxia looked very serious. He did not know why, but the sense of crisis in his heart did not weaken. On the contrary, it seemed to become more intense. Under Xianxia's gaze, the defeated dragon ruler turned into a mass of darkness. The darkness continued to spread and gradually turned into a 1,000-meter-tall tree. The eternal darkness tree. Xianxia was horrified. How could dragon ruler, a human, become the eternal darkness tree? It was not impossible to say that dragon ruler had integrated the bloodline of the eternal darkness tree, but could the integrated bloodline do this? With the appearance of the eternal darkness tree, a body appeared on the thick trunk. The face was especially prominent. It looked similar to dragon ruler, but there were some differences. It was extremely eerie. A terrible aura continued to spread and turned into an indescribable dark storm. It seemed to crush Xianxia. Heart palpitations, Xianxia felt a sense of suffocation. This aura was much stronger than before, and it was even more terrifying. He unconsciously felt a sense of trepidation, and his entire body could not help but tremble. It seemed to be a kind of congenital oppression. It was a kind of oppression on the level of life. Demigod, demon god. In an instant, Xianxia's mind spun rapidly. He calculated a lot. Could it be that there was a demon god expert in the Xianxia clan of the Dark Sky Empire who had awakened and used some means to enter dragon ruler's body and deceive the demigod of the ancient Zhao god dynasty to sneak here to kill him? A demon god expert went through a lot of trouble to leave the Dark Sky Empire and enter the chaotic universe just to kill him. Thinking about it, he felt that he had a lot of face. It should be known that this was a demon god expert, a high and mighty demigod existence. Thinking about it, it should not be possible. However, who knew, especially if it was a demon god expert? It should be known that the temperament of the demonic tribe was relatively more extreme than that of the human tribe. Of course, there were also very extreme people in the human tribe, but overall, the human tribe's temperament was relatively gentler than that of the demonic tribe. Xianxia immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. A demonic tribe expert of the Dark Sky Empire, and even a demon god expert, had appeared in the chaotic universe. This was no small matter. It should be known that the three great divine dynasties were guarding against accidents, so they allowed the experts of the prehistoric universe era to enter this universe, and even let the demigod expert to guard and monitor. It was enough to show the importance of this matter. Run, without hesitation, Xianxia immediately burst out with extreme speed to escape. This news had to be sent back no matter what, and let the demigod know. The moment Xianxia moved, the face on the thick trunk immediately revealed a ferocious and cold expression. The thousands of branches suddenly trembled and erupted in an instant, bringing with them strands of dark aura as they tore through the air. It was like the attack of thousands of swords. Every single branch carried with it an extremely terrifying might that could shatter everything. It was as if thousands of peerless swordsmen had waved their sharp swords at him in an instant, and each sword was at the level of an ultimate demon emperor. Its power was extremely terrible, and it made Xianxia's expression change drastically. He turned around and waved his sword, and the ancient stars bombarded out, and the star's shadow rolled and crushed toward him. In an instant, the star's shadow was broken, but it also bought Xianxia an instant of time to escape. Not a demigod. Xianxia could not help but think to himself. If it was a demon god expert equivalent to a demigod, he should not have been able to resist. But now, although there was a fatal danger, he could resist it, which was enough to prove that the opponent was not a real demon god. Then what was it? A fake demon god? What Xianxia did not know was that this was just an avatar of the eternal demon god, and its strength naturally could not reach the level of a demon god. At most, it was at the level of an ultimate demon emperor. However, because its essence was that of a demon god, it had the superb realm and great power of a demon god, so its avatar had some of the essence of a demon god. The power of an ultimate demon emperor had part of the essence of a demon god. When combined, it was naturally not comparable to an ordinary ultimate demon emperor. It was extremely tyrannical, surpassing the level of a demon emperor, but not reaching the level of a demon god. Now, the avatar of the eternal demon god was at this level, and it was also because of this level that Qianzong felt so frightened. Qianzong knew that he was no match for it, and he also knew the seriousness of the matter, so he immediately escaped. However, the purpose of the avatar of the eternal demon god was to kill Qianzong, the human who dared to kill his bloodline descendant, and avenge his bloodline descendant. How could he let Qianzong go, run, chase? The mixed element heart force was constantly being consumed, and Qianzong's expression was cold. He felt that danger was constantly coming from behind him. The terrifying branches were like sharp swords piercing through the air, as if they were going to pierce through Qianzong's body and leave him full of holes. The avatar of the eternal demon god was like a maggot in a tarsal bone, chasing after Qianzong. It looked like it would not stop until Qianzong was dead, which gave Qianzong a headache. Thousands of branches pierced through the air, piercing through the void and shattering it. Then, a terrifying pressure directly hit, like a vast divine power. Qianzong was hit in an instant, and he only felt his divine will tremble, as if it was about to collapse. His thoughts also paused for a moment. With that pause, thousands of branches pierced through the air from all directions like sharp swords. Explode, the mixed element heart force exploded tenfold, and the secret sword of blood Azura was displayed. The blood-red shadow appeared, and the surrounding void seemed to be stagnant for a moment. The thousands of branches from all directions were also affected and paused for a moment. However, the realm of the avatar of the eternal demon god was, after all, higher than Qianzong's. Under the eruption of the blood Azura, it did not have much effect. However, just a moment of stagnation was enough for Qianzong to seize the opportunity to strike. Everything in the world returned to the void. He struck out with his sword, and it was a sword strike under the explosion of the mixed element heart force. It was a powerful sword strike, an unstoppable sword strike, and a destructive sword strike. Under the sword strike, the branches in front of him were immediately smashed, creating a hole. Qianzong seized the opportunity to become one with his sword, and in an instant, he shuttled through the hole. If this goes on, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to get away. Qianzong felt the consumption of his power when he had just exploded, and his expression became more and more dignified. Whether it was the explosion of the mixed element heart force, the blood Azura, or the everything in the world returning to the void, the power was amazing, but unfortunately, the consumption was too great. Even if there were 7 void aperture acupoints as a supplement, it could not withstand the high-intensity explosion. According to the situation, his opponent was determined to kill him and would not give up. Suddenly, Qianzong's eyes lit up, and a flash of determination flashed across his face. In the boundless void, a vortex slowly appeared. It was like a passageway, but also a door. What was that? Would it be dangerous? Qianzong didn't think too much about it. Taking advantage of the fact that he still had some cultivation power, he could still burst out with powerful strength. He had to seize the opportunity. Otherwise, if he waited until his strength was almost exhausted, he would become too passive. Without hesitation, Qianzong directly rushed into the vortex. The eternal demon god's avatar did not stop at all. He chased after Qianzong, and thousands of branches broke through the void like sharp swords, as if they were going to break the vortex. However, the vortex continued to spin as if it was not affected in the slightest. The tyrannical attack from the tens of thousands of branches was unable to do anything to it. Just as the eternal demon god's avatar was about to enter the vortex suddenly stopped and shrank, causing the eternal demon god's avatar to miss. Anger, rage, tens of thousands of branches erupted with extremely terrifying demonic might. Each branch was burning with endless demonic flames. Their ferocious might was monstrous as they blasted out in all directions. Immediately, the void within a radius of tens of thousands of meters was shattered, revealing an extremely huge black hole. It was swallowing and spitting out an extremely terrifying aura of destruction as if it was going to destroy everything. The eternal demon god's avatar stood in the center of the huge black hole, and thousands of branches danced, looking even more terrifying and shocking. After Qianzong rushed into the vortex, he felt that everything had slowed down. It felt as if the flow of time had slowed down, and the movement of space had also slowed down. After an unknown amount of time, Qianzong finally made it out of the vortex. The place he appeared in was another void. This void was different from the one he had been in before. Calm, Qianzong felt that this void was very calm. If the void was compared to a sea, then the previous void was a sea with wind and waves, constantly surging. But now, the void was calm, like a dead sea. It was too calm, so calm that Qianzong felt that it was a little unusual, and even a little strange. Where was this place? While he was surprised, Qianzong didn't stay in the same place. Instead, he moved quickly. Where was this place? He needed to have a good look. Qianzong also found that the qi of heaven and earth was not absent here, but it was very lazy, as if it was asleep. The great way of heaven and earth was the same. It was not that it did not exist, but it was as if it was asleep. If a person came here alone, it would be a big problem. It would be very troublesome. Such a place was very unfriendly to practitioners. It was impossible to mobilize the yuan qi of heaven and earth and the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was like a tiger without teeth, claws, and tail. However, this did not affect Qianzong much. In fact, it was almost negligible. In this way, Qianzong was more confident in dealing with all possible dangers. Qianzong kept moving and flying, exploring the silent and calm void. After a while, he saw a house. To be more precise, it looked like a temple. A temple in a silent void. Why did it feel a little strange? No, it was quite strange. While feeling strange, Qianzong was also a little vigilant. After all, there was a temple in such a place. He felt that it was unusual. Then, what was in the temple? It appeared. The temple did not look big, as if it was a small temple in the mountains. If it was placed on a small mountain, it would indeed be as inconspicuous as a small temple in the mountains. However, in such a vast and boundless void, which was like the Dead Sea, it was unusual no matter how one looked at it. The temple was not big, and it looked very ordinary from the outside. It looked a little old and mottled, but for some reason, Qianzong felt that the temple was full of a mysterious aura. Should he enter the temple? Qianzong was hesitating. The temple was too mysterious. It was so mysterious that Qianzong couldn't see through it at all. Even when the mixed yuan heart force spread out and covered the temple, he couldn't see what was mysterious about it. Therefore, he was completely unable to determine what was in the temple. What if there was a danger that he couldn't resist after entering? The expert who seemed to be in the demon god realm didn't chase after him for some reason. It meant that he was temporarily out of danger. If there was a danger in the temple that he couldn't resist, wouldn't he be walking into a trap? However, he couldn't stay here forever. How could he leave? Perhaps the key lay in the temple in front of him. Should he take a risk, or should he stay put? Qianzong didn't think too much, nor did he think for too long. He made a prompt decision to enter the temple and take a risk. With his strength, as long as he didn't face a crisis in the demigod realm, he could resist it for a while. He wouldn't be killed immediately. Taking a step forward, Qianzong was about to step into the temple when a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, causing him to stop in his tracks. The temple. Qianzong seemed to be talking to himself. A long time ago, when he had just left the small chaotic world and entered the chaotic universe, he had inquired about all kinds of information about the chaotic universe. He remembered that there were records about the temple at that time, but it was just a saying. There was very little useful information, almost nothing. Over the years, Qianzong had never encountered a temple, so he didn't know much about it. The only thing he knew was that there was a god in the temple. So, what was a god? He didn't know. Was it a demigod realm? He didn't know either. In short, he didn't know anything. Then, was this small temple in front of him, which looked old and mottled but was filled with endless mysterious aura, the legendary temple? If so, why did he come here? With these thoughts in mind, Qianzong stepped forward again and walked toward the small temple in front of him. Whether it was a temple or not, since he was here, he had to take a look. The door of the small temple was ajar. Through the crack of the door, he could only see endless darkness, as if it was the darkness of a boundless universe. When he pushed open the ajar door, the darkness seemed to shroud him, but it was so calm. The more it was so, the more it made people's hearts palpitate involuntarily. Chenzong looked dignified, but his eyes were extremely firm. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped directly into the temple. When Chenzong's feet had completely stepped into the temple, the boundless darkness seemed to have disappeared, and only a statue appeared in front of him. It seemed that this was a very small temple. In the small temple, there was no incense except for the statue. Staring at the statue, it seemed ordinary, but it seemed to be full of indescribable majesty. Chenzong felt that the statue seemed to be staring at him. This discovery made Chenzong frown slightly. His eyes became more and more focused, as if he wanted to see through the statue. The mixed yuan heart force also covered the statue. Stone. Chenzong suddenly showed a look of surprise. Under the probing of the mixed yuan heart force, the statue was made of stone, and it gave Chenzong a very ordinary feeling. That's not right. After a careful look, Chenzong raised his eyebrows slightly. He vaguely felt that the statue was somewhat familiar. To be precise, the statue's appearance was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Chenzong couldn't help but recall carefully. However, he had lived for many years and experienced many things. These had all become memories in his mind, constantly accumulating and becoming very vigorous, like the sea. Therefore, it was not so easy to find this familiar feeling in his vast memory. Fortunately, Chenzong had the Heart Sutra, so he could instantly search through his own memories and dig them out at a faster speed. Senior Devil Heart. Chenzong couldn't help but exclaim. The statue's face was very similar to Senior Devil Heart's. Senior Devil Heart was an expert of the Will Heavenly Palace, a god of the Will Heavenly Palace. He had chosen Chenzong and cast his second heart, and had protected Chenzong through many dangers before finally growing up. However, in the outer universe of the last universe, when Chenzong broke through to the fifth realm, Senior Devil Heart disappeared. Chenzong couldn't find any clues and had no idea where Senior Devil Heart had gone. After a universe, after so many years, Chenzong didn't expect to see a statue that was 70 to 80% similar to Senior Devil Heart here. Could it be a coincidence? Suddenly, Chenzong saw that the statue's face suddenly revealed a smile, which made Chenzong's expression change greatly. How could a statue made of stone smile? Chenzong was very vigilant. From the beginning, he felt that there was something strange about this temple. Sure enough, this stone statue was also strange. He didn't let his guard down just because the statue's face was similar to Senior Devil Heart's. Chenzong, long time no see. A voice suddenly sounded. The voice was very ethereal, as if it came from a distant time and space. It passed through the endless void and finally reached Chenzong's ears. The voice was ethereal and mysterious. However, Chenzong still heard a trace of familiarity from the voice. In an instant, it overlapped with Senior Devil Heart's voice in his memory. Senior Devil Heart? Chenzong asked in a probing manner. It's me. The voice sounded again. It was less ethereal and more solid, as if it was approaching. The next moment, a faint layer of light spread out from the statue. As time passed, the light gradually became stronger. Finally, the light became so strong that a vague shadow was born from the light. In the next breath, the shadow that was born from the light took a step forward. The step seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. As the shadow took that step, its body rapidly condensed. In the end, when the shadow stepped out of the range of the statue's light, it had already condensed to the extreme, as if it had become a real entity. It was a figure wearing a black robe. The black robe was covered with golden lines. It looked indescribably majestic and gorgeous, but also indescribably mysterious. Senior Devil Heart? Chenzong stared at the figure wearing a luxurious and mysterious black robe with golden patterns, his tone full of doubt and inquiry. It's me. This was indeed Devil Heart. Back then, he had attached himself to Chenzong to protect Chenzong. He was the Devil Heart of the Will Heavenly Palace's deity. Seeing Senior Devil Heart again, even with Chenzong's temperament, he couldn't help but feel extremely excited. Devil Heart was also very happy to see Chenzong again. No matter what, no matter how the universe had changed, Chenzong had always been a disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace, the most outstanding disciple. Immediately, the two of them began to talk. In particular, Qianzong was very curious as to why Devil Heart had disappeared back then. It turned out that when Qianzong had broken through to the fifth realm, Devil Heart had also been stripped off by the will of the outer universe and integrated into the will of the outer universe. Devil Heart's form was very special. It wasn't a living being or a spirit body, but a very wonderful condensation of will. In other words, it wasn't completely integrated, but it had become the representative of the will of the outer universe. At that time, Devil Heart had been in a state of integration with the will of the outer universe and would eventually completely become the will of the outer universe. Unfortunately, it failed at the last moment because the ancient demon demigod had broken the will of the outer universe. At that time, Qianzong had been able to obtain the final gift of the will of the outer universe, which was also related to Devil Heart. It was driven by him, but Qianzong didn't know at that time, and Devil Heart had been unable to communicate with Qianzong at that time. In the new chaotic universe, Devil Heart was equivalent to the representative of the will of the outer universe in the prehistoric era. However, because the will of the outer universe had been broken, he had fallen into a deep sleep. In the process of his sleep, he had also integrated into the will of the chaotic universe little by little. However, the chaotic universe was a powerful universe, a complete universe. It wasn't a broken universe like the one in the prehistoric era. Although it was just a newborn, it was very complete in all aspects. Under such circumstances, the demonic heart simply couldn't replace the will of the chaotic universe. It could only merge with it and become its spokesperson. If the chaotic universe was likened to a sect, then the will of the chaotic universe would be the sect master. Replacing the sect master would be akin to usurping the throne. Demon Heart's current status was like an elder of a sect. Although his status was not as high as the sect master's, he still held some authority in the sect. Gods, this was the so-called truth of the temple gods. In the legends of the chaotic great cosmos, the gods were the spokespersons of the universe will. For example, an elder of a sect. In such a large sect, there must be more than one elder. Moreover, there were differences in status between the elders. Different levels of status determined the power they held. This time, Qianzong had been chased by the avatar of the eternal demon god and almost couldn't escape. Demon Heart had just awakened and successfully held some authority in the chaotic universe. He had opened a passage, allowing Qianzong to escape the pursuit of the avatar of the eternal demon god and enter the place that belonged to him. This was the domain of the demonic heart's temple. After listening to Demon Heart's explanation, Qianzong immediately understood, but he still felt a little dazed. Gods, Senior Demon Heart had been a god of the Heavenly Intention Palace. He had voluntarily become a god after his death so that he could protect the outstanding disciples of the Heavenly Intention Palace. That god wasn't a god, but a body of will, a unique spirit body that could become the protector of others. But now, Devil's Heart was a true god, a god that controlled part of the universe. However, there was one point, and that was the authority of the Demon Heart. Its duty was to maintain the stability of the universe and prevent it from being destroyed. It could not deliberately target anyone unless that person caused great damage to the universe. Of course, if an existence could cause great damage to the universe, his or her strength must be very terrifying. It would be difficult for the gods to deal with him or her. This was because the real strength of the gods was not their strength, but the authority obtained by integrating part of the will of the universe. It was not direct strength. A simple analogy was that the elders of a sect were not necessarily very strong. Perhaps there were people outside the sect who were much stronger than the elders. In any case, with the help of Demon Heart, Qianzong had temporarily escaped the pursuit of the avatar of the eternal demon god. However, it was only a temporary escape. As long as the bloodline curse seal on his neck existed, once Qianzong left the divine spirit domain, he would be sensed by the eternal demon god again and be hunted down again. How could he get rid of the pursuit? There were two ways. One was to kill the enemy. As long as the enemy was dead, there would naturally be no pursuer. The second was to get rid of the bloodline curse seal on his body. I can help you suppress the bloodline curse seal on your body, Demon Heart said with a smile. He said to suppress, not eliminate. Suppression and elimination were two different concepts. Elimination was to directly destroy, expel, and no longer exist. Suppression was to cover it up, but it still existed. As a god, why couldn't he eliminate it? There were too many aspects involved. Gods were not true gods or demigods. They were not omnipotent. Moreover, this bloodline curse seal did not come from this universe. It came from the ancient universe, and it was a very powerful ancient universe. However, even if it could not be eliminated, it was good to be able to suppress it. At least it could eliminate the hidden dangers to a certain extent. Previously, Chenzong did not take the bloodline curse seal to heart. He thought that after leaving the Dark Sky Empire and being separated by a universe era, there would be no hindrance. However, this pursuit made Chenzong understand that he must not have any wishful thinking. As long as it was something that was harmful to him, he should eliminate it as soon as possible and suppress it as soon as possible. Otherwise, he did not know when it would bring him great trouble. "Senior, please do it," Chenzong immediately said to Demon Heart. Demon Heart nodded and formed a seal with his hands. It turned into a black gold seal that flew out and fell directly on Chenzong's neck, landing on the bloodline curse seal on his neck. The bloodline curse seal seemed to instinctively sense that something was wrong and immediately burst out with amazing fluctuations. Bursts of blazing flames burned, as if to incinerate Chenzong. It constantly resisted, but it was suppressed by the black gold seal. Not long after, Chenzong felt that the bloodline curse seal on his neck disappeared. However, when he sensed it carefully, he could still feel the existence of the bloodline curse seal. It was as if it had fallen asleep and no longer emitted the slightest aura. This was because the bloodline curse seal was covered with a layer of black gold divine patterns that wrapped around it like a net. With the bloodline curse mark finally suppressed, Chenzong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, the suppression of the bloodline curse seal was not a long-term solution. It would be best if it could be dispelled, but Chenzong could not do it for the time being. In addition, he had to kill the people who were chasing him. Chenzong was facing a problem, which was that he was not strong enough. "I can send you to the Great Divine King to practice," Demon Heart said with a smile. Great Divine King. Chenzong was a little confused. After Demon Heart's explanation, he understood that it was a division of authority, or a division of status, among the gods. Ultimate God, Divine King, and Great Divine King. The level of status determined the level of authority that the gods held. For example, Demon Heart was the lowest level of the gods, which was the ultimate god level. The authority that he held was very limited. In the entire chaotic universe, there was only one great divine king. The existence of the gods was a secret to many creatures in the universe. Only a few people knew of their existence, but even if they knew of their existence, they might not have seen them. Of course, there were legends about temples and gods in the outside world. Legends were legends after all, and there was a difference between reality and the so-called temples. Many people even thought that the so-called temples and gods did not exist at all. "Let's go, I'll take you to see the Great Divine King," Demon Heart said. Immediately, he grabbed Chenzong's arm. In an instant, Chenzong felt that everything in front of him was changing, as if the sea had turned into mulberry fields. He felt as if he had not moved, but he seemed to have moved again. When Chenzong came back to his senses, he immediately found that the surroundings were different. He was no longer in Demon Heart's temple, but in a void, an extremely calm and silent void. In Chenzong's perception, this void was quieter than the previous void because the essence of the world and the great way of heaven and earth became more stable, as if solidified. Vaguely, Chenzong seemed to feel an even more astonishing aura, which was full of immeasurable majesty. In front of Chenzong's eyes was a star. It was a star that looked very clear and slowly rotated. The star was not big, its diameter was estimated to be only 100,000 meters. Compared to the stars he had seen before, it was undoubtedly very small. Even Chenzong could clearly see everything on the star. There was a forest, a mountain, a lake, a wilderness, and a thatched cottage. Demon Heart took the lead, followed by Chenzong. The two of them flew toward the star. The closer they got, the slower Chenzong felt that his flying speed was decreasing. It seemed that the star was very close, but there was also a feeling that it was infinitely stretched. That feeling was like looking at the blue sky and feeling that it was very close, as if he could reach out and touch it, but in fact, it was very far away. It seemed that there was an infinite distance between them, and no matter how they flew, they could not reach it. Demon Heart paused, then grabbed Qinzong's arm again. His expression was stern, and his eyes seemed to be filled with endless divine light. There was also a layer of light on his body, which then spread to Qinzong and covered the surface of Qinzong's body. This layer of light was a kind of power of the gods. Qinzong tried to perceive it carefully, but he could not feel anything. He only felt that the layer of power did not exist, but he could see it with his eyes. After being covered by the divine light, Demon Heart continued to fly forward. Qinzong immediately found that the seemingly unreachable feeling disappeared, and the star was rapidly enlarging in front of him. The two of them kept getting closer to the surface of the star, and finally arrived. Landing, in an instant, it seemed that they had penetrated an invisible membrane. Demon Heart and Qinzong's bodies seemed to be pulled by a force, and they fell quickly. That force fell directly on Qinzong's body, causing Qinzong to sink continuously. Involuntarily, he felt as if an infinite weight had been applied to him. Fast, extremely fast, after passing through the invisible film, Qinzong and Demon Heart's bodies fell at an astonishing speed, like two meteors. Boom, boom. Two dull sounds were heard, and smoke and dust filled the air. Qinzong and Demon Heart fell directly to the ground. The ground under Qinzong's feet shattered and collapsed. His feet sank 3 inches into the ground, and the terrible force shook Qinzong's body. Cracks appeared on the surface of his body, as if he had suffered a terrible attack in an instant. The mixed Yuan heart force was consumed, and the cracks on his body quickly disappeared. His injuries were healed. As for Demon Heart, the moment she fell to the ground, divine light covered her body. She paused for a moment, then landed steadily on the hard ground without any injuries. Heavy, Qinzong only felt that it was incomparably heavy. It was so heavy that it was difficult for him to move. On the other hand, Demon Heart's body was covered by a layer of divine light, so she was not affected. Qinzong, the great divine king's divine star, has unpredictable power. I can use the power of the divine spirit to offset it, but I can't help you. You have to rely on your own ability. Demon Heart said to Qinzong, only when you have adapted to the power here and can move normally can you see the great divine king and ask for his advice. Qinzong nodded with difficulty. Demon Heart also nodded. Her body moved, and she floated forward a few meters from the ground. Qinzong did not move. Instead, he slowly adjusted his breathing. This kind of heavy feeling was too strong, and he had never experienced it before. It was as if gravity had been increased countless times, or his own weight had been increased countless times. In short, Qinzong felt heavy, incomparably heavy. His entire body was heavy, so heavy that it was difficult for him to move. Breathe, even his breathing had become very heavy. After adjusting his breathing and stabilizing, Qinzong tried to lift his feet and pull them out of the hard ground. It was very difficult, and he could not rush it. He could only pull them up bit by bit. On this planet, in front of the thatched cottage, there was a huge open space. In the open space, there was a 100-meter-tall tree. On the tree, there was a golden-furred monkey running around. It looked a little thin and weak. In the sky, there was a white crane soaring. Under the tree, there was a long wooden table with a sheet of white paper on it. A white-haired old man dipped his brush in ink and sketched on the paper. His expression was solemn, his eyes were calm and sincere, and his movements were bold and unrestrained. He was like a grandmaster who had been immersed in the art of painting for countless years. Demon's Heart appeared beside him. When he saw the painting on the white paper, the corners of his eyes involuntarily trembled. His face was filled with shock. Aha! The white-haired old man seemed to be dancing as he sketched a long stroke on the white paper. At the same time, he let out a long sound and casually threw the brush to the side of the shelf. He looked at his painting with his hands behind his back and nodded from time to time. He looked very satisfied. Demon's Heart, take a look at my painting. What do you think of it? The white-haired old man was still staring at his painting as he asked. Great God King's art is unparalleled. Who doesn't know that the works of the great God King are all excellent? Demon's Heart immediately replied. His tone was very decisive, determined, and without hesitation. The golden-furred monkey, who was running around on the tree, seemed to understand. He immediately gave Demon's Heart a look of disdain. He bared his teeth as if he was mocking Demon's Heart for lying through his teeth. The white crane soaring in the sky staggered and almost fell. Not bad. You have a good eye. The white-haired old man was the great God King. He was the only great God King universe spirit in the entire chaotic great universe. He directly managed the laws of the entire universe. As for Demon's Heart, he was at the level of a god. The difference was huge. He only managed a territory, which happened to be the territory of the human race and the origin race. Speak. Why are you looking for me? Great God King, this time, I have brought someone who has a deep relationship with me. He is extremely talented, and I would like you to give him some pointers, Demon's Heart immediately said. The great God King raised his head and looked in the direction of Xianxia. He then nodded. If he can walk in front of me and pass my test, I don't mind giving him some pointers. Then I'll thank you on his behalf, great God King. Demon's Heart immediately bowed. Go. You have just grasped willpower, so it's not suitable for you to leave the realm for too long. You don't want any accidents to happen, the great God King said. Yes. Demon's Heart understood this point. He immediately bid farewell to the great God King and quickly left. As a universe spirit, his duty was to protect the laws of the universe from being broken. Every god-level God King universe spirit had their own area of jurisdiction. Naturally, god-level God Kings had their own areas of jurisdiction, though the god-level God Kings had a larger area of jurisdiction. If it were those old universe spirits who had been overseeing the realm for many years, the possibility of accidents happening would be smaller. However, Demon's Heart was only a newly born God King and had just taken control of a realm. He needed more overseeing to prevent any accidents from happening. The moment Demon's Heart left, the great God King waved his hand again. The white paper immediately rolled up automatically, and a new piece of white paper was laid out. He started painting again. He never got tired of it. Xianxia was not clear about these things. He was constantly working hard to pull his feet out of the ground. Pulling them out did not seem difficult, but because the ground was extremely hard, and the weight was extremely terrifying, it made Xianxia's body extremely heavy. The movement that could have been done easily was now 1,000,000 times more difficult. After a long time, Xianxia lifted his right foot and placed it on the flat ground beside him. He immediately felt that the ground was about to be crushed by him. When he lifted his left foot, Xianxia's mixed origin heart force had been consumed by 50%. This was extremely shocking, and it made Xianxia extremely shocked. Even after a huge battle, the consumption of cultivation energy would not be so shocking. Raising his head, Xianxia looked ahead. There was a strand of aura lingering there. It was an extremely mysterious aura. It should be where the great God King was. He needed to walk in front of the great God King. Only then would he be qualified to ask for guidance on the path of cultivation. If he did not even have the ability to walk in front of the great God King, then how could he ask for guidance? Step forward. When he lifted his right foot, it was incomparably heavy. It was as if there was a tyrannical and powerful palm pressing down on his knee and thigh, constantly exerting force to press down. At the same time, it was as if there was a pair of strong hands tightly holding onto his calf and sole, desperately pulling down, not allowing Xianxia to lift his foot. Inch by inch, he lifted his right foot and slowly moved it forward before slowly placing it down. For every step he took, Xianxia had to spend a few dozen breaths of time and consumed a lot of his cultivation energy. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, Xianxia only walked out. After 10 steps, he discovered that his mixed origin heart force was almost completely consumed. Open. Without hesitation, Xianxia immediately opened his void aperture acupoints. One after another, void aperture acupoints opened. A total of 7 appeared behind Xianxia. Immediately, mixed origin heart force emerged and poured into Xianxia's body to replenish his cultivation energy. His cultivation energy was instantly replenished to the peak. Xianxia took another step forward. Step by step, he moved forward with difficulty. He kept walking towards the great God King. How many steps would it take to walk from here to where the great God King was? He did not give up. He persisted. He kept persisting. That kind of difficulty made Xianxia feel like he was hovering between life and death. It was simply destroying and torturing himself. It seemed that ever since he embarked on the path of cultivation, he had encountered many life and death setbacks. However, it seemed that this was the first time he had encountered such a predicament. That powerful extreme transcendent Saint realm strength seemed to have disappeared here. He had become weaker than an ordinary person. However, it was not that he had lost his powerful strength. Qianzong was still very clear about one point. If he did not have such tyrannical strength, he was afraid that he would not even be able to move here, let alone walk. It was very likely that he would fall into a meat patty and die an unnatural death. The mixed origin heart force was constantly being consumed at an astonishing speed. Even his recovery speed could not keep up. Qianzong could not do anything about it. He could only move forward step by step, hoping to reach the great God King as soon as possible. As for what would happen after reaching the great God King, he did not think too much about it. He would think about it when the time came. In the sky, a white crane was soaring, stretching its elegant and vigorous body. Its cold gaze was focused on the ground, looking indifferent. Qianzong did not pay too much attention to it. At this stage, he could not pay too much attention to it. Go, 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 he kept walking until his cultivation strength was completely exhausted. Even the strength stored in the 7 void acupoints was completely exhausted. Then, Qianzong found that it was difficult to move even an inch. He could not move, his cultivation strength was exhausted. He could not move. It was too difficult. He could not even stand steadily. He felt as if his whole body was constantly being pressed down, and his waist was constantly bending. Relying on the powerful universe immortal body, Qianzong kept withstanding this terrible heavy pressure. His mixed origin heart force was constantly recovering. While the mixed origin heart force was recovering, Qianzong did not consume it. Instead, he used his physique to resist this heavy pressure, allowing the mixed origin heart force to recover more. When the mixed origin heart force was completely recovered, Qianzong sent it into the void acupoints, filling them up. After a period of time, the 7 void acupoints were finally filled up by Qianzong. His cultivation was finally fully recovered. Everything was back to its peak. His waist straightened bit by bit, and then he continued to walk forward until his cultivation strength was completely exhausted. Exhaustion, recovery, this repeated over and over again. It was as if he was going to become numb. However, Qianzong still accurately sensed that with each exhaustion and recovery, the mixed origin heart force seemed to be a little purer. Although the degree of purity was not particularly obvious, it was indeed a little purer. Finally, after repeating the cycle of exhaustion and recovery 30 times, Qianzong walked out of the wilderness and saw a 100-meter-tall tree standing on the ground. There was a 10-meter-tall thatched hut under the tree, and there seemed to be a figure in front of the thatched hut. It was a figure that didn't seem very tall. The 100-meter-tall tree stood tall on the ground, and a skinny monkey with golden hair was swinging from tree to tree. It looked very naughty, but Qianzong was secretly shocked. This wasn't an ordinary place. In such a place, it was difficult for him to move an inch. However, that skinny monkey could actually swing around and jump around. It looked incomparably agile and relaxed. It was simply inconceivable. This made Qianzong extremely shocked. Am I not as good as a skinny monkey? The skinny monkey's tail was hooked on the tree trunk and swinging back and forth. Its small eyes were looking at Qianzong, who was walking step by step with difficulty. It even bared its teeth, as if it was laughing at Qianzong. Qianzong even saw the skinny monkey pointing one finger at him and making chirping sounds. Its other hand was covering its stomach, and its body was shaking with laughter. Under the tree, there was a short figure with his back to Qianzong. He seemed to be holding a brush and splashing ink. His movements were natural, and his aura was like that of a great grandmaster. There was a kind of indescribable mystery. With just a glance, he made Qianzong very surprised. Finally, Qianzong walked a few meters behind the short figure and stopped. He did not speak, but waited for the other party to finish painting. From Qianzong's point of view, he could see that the other party was painting, but he could not see clearly what he was painting. However, judging from the other party's movements and aura, his painting skills must be very good. He must have been immersed in studying it for many years. perhaps it would be a masterpiece. Therefore, he could not disturb him. Slowly waiting, Chenzong's mixed yuan heart force was also recovering quickly. He kept consuming the mixed yuan heart force to resist the power of gravity here. Finally, the short figure let out a series of roars, dragging out the end of the sound, as if he was very high. Moreover, the hand that held the brush waved, suddenly flinging it on the white paper, and a wild and unruly feeling immediately filled the air. "Young man, come and look at my painting and comment on it." The short figure made a sound as if he was talking to the air, but Chenzong knew that he was talking to himself. He stepped forward and walked to the painting with difficulty. After taking a closer look, Chenzong suddenly widened his eyes and looked stunned. This, what kind of painting was this? The outline of the lines, the rotation of the brush. Every stroke seemed simple, but in fact, it contained an incomparably profound mystery, as if it was in harmony with the universe. Chenzong could only vaguely feel it, but it was difficult to comprehend anything. However, from the painting alone, what kind of thing was this painting? It was not at all picturesque, and it was even messier than a child's doodle. "Are you the great divine king?" "I can't understand this painting, nor can I comment on it," Chenzong said honestly. Hearing Chenzong's words, before the great divine king could respond, the golden-haired skinny monkey hanging on the tree widened his eyes and fell down carelessly. The white crane soaring in the sky also paused, as if it was startled. No one had ever responded to the great divine king's painting with such words. Even if they did not understand it, they would still say a few words of praise. For example, Mo Xian had previously said that the great divine king's works were all of high quality, even though he did not understand what the great divine king was painting. The great divine king had a serious look on his face. Soon after, he waved his hand and the painting was rolled up, and a new piece of white paper was placed on it. "Come, you draw a painting," the great divine king said seriously. Chenzong was stunned. He wanted him to draw a painting, however, since the other party said so, he would just do as he was told. Difficult walking to the white paper, Chenzong slowly and with great difficulty held the brush. The moment he held the brush, his entire body fell to the side. Heavy, the brush was too heavy. He did not know how heavy it was. It was indescribably heavy. Without hesitation, Chenzong immediately released his primordial heart force to stabilize his body and hold the brush tightly. However, it was a pity that he could only do so. He was unable to draw at all. Chenzong could only look at the great divine king speechlessly. The great divine king's face was cold and solemn, while the golden-haired skinny monkey was rolling on the ground laughing. Immediately after, there seemed to be a flash of light in the great divine lord's eyes. Chenzong immediately felt that the incomparably shocking gravitational force on his body had disappeared. He was about to charge forward directly. Fortunately, his control over his own strength was very unique, and he immediately stabilized himself in an instant. The great divine king nodded imperceptibly. The brush in his hand did not seem to be that heavy. He could control it with his own strength. As such, he could begin to draw. Chenzong did not focus on the Tao of painting. However, he still had some painting skills. Although he did not know why the great divine king wanted him to draw, since he was going to draw, he had to bring out his own skills and draw a good painting. When he began to draw, there was a feeling of peerless sharpness and also a feeling of majesty. The brush in Chenzong's hand seemed to have become a sword, an extremely sharp divine sword. Not long after, Chenzong completed a painting and named it the Myriad Sword Illustration. The Myriad Sword Illustration incorporated Chenzong's understanding and mastery of swordsmanship. The sword momentum was astonishing, as if it was going to split the heavens and earth. The astonishing sword intent was vivid on the paper. The golden-haired skinny monkey once again hung on the tree. He stared at it with his small eyes wide open, as if he was a little surprised. The white crane soaring in the sky also lowered its head and looked over. Its cold eyes were suffused with some astonishment. Every day, it looked at the great divine king's clumsy drawing skills. It did not know what kind of messy things he drew. Now that it saw Chenzong's painting, the feeling was completely different. It was as if it was facing an ugly monster every day. When it suddenly saw a normal-looking person, it would feel that he was too beautiful. The great divine king stared at Chenzong's completed myriad sword illustration. The corners of his eyes seemed to twitch slightly. He immediately said, "Not bad, slightly worse than me." After the great divine king finished speaking, his face did not blush at all. The golden-haired skinny monkey and the white crane immediately revealed a look of disdain. Chenzong immediately realized that the extremely terrifying heavy pressure once again fell on his body. He was almost crushed. In an instant, he erupted with the power of his cultivation to resist. "When you can move freely here, you can receive my guidance," the great divine king said, and then ignored Chenzong. Chenzong also had no choice. He could only bear the heavy pressure here and continuously consume his cultivation. Sitting under the 100-meter-tall tree, Chenzong was thinking. How could he bear the heavy pressure here and move freely? Thinking hard, Chenzong could not think of a way to let himself move freely here. To completely bear the heavy pressure here and move freely, he would need a stronger physique to be able to bear the heavy pressure. But on the other hand, was Supreme God Devil Heart's physique stronger than his? Not necessarily, but he could bear the heavy pressure here. It was very likely that there were other reasons. Chenzong thought of the layer of divine light on Devil Heart's body. There was a clear difference between activating that layer of divine light and not activating it. In other words, that was the privilege of being a god. But he was not a god. He was a human. His life form was completely different from that of a god. But since the great divine king said so, it meant that there was hope for him to bear the heavy pressure here and move freely here. The key was the method. Think, Chenzong kept thinking, but he could not find any clues. Suddenly, Chenzong raised his head and saw the skinny golden-haired monkey above his head grinning at him. It looked like it was laughing at him. He could not help but be startled. He carefully observed it. Chenzong was not annoyed by the skinny golden-haired monkey's mockery. Instead, he was observing the monkey's every move. The monkey looked very thin and weak, but it could move freely here. It did not seem to be affected by the heavy pressure at all. It was simply amazing. Was its body very strong? Was it even stronger than his? This was the great divine king's divine planet. The creatures that could stay here must be extraordinary. But Chenzong still found it hard to believe. After all, his universe immortal body was very strong. It had been honed and tempered again and again. It had been raised to an extreme. It had been raised to a point where it could not be improved. In terms of physique alone, was it stronger than his? It was hard to imagine. Of course, it was also possible that the skinny monkey's physique was not that strong, but it had a power that was stronger than his mixed yuan heart force. With this thought, Chenzong planned to carefully study the skinny golden-haired monkey's body. He wanted to see what secrets it had and whether he could learn from it. Immediately, Chenzong waved at the skinny golden-haired monkey, hoping that it would come down. Unfortunately, the skinny golden-haired monkey bared its teeth at Chenzong and refused to come down. Chenzong consumed his power and took out a wine jar from his storage artifact. Surprisingly, the wine jar was not crushed by the heavy pressure here. It seemed that the heavy pressure of this divine planet was targeted. It only targeted living things. When the cork of the wine jar was opened, the fragrance of wine immediately filled the air. The skinny golden-haired monkey sniffed and immediately stared at the wine jar. In the next moment, Chenzong felt as if there was a golden light flashing in front of his eyes. When he came back to his senses, the wine jar in his hand had disappeared. The skinny golden-haired monkey on the tree was holding a wine jar and tasting it. Then, its eyes lit up and it began to gulp down wine. The skinny golden-haired monkey's body was less than a meter tall, so the wine jar was a little big for it. It looked a little funny holding it with both hands. Chenzong could not laugh. Instead, he was extremely shocked. Fast, that speed was really too fast. It was extremely difficult for him to even move here. Not only could the skinny golden-haired monkey move freely, but it could even explode with that kind of speed. It was as fast as lightning. It was simply shocking. Chenzong wanted to study the skinny golden-haired monkey's body more and more carefully. Of course, he did not want to kill it and study it. Otherwise, the great divine lord would not forgive him. But then again, even if he wanted to kill the skinny golden-haired monkey, he could not do it. Drink, let the skinny monkey drink. It would be best if it got drunk and fell down. Then, he could study it carefully. As for whether this would anger the great divine lord, Xianxia was not sure. That was why he took out a jar of wine to test it. Now, it seemed that the great divine lord did not care at all. Instead, he was focused on his painting. The skinny golden-haired monkey drank a jar of wine that weighed several kilograms. It directly threw the jar away and squinted its small eyes at Xianxia. On a 100-meter-tall tree, a skinny golden-haired monkey was swaying back and forth on the tree trunk with a wine jar in each hand. It staggered back and forth as it walked. Its eyes were hazy with drunkenness, and it burped from time to time. 10 jars, the skinny monkey drank a total of 10 jars of strong liquor, and each jar was 5 pounds. It was only after a total of 50 pounds that he began to get drunk. He's finally drunk. Xianxia stared at the monkey, and a hint of joy flashed through his eyes. He was just trying it out, but it seemed to be effective. Finally, the monkey missed a step and fell down, landing directly on the ground with a loud thud. The extremely hard ground was directly smashed, and the 2 jars were completely shattered. The skinny monkey was completely fine. It turned over slightly and lay on the ground, snoring loudly. Xianxia immediately moved closer to the skinny golden-haired monkey with difficulty, and observed it more closely. The great god king seemed to have not noticed, and he ignored him. The white crane, soaring in the sky, only glanced coldly at him, and did not do anything else. Xianxia was relieved. During his research, Xianxia reached out and touched the skinny golden-haired monkey's body. The golden hair was extremely soft, and it felt like silk to the touch. Its skin did not seem to be hard, and it had a kind of toughness. Although it looked very small and thin, it seemed to have some muscles, rich and elastic muscles. From it, Xianxia could feel a terrifying and restrained power. It was very strong, more than twice or even several times stronger than his own universe-immortal body. Xianxia felt like he was going to die as he pinched the skinny monkey's hands and feet inch by inch. However, he couldn't think of anything at the moment. It was as if some inspiration was about to burst forth, but it was stuck and couldn't come out. This kind of feeling made Xianxia feel very uncomfortable. Xianxia was lost in thought. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, the skinny golden-haired monkey snorted. The snoring was like rolling thunder, and it directly woke Xianxia up. He turned his attention to the skinny golden-haired monkey's breathing. With this attention, he immediately felt that the skinny golden-haired monkey's breathing had a special rhythm, and with this unique rhythm of breathing, there seemed to be a trace of mysterious aura that was endlessly swallowing and exhaling. Could it be? The light in Xianxia's mind suddenly burst out, like a torrent bursting a dam, and rushed out mightily. In the next breath, Xianxia focused more on the skinny golden-haired monkey's breathing, and found that the breathing rhythm was very complicated. And fourth, and it changed to 99 times in one breath, and fourth, it was extremely amazing. With such a complicated breathing rhythm, most people would not be able to do it even if they knew about it. Xianxia began to try it out. After changing his breathing rhythm more than 10 times, he felt like he was suffocating. It was extremely uncomfortable. No matter how unbearable it wasn't as unbearable as the pressure here. Try. And failed. And time. And fourth. 2. To try again. And failed. And failed. And, with his strong control, Xianxia finally succeeded. Within one breath, Xianxia had completed 99 changes in the rhythm of his breathing. Although the change in speed and strength was somewhat difficult, he had indeed completed it. After completing this unique breathing rhythm, Xianxia immediately felt that there seemed to be traces of mysterious and invisible aura entering his body from the surroundings. It worked, it really seemed to work. Maintaining this unique breathing rhythm, he began to breathe slowly. Although he had learned it, it was only the beginning. It was still a little difficult, like a toddler learning to walk. A toddler walking was wobbly, and he would fall from time to time. However, he succeeded in the end. As he breathed, a trace of imperceptible aura merged into Xianxia's body little by little. Xianxia's keen perception seemed to feel that the indestructible body of the universe was strengthening little by little, and that the extremely heavy pressure from the outside world seemed to be lessening. Was it an illusion? He was not sure. But if he continued to try, he would eventually understand. As Chenzong breathed slowly, he became more and more familiar with it. The rhythm of his breathing became steadier and longer. Finally, when he could control it freely, a lot of mysterious aura entered his body with each breath, and was absorbed by his body little by little. He felt it. He felt it more clearly. After the mysterious aura entered his body, it flowed slowly in his body and slowly merged into it, giving off a cool feeling. The indestructible body of the universe seemed to be strengthened a little, and the heavy pressure from the outside world seemed to be weakened a little. Chenzong changed his breathing rhythm and maintained this unique breathing pattern. The omnipresent mysterious aura on the divine planet merged into his body little by little, strengthening the indestructible body of the universe little by little. With the strengthening of the indestructible body of the universe, his resistance to the heavy pressure from the outside world became stronger. However, Chenzong frowned slightly. Too slow. This speed was really too slow. Although his body was indeed strengthening, he did not know how much time it would take to strengthen himself to the point where he could really withstand the heavy pressure here and move freely. Was there a way to speed up? Chenzong kept his unique breathing rhythm and pondered. He looked at the skinny monkey again, and then looked at the white crane soaring in the sky. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Move, Chenzong began to try to move. Although it was very difficult, he still had to move. He wanted to verify his inner thoughts. Moving while maintaining his unique breathing pattern suddenly became more difficult. His breathing pattern was also affected, and it was interrupted from time to time. He had to adapt and master it again. After mastering it again, Chenzong immediately found that the amount of mysterious aura he inhaled and exhaled with his breathing pattern doubled. The strengthening effect on his body also doubled. In other words, the time it took to strengthen himself to the point where he could fully adapt to the heavy pressure here would be halved. However, it would still take a long time. Chenzong could not think of any solution at the moment. He could only move while maintaining his unique breathing pattern, slowly strengthening himself. In fact, the great divine king also noticed his situation. He was secretly surprised, but he did not show it. Chenzong did not know that this kind of breathing pattern belonged to the gods. Not everyone could learn it. Chenzong learned it from the monkey with his own ability without anyone teaching him. Moreover, he learned it in a short time. This ability was simply amazing. Time passed slowly. In this place, Chenzong could not feel how much time had passed because there was no sun, moon, or stars. There was no distinction between day and night. The great divine king often painted. When he was tired, he would make a reclining chair and lie down to rest. The white crane in the sky often flew around the divine planet. When it was tired, it would land on a tree to rest. When the monkey woke up, it would ask Chenzong to give it wine to drink from time to time. Chenzong had a lot of wine. He also learned the unique breathing pattern from the monkey. Naturally, he would not be stingy with giving wine to the monkey. Little by little, it was a painstaking effort. Just like that. Finally, Chenzong felt that the influence of the external pressure on him had decreased a lot. When he moved, it was not as difficult as before. Although he still could not move freely, at least it was a lot better. Now, he did not need to consume the mixed yuan heart force. He could move just by relying on the universe immortal body. Although it was still difficult and slow, it was a great improvement. After all, when he first arrived here, Chenzong could not even straighten his back without using the power of cultivation, let alone move. In this way, once the mixed yuan heart force was consumed, he could move faster. Practice swordsmanship. Chenzong began to open 7 void aperture acupoints, constantly consuming the mixed yuan heart force to practice the one-mind swordsmanship. This was because Chenzong found that the greater the range of movement, combined with the unique breathing pattern, the stronger the mysterious aura he could inhale and exhale each time. The strengthening effect on his body was more obvious, and it could better shorten the time he had to bear the heavy pressure here. Thus, Chenzong decided to practice swordsmanship and hone his swordsmanship at the same time. Practicing swordsmanship in such an environment could also make his swordsmanship more refined. After all, the pressure was so heavy that it would affect Chenzong's swordsmanship to a certain extent. If he could perform his swordsmanship as usual in such an environment, his swordsmanship would definitely be more refined once he left here. While practicing swordsmanship, he maintained a unique breathing pattern. Every time he inhaled and exhaled more mysterious aura, the strengthening effect on his body became more and more obvious. When the mixed yuan heart force was consumed, Chenzong did not stop practicing swordsmanship. Instead, he continued to practice swordsmanship while restoring the mixed yuan heart force to its peak state. Without the support of the mixed yuan heart force, practicing swordsmanship with the universe immortal body was more than 10 times more difficult. Every movement became crooked and looked extremely awkward. The golden-haired skinny monkey rolled on the ground laughing. Chenzong was speechless. Swoosh, with a flash of sword light, the sound of wind breaking was suddenly heard. A sharp aura spread out in the air. Finally, with his own continuous efforts, Chenzong succeeded in moving freely. Now, as long as he used the mixed yuan heart force to support himself, he could completely bear the importance of this place and move freely. Moreover, as long as Chenzong grasped the rhythm well, the consumption and recovery of the mixed yuan heart force could be balanced. This meant that Chenzong could continuously maintain this state of free movement. Great Divine King, I did it. Chenzong immediately said to the Great Divine King, who had just finished a messy painting. Not bad. The Great Divine Lord glanced at Chenzong. During this period of time, he was actually very clear about how much Chenzong had improved. He still felt surprised in his heart. This person's talent was indeed very strong. He was qualified to receive his guidance. Little Gold, from now on, you will practice with him. The Great Divine King glanced at the golden-haired skinny monkey and said unhurriedly. GG. The golden-haired skinny monkey immediately screamed in response. It waved its hands and feet as if it was very happy. Immediately, its figure flashed and golden light came and went freely like lightning. A branch appeared in its originally empty hand. Holding the branch, the golden-haired skinny monkey pointed at Chenzong and screamed. It looked as if it wanted to challenge Chenzong. Please advise. Although the golden-haired skinny monkey's actions looked a little funny, Chenzong did not dare to underestimate it. Instead, his expression was solemn and there was a little excitement in it. Great God King Realm on the divine planet. The skinny golden-haired monkey named Xiaojin held a tree branch and stabbed it at Lin Xiao crookedly. It looked like a child was stabbing randomly with a tree branch. Its movements were extremely irregular, disorderly, and without any sense of beauty. However, Chenzong could tell that Xiaojin was imitating his movements when he was practicing the sword. It was just that the imitation was not very accurate. With such a level, compared to him, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. In an instant, Chenzong was hit. He could not avoid it at all, let alone block it in time. Fast, Xiaojin's movements were very fast, faster than Chenzong could catch and react. No matter how bad his swordsmanship was, with this amazing speed, he could still gain the upper hand. Where the tree branch stabbed, Chenzong immediately felt a burst of soreness and numbness. The indescribable soreness and numbness spread. The soreness and pain was indescribable. He could only suck in a breath of cold air. Even his breathing rhythm was disrupted. Xiaojin, on the other hand, seemed to have found something fun. He danced and jumped around, constantly emitting happy chirps. Then, Xiaojin waved the tree branch again and imitated Chenzong's sword-wielding movements. It stabbed at Chenzong again. The second time he was stabbed, the soreness and pain spread again and attacked Chenzong. The third time, the fourth time, the fifth time, Chenzong was hit again and again. His whole body was filled with soreness and pain. He kept trembling and his breathing became disordered. As if it had played enough, Xiaojin finally stopped. Chenzong only felt that every part of his body was sore and painful. It was indescribable. He adjusted his breathing and began to breathe according to the unique breathing method. Chenzong was surprised when he breathed because, along with the soreness and pain, the mysterious aura he inhaled and exhaled increased several times. Could it be that being hit and this unique breathing method could accelerate the absorption of the mysterious aura? Gradually, when the soreness and pain all over his body subsided, Chenzong felt that the efficiency of the unique breathing method's inhalation and exhalation of the mysterious aura had decreased. Again, Chenzong's eyes lit up when he realized this. He immediately looked at Xiaojin and shouted at him. Again. After chirping twice, Xiaojin waved the branch again. Compared to before, the movement of the branch was obviously much better. It was not as crooked and messy as before. Instead, there was a kind of order to it, as if it had already learned the basics of swordsmanship. Zhenzong couldn't help but marvel at Xiao Jin's talent. He knew that Xiao Jin had never touched swordsmanship when it first held the branch. But now, in such a short time, Xiao Jin had already learned the basics. It seemed that Xiao Jin had practiced hard for 1 or 2 years. It was amazing. Trying his best to maintain his unique breathing technique, Zhenzong entered a new round of beatings. He took a beating, breathed in and out the mysterious aura to strengthen himself. This was a cycle, a virtuous cycle. In the chaotic universe, after the eternal demon god's avatar failed to kill Zhenzong, he vented his anger and wantonly destroyed the void. After calming down, he continued to wait. Unfortunately, time passed slowly. Day after day, year after year, Zhenzong still didn't appear. He couldn't sense the bloodline curse seal at all. This made the eternal demon god's avatar very helpless, angry, and murderous. But it didn't help. If he couldn't sense it, it would be difficult to find him. If he couldn't find him, he couldn't kill him to avenge his descendants. In the end, the eternal demon god's avatar left. He could only give up and leave. Giving up was only temporary. Once he sensed the fluctuation of the bloodline curse mark, he would chase after him again. The eternal demon god's avatar, the Mahakala demon god's avatar, and the eternal ice demon god's avatar met up. They left the territory of the human tribe and the origin tribe and entered a smaller territory. This territory was occupied by a tribe called the Heavenly Beast Tribe. The Heavenly Beast Tribe were all beasts with a certain amount of intelligence. They occupied a territory. The most powerful one was the Lord of the Heavenly Beast Tribe, but it was not at the demigod realm. It was only at the ultimate surpassing saint realm. There were no demigod realm experts in the Heavenly Beast Tribe. The 3 great demon gods' avatars suppressed the Lord of the Heavenly Beast Tribe with tyrannical power and subdued it with unpredictable means. Subduing the Lord of the Heavenly Beast Tribe was equivalent to controlling the entire Heavenly Beast Tribe. On the Heavenly Beast Tribe's main star, in a newly built dark and magnificent hall, there were 3 figures sitting above. The Mahakala demon god's avatar sat in the middle, while the eternal demon god's avatar and the eternal ice demon god's avatar sat on his left and right. Among the 3 great demon gods, the Mahakala demon god was the strongest, followed by the eternal demon god, and the eternal ice demon god was slightly weaker. In front of the 3 great demon gods' avatars, in the open space, there was a huge figure kneeling. It was a 1,000-meter-tall figure. It looked like a lion, but its body was covered with huge dragon scales. There were 6 curved horns on its head, and 6 long fleshy feelers fluttered beside its nose. The Lord of the Heavenly Beast Tribe, the Heavenly Beast Territory Lord's entire body was emanating an incomparably powerful aura, blazing like the sun and extremely powerful. However, such a powerful territory lord that commanded tens of thousands of heavenly beasts was currently lying on the ground like a dog, looking at the 3 seated figures with a respectful gaze. "Are you ready?" the Mahakala demon god's avatar asked. "Reporting to Master, everything is ready." The Heavenly Beast Territory Lord replied respectfully with its head lowered. Immediately, the 3 great demon gods' avatars stood up, and there was a burst of excitement in the depths of their dark eyes. Finally, it was about to begin. The 3 of them had left the human tribe's original territory and purposely chose the Heavenly Beast Territory because there were no demigod realm experts in this territory. Without a demigod realm expert, it meant that they were invincible in this territory. They could carry out their plans without any hindrance. After all, a demigod was not omnipotent. Moreover, this territory was far away from those with demigods. Everything had been prepared. Next, it was time to welcome the arrival of the Mahakala Empire. On the Lord of the Heavenly Beast Tribe, there were a total of 999 pillars. Each pillar was 1,000 meters long and 10 meters thick. They were completely black and incomparably deep. There were mysterious patterns engraved on them. They were the words of the demon tribe. They were very strange and mysterious, as if they contained endless mysteries. The 999 pitch-black pillars stood on the ground, forming a huge circle. The 3 great demon gods' avatars appeared in the middle of the 999 pillars. They looked carefully with their hands behind their backs, carefully inspecting the situation of each pillar. Then, they nodded, and the excitement in the depths of their eyes could not be concealed. "Let's begin," the Mahakala demon god's avatar ordered immediately. A buzzing sound suddenly sounded, as if a swarm of bees were flying. Immediately, the 999 pillars trembled together, and the patterns on them lit up. This was a great formation, an enormous and ancient formation, and there was a great deal of power within. It was about to open up the passage between the Mahakala Empire and the Mahakala Empire. The Mahakala Empire belonged to the Demon Tribe Universe era. To the current chaotic universe, it was the prehistoric universe era. The difference between different universe eras was no longer the difference in time and space. It was even more profound. It was undoubtedly difficult to open up such a passage. Everything was prepared, and today was the day it began. As the 999 pillars trembled, black light filled the air, and then bombarded the sky, as if to shatter the void of the universe. The 999 beams of dark light pierced through the sky like giant swords, as if they could shatter everything. As the wind and clouds surged, the sky seemed to be pierced and shattered, gradually spreading out. The 999 beams of dark light also seemed to have blasted into the depths of the universe, blasting toward a mysterious place. The three great demon gods' avatars looked up, their eyes full of anticipation. The plan should be able to succeed. This time, in order to let the Mahakala Empire descend, they had made many preparations. At the same time, in order to prevent the fluctuations from being too strong, they did not intend to let the Mahakala Empire descend on this side of the universe directly. Instead, they first opened up a passage for the people of the Mahakala Empire to enter one by one. Otherwise, if they let the Mahakala Empire descend directly, the demigods of the ancient god dynasty would definitely find out, and then they would be exposed. Once those demigods attacked, the plan would be thwarted. First, they would open up a passage for the people to descend one by one. After a certain level of development, they would consider letting the entire empire descend. The passage was finally opened. In the capital of the Mahakala Empire, in a huge underground space that had been prepared long ago, it was very secretive, and only the aristocrats in the capital knew about it. A buzzing sound was heard, and immediately, in this huge underground space, a void gradually spread out, turning into a circular passage about 10 meters in size. At first glance, the passage was endless, as if it went straight to the endless abyss. The demon tribe experts around were all excited. It had been opened, the great demon god had finally succeeded in opening the passage. From now on, they could gradually pass through the passage and enter the new universe, recreating the glory of the demon tribe in the past, instead of staying here, struggling at death's door without knowing it. According to the original plan, the royal family and aristocrats of the empire would each send a demon king as the vanguard to pass through the passage and enter the new universe. This was done because they were not sure whether the passage was stable enough, and whether there would be any mistakes. Losing a demon king was nothing, but losing a demon emperor would be a great loss. In an instant, more than a dozen demon kings stepped into the passage, as if they were being swallowed by the passage. In the celestial beast star of the chaotic universe, in the sky above the 999 giant pillars, a dark void opened up, and more than a dozen figures appeared. They were the demon king experts belonging to the royal family and aristocrats from the capital of the Mahakala Empire. Here. The demon kings immediately looked around as soon as they appeared, and when they saw a completely different scene and felt a completely different aura fluctuation, they were first stunned, then trembled all over, and were extremely excited. Success, they had succeeded. They were already prepared to sacrifice themselves, but they did not expect to succeed. A new universe. In the divine planet of the great god king's domain, the great god king, who was painting, paused slightly. A ray of light flashed in the depths of his eyes, as if he had noticed something. This universe is going to be lively. The great god king said secretly, I hope you don't destroy the origin of this universe and disturb the rules. The duty of the gods was to protect the origin of the universe and maintain the operation of the rules of the universe. As for other things, such as the invasion of races, wars, and so on, they had nothing to do with the gods and were not within their jurisdiction. Otherwise, if the gods directly intervened, it would be impossible for the three demon god avatars to open the passage to the Dark Sky Empire. They would be directly stopped by the gods. Opening the passage and allowing the demon race to descend into this universe did not destroy the origin of this universe, nor did it disturb the rules of this universe. The great God King knew, but Chenzong did not. At this moment, Chenzong forgot everything and was immersed in the battle with the golden-haired skinny monkey, Xiaojin. In the beginning, although Chenzong could move freely on the divine planet with the support of the mixed Yuan heart force, he was only moving normally. He was no match for Xiaojin at all. Although Xiaojin's swordsmanship was very rough, his speed was extremely fast and his strength was stronger than Chenzong's. Now, after Xiaojin's repeated attacks and the mysterious aura of the mysterious breathing technique to strengthen himself, Chenzong could now barely catch Xiaojin's movements and was able to fight with him. He was not like before, when he was completely suppressed and attacked at will. After many battles, Xiaojin's swordsmanship had also improved greatly, and gradually evolved his own style of swordsmanship. It was very flexible and fast, different from Chenzong's one-mind swordsmanship. Chenzong was amazed by Xiaojin's swordsmanship talent. It was self-taught. This kind of swordsmanship talent was much better than his own. It was simply shocking. At the same time, Chenzong was also very glad to have such a good opponent to hone himself. He felt that he was constantly improving. That kind of feeling was really wonderful. Fight, fight, fight. When he was tired, he would rest. When he rested, he would meditate and constantly improve himself. This time, Chenzong and Xiaojin fought with swords again. His sword pierced through the air as he performed the single-hearted divine sword technique, charging at Xiaojin in an instant. Xiaojin hurriedly waved the branch, and with a light tap, a terrifying force burst forth. Chenzong immediately used his sword to deflect the force, and then pushed his sword horizontally, taking advantage of the momentum to slice. His swordsmanship was exquisite to the extreme, and could be said to be at the pinnacle. Xiaojin was unable to dodge this attack and was instantly struck by the tip of the sword. However, at the moment of impact, Chenzong immediately felt that Xiaojin's skin was incredibly tough. His sword was actually unable to cut it open. However, this was the first time that Chenzong had managed to land a hit on Xiaojin in their thousands of fights. This represented a kind of improvement. It was like a dividing line. As Chenzong improved further and adapted to the heavy pressure of the divine planet, his movements became lighter and smoother. The power of the single-hearted divine sword technique was further displayed, and he vaguely began to gain the upper hand. If it weren't for Xiaojin's great strength, speed, and extremely strong physique, he would have been defeated by Chenzong's sword. Even if Xiaojin's talent in swordsmanship was extremely high, even surpassing Chenzong's, he didn't have enough time to study swordsmanship. On the other hand, Chenzong had been immersed in swordsmanship for many years, and his foundation was extremely profound. Okay. The great divine king finished another messy painting. After admiring it with self-satisfaction, he said, "White, you'll be my sparring partner in the future." An extremely resounding cry suddenly resounded out, and it pierced through the 9 heavens as if it was capable of piercing through metal and splitting rocks. In the next breath, Chenzong felt a strand of sharp strong wind assault his face. The strong wind was ghastly like a blade, and it was peerlessly sharp, and it seemed as if it would instantly tear the sky apart. Fast, extremely fast, the moment Chenzong felt it, he was hit directly. His entire body flew backward, and a cut appeared on his body. The indestructible body of the universe was almost cut in half. On the divine planet, Chenzong didn't equip the ancient god sword armor. This was because equipping the ancient god sword armor was his full-strength state. Although it could better withstand the heavy pressure of the divine planet, Chenzong wanted to rely on his own strength to withstand the heavy pressure of the divine planet. Once he did that, he could equip the ancient god sword armor, and his strength would increase significantly. The speed of the white crane was obviously faster than that of the skinny golden-haired monkey, and its movements were also sharper. If the skinny golden-haired monkey was compared to a rookie, then the white crane was a master. Its combat skills were extremely exquisite, and it was on a completely different level from the skinny golden-haired monkey. For a moment, Chenzong was completely suppressed. The white crane had the advantage of the air, but Chenzong couldn't fly here. To some extent, he was at a disadvantage. In addition, the white crane's flying speed was extremely fast, and its body was extremely agile. Its combat skills were superb, and it seemed to have rich combat experience. Once again, Chenzong was in a passive state. Moreover, the white crane's attack power was several times stronger than that of the skinny golden-haired monkey. Every time it hit Chenzong, it would cause obvious injuries to Chenzong. If it weren't for the indestructible body of the universe, Chenzong would have died countless times. Although he was completely suppressed, Chenzong wasn't discouraged or frustrated at all. On the contrary, he was very excited. Therefore, every time he was injured, coupled with the mysterious breathing method, more mysterious aura would be absorbed and integrated into his body, which greatly increased the speed of his body's strengthening. Moreover, Chenzong also learned something from the white crane's body. His body movements became lighter and more agile, and the trajectory of each movement became more and more mysterious. Chenzong was learning the white crane's body movements. Unconsciously, his body movements became more and more compatible with a certain trajectory and mystery. He only felt that his body seemed to become more agile and light, and the influence of the heavy pressure of the divine star on him was constantly weakening. The speed of the mysterious aura merging into his body was faster, and the strengthening effect was more obvious. Enlightenment, in Chenzong's mind, a sudden enlightenment arose. It turned out that this was the correct way. It was to use the mysterious breathing method and the mysterious trajectory of the body movements. Only when they complemented each other could the effect be maximized. The speed of the mysterious aura's absorption suddenly increased tenfold, which made Chenzong secretly excited. With the help of the mysterious breathing method and the mysterious body movements, Chenzong gradually got rid of the predicament of being suppressed and began to counterattack. In the end, Chenzong's body leaped up, and a sword flew across the sky to kill the white crane. The sword light flashed, and immediately the white crane was slightly surprised, because Chenzong's counterattack was somewhat unexpected. According to Chenzong's situation, it was certain that he would adapt to the heavy pressure of the divine star. It was only a matter of time. However, he didn't expect that it would be so fast that it was unexpected. Such talent was indeed very amazing. No wonder the great divine king intended to cultivate him. If he didn't intend to cultivate him, he wouldn't have let Xiaojin fight first and then let him fight. He would have driven him away long ago. Although the white crane couldn't speak, its intelligence was not low at all. On the contrary, its intelligence was very high, higher than most people. Therefore, it understood more than Xiaojin. The great divine king seemed to be minding his own business, as if he would never be tired of painting, but in fact, his painting skills were really bad. What kind of feeling was that? It was like a bad chess player, but he was addicted to playing chess. In fact, the great divine king had been paying attention to Chenzong's movements. He could sense Chenzong's improvement clearly, and he was still a little surprised. This universe has yet to give birth to a demigod. This child has a chance to be first, the great divine king thought to himself. The strength of a universe was actually closely related to the living beings in the universe. The stronger the living beings in the universe were, the stronger the origin of the universe would be, making the universe stronger. And the stronger the universe was, the stronger the origin, which in turn would promote the improvement of the living beings. The universe and the living beings were closely related, and they complemented each other. The current chaotic universe could be said to be very big, but it was only a newborn universe. Those demigods were also survivors of the ancient universe, and they slowly integrated into this universe. However, they didn't really fit in with this universe. Only by becoming a demigod in this universe would 100% fit in with this universe. Who could become a demigod? It wasn't clear, and no one knew. Perhaps anyone could do it, and perhaps no one could do it. Just as Chenzong stayed on the divine planet of the great divine king's domain and fought fiercely with the white crane, some demon emperors and demon kings of the great dark sky empire also entered the heavenly beast territory. They first hid and slowly developed. Unforeseen events happened one after another in the relic world of the celestial universe epic fragment controlled by the Heaven Heart God dynasty and the relic world of the giant universe epic fragment controlled by the Wonkong God dynasty. The changes in the Divine Radiance dynasty were related to Chenzong. Chenzong killed 3 heavenly venerables in a row, causing the Divine Radiance dynasty to suffer damage and causing the Divine Radiance the Arch to retreat. After the Divine Radiance the Arch returned, he mobilized all his forces to investigate thoroughly. With this investigation, he slowly found out something and found out that something was wrong. It seemed that a group of people of unknown origin had appeared, and these people came from the Heaven Heart God dynasty. Among them, some people were captured, and then their spiritual souls were extracted and their memories read. The matter of the Heaven Heart God dynasty was also exposed. These memories had a strong impact on the Divine Radiance the Arch. As a result, he woke up the sleeping patriarch of the Divine Radiance dynasty, a strong cultivator in the heavenly God realm, and informed him of this matter. The Divine Radiance dynasty also used the same method as the Great Dark Sky Empire, refining the blood of strong cultivators in the heavenly God realm to create doppelgangers. The chaotic universe was developing in an unknown direction, and the original races of the chaotic universe did not know about this. Otherwise, they would have definitely taken action to stop it. However, because they did not know, they were temporarily at peace. On the divine planet of the Great Divine King's domain, two figures crossed each other. One was the white crane, and the other was a human. The white crane danced in the sky, and Xianxia wielded his sword. His figure was extremely light as he moved at a low altitude, like a willow swaying with the wind. He was so agile, and the trajectory of each stroke was so profound that it was not inferior to the white crane at all. In other words, Xianxia had finally learned the figure of the white crane, absorbed its essence, and integrated it into his body, turning it into his own movement technique. The sword soared into the sky, piercing through the 9 heavens. The virtual sky white crane flapped its wings, and its figure was extremely agile. It transformed into countless overlapping images, alternating between real and fake, making it difficult for people to distinguish between them. However, everything seemed to have nowhere to hide under Xianxia's sword light. The virtual sky white crane was directly hit, and all of the illusions collapsed and dissipated like bubbles. The virtual sky white crane flew up high, its wings slowly flapping as it floated in the air. Its cold eyes were filled with complex emotions as it stared down at Xianxia below. It had actually been defeated. The speed of this human's growth was too shocking. From when he first arrived on the divine planet, he was unable to move an inch. Now, not only was he able to move freely, he could even display his strength to fight fiercely with the virtual sky white crane, and then defeat the virtual sky white crane. He had gone through several stages in between, but this kind of growth speed was indeed too shocking. How many years, until now, it had not even been 100 years. 100 years of time, perhaps to ordinary people, was a long journey from birth to death, but to powerful cultivators, it was only a small part of their lives. The great divine lord put down his brush, turned around, and stared at Xianxia. Xianxia felt an indescribable sense of solemnity for no reason, and could not help but feel a little nervous from the bottom of his heart. Facing the great divine lord, this kind of feeling was unavoidable, because the great divine lord always had an indescribable sense of majesty. It was a majesty that he could not resist no matter what. From now on, I will teach you how to cultivate. The great divine lord stared at Xianxia just like that, and then opened his mouth to speak. There was an indescribable sense of solemnity and holiness in his voice. Thank you, great divine lord. Xianxia immediately saluted with his sword. Your swordsmanship is very high. I cannot give you any more pointers, the great divine lord said unhurriedly. The great divine king said unhurriedly, your cultivation is a path of its own. Similarly, I cannot give you any pointers. Xianxia did not reply. Instead, he quietly listened to the great divine lord's words. Since the great divine lord said that he would teach him cultivation, then he would definitely be able to teach him cultivation. There was no reason, it was just a feeling. Moreover, with the great divine lord's status, there was no need for him to tease him. Cultivation is also cultivation of the heart. Your heart isn't pure enough and isn't calm enough. The great divine king seemed to be very satisfied with Xianxia's attitude. After nodding his head slightly, he said this. Xianxia was stunned. Was his heart not pure enough and not calm enough? He didn't feel anything. When it came to the state of mind, compared to other cultivators, he should be more outstanding. After all, what he cultivated was the One Heart Sutra. From the very beginning, he started with the One Heart Sutra. The One Heart Sutra allowed his state of mind to be more condensed and focused. It also laid a solid foundation for the later stages of the One Heart Sutra, the One Heart Sutra, the One Heart Sutra, and so on. Qianzong had always been proud of the cultivation of the mind, even if he didn't show it on the surface. Now, the great divine king actually said that his heart wasn't pure enough and wasn't calm enough. Qianzong somewhat disagreed. From now on, you will meditate at the top of that tree. The great divine king didn't give any explanation. Instead, he said, when your heart is completely calm, then you can enter the next stage of cultivation. Yes. Qianzong could only respond in this way. The virtual sky-white crane soared into the sky. The skinny golden-haired monkey pulled Qianzong's clothes and wanted to climb up to the tree. Qianzong took advantage of the situation and climbed up the tree until he reached the top. If it was before, Qianzong wouldn't have been able to climb up at all. But now, he had adapted to the heavy pressure of the divine planet. Under the constant circulation of the mixed yuan heart force, he could easily withstand the heavy pressure here. His movements were like the wind. Even if he didn't circulate the mixed yuan heart force, he could withstand the heavy pressure and move normally like an ordinary person just by relying on the universe immortal body. It was almost impossible to find a foothold at the top of the 100-meter-tall tree. The branches were very thin, and the leaves were even thinner. How could they withstand the weight of an ordinary person? It was simply impossible. If it was in the outside world, Qianzong could easily do it. But here, the heavy pressure was very strong. Even if Qianzong had adapted to the heavy pressure now, the heavy pressure was still there. The delicate branches and leaves simply couldn't withstand the weight of Qianzong's body. Qianzong tried to stand up lightly, but the branches couldn't bear the weight of his body and quickly bent. Qianzong couldn't stand or sit steadily. Little Gold chirped twice and lightly jumped, landing on a delicate branch and leaf. At first, it shook violently, as if it was about to fall. In the next breath, Little Gold sat still with its eyes slightly closed. Its expression actually had a kind of solemn and serene feeling. Its body seemed to be stuck to the branch and leaf, as if it had become one with the branch and leaf. It moved up and down with the branch and leaf, with an indescribable rhythm. Qianzong couldn't help but widen his eyes. Little Gold actually did it. After touching Little Gold's body, Qianzong knew very well that although Little Gold looked less than a meter tall, it wasn't light at all. It might even be heavier than him. How did it do it? With a thought, Qianzong immediately began to ponder. Then, he concluded that it was the so-called purity and tranquility. The purity and tranquility of the heart. Then what should he do to be able to do it? The great divine king's guidance was very simple. It was just a sentence, but whether or not he could understand it depended on Qianzong's ability. Qianzong stared at Little Gold. Little Gold's body seemed to have become one with the leaf, swaying gently in the wind. Sometimes, Qianzong looked at the virtual sky-white crane soaring in the sky. Such an elegant posture and divinity, and so comfortable and leisurely. Unconsciously, Qianzong's heart also gradually calmed down, and his thoughts became fewer and fewer. Don't think about it deliberately, let nature take its course, and appreciate the beautiful scenery everywhere in the world. Qianzong suddenly felt that sometimes, because he thought too much about how to comprehend and how to cultivate, he unconsciously neglected something. Some scenery, even if it was a small stone by the roadside or an almost withered weed, seemed so insignificant, but it also had its shape and life. It was just that very few people would pay attention to it, and no one would take it seriously. In a trance, Qianzong seemed to have gained something, but also seemed to have gained nothing. He didn't care, and just looked like this, looking here and there, very casually. Unconsciously, as if driven by an instinct, Qianzong came down from the tree and immediately walked forward. Stepping on the celestial star, the divine planet was not big, and there were woods, lakes, wilderness, and so on. The scenery was also unique, and there were many plants that had never been seen before, as well as many strange-shaped stones. As if carelessly, as if intentionally or unintentionally, every time he stared at it, he would feel a kind of beauty. Even the angle of a stone had its own uniqueness, which made people unconsciously feel a little touched. Unconsciously, Qianzong walked around the divine planet, and then returned to the starting point, under the 100-meter-tall tree. He stood still, as if he was looking at the lines on the tree, but Chen Zong's eyes were a little unfocused, and he didn't focus on anything. Climbing, he directly climbed up. His movements seemed a little strange, but there was a kind of natural feeling, as if it was in accordance with some kind of mystery. Once again, he climbed to the top of the tree and stared at a leaf. The lines on it were so clear. Chen Zong vaguely felt that the leaf seemed to be breathing, maintaining a mysterious rhythm, as if it was constantly magnifying in front of Chen Zong's eyes. The palm-sized leaf seemed to have become many times larger in an instant, as if it was a continent, and those lines were the rivers on the continent, crisscrossing and stretching endlessly. With a leap, Chen Zong's body gently floated up and landed on the leaf. The leaf immediately sank down, but as Chen Zong's breathing matched the rhythm of the leaf, as if they had become one, the leaf immediately floated up again, as if it was gently swaying in the wind. Chen Zong's body seemed to have lost all its weight. Up and down, left and right, floating up and down, moving with the wind, dancing with the leaves, so careless, and so leisurely. It seemed that he could think of anything, but also seemed to think of nothing. He completely emptied his mind, not caring about anything, not bothering about anything. Vast and boundless. Tranquility, an indescribable tranquility flowed in his heart, like a stream of spring water, so light, free, and continuous. Chen Zong suddenly woke up. He suddenly felt that he was in a very strange state at this moment. It felt like his body was asleep, but his heart was awake. It was extremely clear, but there were no distracting thoughts. It was as tranquil and clear as the cloudless sky. Wonderful state, wonderful feeling. Chen Zong finally understood why the great divine king said that his heart wasn't pure enough and wasn't tranquil enough. The heart was the heart, not the mind. The mind was the heart, and the heart was the same as the heart, but there were differences. To put it simply, the mind was the heart, and the mind was the spirit. He had always been cultivating the mind, and not the pure heart, so it wasn't pure enough. It was also because he was distracted too much and thought too much that he wasn't tranquil enough. When he understood the difference between the mind and the spirit, when he let go of so many thoughts, allowing himself to be calmer and more comfortable, he could notice more wonderful things that he usually neglected. That kind of feeling came from the heart, and it was indescribable. What was purity? It was this kind of purity. What was tranquility? It was this kind of tranquility. It was difficult to describe clearly with words. Comprehending was comprehending. No wonder the great divine king's guidance sounded so simple, because it could only be said that, and whether one could comprehend it or not depended on the person. His body sat on the palm-sized leaf, as if it had lost all weight. The mysterious breathing technique and the swaying leaf's rhythm were one, and there was no distinction between the two, as if this was how it should be. What a high talent! The great divine king raised his head and glanced at Chen Zong, and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Actually, Chen Zong's heart was purer and more tranquil than most of the practitioners that the great divine king knew, and that kind of extreme purity and tranquility actually belonged to the gods. Because of the uniqueness of the life of the gods, their hearts were very easy to be pure and tranquil. It was almost impossible for a non-deity to achieve such a feat. He is indeed qualified to go there to cultivate. The great divine king's eyes seemed to flash with a divine splendor. Without the alternation of day and night, without the rotation of the sun, moon, and stars, Chen Zong was completely immersed in the tranquility of his heart. He didn't cultivate or comprehend. He only emptied himself, as if he could put down everything, but also as if he could pick up anything. He forgot everything and immersed himself in it. At some point, Chen Zong truly woke up and broke away from the tranquility of his heart. The moment he broke away, Chen Zong immediately felt as if countless distracting thoughts had emerged. They were like the surging waves of the sea, vast and mighty. In an instant, he felt as if his mind was about to collapse and drown his will. Fortunately, Chen Zong's mind and will were very tenacious, and he quickly adjusted himself. That feeling was as if the wind was howling outside and the doors and windows of the house were suddenly opened, and the wind fiercely poured in through the doors and windows. "Thank you, great divine king." Chen Zong walked in front of the great divine king and respectfully saluted with his sword. His tone was solemn. If it weren't for the great divine king's guidance, he was afraid that he wouldn't have been able to understand this point in the years to come. The purity of the heart, the tranquility of the heart, a single sentence to point it out was better than reading 10,000 books and traveling 10,000 miles. The true teachings were just that one sentence. That one sentence pointed out a direction for Xianxia and allowed Xianxia to understand. What benefits did the purity of the heart and the tranquility of the heart bring to him? Currently, Xianxia didn't have any clear experience, but his intuition told him that it was definitely useful, and very useful. You can enter the final stage of your cultivation. The great divine king's gaze was calm and deep. It was as if there were no waves in the ocean, as if it was the boundless void of the universe. Please give me your guidance, great divine king, Xianxia said respectfully. Go. The great divine king waved his hand. His arm was like a divine blade that streaked across the void of the divine planet, directly creating a white crack. This caused Xianxia's eyelids to tremble unconsciously, and he was secretly shocked. The strength of the divine planet's space was extremely shocking. He had fought fiercely with the void sky white crane time and time again, but he couldn't break it in the slightest. Not to mention breaking it, he couldn't even create ripples. Xianxia knew that even if he used the ancient divine sword armor, he would not be able to break through the space of the divine star. But now? With a casual swipe of the great divine lord's hand, he actually tore apart the space of the divine planet so easily. Such an understatement was simply appalling. What was the strength of the great divine king, demigod realm? Xianxia, on the other hand, did not speculate about the true god realm. After all, the power of the demigod realm was already immeasurable, let alone the legendary true god realm. Remember, you only have one chance to enter the god's origin house. Stay there as long as you can. The great divine lord warned and no longer paid any attention to Xianxia. That illusory white scratch suddenly separated to the left and right, as if it was pulled by a pair of invisible hands, forming an oval door that emitted an illusory white luster. God's origin house, Xianxia murmured. He had no idea what it was. It sounded like a room, but what was it used for? I don't know. I'll only know after I enter. With a solemn expression and a determined gaze, Xianxia suddenly strode toward the door formed by the illusory white scratch. When he stepped in first, he had a strange feeling. It was as if he had stepped into another spacetime. It was indescribable. When he stepped in the second time, his entire body was completely submerged. The great divine lord caught a glimpse of Xianxia completely stepping into the door from the corner of his eye. He also sensed that Xianxia had truly entered the god's origin house. He could not help but secretly look forward to it. The god's origin house was a unique space that the great divine lord had personally used his great power to open up. It was a unique space that was directly connected to the universe's origin. In it, one could see the universe's origin more intuitively, but one would not be assimilated by it. A piece of illusory white, endless white, boundless white appeared directly in front of Xianxia's eyes. Everything from top to bottom to left and right was a piece of illusory white. It was so white that it made one's heart palpitate. It was so white that one could not help but feel flustered. Empty, it was incomparably empty. Other than a door, there was nothing else. Standing there, Xianxia directly felt an indescribable sense of loneliness growing from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, his powerful cultivation and tyrannical physical strength seemed to have disappeared. Even the pure and tyrannical sword essence seemed to have disappeared. An ordinary person. At this moment, he seemed to have become an ordinary person. Xianxia was just surprised. He calmed down instantly and did not panic at all. It was not the first time he had experienced such a situation. It was nothing. The power was still there. It was just that for some reason, he could not feel it for the time being. As long as he left here, the powerful power would return to him. Putting aside this little doubt, Xianxia immediately took a step forward to observe, but no matter how he looked at it, this place seemed to be a boundless white space. After looking at this color for a long time, even with Xianxia's tenacious divine will in mind, he couldn't help but feel an indescribable sense of panic that couldn't be suppressed. Walk, Xianxia walked slowly. Suddenly, he found that as he walked, his breathing seemed to be affected. He lost his powerful strength, as if he had been beaten back to his original form and was reduced to an ordinary person. Breathing was instinctive and necessary. However, the aura here was very thin. As he walked, Zong felt that his breathing became rapid and irregular. It was as if he could not breathe enough. It felt like an ordinary person running on a plateau, almost suffocating. Even if he stopped walking, the feeling of suffocation was still there. It did not dissipate at all. Thump, thump. Thump, Zong heard his heart beating faster and faster. According to this situation, he was afraid that he would not be able to stay here for long before he had to leave. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Zong's mind. He immediately thought of the tranquility of mind that he had comprehended and mastered under the guidance of the great divine king not long ago. In between breaths, Zong's distracting thoughts slowly disappeared. His heart also became pure and calm. It was as if he had emptied everything. His soul was emptied, and his body was emptied. The suffocating feeling faded and disappeared. Zong suddenly had an epiphany. The great divine king wanted him to comprehend and master the tranquility of mind first. It was probably to prepare for entering the god's origin house. In here, only by mastering the tranquility of mind and maintaining this state of tranquility could one stay for a longer period of time. Otherwise, one would not be able to withstand it in a short period of time and would have to leave. In the state of tranquility of mind, Zong walked again. This time, he did not have the feeling of rapid and irregular breathing. He was like a fish in water. He did not know when, but a ray of light suddenly flashed, as if it came from nothingness. It penetrated the void and arrived. It was like a ray of light, like a dancing dragon. The first ray, the second ray, the third ray, rays of multicolored light appeared from all directions, as if they were dancing in the sky. Gradually, it formed a piece, and it looked so magnificent and magnificent. Zong couldn't help but stare at it. He felt a kind of soul-stirring feeling, and was amazed by it. It was too beautiful. However, Zong also felt that the multicolored light contained an extremely terrifying might. It was boundlessly terrifying, yet extremely pure. It was a supreme aura, as if it contained the mysteries of thousands of great ways. It was the deepest level of mysteries and the most direct mysteries. This aura immediately reminded Zong of the origin that he had comprehended in the past. It was the origin of the world. Could it be that the mysteries contained in the rays of light were also the mysteries of the origin? There seemed to be a flash of inspiration in his mind. Dots of starlight filled the air and then combined. Zong's mind turned rapidly. He combined all kinds of things to make an inference. The result of his inference shocked Zong. The origin of the universe, those multicolored lights were most likely a manifestation of the quintessence of this chaotic universe. In theory, the origin of the universe was the same as the origin of the world. However, there was still the most essential difference between them. This was because the origin of the universe was more complete and superior than the origin of the world. It was like the difference between an ordinary person and a god. The origin of the world was like an ordinary person, while the origin of the universe was like a god. A god might be cultivated by a human. However, becoming a god meant breaking away from the shackles of a human and becoming a superior existence. The difference was like heaven and earth. The origin of the world was relatively easy to comprehend. It could be directly comprehended. However, the origin of the universe was different. Only a demigod expert could directly face the origin of the universe to observe and comprehend the mysteries contained in it. This was because a demigod expert could withstand the power emitted by the origin of the universe all the time. Practitioners below the demigod realm could not. The origin of the universe was the fusion of the origin of the entire universe. It was the core of the core. It contained the deepest and most intuitive mysteries of the origin of the great ways. Each of them was extremely powerful. When they fused together, the aura they emitted would also fuse together. Perhaps one strand of chi was nothing. A true saint could withstand it. 2 strands of chi were nothing. 10 strands of chi were nothing. However, when 100 strands of chi, 1,000 strands of chi, 10,000 strands of chi, or even more merged together, it was like thousands of small streams converging into a vast ocean. One roar from each wave could destroy everything. Even a transcendent saint expert could not withstand the radiation of the power emitted by the origin of the universe. They would be defeated in a short time and turned into nothingness. Even many gods could not face the origin of the universe directly. For example, demon heart. Once they faced the origin of the universe directly, they would be assimilated and completely integrated into the origin of the universe. It was equivalent to death. As for the God-Spirit origin house, it allowed the radiation power of the universe's origin to enter it. It would manifest as a glow and deduce unique mysteries. It would allow the gods and other gods who entered the God-Spirit origin house to comprehend the mysteries within without being assimilated. Among the gods in the entire chaotic universe, the only one who could face the origin of the universe directly was the great divine king. In the entire chaotic universe, there was only one great divine king. It was not easy even for the divine king-level gods to enter the god origin house to comprehend. Qianzong was indeed very lucky to be able to enter the god origin house. However, it was also because Qianzong's performance was very outstanding that the great divine king was amazed. That was why the great divine king was willing to give Qianzong such a chance. Tens of thousands of rays of light danced in the sky. They deduced thousands of mysteries in front of Qianzong. Qianzong immediately seized the opportunity and quietly comprehended. Inside the God-Spirit origin house, rays of light fluctuated. Tens of thousands of rays of light were like dragons flying in the sky. Each ray of light contained an extremely profound mystery of the Great Tao, which directly pointed to the essence of the Great Tao of the universe. Tens of thousands of rays of light were the Great Tao origin secrets. They intertwined with each other and merged with each other. Countless mysteries of the Great Tao touched Qianzong indescribably. Although Qianzong's cultivation and improvement were not based on the great ways of heaven and earth or the great ways of the universe but his own sword principle, the mysteries contained in the great ways of heaven and earth and the great ways of the universe were still useful to Qianzong. They could inspire Qianzong to have a deeper understanding of the mysteries of heaven and earth and the great ways of the universe and lay a solid foundation for himself. Sword Tao. Qianzong murmured to himself. He found the glow that belonged to the way of the sword among the thousands of glowing great paths. In Qianzong's eyes, it seemed to have become a wisp of sword qi. As the sword qi shuttled back and forth, it wandered among the thousands of great ways. It was so carefree, relaxed, and free, as if nothing could restrain or block it. It was as if the world was big enough for it to do whatever it wanted. With his mind at peace, Qianzong was able to resist the increasing loneliness in this place. Without any distracting thoughts, he was able to comprehend the mysteries of the origin of the universe and the origin of the universe's sword Tao. With the universe's sword Tao origin as the core, it was like a long sword piercing through space. It was as if there was an unparalleled swordsman performing an unparalleled sword technique. It was extremely profound and profound. As the sword Tao origin qi of the universe danced in the sky, the other rays of light seemed to be guided by it. It was as if the other rays of light were assimilated and turned into sharp swords. The universe's fire origin turned into a fire sword, the universe's water origin turned into a water sword, and the universe's thunder origin turned into a thunder sword. Different universe origins turned into different sharp swords. They contained their own powers and mysteries. They moved freely in the God-Spirit origin house. I am a sword cultivator, and I specialize in the way of the sword. In my eyes, the origins of the great Tao of the universe are all transformed into swords. Qianzong had a sudden realization. Thousands of rays of light turned into thousands of sharp swords. They had different colors and auras, but they were all magical. They were all directed towards the origin. Between thousands of swords of the sword and the sword of the universe, the sword and the way of the sword. Qianzong's way of the sword was unique, but he could also constantly absorb the way of the sword from the outside world to improve himself. From the single heart sword technique to the single heart divine sword technique, it was the 10,000 swords returned to origin. It would continuously absorb the profoundness of the myriad of sword techniques and fuse them into it, becoming increasingly perfect and powerful. The thousands of rays of light turned into sharp swords, and as they weaved through the air, they gradually underwent even more changes. It was as if they had turned into an illusory figure, a sword-wielding illusory figure that continuously shot out rays of light. It was as if it had stepped out from the depths of the endless spacetime, traversing through thousands of spacetime, and nothing could restrain or shackle it. The gigantic figure that was shining with multicolored light was boundlessly majestic, as if a god had descended to the world. His eyes contained countless rays of light, and those rays of light were like whirlpools that spun endlessly. Then, he swung his sword. It was indescribable. It completely stunned Xianxia. That sword was like heaven and earth. It was like the universe. It seemed to freeze time and space. It also seemed to shatter time and space. The sword slashed out casually, but it seemed to tear apart the void of the God-Spirit origin house. The crack was straight and invincible. That sword seemed to have endless vitality. It also turned into endless silence. It seemed to have unparalleled heat. It also contained a coldness that could freeze everything. Light and darkness, heat and coldness, vitality and silence, heaviness and lightness. All the different and opposite auras lingered in it. In the end, they turned into a sword. It was a sword that shocked the heavens and shocked the gods. When the sword arrived, Xianxia could not move at all. His body could not move at all. The space-time around him was frozen. It was as if he was completely suppressed. He could not dodge. He could only watch as the sword came at him. It was as if it wanted to kill him. A creepy feeling spread all over his body. Xianxia wanted to get rid of this restraint. He wanted to avoid it, but he couldn't. The sword slashed Xianxia's body, but it cut through Xianxia's body in an instant. Xianxia trembled unconsciously. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. Immediately, the light in his eyes became scattered. He became confused. His mind seemed to fall into a fog. He saw a ray of light in the fog. It was a ray of extremely pure light. In the celestial beast territory, on the main planet of the celestial beasts, a dark aura filled the air. Here, palaces stood. Each palace looked brand new. It was obvious that they hadn't been built for long. Demon dwellers came and went in the palaces. The demon dwellers had arrived in this part of the universe. They landed on the main planet of the celestial beasts. Demon Emperor Realm, Demon King Realm, Demon Lord Realm. An extremely sharp voice suddenly rang out. It was like a whistle coming from the abyss. In the next moment, auras erupted from the palaces one after another. Figures flew out and gathered at a spacious place. Not long after, 100,000 demon dwellers gathered here. Their aura fluctuated like a storm. The weakest was a peak Demon Lord Realm, followed by Demon King Realm, and the strongest was a Demon Emperor Realm. The Great Dark Sky Empire was very vast. There were thousands of tribes. Not to mention the tribes, there were many aristocrats in the empire. Every aristocrat had many members. There might not be many Demon Emperor Realm experts, but there were at least a few hundred Demon King Realm experts. There were even more Demon Lord Realm experts. There were thousands of them. To put it simply, in those big aristocrats and big tribes, as long as one had some talent, as long as one cultivated diligently, it would not be difficult to cultivate to the Devil Lord level. Therefore, there were still many Devil Lord level demons in the Dark Sky Empire. The Demon Lord realm was equivalent to the true Saint realm of the human and origin clans. Now, among the 100,000 demon dwellers, there were 90,000 peak Demon Lord realm experts and nearly 10,000 Demon King realm experts. The Demon King realm experts were also divided into high and low levels. The peak Demon King realm experts were equivalent to the limit of the true Saint realm, and even surpassed it because of their bloodline. Among the nearly 10,000 Demon King realm experts, there weren't many peak Demon King realm experts. There were only a few hundred of them. The rest were weaker Demon King realm experts. However, even the weaker Demon King realm experts had the strength of a peak true Saint realm expert. In addition, there were 10 Demon Emperors. 2 of them were peak Demon Emperors, and the remaining 8 were ordinary Demon Emperors. After the Demon Dwellers' army was assembled, the Heavenly Beast army was also assembled. With the 10 Demon Emperors as the commanders, they began to leave the Heavenly Beast planet. They split into 10 groups and headed to other territories. Their target was a race that did not have a demigod overseeing it. First, they subdued the races without demigods. Then, they moved on to the powerful races with demigods. Step by step, they occupied this universe and slowly assimilated it, turning it into a universe that only belonged to their demon dwellers. On the other side, the heavenly humans of the Divine Radiance dynasty had already found an opportunity to descend to this universe in batches. They also occupied a territory as their territory and began to gradually advance in all directions. The giant race of the giant universe era also descended and began to conquer all directions. Chaos gradually arose: the human clan, the origin clan, the ancient demon clan, and the divine demon clan had originally divided this part of the universe. Now that the heavenly human clan, the demon clan, and the giant clan had entered, the situation of this part of the universe had suddenly changed. It was like a pond that originally only had a few types of fish. Although they would attack each other, overall, they had already maintained a balance. Now, there was a sudden invasion of foreign species that directly disturbed the water of this pond and affected the survival of other life forms. Chenzong did not know any of this. Hence, at this moment, Chenzong was still staying in the god's origin room. Ever since the 10,000 rays of light condensed into a phantom that looked like a sword god, it seemed to have crossed endless time and space to come to Chenzong with that all-encompassing and pure sword strike. Chenzong was in this state. He was motionless. His eyes seemed to be closed, but they also seemed to be open. His eyes were unfocused and filled with confusion. He seemed to be in a state of confusion. Occasionally, a strand of multicolored divine radiance would flash through his eyes that were filled with confusion. That was a kind of enlightenment. As time passed, gradually, the confusion in Chenzong's eyes became less and less, and the flashing rays of light became denser and denser. In the end, the confusion was swept away like fog being blown away by a strong wind. The depths of his eyes were filled with rays of light that flowed endlessly, as if a sea of rays of light was constantly fluctuating and surging. In the next moment, the rays of light that were so dense that they seemed to be gushing out converged and disappeared, revealing Chenzong's pair of clear and bright eyes. They reflected a piece of whiteness, an endless whiteness, an eternal whiteness. Unknowingly, the 10,000 rays of light that belonged to the manifestation of the universe's origin had all disappeared. Chenzong did not notice it. Those rays of light were the manifestation of the universe's origin. They would not exist forever. Instead, they would have a cycle like the sun rising and the moon setting, the tide coming and going, and the flowers blooming and wilting. As for when they would appear again, Chenzong did not know. The comprehension from before allowed Chenzong to obtain great gains, and it was extremely shocking, causing Chenzong to be unable to help but be extremely excited. Once he was excited, it was difficult for him to maintain the state of tranquility in his heart, and his breathing became difficult to the point he was practically suffocating. Chenzong quickly calmed his mind and entered the state of mind tranquility again to further comprehend. Not knowing how much time had passed, Chenzong felt that even if he maintained the state of mind tranquility, the feeling of difficulty in breathing began to increase little by little. The distracting thoughts became more and more intense, and had reached a level that he could not completely resist. They were slowly seeping into his state of mind tranquility. "It's time to leave," Chenzong could not help but secretly say, somewhat regretful. Cultivating within this god spirit's origin house was truly unique. The rewards were extremely shocking as well. It was beyond one's expectations. If he could hold on until the next manifestation of the universe's origin and continue to observe and comprehend, he might be able to gain more and more. Unfortunately, he could not hold on. Perhaps it was because his mastery of mind tranquility was not enough, but it was too difficult to improve. In fact, what Chenzong did not know was that even if the gods entered here, they would also reach the limit of their endurance and have to leave. In the great divine king's domain, a white door opened and rippled slightly. A golden-furred skinny monkey scuttled back and forth on a 100-meter-tall tree, looking extremely happy. A white crane soared high up in the sky, looking content and leisurely. The great divine king was still holding his brush and painting diligently, as if he didn't know that the words he was painting were extremely messy. At this moment, many gazes were focused on the white door at the same time. A figure stepped out of the white door at the same time. The golden-haired skinny monkey cheerfully cried out twice. Immediately after, it leapt up from the 100-meter-tall tree and turned into a golden bolt of lightning as it pounced over. It immediately landed on Chenzong's shoulder and chirped. After spending a long time together, Xiao Jin and Chenzong's relationship was quite good. Of course, the most important thing was the wine. Xiao Jin was thinking about Chenzong's wine storage and wanted to drink it. Lin Xiao took out a few jars of wine and handed them to Xiao Jin. Then, he walked toward the great divine king and bowed respectfully. You can leave now, the great divine king said calmly. Great divine king said unhurriedly. Then, another portal appeared. Qianzong could feel the aura of the chaotic universe from that portal. Leave, because the great divine king's guidance had ended. In fact, he didn't have anything to teach Qianzong anymore. Qianzong was silent for a few breaths. He didn't know how long he had stayed here, but it felt like a long time had passed. It should be many years. It was time to leave. After bowing to the great divine king again, Qianzong waved his hand and took out all the wine and food in his storage divine tool. He gave them to Xiaojin and Dabai before bidding them farewell. Xiaojin was reluctant to leave. Dabai was cold, but there was still reluctance in its eyes. With a wave of his hand, Qianzong took a step into the door and vanished. The divine planet returned to its original state. It was so cold and cheerless. In the chaotic universe, a great battle was breaking out in the territory of the human race. The Devil Tribe and the Heavenly Orc clan had joined forces, or rather, the Heavenly Orc clan had long since submitted to the Devil Tribe and was currently attacking a human territory. The experts of the human clan had joined forces to resist the attacks of the Devil Tribe and the Heavenly Orc clan. The strength of the Demon-Human clan was too strong. A Demon Lord Realm expert was equivalent to the true Sage Realm of the human clan. A peak Demon Lord Realm expert was stronger than an ordinary True Sage Realm expert, and the Demon King Realm expert was the peak True Sage Realm expert. In terms of numbers, the human clan was still inferior. After being attacked by the Demon Tribe and the Heavenly Beast Tribe, they were forced to retreat. Run. Where can you escape to? You can't escape. Dozens of cultivators' robes were tattered, and their expressions were sorrowful. They were from the same sect, and they had joined forces with other forces to fight against the invasion of the Demon Tribe and the Heavenly Beast Tribe. However, they were no match for them, and they kept retreating and dying. Now, the entire sect originally had tens of thousands of people, but now there were only dozens of them left. Most of the true Saint Realm Masters had fallen. Among these dozens of true saints, only a dozen or so were left, the rest were all saints. Compared to the Demon Tribe, the human clan's bloodline was too ordinary, and their cultivation efficiency couldn't be compared. Let's fight to the death. Yes, the enemy is already here. We can't escape. Let's fight. Self-destruct, blow them up. The roar of beasts sounded. It was the arrival of the Heavenly Beast Tribe, and the Demon Tribe experts were sitting on the backs of the Heavenly Beast Tribe, their faces full of ridicule. The strength of the races in this great cosmos was indeed nothing compared to the Demon Man race, regardless of whether they were from the same faction in terms of individual combat strength and overall combat strength. They were inferior to the Demon Tribe. Once they attacked, they would be like a hot knife through butter. Even if the other party organized to resist, they would only be able to delay them for a while, struggling in vain. However, they didn't intend to exterminate all the races. Instead, they killed a portion of them to deter the other party, and then captured a portion alive to become their slaves and serve them. Hundreds of Demon Tribe members rode on heavenly beasts and approached, surrounding the dozens of humans, making them feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Their expressions changed drastically, and under the influence of the terrifying dark aura of the Demon Tribe, they couldn't help but tremble. However, they still held the long sabers in their hands tightly, and their faces were filled with determination, ready to fight to the death. If you surrender, I won't kill you. A Demon Tribe member spoke the stiff human language and came to this great universe. In order to better understand and enslave other races, he naturally needed to understand the civilization of those races, or at least their language and cultivation system. I swear I won't surrender, a human roared. Kill them. The Demon Tribe member immediately waved his hand. If he wanted to enslave the humans, he didn't care about these dozens of them. Since they weren't willing to surrender, then he would kill them all. A sudden change occurred. A crack suddenly appeared, and then it stretched into a door. The appearance of the door was very sudden, directly attracting everyone's attention. When they looked over, they could only see an expanse of emptiness, like the surface of the water rippling endlessly. There seemed to be traces of a mysterious aura spreading within. In the next breath, a figure stepped out and appeared in the great chaotic universe. It was a human, judging from his appearance. This person was Qianzong. As soon as Qianzong appeared, he immediately felt that something was wrong with the aura. The dark aura was quite strong, and coupled with some fluctuations, Qianzong immediately thought of the demon tribe. Sure enough, when he looked over, he saw hundreds of figures. They were from the demon tribe. How could the demon tribe appear here? Could it be that he had entered the Great Dark Sky Empire, or was it in the ruins of a demon tribe universe epic? No, this was obviously still the Great Chaotic Universe. How could the demon tribe appear in the Great Chaotic Universe? Qianzong couldn't help but think of the demon god expert who had chased after him before, and his heart sank slightly. Could it be that the demon tribe of the Great Dark Sky Empire had entered this Great Chaotic Universe? For a moment, Qianzong's thoughts turned. If that was really the case, then the consequences were quite serious. Qianzong had some understanding of the strength of the demon tribe. Their bloodline was extraordinary, and indeed, the human tribe could not compare to it. There were many demon tribe experts in the Great Dark Sky Empire. Once they entered this great chaotic universe, they would definitely not be safe. From the looks of it, that seemed to be the case. Those dozens of human clan S in tattered robes were surrounded by hundreds of devil cultivator S. Their faces were filled with determination, and there was even a hint of despair in their determination. The despair of having no hope of survival. The dozens of humans were stunned when they saw Qianzong. They were from the human tribe, but how could they appear here? Run! The true Saint Realm leader immediately reacted and hurriedly roared. In his opinion, the human tribe had come here and faced hundreds of demon tribe experts, but only death awaited them. The door also disappeared in an instant, and the dozens of humans seemed to have been drained of their essence. Deeper despair filled the air. Kill them all. The leader of the demon tribe was a demon king realm expert. Although he was only an ordinary demon king realm expert, to the human tribe, he was a very powerful true Saint Realm expert. An ordinary true Saint Realm expert was no match for him. As soon as he finished speaking, 10 demon tribe experts immediately drove their heavenly beasts to roar and rushed toward Qianzong and the others. The demon tribe expert who rushed toward Qianzong was a demon lord realm expert. In fact, except for that demon king realm expert, the other demon tribe experts were all demon lord realm experts, and they all had the strength of the true Saint Realm. Qianzong couldn't help but smile when he saw a peaked devil marquis approaching him with a sinister smile on his face. His dark eyes flickered with cold light, and his murderous aura surged. How long had it been? How long had it been since he had killed someone? Especially such a weak enemy. Yes, to the current Qianzong, a demon lord realm expert was indeed very weak. He was not much different from an ant, and he could casually kill a group of them. Perhaps in the eyes of others, it was an incredible thing, but to the current Qianzong, it was really nothing. He casually pointed his finger, but it seemed to have turned into a sharp sword that cut through the air. A sword light pierced through the air, directly piercing through and killing. Even the heavenly beasts were inevitably killed. Immediately after, the sword light flew out and killed the demon tribe experts who were charging toward the other human tribe experts. Then, it killed the rest of the demon tribe experts. Fast, it was too fast, so fast that it was unbelievable. In just a breath of time, in just a blink of an eye, over 100 fiendish and extremely powerful experts of the demon tribe were all killed, leaving only that demon king level expert. Tremble, his entire body trembled uncontrollably. This demon king level demon human immediately knew that he had kicked an iron plate. This human was obviously an expert of the human race. He was an extremely powerful expert. He might even be at the peak of the demon king level. Dozens of humans were already prepared to self-destruct. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, hundreds of demon tribe experts that they couldn't resist were all killed. Qianzong reached out and grabbed the demon king. Then, he used the bloodline extraction technique to extract the demon king's bloodline. It was only an ordinary demon tribe bloodline. However, even an ordinary demon tribe bloodline could be exchanged for 10 divine origin stones in the ancient god dynasty. It was very valuable. Everything happened too quickly, and it ended before anyone could react. The dozens of humans were all dumbfounded, unable to react. What's going on? Qianzong looked at the humans and asked. The true Saint Realm leader quickly reacted and hurriedly explained, Senior, that's the demon tribe. They came from other territories. I know about the demon tribe. I'm asking what's the situation now? Chenzong asked. From the looks of it, the demon tribe had used some unknown method to enter this universe and become an invader. After all, this was the territory of the human tribe and the origin tribe. Then, what was the situation now? Had the territory of the human tribe and the origin tribe been occupied by the demon tribe? If so, how much had been occupied? These were all things that Chenzong needed to know now. He also needed the other party to explain. The true divine realm expert was slightly stunned. He immediately told Chenzongzi everything he knew. Chenzongzi listened carefully. As he listened, his mind turned. He kept thinking about everything. Only then did he realize that the current chaotic universe was no longer the one he was familiar with. It had changed greatly. It was only because a powerful race like the demon tribe had entered this place and became an invader, attacking the territories of other races everywhere. I didn't expect that I would stay on the divine planet of the Great Divine King region for 100 years. As Chenzong flew through the void and headed towards the nearest city, he was secretly amazed. 100 years, for many experts, 100 years might not be a long time, but for Chenzong, it was definitely not a short time. 100 years was the life of an ordinary person. 100 years was enough to trigger many changes. When the changes were drastic, it was like the sea turning into mulberry fields. 100 years ago, when he was being hunted down by the Shuma clan's demon gods, Senior Demon Heart happened to be in charge of that territory. He sensed him and used some means to lure him into his divine spirit domain, thus escaping the pursuit of the Shuma clan's demon gods. After that, he entered the divine planet of the Great Divine King region under the recommendation of the Demon Heart and began to cultivate for nearly 100 years. However, on the divine planet, there was no alternation between day and night, no rotation of the sun, moon, and stars, and no change of the 4 seasons. He couldn't feel the passage of time at all. Chenzong didn't know how long he had stayed there, but he instinctively felt that a lot of time had passed. He didn't expect it to be 100 years. 100 years, it was like the sea turning into mulberry fields. The demon race invaded, the celestial race invaded, the giant race invaded, and some other races emerged. The entire chaotic universe was in chaos. The demon man race, celestial race, and giant race constantly attacked and occupied the surrounding territories. Many weaker races were either slaughtered or enslaved, while the stronger races faced the invasion of the 3 great races of the ancient universe. They constantly resisted, but they were at a disadvantage and were forced to retreat. Now, the human race and the origin race had lost about a third of their territory, and this territory was gradually being lost and invaded with the passage of time. At this rate, the human race and the origin race's territory was likely to be completely swallowed up in another 100 years. At that time, the human race and the origin race would either be exterminated or enslaved. In short, the consequences were terrible. Chenzong couldn't help but be worried. Fortunately, he was able to contact his avatar. Currently, Taihao Mountain was still within Primordial Slayer Cosmos City, and Primordial Slayer Cosmos City had yet to be affected. However, if things were to continue like this, it would not be peaceful for long. As for the Taihao Mountain, they naturally sent experts to the front line to fight against the invasion. The ones they were fighting against were the giant tribe. The 2 experts who were sent out were the Swords God and the 5 Ultimate Sword God. They were extremely powerful, and under the guidance of Chenzong, their swordsmanship was even better. Their strength was also more powerful, and they had reached the top Devil King realm. They could be regarded as the pillars of the human tribe. Apart from that, there was another piece of news, which was that the 3 divine dynasties had all reappeared. If the 3 divine dynasties had not shown up, the territories of the humans and the origin clans would have been completely taken over. After all, the 3 divine dynasties had more cultivators and were more powerful. They were the only ones who could resist the invasion of the 3 powerful clans. Even so, there was still a gap between the 3 divine dynasties and the 3 powerful clans. That was why they had been forced to retreat and lose a lot of territory. The newborn universe was so full of disasters. Chenzong was a little relieved that Taihao Mountain was currently safe. Chenin was cultivating in the ancient divine dynasty's ancient divine palace. Now that 100 years had passed, Chenzong did not know how his cultivation was going, and whether he would join the cultivators of the ancient divine dynasty in fighting against the invasion. This was what Xianxia was eager to know. Not fast enough. While armed with the ancient divine sword armor, Xianxia flew quickly, not caring about the consumption of his cultivation. However, he still felt that he was not fast enough. Suddenly, a thought came to him, and he immediately stopped. Open! With a roar, the void behind him seemed to be split open by an invisible giant axe. Opening the void aperture, this time, he was going to open the 8th void aperture. Because Xianxia had been constantly cultivating on the divine planet of the great divine king's domain, he had been constantly strengthening himself. His immortal body of the universe had also become more powerful. It was several times stronger than when he had entered the divine planet 100 years ago. Now, just by using the immortal body of the universe, Xianxia was able to compete with and even defeat all devil kings. He was not afraid of even the top devil kings. Previously, because his physique was not strong enough, he could only open 7 void aperture. Now that his physique was several times stronger, he could bear a greater burden and open the 8th void aperture. Not long after, the 8th void aperture was easily opened by Xianxia, and the immemorial heart force immediately poured into it. I haven't reached the limit yet. Xianxia felt it carefully and felt that it was still very easy. He still had energy left. Then, let's open the 9th void aperture. The void concealment secret method could open up 9 void aperture. Once it was opened, the 9 void aperture would be able to circulate, and it would be even more amazing. Open, it was as if an invisible giant axe had swept across the sky, cleaving the depths of the void fiercely. The void was trembling, as if it was being split into pieces. The 9th void aperture was gradually opened up. After about a quarter of an hour, the 9th void aperture was completely formed, and the immemorial heart force poured in. Xianxia suddenly felt a burst of burden. The load was so strong that it seemed to explode directly, and it was going to crush Xianxia. Fortunately, the immortal body of the universe had been greatly improved and became more powerful. Otherwise, if it was still at its previous level, it would have been crushed directly. Even so, Xianxia still felt very uncomfortable. His whole body felt like it was difficult to move, just like when he had first entered the divine planet. How can it be? Xianxia was shocked. How could the burden of opening up the 9th void aperture explode to such an extent? It was too shocking. After the 9th void aperture was filled with the immemorial heart force, the 9 void aperture trembled together. Then, it turned into a circle, like a wheel, and slowly rotated, appearing behind Xianxia. The immemorial heart force in the 9 void aperture was connected with Xianxia's own immemorial heart force, and they turned into a cycle. When the cycle was completed, Xianxia immediately felt that the extremely shocking burden on his body was rapidly reduced to a level that he could bear. As if a heavy burden had been removed, Xianxia felt much more relaxed and comfortable. With a move of his body, Xianxia flew forward again. In less than a breath's time, his speed had reached the extreme and increased by 10% from the original extreme. With Xianxia's speed, a 10% increase was very shocking. His speed was even faster. Moreover, Xianxia could feel that the wheel formed by the 9 void aperture was slowly rotating behind him. When it connected with his own immemorial heart force, the recovery speed of his immemorial heart force doubled again. His immemorial heart force's recovery speed was already very fast, and now it had doubled again. This meant that his ability to fight for a long time had doubled again. Not just doubled, but even longer. Now, Xianxia could not accurately estimate his own strength. His current strength was definitely not at the demigod realm, but compared to 100 years ago, he was much stronger. 100 years ago, he was an extreme transcendent saint realm expert, and he was even stronger than an ordinary extreme transcendent saint realm expert. With a thought, Xianxia's explosive speed was extremely fast, like a sword light that shuttled through the void, and finally arrived at the nearest city. This was a universe city that had not been invaded by the demon race yet. However, according to the current situation, it was only a matter of time before it was invaded. However, the human race and the origin race did not sit still and wait for death. Cultivators rushed over and gathered here, forming a line, ready to fight against the demon race army that would arrive at any time. The atmosphere here was cold and solemn, with an indescribable feeling. Zong could clearly feel it, as if they were waiting for something to happen. With a thought, Zong immediately walked towards the Tianji Tower, intending to inquire about the news and find out where Qianan was now. Not long after, the Tianji Tower responded to Zong. Currently, Qianan was in the ancient primal chaos city, on standby, ready to reinforce various places. Hearing this news, Zong was immediately relieved. At least Qianan was not in danger now. Then, he would not leave first and continue to stay in the Universe City. Everyone was responsible for resisting the invasion. As a member of the ancient god dynasty and the human race, he was duty-bound. In the Universe City, Zong also released Xianxia from the world fragment. In the past 100 years, Xianxia had also been cultivating. Now, his aura was several times stronger than before, which meant that his strength had also improved greatly. However, he still had not broken through the limit and advanced to the Transcendent Saint Realm. It was not that easy to advance to the Transcendent Saint Realm. Even if one had the extreme Transcendent Demon race and Deva bloodline, one could easily cultivate to the level of a peak Demon King or peak Heavenly King. However, it was not that easy to break through to the Demon Emperor Heavenly Venerable Realm. In other words, it would take a period of time. Xianxia's bloodline was only equivalent to a peak Deva bloodline. There was a clear gap between it and the extreme Transcendent bloodline. Naturally, it would not be that fast. However, with the potential of Xianxia's bloodline, it was only a matter of time before he advanced to the Transcendent Saint Realm. As soon as Xianxia appeared, Zong told her about his experience on the Divine Planet. She was also happy for Zong that he had obtained such a great opportunity. In addition, Zong also told Xianxia about the current situation of the chaotic cosmos. He also told her about the current situation of Qianan and Taihao Mountain and his plans. Xianxia agreed to stay in the Universe City for the time being. She would stay with the cultivators in the Universe City and wait for the invasion of the demon race army. Time passed slowly. Zong sold the spoils of war he had obtained in exchange for chaotic divine gems. He then threw the chaotic divine gems into the world fragment for the world fragment to absorb and enrich the heaven and earth yuan qi in the world fragment, further stabilizing and strengthening the small world in the world fragment. As for the Tree of World, the Eye of Yuan Qi, and the World Core Origin, Zong had placed an order with Jinbao Tower and Tianji Tower 100 years ago. Unfortunately, 100 years had passed and Jinbao Tower had not found these three treasures. Tianji Tower also did not receive any information about these three treasures. After all, these three treasures were extremely precious and rare. It was not easy to obtain them. In the Universe City called Border Herders, the Spacetime Temple's spacetime teleportation array was constantly in operation. From time to time, there would be flashes of light and people would appear, either alone or in groups. They were all cultivators who came from all directions and gathered there. Fight against the demon tribe army. Perhaps, some people were sinister and some people were ruthless, but in times of danger, they would stand up. In the Universe City, the atmosphere was bleak and cold. There was an indescribable pressure spreading, as if a storm was coming. The array was in operation and a figure appeared. The figure was extremely tall, like a wild bear. When he took a step out, the ground seemed to shake. He carried a bronze pillar that was as thick as a thigh on his shoulder. It was engraved with grooves and lines and looked very simple and crude. When he stepped out of the Spacetime Temple, people remembered his identity and exclaimed, "Mountain-shaking Divine Lord." That's right. That armor and that bronze pillar. It's mountain-shaking Divine Lord. In 100 years, the human tribe and the origin tribe had fought against the invasion of the three great clans. Many of them were people who were originally on the real chaotic ranking. After 100 years, many experts had fallen and the three great divine dynasties had appeared. There were great changes. People realized that the experts from the three great divine dynasties were so powerful that they were at least comparable to the experts who were ranked lower on the real chaotic ranking. As a result, the real chaotic ranking in the past lost its credibility and authority. After all, there were thousands of true divine realm experts from the three great divine dynasties. As a result, the number of people on the real chaotic ranking changed from 100 to 1,000 and a new ranking was born on the real chaotic ranking. It was called the Chaotic Divine Lord ranking. There were only 100 people on the Chaotic Divine Lord ranking. Every one of them was very powerful and belonged to the top Demon King realm or Heavenly King realm. As for those who were ranked higher on the real chaotic ranking, they were also top Demon King realm experts, but they were not as strong as the experts on the Chaotic Divine Lord ranking. Above the Chaotic Divine Lord board, there was another board called the Chaotic Emperor board. There was no limit to the number of people on the board because there was no need to. The experts on the Chaotic Emperor board were all above the Divine Lord realm. According to the division of realms announced by the three divine dynasties, they were called the Transcending Saint Realm. Most of the experts on the Chaos Divine Lord board were from the three god dynasties. The experts on the Chaos Emperor board were all from the three god dynasties. Mountain Shaking Emperor was an expert who had appeared in the past 100 years. He was not an expert from the three divine dynasties, but had been born and raised in this territory. It was said that he had fused with the blood of the giant tribe. It was because of this that he was so famous in this territory. The Mountain Shaking Divine Lord's strength was tyrannical. He once had the battle record of killing a pinnacle demon king. His arrival made the cultivators in this universe city feel more at ease. Half a day later, the teleportation array in the temporal temple began to glow, and a figure appeared. It was a figure shrouded in a black robe. His black robe was covered with crimson lines that intertwined with each other, making him look like a flame that was burning incessantly. It was eye-catching and eye-catching. His attire was also very special and would leave a deep impression on anyone who saw it. The one just now seemed to be God Monarch Black Flame. Could it be God Lord Black Flame on the Chaos Divine Lord list? That's great. First, Sir God Mountain Shaking came. Now, Sir God Black Flame came. With their reinforcements, we should be able to fend off the attack of the demon tribe. I wonder if there will be a great emperor coming? It will be difficult. What kind of existence is a great emperor? In the cold, solemn and oppressive atmosphere, there seemed to be a tinge of liveliness. Chaos Real List, Chaos Divine Lord List, Chaos Emperor List. Shenzong was drinking wine leisurely, and Xianxia was accompanying him by his side. In the chaotic universe, there were many strong enemies wreaking havoc, but there were also many experts. As the saying went, heroes are created by circumstances. In favorable circumstances, there was a lack of competitiveness. In adversity, one's potential could be better stimulated. In addition, the invasion of the three strong tribes from the ancient universe era had brought about a great disaster, but it had also brought about many opportunities. At least, the three divine dynasties had announced the secret skill of refining the bloodline of the three strong tribes and fusing them. As such, there were more experts among the human tribe and the origin tribe. It was a danger, but it was also an opportunity. As for whether it was a danger or an opportunity in the end, it depended on one's strength. If one was not strong enough, the opportunity would turn into danger. If one was strong enough, the danger would turn into an opportunity. It was relative and interdependent, just like light and darkness, cold and hot. The more experts there were among the human tribe, the happier Shenzong was. It was difficult to break through to the true divine realm, but in the past 100 years, there were more than 10 times the number of true divine realm experts, or even more. Now, according to the information he had received from the Tianji Tower, Qinan was very strong, and he was ranked at the top of the Chaos Real list. He was known as the Star-Burning Sword Divine Lord. A few days passed in a row. It was peaceful, but the cultivators in the Universe City could still feel the change in the aura. It was more and more oppressive, and it was unbearable. It was almost driving them crazy. In an instant, there was a whining sound. It was the sound of a horn being blown. When the horn sounded, all the cultivators in the Universe City were shocked. They immediately put down what they were doing or ended their cultivation. They rushed out of the Universe City as fast as they could. For a time, there were streaks of lights of different colors flying through the streets of Cosmic City. They were like a torrent of water as they rushed out of Cosmic City. Gather, the cultivators began to gather in the void thousands of miles outside the Universe City. True Divine Realm experts are in front. Saints set up the formation. A voice sounded, giving orders. The weakest of the demon tribe had the strength of a true Divine Realm expert. Therefore, only true Divine Realm experts could fight head-on. As for the saints, although they could not fight against the demon tribe experts directly, they could set up a formation. 10 saints set up a formation, which was enough to fight against a demon lord. Among the human tribe and the origin tribe, although there were more than 10 times more true divine realm experts than 100 years ago, they were still at a disadvantage against the demon tribe. After all, the demon tribe also had experts coming from the Dark Sky Empire. There were more saints than true divine realm experts, more than 100 times more. With the saints setting up a formation, 10 of them could fight against a demon lord or even a top-tier demon king. If 100 of them formed a formation, they could fight against a demon king. If 1,000 of them formed a formation, they could still fight against a top-tier demon king for some time. However, to fight against a top-tier demon king, they would need a formation of 10,000 people. For a time, the true divine realm experts pushed forward and lined up like a city wall. All kinds of divine crystal cannons were also arranged, while the saints followed behind and prepared to set up a formation to advance. Although the human tribe and the origin tribe were not as good as the demon tribe and the other two great clans in terms of bloodline, they were better at learning and creating. After many years of resistance, they had sorted out better means of resistance. The divine crystal cannon was a type of cannon that consumed primal chaos divine crystals as its energy source. It could fire primal chaos divine light cannons directly. Every shot was extremely powerful, enough to kill a demon lord. Even a demon king would be injured if hit. However, every time the divine crystal cannons fired a chaos divine light cannon, it consumed a large amount of chaos divine crystals. In other words, one shot would consume 100,000 chaos divine crystals. It was a complete waste of money. In front of him, a stretch of darkness appeared. It was like a black wave was rolling forward, surging with great momentum. Shocking dark demonic chi fluctuations were like the tide, one after another, sweeping over continuously. It was as if it wanted to devour everything, swallowing everything into the darkness. The extremely terrifying aura spread, causing the human tribe and the origin tribe experts who had set up a defense in front of the universe city to look extremely serious. However, no one showed a look of fear. It was nothing more than death. No one was willing to die, but if there was no other choice, there was a choice. Was it a humble death, or a heroic death? Wise people would choose the latter. Here it comes, the army of the demon tribe has appeared, and they were constantly pressing forward. Shenzong and Yunyanxin stood in the crowd, standing at the front line. They looked over and saw clearly through the layers of darkness. They saw many figures in the darkness. They were all figures of the demon tribe, and they were all riding on beasts. They were the heavenly beasts tribe that had been enslaved by the demon tribe. The heavenly beasts tribe naturally did not have as many experts as the demon tribe, so they could only be used as mounts. However, the heavenly beasts tribe was also a powerful tribe. They could also fight as mounts, which made the demon tribe even more powerful. Prepare the divine crystal cannons. An order was given, and immediately, the divine crystal cannons were filled with chaotic divine crystals. As the array was activated, it immediately shattered 100,000 chaotic divine crystals, releasing pure and majestic Yuanli. The Yuanli was guided by the power of the array and quickly gathered together. It constantly merged into one and surged toward the cannon that was 10 meters long. The cannon was covered with unique patterns. As the pure and majestic Yuanli surged, the unique patterns on the cannon lit up, causing the Yuanli to become more condensed and gradually change. Shenzong attentively observed the transformations occurring within the cannon. He could sense that the Yuan energy within the cannon was being transformed by the divine inscriptions engraved on the cannon, transforming into an even more condensed and powerful energy. The might of this energy was contained within, yet it was extremely shocking to the extreme. Once it was released, it would definitely cause terrifying destruction. Of course, to Shenzong, that power was nothing, but it was close to the Demon King level. Those divine patterns were indeed very unique. They had transformed the Yuanli of 100,000 chaotic divine crystals into a terrifying power. The wisdom of the human tribe. Fire. Immediately, the muzzles of the divine crystal cannons lit up with scorching white light. They rapidly swelled, becoming brighter and brighter as a terrifying presence permeated the surroundings. In the next moment, rumbling sounds rang out as streaks of scorching white light as thick as a thigh shot out. They shot through the air in straight trajectories and blasted toward the approaching wave of darkness as if they were about to shatter space itself. There were a total of 100 divine crystal cannons. A single round of bombardment would consume 10 million chaotic divine gems. 100 chaotic divine light cannons immediately shot out at an astonishing speed. They were like 100 auroras. In an instant, it was as if 100 sword lights had struck, tearing through the darkness and directly bombarding the 100 demon tribe experts, killing them directly. After killing them, they continued to bombard the rear. Chenzong frowned slightly. It was not worth it to kill 100 top demon overlords at the cost of 10 million chaotic divine crystals. Of course, whether it was worth it or not was relative. 100 top demon overlords were equivalent to 100 true divine realm experts. It was actually worth it to kill them at the cost of 10 million chaotic divine gems. After all, the power contained in 10 million chaotic divine gems was equivalent to a few true divine realm experts at most. After the bombardment, the divine crystal cannons consumed chaotic divine crystals again to accumulate power for the second round of firing. Every time a demon tribe expert was killed, it could reduce the losses of the human tribe to a certain extent. Another 100 divine light cannons were fired, but this time, the demon tribe was prepared and immediately blocked the bombardment of the 100 divine light cannons. It failed. The expert who gave the order frowned. The chaotic divine light cannons had just been completed, and it was the first time 100 of them had been transported here. He did not expect that after only one round of firing, the second round of firing failed and did not kill any of them. The power was still not enough. If it could have the power of a monarch god, it would not be so easy to resist. However, the Ministry of Divine Work of the three divine dynasties was speeding up the research, and it might be possible to succeed soon. The demon tribe army approached, but stopped at a distance of 100,000 meters. 10,000 people, that was a demonic race army of 10,000 people. They were at least peak demonic overlords, and there were also thousands of demonic kings. Their terrifying auras wreaked havoc endlessly, and darkness surged like a tide, as if it was going to devour everything. Among the human cultivators outside the universe city, there were only about 2,000 true saints. Compared to the tens of thousands of demon cultivators, the difference was too obvious. Even if there were tens of thousands of Saint Realm masters capable of arranging a battle array, that would only be equivalent to a few thousand true saints. At this moment, a team of 3,000 people suddenly moved. Their speed increased rapidly, turning into a dark torrent that charged forward. That terrifying aura seemed to want to destroy all life, leaving not even a blade of grass alive. Immediately, the human cultivators' expressions became extremely grave. Sir God. Mountain Shaking Mountain and Sir God Black Flame were at the front and they emitted fierce auras. The Mountain Shaking Divine Lord put down the ancient copper pillar that was as thick as a thigh and suddenly struck the space beside his feet. It produced a shocking boom, like the beating of a drum. Immediately, ripples spread out from the ancient copper pillar like a tide and swept through the area. When the ripple swept past, it immediately blocked a portion of the astonishing aura of the 3,000 devil cultivator experts charging over, reducing the pressure on the other true Saint Realm experts, making them feel better. The crimson lines on Sir God He Yan's black long robe suddenly lit up. As if they had left the long robe, they turned into hair-like threads that shuttled in all directions and weakened the aura that was invading. The astonishing aura of the 3,000 devil cultivator experts was immediately weakened by 70% under the eruption of the Mountain Shaking Mountain and Sir God Black Flame. The remaining 30% couldn't affect the human tribe much. They were ready to fight. They operated their cultivation and their power fluctuated continuously. Chenzong glanced over. With his powerful perception, he clearly sensed the comparison between the two sides. The human tribe was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. If the battle continued, the demon tribe would suffer some losses, but the losses wouldn't be too great. On the other hand, the human tribe would most likely be wiped out, even with the presence of the Mountain Shaking Mountain and Sir God Black Flame. Once the cultivators on this side were defeated, the universe city would be occupied and become a stronghold of the demon tribe. With a thought, Chenzong's body moved and he flew forward. The human tribe shouldn't die here. Otherwise, it would be a loss, a great loss. If he wasn't here, it would be fine as he didn't have time to take care of it. However, since he stayed, he should take action. Moreover, he should take action in time, instead of waiting for everyone to die before turning the tide. There was no need at all. This was a war of invasion, a war of resistance, and a war of the races. That figure flew forward like a beam of sword light. "Come back!" a voice suddenly sounded. It was full of majesty. However, the figure didn't seem to have heard it. He continued to move forward. Sir God Mountain Shaking Mountain and Sir God Black Flame wanted to stop him, but they couldn't. They were too slow. "Everyone, get ready. Attack!" a majestic voice suddenly roared out. The cultivators all unleashed their tyrannical power and were about to attack. At the same time, Chenzong's speed suddenly increased by several times. In an instant, he rushed to the 3,000 vanguard of the demon tribe. That kind of momentum was indomitable, as if he was going to die. Indeed, in the eyes of the other cultivators, it was so. However, at the same time, they felt that it was very stupid. Even if he was going to die, he shouldn't act alone. Instead, he should act with others. Only in this way could he ensure that he could kill 1 or 2 more members of the demon tribe. Then, even if he died, he would have no regrets. Now that he had burst out with such a fast speed alone, not to mention killing the demon tribe, he would probably be blasted into pieces before he even got close. Sure enough, there were demon tribesmen who immediately attacked. They blasted out beams of terrifying dark light, like sharp arrows piercing through the air. In an instant, there were hundreds of them. Each of them was astonishingly powerful and filled with dense demon chi. They blasted toward Chenzong mercilessly. In the next moment, Chenzong seemed to be blasted into pieces. However, Chenzong's expression didn't change. He was a little indifferent. His fingers were like a sword as he drew a line in the void. In an instant, a shining sword light slashed across the sky like a crescent moon. As soon as it came into contact, it immediately shattered the hundreds of dark arrows. It was like a bubble bursting, or like smoke dissipating. It couldn't resist the sword light at all. It pressed forward with indomitable will, like a hot knife cutting through butter. In the eyes of the human tribe, the sword light was so brilliant and so dazzling that it seemed to have dispelled all the darkness. Wherever it passed, everything returned to nothingness. Slash, as the sword slashed, the void shattered and a huge crack appeared. A terrifying and boundless aura of destruction filled the air. Sir God Xianxia and Sir God He Yan were experts on the chaotic divine lord list. They were at the top of the demon king realm. As soon as they saw the sword light slashed by Chenzong, they felt the power in it. It was extremely powerful and much more powerful than their own power. Could it be? The pupils of Sir God Xianxia and Sir God He Yan suddenly shrank to the size of needles. A guess came to their minds unconsciously, a guess that made them feel extremely shocked. The sword light slashed across the sky and immediately attacked the experts at the Demon Lord realm. It was unavoidable and unstoppable. As soon as it came into contact, it immediately cut through the dark aura and slashed into it. Chenzong didn't draw his sword, use his fingers as a sword, and didn't equip the ancient god sword armor. Strictly speaking, the power of the sword light was only about 10% of its full power. However, even if it was only 10% of its power was extremely terrifying. It had completely surpassed the Demon King realm and reached the Demon Emperor realm. In other words, this sword was at the level of the Transcendent Saint realm. How could a group of demon lords, even if they were at the top of the Demon Lord realm, resist it? Like a hot knife cutting through butter, it instantly swept across the sky. In the blink of an eye, dozens of top demon lords were killed. All their resistance was like a thin piece of paper. Kill. When the sword light dissipated, more than 100 of the 3,000 peak devil marquises had died. There was a clear crack in the formation. This scene scared everyone silly. The human tribe was stunned. They couldn't believe it and thought that it was an illusion. The same went for the demon tribe. Who was this person? His strength was so terrifying. It was only a sword light, but it killed more than 100 top demon lords. Even a top demon king couldn't do it. Sir God Mountain Shaking and Sir God Black Flame looked extremely solemn. They knew that if they went all out and used their best moves, they would at most cause such casualties. However, the other party obviously had a sword with him, but he didn't draw his sword. Instead, he used his fingers as a sword to slash across the sky. A great emperor, the two Sir Gods couldn't help but look at each other. They saw the speculation and shock in each other's eyes. Then, they were ecstatic. They didn't expect that there was a great emperor hidden in this group of cultivators. Lucky, how fortunate. The great emperors of the human tribe and the origin tribe were all from the three great divine dynasties. There weren't many of them, less than 30 in total. Who was this? Qianzong didn't pay attention to the shock of the demon tribe. He quickly approached and drew his sword. Vaguely, there seemed to be an extremely clear sound of a sword in the void. It reverberated in everyone's ears. It was so quiet that a shadow of a sword light appeared in everyone's mind. The shadow of a peerless sword light was indomitable and sharp. It was invincible and nothing could stop it. The sword light was like a line between the sky and the water. It was so condensed, as if it was dividing the yin and yang. It suddenly separated the void in front of it. The upper part seemed to become clear, like the sky and the sun. The lower part became turbid, like the earth and the yin. The heaven and the earth were divided into yin and yang. Everything became so clear. In everyone's eyes, it was so strange and contained an unparalleled profound truth. Such swordsmanship was extremely terrifying and profound. It was as if a deity had descended and wielded the divine sword of heaven and earth to perform an extremely wonderful stroke. Especially Sir God Mountain Shaking and Sir God Black Flame. The two of them were very powerful and their realms were relatively high. They could see more and more. They were more shocked and couldn't help but be immersed in it. They felt that it contained countless mysteries and was unfathomable. They seemed to have understood something, but they couldn't grasp it immediately and couldn't comprehend anything. Despite his shock, Qianzong did not stop at all. He unsheathed the heavenly will sword, and the skywater slashed across the sky. That was the single-mind sword technique. In the divine planet of the great godly king's domain, he had comprehended the purity of heart and tranquility of heart, fought with little gold and big white, and finally entered the God-Spirit origin house to comprehend the origin of the universe. With the sword Dao as his main focus, the single-mind sword technique had improved significantly. Every sword could be said to be a sure kill. Every sword seemed to be able to split heaven and earth, and divide yin and yang. With a slash of the sword, the dark aura was torn apart once again. It was as easy as splitting bamboo, and nothing could stop Qianzong's sword. That was, a sword that was indomitable, an invincible sword. A group of top demon lords could not resist Qianzong, who was wielding a sharp sword at all. This was because the current Qianzong, even without the ancient divine sword armor, had reached the level of a top transcendent saint. Compared to an ultimate transcendent saint, he was only a hair's breadth away. If he were to equip the ancient divine sword armor, then the increase would be terrifying, and his strength would increase by several folds. However, against a group of demon lords, not to mention 3,000, even if there were 30,000 of them, Qianzong did not need to equip the ancient divine sword armor. He could deal with them with his normal strength. Kill. Kill, kill. That skywater slash seemed to divide yin and yang, and under the sword light, it was invincible. The demon lords unleashed their powers one after another, but they could not resist the sharpness of it. All resistance was torn apart. Kill, it was a one-sided massacre. It was as if a ferocious tiger and lion had barged into a chicken farm, killing everything in their way. Not good, it's the Mother*** King Human King. At the back, a demon lord sitting on the back of a huge heavenly beast was shocked. Too fast, from the time Qianzong attacked to the time when the 3,000 demon lords were slaughtered, it seemed like a long time, but in reality, it was only a breath's time. A breath's time was naturally very short to an ordinary person, but to a powerful being, it could be very long, enough to attack many times. Kill. The commander of the devil race roared, and the remaining 7,000 devil race experts moved out one after another. Among them, there were many Devil King level experts, and they immediately erupted with tyrannical auras. After the commander of the devil race gave the order, he personally took action and took the lead to kill Qianzong. A tyrannical aura raged. It was the aura of a demon overlord. An ordinary devil emperor. Qianzong immediately sensed it and said to himself. Immediately, a cruel smile appeared on his face. He slashed out with his sword, creating a sword light that separated yin and yang, killing all 3,000 Demon Dweller clan members. Then, he merged with his sword and charged towards the Demon Emperor. Wherever he passed, he was invincible. When Qianzong swept past the Demon Kings, his sword chi surged and immediately heavily injured the Demon Kings to the brink of death. Then, he forcefully sucked them into the world fragment. Why didn't they just kill him? Why did they have to waste so much energy to do so? Qianzong naturally had his reasons. In just a short period of time, dozens of Demon King-level experts were severely injured by Qianzong. They were sucked into the world fragment and imprisoned inside. There was a small world in the world fragment, which could also be used as a cage. One by one, they were severely injured by Qianzong, and the power in their bodies was sealed by the sword chi. In the small world of the world fragment, they had no power to resist. They could only be imprisoned obediently, waiting for Qianzong to deal with them when he was free. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of Demon Kings were injured by Qianzong and imprisoned in this world. Inside the world fragment, the Demon Overlord arrived, his anger erupting, his killing intent soaring. He mercilessly slammed his palm towards Qianzong. The dark palm print was like a mountain that swept across the sky, directly bombarding the void until it collapsed, and countless cracks spread in all directions. This palm was launched with anger, directly suppressing Qianzong. As for killing, that was very difficult. A great emperor of the human race was equivalent to a demon overlord of the demon tribe. If they were on the same level, it would be impossible to kill the other party unless there was a clear difference in strength. Qianzong suddenly slashed out with his sword. The sword light was extremely bright, and as soon as it appeared, it took away all the brilliance in the world. The darkness was boundless, and only the sword light was extremely dazzling. The invincible sword immediately slashed the mountain-like palm print of the demon overlord. It then slashed towards the demon overlord like a hot knife through butter. This devil emperor was only an ordinary devil emperor. When he saw that his palm had been split apart, and that the sword light had brought along a terrifying sword intent that was incomparably sharp, his heart trembled, and his expression changed greatly. This great emperor of the human race was actually stronger than him. Under the sword, the demon overlord was immediately slashed. A sword mark appeared on his body, and he was split into two. However, he was not killed. His cultivation base was depleted, and his injuries quickly healed, but he immediately retreated. He was no match for this great emperor of the human race. With just one exchange, the demon overlord knew that he was no match for this great emperor of the human race. Retreat. At the same time, he also ordered a retreat. No one expected that this attack, which was originally thought to be an all-conquering attack, would actually encounter such a powerful great emperor of the human race, who was obviously much stronger than him. He should be a peak demon overlord of the human race, and he was not a match for him. It was obvious that this attack had failed. After returning, he would be punished, but the punishment would not cost him his life. However, if he continued to fight, he would definitely die. Over the years, the Devil Cultivator race had attacked various territories. Although they had encountered a lot of resistance, they could be considered to have gone smoothly. The resistance was not strong, and it was often just a little struggle. Very quickly, they would be defeated by them, and the price they had to pay was not great. This time, however, it was a very disastrous one. First, 3,000 peak demon overlords were killed, and hundreds of demon overlords were killed. Even he was injured by a sword. He was not a match for the human race at all. He could only retreat in order to preserve his strength. Otherwise, if he fought to the death, he might be able to cause a lot of damage to the human race, but he would definitely not be able to do anything to the human race. On the contrary, it was very likely that he would be slaughtered in the end. Exchanging tens of thousands of demon tribe soldiers for thousands of human race soldiers was not worth it at all. Qianzong sneered. In front of him, an ordinary demon overlord wanted to retreat? What a joke. A sword soared through the sky, and a blood-colored aura suddenly spread out. Immediately, a blood-colored shadow appeared on his body. That blood-colored shadow looked like a fiend god that had stepped out from the abyss of purgatory. A pair of empty eyes stared, causing people to involuntarily feel a chill all over their bodies. Stagnation. When Blood Shura used it, the surrounding void fell into stagnation. The demon overlord who was about to retreat also stopped, and his speed suddenly decreased to 1/10 of his original speed. How could it be? The demon overlord felt the change in his speed and was suddenly shocked. A sense of panic spread out, and an indescribable panic suddenly emerged from the depths of his heart. In the next moment, a sword light flashed and broke through the air. The sword light was so fast that it directly slashed the demon overlord's body. There was no way to dodge or even defend. Slash. Slash, slash. Slash. The sword light crisscrossed and directly cut the demon overlord's body into dozens of pieces. Every piece was so flat. In every slash, sword chi raged endlessly, crazily consuming the demon overlord's cultivation power. Then, Chenzong picked out the demon soul of the opponent with his sword and directly grabbed it in his hand. The mixed origin heart force was activated and mixed with the impact of divine will. A wail sounded, and the consciousness of the demon overlord in the demon soul was immediately defeated. It was just an ordinary demon overlord. For the current Chenzong, it was really nothing. In just 2 breaths' time, a demon overlord expert died in the hands of Chenzong. At that very moment, the human tribe cultivators arrived one after another. Sir God Shan and Sir God He Yan were at the forefront. However, even they had not completely killed their way into the demon tribe's formation. Kill. Kill. Kill, kill. They witnessed Chenzong killing in all directions and continuously slaughtering the demon tribe. This made them think that the demon tribe was not the tyrannical and ferocious demon tribe, but a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. If they weren't mistaken, the commander of the demonic race should be a powerful being of the demonic emperor level. Only the Mother Asterisk King Human King could go against him. To think that the demonic emperor who had them in despair would be killed in a short span of 2 to 3 breaths. They thought that they were dreaming. At that very moment, after Chenzong killed the demon overlord, he did not intend to stop. Instead, he continued to attack the demon kings. One by one, the demon kings and demon overlords burst out at full speed. They even burned their own bloodline power to escape. However, although their speed was not slow, they were not as fast as Chenzong. The gap was obvious. Kill a few with one sword. No one could block it. In the next moment, the 1,000-star extreme breaking sword appeared and dispersed. It turned into 1,000 sword lights that were as thick as a finger. Like 1,000 starlights, they shot out. Each of them pierced through the void and killed in all directions. From afar, they looked like fireflies dancing in the dark void, giving off an indescribable sense of magnificence. It was so beautiful that it made one's heart tremble. Death came on a large scale. One by one, the demon overlords were killed instantly. Although the demon kings were not killed directly, they were severely injured and on the verge of death. They could not escape at all. When the cultivators of the human clan approached one after another, there were only 2 or 3 kittens left in the army of the demon cultivator clan. They were all at the demon lord realm. As for the hundreds of demon king realm, they were all heavily injured by Chenzong and absorbed into the world fragment. For a moment, the human cultivators looked at Chenzong with shock in their eyes. The shock came from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if their brains had been struck by lightning. It was difficult for them to think and they directly froze. Chenzong looked at Xianxia. After looking at each other and smiling, they left and flew quickly towards the universe city. Since they had blocked, no, to be precise, defeated the invasion of the 10,000-strong demon overlord army, there was no need to stay. It was time to leave. As for the corpses of the demon overlords, they were naturally left to deal with. More or less, they could be considered as spoils of war. May I ask which great emperor it is? The true saint in charge of the command this time was the first to react. He hurriedly asked in the direction Chenzong left. His voice was full of respect. Chenzong, Lord of Taihao Mountain. Chenzong's voice came from afar and into the ears of every cultivator. Lord of Taihao Mountain, Chenzong, these words reverberated like thunder in their ears, imprinting themselves in their minds like an imprint. Taihao Mountain Lord Chenzong. I didn't expect there to be such an expert among the human race. I know Taihao Mountain. It's a sword principle sect. Swords God and Sword God Wu Ju are the elders of Taihao Mountain. That's right. Their sect leader is called Unparalleled Sword Saint Qianzong. He was an expert on the real chaotic ranking 100 years ago. There must be a mistake. He's obviously a great emperor. How can he be a sword saint? Taihao Mountain Lord usually keeps a low profile and disappeared for 100 years. No one knows where he went until now. I didn't expect him to appear here. We're really lucky. Yeah. I thought we were going to die in this battle. I wanted to drag a few more demon bastards down with me. I didn't expect to be alive this time. Moreover, I can see such a shocking scene with my own eyes. These cultivators were all terrified, but at the same time, they were indescribably excited. It was too exciting, a great emperor of the human race. It should be known that the great emperors all came from the 3 great divine dynasties, and the number of great emperors that were publicly announced was less than 30. If they were to be scattered throughout the territory of the human race, it would be like entering the ocean. There were battles going on everywhere in the human and origin races' territories. The 3 races were invading from different directions, and the situation was dire. Less than 30 great emperors were scattered, and it was extremely unlikely that they would appear here. Even if they did come as reinforcements, it would take some time. Fortunately, they were really lucky. This time, if Qianzong hadn't intervened in time, they probably wouldn't have been able to avoid death. The universe city would have been occupied and become another stronghold of the demon race. While they were discussing, the cultivators did not stop. They quickly collected the corpses of the demon lords that had been killed. These were of great use to them. In the universe city, Qianzong and Yunyanxin used the spacetime teleportation formation in the spacetime temple and left quickly. They went to the chaos city where Qianan was. At the same time, the battle here was quickly reported to the Deity Fighting League, which was founded by the 3 great dynasties. The Deities League was established 50 years ago by the 3 dynasties. There were 7 founding elders in the Deities League. There was no division between the League Master and the Vice League Master. The 7 founding elders were in charge of all matters of the Deities League. Of the 7 grand elders, 6 of them were from the 3 divine dynasties, while one of them was from the void outside the 3 divine dynasties. He was born and raised in this territory. The 7 elders weren't great emperors, but they were indeed people of virtue and prestige, so they were very trustworthy. Great news, great news. A high elder from the ancient Reflection God dynasty rushed into the main hall and shouted. His white beard was fluttering in the wind. His face was red and his eyes shone with excitement. Oldie, your eyes are filled with joy. Did your youngest son's 8th concubine give birth to a chubby grandson for you? Another elder who was sipping his tea teased. It's none of your business. Oldie immediately replied. He had 3 sons, and his youngest was a playboy. He had just married his 8th wife. It's news. It's news from Border Herding Universe City. As he spoke, he grabbed the teapot and poured the tea into his mouth, gulping it down with gurgling sounds. Hey, oldie, take it easy. It wasn't easy for me to get this 1,000-year-old tea. It's a top-notch silver needle. You can't drink it like that. The elder who was making fun of oldie was anxious. He quickly tried to grab the teapot. What, it's all leaves. After he finished, he let go of the teapot and said, Do you want to hear the news or not? Tell me. That senior elder held the empty teapot in his hand, his heart aching so much that he couldn't breathe. The other senior elders looked on happily, finding it extremely amusing. An army of 10,000 demon humans is attacking Border Herding Universe City. They are led by a demon emperor. Oldie's expression was very serious. When the other elders heard this, the smiles on their faces disappeared. It was replaced by a serious and dignified expression. An army of 10,000 led by a demon emperor was undoubtedly very scary. They were very clear about the talent and strength of the demon humans. That army was enough to attack Primal Chaos City. What's more, it was just a universe city. Could it be that Border Herding Universe City was conquered? It was another piece of bad news. No, that's not right. Oldie said news of victory and nothing else. What was news of victory, or even a great victory, that was called news of victory? Oldie, could it be that border-hurting university blocked it? A senior elder revealed some hope and some doubt. His voice was trembling. A university, even if there were cultivators rushing to help, it wouldn't be able to block the attack of 10,000 demon humans. There was even a demon emperor among them. A demon emperor powerhouse could only be fought by a transcendent saint realm cultivator of the primal and human race. As the senior elders of the deity fighting union, they were very clear about the overall strength of the primal and human race cultivators. The primal and human race were at a complete disadvantage now. They were almost defeated in every battle. There were many casualties in every battle. The best thing to do was to defend border-hurting Universe City and prevent it from being conquered. If it was only one strong race, they could still fight. The problem was that there were 3 strong races attacking. If it wasn't for the fact that they seemed to be wary of each other, the primal and human race would have less territory left. Therefore, the senior elders thought that border-hurting Universe City being able to block the attack of 10,000 demon humans led by a demon emperor was already a great victory. They didn't dare to think more than that. Ha 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 ha, wrong, all wrong. Oldie couldn't stop laughing. He was extremely excited and carefree. It's a great victory, a true great victory. The 10,000 demon humans army was annihilated. Even the demon emperor couldn't escape death. The other 6 senior elders were stunned. They stared at Oldie in confusion. They didn't believe what he said at all. When had the primal and human race ever won such a victory? No, there wasn't. The biggest victory was when they killed over 1,000 demon humans in a battle. That was it. The other battles were at most a few hundred demon humans killed. Now, they said that they killed an army of 10,000 demon humans led by a demon emperor. Was he still dreaming? It's true. The news just came from border-hurting Universe City. Oldie quickly explained. The one who did it was a great emperor of the human race. A great emperor of the human race? Who is it? I don't remember any great emperors coming to border-hurting Universe City. The senior elders were shocked. It wasn't that they didn't want to send reinforcements. It was just that they didn't have enough manpower. Moreover, each primal chaos city needed a great emperor to guard it. They couldn't leave. Otherwise, the 3 strong races would seize the opportunity to attack. Sometimes in a short period of time. A short period of time was enough to decide the outcome of a battle. The Lord of Taihao Mountain, Xianxia, who was once known as the Peerless Sword Saint, Oldie said. The 6 senior elders fell into deep thought. They had heard of Taihao Mountain before. After all, the deity fighting alliance was in charge of all the forces. Taihao Mountain was considered a strong force. Of course, they would have an impression of it. However, they didn't know much about the Lord of Taihao Mountain. Xianxia's clone guarded Taihao Mountain and rarely showed himself. As for his real body, he entered the divine planet of the great divine king realm to cultivate for 100 years. He disappeared for 100 years. No one knew where he went. Therefore, the primal and human race didn't know much about Xianxia. In fact, they knew very little about him. The Peerless Sword Saint Xianxia, the Lord of Taihao Mountain. I remember now. 100 years ago, he entered the ancient reflection palace of the ancient reflection god dynasty. After that, he went to the Great Dark Sky Empire. At that time, he sold a top-notch demon bloodline and caused a sensation. He even defeated Mu Qingyang of the Divine Gate, another senior elder of the ancient reflection god dynasty said quickly. 100 years was not a long time for experts like them who had lived for thousands of years. However, because there were so many unforeseen events, it felt like a day was a year. The 100 years seemed to have been stretched infinitely. Only then did they realize what was going on. Who was Mu Qingyang? He was one of the current great emperors of the human race. 100 years ago, Xianxia defeated Mu Qingyang. This meant that Xianxia was a transcendent saint realm expert 100 years ago. He was even stronger than Mu Qingyang. However, no one knew why he had disappeared for 100 years. However, now that he had appeared, he brought with him such a great achievement. This was also an oversight on the part of the demonic tribe. The 3 great tribes actually knew about the great emperors of the human race and the origin race, and would also pay attention to their movements. As for Xianxia, he had disappeared for 100 years and suddenly reappeared, catching them off guard. Of course, even if the demon race knew that Shenzong would appear in the border-hurting universe city, they would be prepared. For example, they would send out another demon emperor. However, with Shenzong's strength, even if 2 or 3 demon emperors came, as long as they were not peak demon emperors, they would not be a match for Shenzong. In the Great Dark Sky Empire, Demon Emperor Xinggu was able to suppress an era and defeat 3 demon emperors by himself. His strength was terrifying. Shenzong's current strength was definitely not weaker than Demon Emperor Xinggu, who had the Eternal Demon Mountain's demon artifact. Such strength was enough to suppress an era and could be said to be the strongest under the demigod realm. If 2 or 3 ordinary demon emperors came, they would be defeated by Shenzong. It would not be surprising if 1 or 2 of them died. This was something that others did not know. Shenzong, who the elders were discussing and wanted to meet, was currently taking Yu Nianxin through the Spacetime Temple's Spacetime Transfer Array towards Heaven Chute Primal Chaos City. That was the Primal Chaos City where his son, Chenin, was. A portion of the ancient God dynasty's experts were gathered there, waiting for reinforcements. Shenzong was now a VIP in the Heaven's Secret Tower. Therefore, the Heaven's Secret Tower would send any information that Shenzong needed to Shenzong as soon as possible. Therefore, Shenzong and Yu Nianxin went to where Chenin was as soon as they arrived at Heaven Chute Primal Chaos City. As one of the top divine monarchs on the Primal Chaos Real ranking, Chenin also had an extraordinary status. Now, in Heaven Chute Primal Chaos City, he naturally had a courtyard to live and cultivate. When Shenzong and Yu Nianxin arrived, the father and son met again after hundreds of years. Especially under such circumstances, the excitement was indescribable. "Father, mother, this is the wine I brewed myself. Please have a taste." Chenin filled the wine cup with wine. The wine was a translucent and clear amber color, and when it was poured out from the wine gourd, it gave others a crystalline and continuous feeling. It seemed to reflect strands of light, and it was so lively and light. Shenzong couldn't help but be slightly surprised, and then he held up the wine cup with slight anticipation. He first took a light sniff at the tip of his nose. The fragrance of the wine went from light to deep, and it was extremely natural and not abrupt in the slightest. He took a light sip, causing the wine to linger in his mouth and give him a light feeling, and then it gradually became full and seemed to jump in his mouth. When it flowed down his throat, it inadvertently caused Shenzong to have the feeling that time was impermanent. "Good wine, does it have a name?" Shenzong looked at Chenin and smiled lightly. "Yes, I named it Drifting Goblet." Chenin instantly smiled, and it was a smile that came from the bottom of his heart like a child. It was a smile of happiness that came from the bottom of his heart from being acknowledged by someone he admired. Drifting Goblet, Time Drifting Goblet. Chenin was naturally very curious about where his parents had gone in these 100 years. He'd once entrusted the Heaven's Secret Tower to search for them, but unfortunately, they hadn't been found. It was as if they'd instantly vanished without a trace, without the slightest sign. The world of gods wasn't something that the Heaven's Secret Tower could pry into, and the world of divine kings wasn't something that half-gods could easily pry into. Not to mention that half-gods wouldn't make a move themselves just to find 1 or 2 people. Chenin had always firmly believed that his parents were still alive, but for some unknown reason, they couldn't be found for the time being. As expected, Shenzong told Chenin about his experiences in the past 100 years. The existence of gods caused Chenin to exclaim endlessly with admiration, and he felt happy for Shenzong's fortuitous encounter. The family of 3 drank as they chatted, and they were extremely happy. Bloodline pure source? Shenzong was instantly stunned when he heard Chenin's description. That's right. The bloodline pure source was discovered by the Divine Refinement Department 30 years ago. Chenin smiled as he explained. The invasion of the 3 powerful races and the emergence of the 3 god dynasties had led the Deity League to better defend against the invasion. The Deity League was divided into different departments, namely the Divinity Fighting Department, the Divinity Works Department, the Divinity Refining Department, and the Divinity Benevolence Department. The Battle God Division was in charge of 4 divisions, and the Battle God Division was in charge of fighting against invaders. Wherever there was a crisis, they would immediately provide reinforcements. Chenin was currently a member of the Battle God Division. The Ministry of Divine Work specialized in refining weapons. For example, the divine crystal cannons were developed by the Ministry of Divine Works in recent years. The Divine Refinement Department mainly concocted pills and researched bloodlines. The Division of Divine Kindness, on the other hand, was in charge of logistics. They were responsible for allocating resources. After all, alchemical pills and the like were needed for cultivation and battle. The Division of Divine Refinement was responsible for the distribution of alchemical pills and so on. In this way, the various departments could cooperate with each other and operate better. The invasion of the three powerful races was a disaster, but it was also an opportunity. The three god dynasties had announced the bloodline extraction secret technique, which could extract the bloodlines from the bodies of the three powerful races and merge them into one's own body. This would allow one to obtain the bloodlines of the three powerful races and greatly increase one's strength and potential. However, only king-level foreign race cultivators could use the bloodline extraction secret technique to extract their bloodlines. However, king-level cultivators were extremely strong. They were at least at the top of the true saint plane. They were extremely difficult to deal with, and it was extremely difficult to extract their bloodlines. After decades of continuous research by the Divine Refinement Department, they finally succeeded. They could extract the bloodlines from the other races. The demon-human race and the other two powerful races had refined chi and bloodline from their bodies, but they were only bloodline fragments. They then used those bloodline fragments to further refine and purify them, turning them into bloodline pure source. Pure bloodline was a pure bloodline without any other bloodline. It was the purest and most basic bloodline. There was no such thing as an attribute, nor was there any such thing as a race. The bloodline pure source's function was to stimulate the bloodline of the human race and the origin race. From there, one could stimulate the power of the bloodline and master different bloodline powers. The ancestors of the human race and the origin race were the same. They were the ancestors of the ancient times. The great power that the ancestors of the ancient times possessed originated from their bloodlines. However, with the destruction of the universe and the passage of countless years, the ancient ancestors had long disappeared. Their descendants had become the human race and the origin race, and their bloodlines had gradually weakened. The bloodline pure source's function was to stimulate and awaken the declining bloodlines in the body, gradually possessing the bloodline power of the ancestors. This bloodline was the true bloodline of the human race and the origin race. In addition, if a cultivator had already stimulated their bloodline, they could use the bloodline pure source to further stimulate their own bloodline and gradually strengthen it. After Qianzong heard this, he was immediately surprised. The human race was indeed a race that was extremely good at learning and creating. The appearance of the bloodline pure source indeed gave the human race and the origin race the motivation to further strengthen themselves. No wonder there were more than 10 times more true saints than before. Bloodline? Qianzong began to ponder. He had never fused with the bloodlines of other races out of consideration for himself. He wanted to maintain the purity of his own bloodline. As for what benefits there were, he wasn't sure. In any case, it was his own feeling and his own persistence. However, if he used the bloodline pure source to stimulate his own bloodline, it would be his own bloodline. Perhaps he could give it a try. His strength was indeed very strong, but it did not prevent him from continuing to strengthen himself. If he had a powerful bloodline, his strength might be able to further improve and become even more powerful. Qianzong thought of the hundreds of Devil King realm demons that he had severely injured and suppressed in the world fragment. Then, how should he deal with them? Should he directly extract their bloodline, or hand them over to the Divine Refining Department to be refined into the bloodline pure source? No, he should personally extract the bloodline of these hundreds of Devil King realm demons and then exchange them for the bloodline pure source. Father, this is the bloodline pure source. Qian'an took out a thumb-sized droplet of water. It was a droplet of pure red liquid, and it was covered by a layer of transparent film. That layer of transparent film sealed the pure source of bloodline, and its aura did not leak out at all. It looked like a flawless ruby in the shape of a water droplet. After Qianzong took it, he carefully felt it. Although the film sealed it very tightly, it still could not stop Qianzong's super-sharp senses from sensing the fluctuations in it. Pure, it was very pure, and it did not contain any impurities. The bloodline pure source was meant to be consumed. Chen Zong thought about it and immediately tried to swallow it. The bloodline pure source dissolved in his body and spread rapidly, covering every part of his body. It then seeped into the deepest part of his body and slowly became scorching hot, as if it was going to burn. However, it cooled down in less than 3 breaths and disappeared. Father, there are 2 situations when consuming the bloodline pure source. One is that one does not have any blood. Therefore, consuming the bloodline pure source will not have any effect. Chenin explained, the other is that one's own bloodline potential is amazing, and one needs to consume more bloodline pure source to activate it. Generally speaking, a normal cultivator with a hidden bloodline would need to consume 3 to 5 portions of bloodline pure source to activate their bloodline. However, there were also some cultivators with more powerful bloodline potential who needed to consume 20 to 30 portions of bloodline pure source, or even more. There were even peerless geniuses who consumed 100 portions of bloodline pure source, and immediately activated their top bloodline. The current classification of bloodline levels was passed down from the 3 divine dynasties. There were 5 levels: unrated, ordinary, elite, top, and supreme. So, did Qinzong belong to those with no bloodline potential, or those with more powerful bloodline potential? It was still unclear. Qinan took out 10 portions of bloodline pure source for Qinzong to try. The bloodline pure source was not cheap. However, Qinan was a member of the God Fighting Division and a Sir God expert who was ranked at the top of the real chaotic role. It was not difficult for him to obtain the bloodline pure source. In fact, with Qinzong's strength, it was not difficult for him to obtain the bloodline pure source. He only needed to show his identity and strength. A great emperor, a tyrannical great emperor realm expert, how shocking was that, after Qinzong consumed the 10 portions of bloodline pure source, they turned into a stronger flow of aura, and the heat became more intense. Vaguely, Qinzong seemed to feel that there was something deep in his body that was about to be activated. However, it was very stubborn and could not be activated. After a few breaths, the heat flow was exhausted and disappeared. Qinzong knew that there was indeed some kind of bloodline power hidden in his body. However, the power of the bloodline pure source was not enough to activate it. In other words, he needed more bloodline pure source. Qinan brought Xianxia and Qinan into the world fragment. When he saw hundreds of demonic humans, Qinan was slightly stunned. Then, when he felt the aura of those demonic humans, his expression changed greatly. Demon King level, hundreds of demonic humans, all of them Demon King level experts. Hundreds of them, how spectacular was that? Together, they began to refine the Demon King bloodline. These Demon Kings were severely injured by Qinzong and could not be healed. They were all in a state where they could not resist and could only be refined as they wailed. They were as pitiful as pigs waiting to be slaughtered. However, Qinzong and the other 2 did not have the slightest bit of pity. The demonic humans had invaded and caused countless massacres, killing countless humans and origin race. They were extremely vicious. Now, they were going to use their bloodlines to help more humans become stronger. Not long after, a total of 500 demonic humans' bloodlines were refined. Among them, 430 were ordinary bloodlines, 68 were elite bloodlines, and 2 were top bloodlines. Their value was even more astonishing. Now, even though there had been many wars in the past 100 years and many demon kings had been killed, there were still very few top demonic humans' bloodlines that could be refined. The value of these 2 top demonic humans' bloodlines was astonishing. Of the 500 demonic humans' bloodlines, Qinzong planned to keep the 2 top demonic humans' bloodlines, 50 elite bloodlines, and 100 ordinary bloodlines and use them as resources in Mount Taihao. As for the other bloodlines, he would use them to exchange for resources. First, he would exchange for enough bloodline pure source to see if he could activate his hidden bloodline power. In addition, he would let Xianxia improve her bloodline and so on. In Chang'an's courtyard, Qinzong was meditating while tasting drifting goblet wine. As for the demon bloodline, Qinzong handed it over to Qinan to exchange. The Divine Benevolence Division was in charge of allocating resources and exchanging them. At this moment, Qinzong felt a powerful aura rise up from afar. The aura was indescribably sharp, and there was also a shocking viciousness within the sharpness. It was a kind of determination and viciousness that pressed forward courageously, as if it wanted to kill all living things in the world. It was invincible, and no matter what kind of existence it was, it would be pierced through and through. Willpower, the astonishing willpower contained within it surprised Qianzong. Such willpower was really rare, and it was not much inferior to his own. Saint transcending realm. Qianzong thought. And it was obvious that this aura was coming in his direction. The moment it appeared, it instantly flew through the air and appeared in the sky above Qianzong's courtyard. I came uninvited. Please forgive me, unparalleled God Jiandi, the person in the sky said. The person in the sky said. His voice was a little forceful, but there was also an indescribable sharpness hidden in that forcefulness. Please sit. Qianzong stretched out his hand and gestured for the person to sit. The person immediately descended like a straight arrow from the sky and sat directly in front of Qianzong. This was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. He was from the Origin clan. His eyes were deep and boundless, as if they contained a part of the world. Within them, there seemed to be an indescribable sharpness. The clothes that this person wore were relatively special. It was a beast-skin coat, and he carried a longbow on his back. He looked completely like a hunter. I just heard that unparalleled God Jiandi displayed his invincible might in the border. Hurting Universe City. One sword strike destroyed tens of thousands of troops, and the demon race could not even escape. He killed a demon emperor with just a few strikes. I was very shocked. The person dressed like a hunter laughed heartily and said, when I heard that Jiandi had come to heaven shooting Primal Chaos City, I immediately rushed over. Drink? Qianzong asked with a smile, how should I address you? Drink. This hunter-dressed middle-aged man instantly laughed. I am called Lian Tu, from Heaven Heart God Court, known as Heaven Shooting Great Monarch, usually overseeing Heaven Shooting Primal Chaos City. Qianzong suddenly understood. 100 years ago, there weren't many Primal Chaos Cities in the human race's territory. Now that 100 years had passed, there were a few more, and the Sky Shoot Primal Chaos City was one of them. The Sky Shooting Great Emperor was a Transcendent Saint Realm expert. Moreover, he was a peak Transcendent Saint Realm expert. He had heard of the great victory in border-hurting Universe City and knew that Tai Hao Mountain Lord Unparalleled God Jiandi Qianzong had arrived in Heaven Shooting Primal Chaos City. He immediately came to visit. As for the title of Unparalleled Divine Sword Emperor, it was naturally given to him by others. Originally, Qianzong's title was Unparalleled Divine Sword Saint. However, because he was extremely powerful and was a great emperor with astonishing battle records, he was given such a title. Whether it was Unparalleled Sword Saint, Unparalleled Divine Sword Monarch, Unparalleled God Jiandi, Qianzong actually didn't care. This was just a title, a code name. No matter what it was, it wouldn't change him. Qianzong was still Qianzong, he wouldn't become strong just because of a title change. In fact, Qianzong knew that the prerequisite for a title change was one's own strength. Only when one was strong enough could the title change. Otherwise, if he was just an ordinary true Saint Realm expert, he would be called Unparalleled Sword Saint. Outside the body, how things were depended on one's own ability. An ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin. If one wasn't strong enough, if one obtained a treasure, it would probably be followed by disaster. Sky Shooting Great Emperor was a very good talker. After chatting for a while, the relationship between the two became much closer. Before leaving, Sky Shooting Great Emperor left behind a gift for his visit, 100 Bloodline Pure Source. Nowadays, Bloodline Pure Source was more meaningful than Chaotic Divine Gems because it could be used by almost anyone. After sending Sky Shooting Great Emperor away, Qianzong stared at the 100 Bloodline Pure Source and pondered. Should he swallow it directly and see if he could stimulate the potential of his Bloodline Pure Source? Immediately, he rejected this idea because Qianzong wasn't sure if the 100 Bloodline Pure Source could stimulate the hidden power of his Bloodline Pure Source. If it didn't succeed, it would be a waste. Stimulating the Bloodline Pure Source had to be done in a spurt of energy. If it couldn't be done, although it wouldn't affect the subsequent stimulation, the Bloodline Pure Source would be useless. The value of 100 Bloodline Pure Source wasn't low. He couldn't waste it casually. It was better to wait for Qianan to exchange for more Bloodline Pure Source before trying again. He wondered how many Bloodline Pure Source he could exchange for the Demon Bloodline Pure Source. After that, another person came to visit. It was a Sir God expert who was second only to a great emperor in sky-shooting primal chaos city. His name was Sir God Kong Slaying Saber. His saber essence was extremely strong and overbearing. He was close to the level of Saint Surpassing Realm. It seemed as though he only needed to pierce through a thin layer to break through his own limit and reach Saint Surpassing Realm to become a new great emperor. When the other party arrived outside the courtyard, he did not step in immediately. Instead, he asked the unparalleled Celestial Sword Emperor to meet him. Chen Zong also felt the other party's pure and tyrannical saber will, which was why he was willing to let the other party meet him. Sir God Kong Slaying Saber presented a gift the moment he arrived, 50 bloodline pure source. Then, he directly asked for guidance. He wanted to let Chen Zong know that Sir God Kong Slaying Saber was a cultivation maniac, a saber maniac. His purpose of meeting Chen Zong was to ask for guidance. He even challenged him. He challenged a great emperor as a Sir God. It wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. Sensing the other party's temperament and strong saber essence that wanted to break through the shackles, Chen Zong accepted the challenge. He hoped that the other party would be enlightened and truly break through the shackles to become a great emperor. In the current situation, one more great emperor for the human tribe and origin tribe meant one more top fighting power. It would be helpful for the battle. However, although Sir God Kong Slaying Saber was very strong and was considered one of the strongest among the Sir Gods, he was ranked at the top of the Primal Chaos Sir God ranking list. However, the gap between him and Chen Zong was too big. Chen Zong was sitting while Sir God Kong Slaying Saber was standing. He had a saber on each side of his waist, one long and one short. There was also a heavy saber on his back. His entire body was constantly emitting shocking saber essence, which turned into an overbearing saber pressure that swept across the sky. At the same time, Sir God Kong Slaying Saber crossed his hands and held the saber hilts on his waist. However, he couldn't pull out the saber because of the sword essence that Chen Zong released. The moment the sword essence was released, it covered the sky and covered the earth. It was as though an ancient sword mountain had appeared in Sir God Kong Slaying Saber's sea of consciousness. It pressed down and suppressed everything. He couldn't pull out the saber. The saber was in the scabbard and the hilt was in his hand. However, no matter how much strength Sir God Kong Slaying Saber exerted, he couldn't pull out the saber. It was as though the moment he pulled out the saber, the sword mountain would fall and kill him. After holding on for less than 10 breaths, Sir God Kong Slaying Saber's face turned pale and he was drenched in sweat. His body went soft and he couldn't help but sway. The sway was as though there was a gap in a dam. The gap expanded rapidly and it collapsed in the end. Sir God Kong Slaying Saber couldn't help but shiver and spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood spurted out like a sword and scattered in the air. Every drop of blood contained a shocking sword essence. Chen Zong retrieved his sword essence. Sir God Kong Slaying Saber's body shook and he steadied himself. He bowed to Chen Zong and said, "Thank you, Jiandi, for your guidance." Then, Sir God Kong Slaying Saber turned around and left without hesitation. During the confrontation with Chen Zong's sword essence, he felt that he had a chance to make a breakthrough. Next, he had to go back and grab hold of the chance to turn it into the power to make a breakthrough. I hope there will be one more surpassing holy realm. Chen Zong watched Sir God Kong Slaying Saber leave and said to himself. The sword essence oppression earlier was done by Chen Zong consciously. It wasn't just a simple oppression. Sir God Kong Slaying Saber couldn't understand any power from a simple oppression. However, such a conscious guidance oppression would give Sir God Kong Slaying Saber inspiration and enlightenment, allowing him to find a chance to make a breakthrough. Of course, the prerequisite was that the other party had to have good comprehension ability and a deep foundation. Otherwise, if one used sword essence to oppress a pig, it would still be a pig. It might even be able to enjoy a pork feast. Sir God Kong Slaying Saber's challenge was only a small interlude to Chen Zong. If there could be a surpassing holy realm, there would be one more great emperor-level expert among the humans and the origin. It would undoubtedly be a great thing. Soon, Qinan came back and he brought many pure origin bloodlines with him. Chen Zong gave Qinan 348 demon tribe bloodlines to exchange at Divine Kindness Division. Among them, 18 were elite bloodlines and 330 were normal demon tribe bloodlines. However, even if they were normal demon tribe bloodlines, once cultivators who didn't have any bloodline power merged with them successfully, their power would increase significantly and their potential would increase. In the past, in the three holy dynasties, a normal demon tribe bloodline was worth 10 divine points. As for now, due to the invasion of the three strong tribes, it was relatively easier to obtain bloodlines than before. However, the price wasn't low and it wasn't something an ordinary cultivator could afford. Even top true Sage Realm experts would have to pay a high price to get a normal demon tribe bloodline. It was just a possibility. The price of a pure origin bloodline wasn't low either. However, it was relatively cheaper than a normal demon tribe bloodline. Hence, the 330 normal demon tribe bloodlines were exchanged for 990 pure origin bloodlines at a ratio of 1:3. The 18 elite demon tribe bloodlines were even more valuable as they were exchanged for 540 pure origin bloodlines at a ratio of 1:30. In total, there were 1,530 pure origin bloodlines. In addition to the 100 given by Great Emperor Xianxia and the 30 given by Sir God Kong Slaying Saber, there were 1,660 pure origin bloodlines. Wealth, it was a shocking amount of wealth. He gave 330 pure origin bloodlines to Xianxia and another 330 pure origin bloodlines to Qin, and Shenzong took 1,000 pure origin bloodlines and went into seclusion. 1,000 pure origin bloodlines were enough. Shenzong's courtyard wasn't small. There were 2 cultivation rooms. Shenzong entered one of them and activated the formation. With a buzzing sound, the formation was activated and immediately sealed off the entire cultivation room. The defensive ability of the formation was outstanding. It could withstand the attack of a divine lord. Outside, Shenzong and Yunyanqing were still there. Moreover, this was the heaven-shooting primal chaos city. With the heaven-shooting Great Emperor in charge, unless the primal chaos city was breached, Shenzong wouldn't be disturbed. 1,000 bloodline pure sources were arranged in front of Shenzong. There were a total of 1,000 bloodline pure sources. They were like flawless rubies. Under the light of the cultivation room, they reflected a pure red light. They looked so magnificent. Let's begin. Shenzong took a deep breath and said to himself. There was a touch of anticipation in the depths of his heart. In that anticipation, there was also a trace of nervousness that he hadn't felt in a long time. Bloodline, was there any bloodline power in his body? Shenzong actually didn't think much about bloodline power. But now, he was faced with this matter. If he succeeded, he would master a bloodline that completely belonged to him. First, he swallowed 100 bloodline pure sources. Because 10 bloodline pure sources were too little and not enough at all. If 100 bloodline pure sources were too much, it wouldn't be a problem. At most, he would just waste a part of it. 100 bloodline pure sources entered his body and immediately melted. A warm current emerged and immediately seeped into the depths of his body. Shenzong's consciousness also seemed to be guided and kept going deeper. It was as if he had broken through something and entered a darkness. That darkness seemed to be endless, without beginning or end. In the next breath, the darkness receded, and a lofty mountain appeared before Shenzong's eyes. The mountain was covered with boulders, as if it was a mountain made of stone. It had an astonishing majesty. Shenzong's line of sight was quickly pulled closer, and he saw a figure continuously climbing up the mountain. It was a giant, a 10-meter-tall giant. Its whole body was dark gold, and it looked very burly and majestic. At first glance, Shenzong felt that this giant was full of power, an extremely strong power. A wave of understanding suddenly appeared in his mind. This giant represented the bloodline power in his body. The power of a giant, in that case, should he master this bloodline power? All of a sudden, Shenzong felt a little hesitant. It was just a feeling. As if sensing Shenzong's hesitation, the giant roared. Shenzong's vision quickly changed. The huge mountain and the giant on it were fading rapidly, as if they had turned into a shadow. Shenzong's consciousness directly penetrated the shadow and went forward into the darkness. Soon after, a palace appeared in the darkness. It was a completely pitch-black palace. A figure was seated on the throne in the palace. It was an imposing figure. A demon dweller, it was a devil dweller clad in battle armor. His eyes seemed to be staring at Shenzong. His pitch-black eyes seemed to have locked onto Qianzong. Another wave of understanding came to Qianzong. He knew that as long as he wanted to, he could activate his bloodline and possess the power of the demon dweller's bloodline. So, the dark gold giant from before was the bloodline power of a giant. Why was that? Qianzong did not choose the armored demon dweller in front of him. The figure of the demon dweller in front of him was fading away, and the palace was fading away. Finally, it disappeared, and there was darkness again. But in the next moment, a ray of light suddenly rose from the darkness. Up. The light was so bright, so obvious, and so pure. A white palace appeared in front of Qianzong. Immediately, a figure sat on the throne in the palace. It was a figure holding a scepter. His aura was extremely sacred. A pair of calm and deep eyes stared at Qianzong, as if they had penetrated the endless space and time. The power of the celestial being bloodline. First the giant, then the demon dweller, and then the celestial being. Qianzong suddenly thought. Why? Inadvertently, Qianzong thought of the ancient god sword armor. To cultivate the ancient god sword armor, one had to first integrate the core of the giant god, which belonged to the giant clan. Then, one had to integrate the devil's soul, which belonged to the demon dweller clan. Finally, one had to integrate the heaven soul from the celestial being clan. Was there any relationship between them? However, no matter if it was the bloodline of the giant, the demon dweller, or the celestial being, Qianzong did not expect to obtain the power of their bloodline. Otherwise, he would have obtained it long ago. Qianzong could feel that there were other bloodline powers hidden within his body. However, this wasn't the only thing. He couldn't help but feel a sense of exhaustion rising within him. The power of the 100 portions of pure bloodline source was exhausted. Fortunately, he had prepared a lot of pure bloodline source. He continued to consume 100 portions. This was not difficult for Qianzong, who had mastered the one-mind chaotic prime realm. On the contrary, it was very easy, and he would not be disturbed in the slightest. Qianzong's consciousness continued to float forward in the darkness. He kept floating forward, and the power of the 100 portions of pure bloodline was constantly consumed. Qianzong's consciousness kept floating forward in the darkness, as if he was going to float forward forever, and the power of the 100 portions of pure bloodline was continuously consumed. Then, Qianzong saw a star. A huge and ancient star appeared in the darkness. It was faintly emitting rays of light. Countless rays of light converged into a halo, shining in all directions. As his vision continued to draw closer, Qianzong saw a huge figure sitting cross-legged on the ancient star. The figure looked so tall and majestic. Its muscles seemed to be cast in iron. Each muscle contained the tyrannical power of an ancient volcano. Once it erupted, it seemed to be able to destroy the stars and shatter the world. That figure looked so ancient that it seemed boundlessly ancient. The next moment, the figure stood up and roared. Immediately, a layer of dark golden light spread out from its body like a liquid, covering every inch of its body. Armor, a set of dark golden armor covered his majestic body. The patterns on the armor were so familiar. Ancient divine armor, king-level ancient divine armor, the figure was an ancient god. Could this be the power of the ancient god's bloodline? In just a moment, Qianzong was sure that it was the power of the ancient god's bloodline. What a powerful bloodline power! It was even more tyrannical than that of the giants, demons, and celestials. Qianzong was secretly excited. Ancient god, that was an ancient god. The ancient gods were tyrannical existences. Just a part of their inheritance, the inheritance of the ancient god armor, had given him great benefits. Moreover, when he was equipped with the ancient god armor, his strength would increase exponentially, especially when it was a king-level ancient god armor. So, should he choose the power of the ancient god's bloodline and activate it? As long as he activated it, he would be able to obtain the power of the ancient god's bloodline. It would be the power of the bloodline that was activated from within him, not from the outside world. There would be some differences between the two, and it would not be affected by the bloodline. Thus, it would subtly change his will. Should he or should he not? This was a very big question, and also a very important choice. Qianzong could choose not to use the power of the giants, demons, and celestials' bloodlines because they were not very attractive to him. However, Qinzong was actually a little covetous of the power of the ancient god's bloodline. Moreover, he had the ancient divine armor. If he also mastered the power of the ancient god's bloodline, would there be any similarities and amplifications between the two? Even his life form would change as a result, and he would eventually become an ancient god. Thinking of this, Qinzong began to ponder even more. Becoming an ancient god, would it be so? He was not sure, but what if it was true? Would there be any benefits to becoming an ancient god? Yes, there should be. Then, would there be any effects? Qinzong hesitated for a moment, but then he made a decision to follow his heart. Then, he would give up on activating the power of the ancient god's bloodline. This was because Qinzong's intuition told him that this bloodline was not the most suitable for him. Or rather, Qinzong's heart had a kind of deep expectation, a kind of expectation. The power of the 100 portions of the bloodline was about to be exhausted again, so Qinzong immediately took another 100 portions. The imposing figure armed with the king's ancient divine armor faded in front of him, and the ancient formation also turned into a shadow. Darkness fell again, but Qinzong's consciousness was still floating forward. This time it floated for a long time. A vast expanse of land appeared. It was a vast expanse of land, with towering mountains and boundless skies. Trees towered into the sky, and huge rocks were scattered about. A boundless aura pervaded the air, as if it was a desolate land. There were huge beasts running on the ground, and huge birds soaring in the sky, their wings covering the sky. There were giants running and hunting on the barren land. This giant was wearing a skirt made of animal skin, and his majestic body was extremely strong. He was covered in scars, which were left behind from fighting with beasts and birds. It was a kind of symbol. They looked somewhat similar to the giant race, but they were fundamentally different. In an instant, Qinzong came to a realization. These were the ancestors, the ancient ancestors, and also the ancestors of the human race and the origin race. The ancient ancestors, the origin of the human race's bloodline. Qinzong saw many giants, all of whom were the ancient ancestors. They all had strong bodies, but they also mastered different powers. Some ancient ancestors had unparalleled strength, easily lifting mountains. Some ancient ancestors had astonishing speed, as fast as lightning. Some ancient ancestors could control water and fire, and some ancient ancestors could control thousands of beasts. Every kind of power was so powerful and so shocking. Qinzong discovered that he could choose any bloodline power to activate and master that bloodline power. He was a human race, and in essence, he was a descendant of the ancient ancestors. He instinctively felt that the bloodline of the ancient ancestors was more suitable for him than the giants, demons, celestials, and even the ancient gods. As for whether the bloodline of the ancient ancestors was more powerful than the bloodline of the ancient gods, he didn't know, but it probably wasn't. However, Qinzong was more aware of one point, and that was that only the bloodline that suited him was truly powerful. Some bloodlines that seemed powerful but didn't suit him, even if he mastered them, might not be able to unleash their potential and power. On the desolate land, the ancestors were showing their elegance. Qinzong was thinking about which bloodline of the ancient ancestors was the most suitable for him. There were too many bloodlines. Finally, Qinzong felt that there was a bloodline with the power of gold, which could make his sword sharper. The figure of the ancient ancestor who had mastered the power of gold quickly enlarged in front of Qinzong. Just as Qinzong was about to activate it, an indescribable summon filled the air. That was a distant summon. Once again, Qinzong took 100 portions of the pure bloodline source. He responded to the summon. The ancient ancestor in front of him suddenly became illusory. The desolate land also faded and returned to darkness. Gradually, as Qinzong's consciousness kept moving forward, he vaguely saw the outline of a world. It became clearer and clearer. He saw that it was a world, and in that world, there was a huge shadow. A tree, it was a tree, an extremely huge tree. Towering was not enough to describe it. The tree grew in that world and supported that world. The tree of world, that was a tree of world. The branches of the huge tree of world swayed gently. It was filled with an auspicious, majestic, profound, and endless aura. It was so majestic and vigorous that it gave Qinzong a sense of intimacy. The wind blew, and the leaves swayed and rustled. It seemed to be saying something. Zong suddenly recalled that a long time ago, he had once received a gift from a world tree that had been burned to the ground. Could it be that he had gained the power of the bloodline of the Tree of World because of it? Maybe it was possible. Then, should he choose the bloodline of the Tree of World to activate it? The Tree of World was a general name. However, there were differences in strength among the Trees of World. For example, the Tree of World in a small world was not as good as the Tree of World in a macro world. However, no matter what level the Tree of World was, it had great potential and could continue to grow. For example, if the Tree of World in a small world was transplanted to a macro world, the Tree of World would continue to grow until it reached the limit of that macro world. In short, what affected the growth of the world tree was the limit of that world. The world tree and the world tree complemented each other. The size of the world tree affected the growth of the world tree. Conversely, the growth of the world tree would also nourish the world tree, increasing the limit of the world tree and making it stronger. Without a doubt, the world tree bloodline was a bloodline with very high potential. So, should he choose the world tree bloodline? With a thought, Zong discovered that he could also choose other bloodlines. For example, the bloodlines of the giants, demons, celestials, ancient gods, and ancient natives that he had seen before. He could choose any of the 6 bloodlines he wanted. Every single bloodline was extraordinary and astonishing. If others were to find out, who knew how jealous they would be? It was too shocking. No matter what kind of bloodline it was, they all had great potential and could bring about an obvious increase in strength. However, Zong was still a little doubtful. With his current strength, even if he stimulated the power of his bloodline, how much could he improve? Generally speaking, the higher one's strength was, the smaller the increase after activating the power of his bloodline, unless the bloodline was extremely powerful or even nature-defying. However, although these 6 bloodlines were powerful, they were not nature-defying. Choose one out of 6, Zong stared at the Tree of World and had the thought of choosing it as his bloodline power. The Tree of World swayed gently, as if it was inviting Zong. Zong pondered and did not make a decision immediately. Were there other bloodlines in his body? He wasn't sure about that. With a thought, Zong immediately took another 100 portions of the pure bloodline source. He had taken 500 portions of the pure bloodline source in a row, which was extremely valuable. It was equivalent to 5 portions of the top demon bloodline. The power surged and fluctuated continuously. Then, the Tree of World in front of him gradually faded. It seemed that it was unwilling to die, but it eventually turned into a shadow, then into nothingness, and returned to darkness. Zong's consciousness kept moving forward in the darkness. This time, the darkness seemed deeper and more distant to Zong, as if it would never end. When the 100 portions of the pure bloodline source were consumed, Zong did not see any more bloodlines. For a moment, Zong was a little hesitant. Could it be that there were only those 6 bloodlines in his body and no other bloodline power? If others knew Zong's thoughts, they would probably try to kill him. He could choose from 6 bloodlines, but he was not satisfied. How many bloodlines did he want? It should be known that most cultivators only had 1 bloodline power to choose from after taking the pure bloodline source. Zong had 6, and each of them was amazing, but he was still not satisfied. The darkness was endless, as if there was nothing left. Last try. Zong thought to himself. Soon after, he directly consumed the remaining pure bloodline source. A wave of extremely majestic energy immediately surged and seeped into the depths of his body. It transformed into a surging torrent that roared and crushed everything in its path. It was as if the torrent of the sea was unstoppable. Forward, 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 he kept moving forward with an indomitable will. The power of the pure bloodline source was constantly being consumed. Gradually, it became weaker and weaker. If it continued, it would be completely consumed. However, he still did not find any other bloodlines. Could it be that he really had to choose one of those bloodlines? Suddenly, Zong realized that he might have been too greedy and messed up his mind. All of the 6 bloodlines were very powerful and had great potential, especially the ancient god bloodline. Its potential was far greater than that of the giants, demons, and celestial beings. The ancient ancestor bloodline was very compatible with him. After all, it was the bloodline of the human tribe's ancestors. The bloodline of the Tree of World was very close to him. He could choose any one of the three bloodlines, but it was impossible to choose all of them. The ancient god bloodline was very powerful, and it was closely related to the ancient god armor. Chen Zong had given up before, but now that he thought about it, it was not impossible to choose. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong calmed himself down. His breathing became light and long, and he unconsciously entered a state of mental tranquility. Tranquility, far away, the visions formed by the 6 bloodlines all rushed toward him. The dark golden giant on the mountain, the stalwart figure in the dark palace, the holy figure holding a scepter in the white palace, the tyrannical figure standing on the ancient star and armed with dark golden armor, the ancient figure running on the barren land, and the figure holding up the world and swaying in the wind. At that moment, Chen Zong understood what he really needed. I am a swordsman. In this life, I only have the sword. One figure after another shattered and turned into specks of light. Those specks of light converged to form a long river in the darkness. It rushed forward endlessly, as if it had penetrated the darkness and rushed into another space. Chen Zong's consciousness also moved forward. At the moment when it penetrated the darkness, Chen Zong felt an overwhelming sword will. It was so pure, so sharp, so forceful, so domineering, so boundless, and so inclusive. Countless lights gathered and gradually turned into a shining sword shadow, traversing the void. This sword penetrated the heavens and the earth. This sword penetrated the present and the past. This sword traversed the sun and the moon. This sword could split the heavens and the earth. This sword could kill gods and demons. This sword could traverse the universe. This sword could point directly to the heart. Chen Zong understood. He understood in an instant without any hesitation. This was what he needed. Sword, swordsmanship, a sword that originated from the heart, and also a sword that belonged to him. This was the power that came from the deepest part of his body, and also from the deepest part of his soul. It was the power that united his body and mind. The sword suddenly shattered and turned into thousands of sword lights in an instant. They flew directly and merged into Chen Zong's body. Chen Zong's consciousness also returned to his body in an instant. He immediately felt a constant surge of power from the deepest part of his body. The power was weak at first, but it gradually grew stronger and spread to all parts of his body. Finally, it penetrated the bindings of his body and appeared outside his body, turning into wisps of sword qi. As the sword qi surged, it constantly circled around his body. Thousands of sword qi surrounded his body and firmly protected Chen Zong. Chen Zong did not move. He did not immediately come out of seclusion. Although his bloodline had been stimulated, it was only at the initial stage. He still needed to familiarize himself with it and then completely master it. That was the power that truly belonged to him. Outside, Xianxia and Chenin were also consuming and refining the bloodline pure source to improve their own bloodline, the star-scorching true phoenix bloodline. Xianxia's star-scorching true phoenix bloodline had been raised to the pinnacle level after fusing with the Skyfire sacred phoenix bloodline. However, because she had helped Chenin to refine his bloodline, it had declined and almost dropped from the pinnacle level to the elite level. After 100 years, it had only stabilized and had not recovered. Now, after consuming the bloodline pure source, it had gradually improved and finally recovered. As for Chen and star-scorching true phoenix bloodline, it had also been raised to the pinnacle level after continuously refining the bloodline pure source over the past 100 years. Above the peak bloodline was the Lamiter bloodline. There was a difference of 1 level, but it was not so easy to upgrade from the peak bloodline to the Lamiter bloodline. In theory, any bloodline could be upgraded to the Lamiter bloodline, but that was only in theory. Every bloodline had a limit to its potential, and it was not so easy to break through that limit. Unless one directly awakened or fused with the paramount level bloodline. However, fusing with the paramount level bloodline meant that one had to refine the paramount level bloodline. So far, no one had done it. So far, no one had managed to awaken the paramount level bloodline. The highest one could do was awaken the pinnacle level bloodline. Just as Xianxia and Chenin were refining the bloodline pure source to improve their bloodline, a sword hum suddenly rang out. It seemed to resound between heaven and earth, as if it had come from an ancient time and space. It also seemed to have come from the depths of one's heart. The sword hum seemed soft, but it was also like a thunderclap. In an instant, everyone in Heaven Shoot Primal Chaos City heard the humming of the sword. They felt as though they were looking into the void, and in that void, there was a flash of sword light. It pierced through the sun and moon, through the past and present, and through heaven and earth. What kind of sword was that? The sword chime was extremely melodious as it reverberated in the sky above Heaven Shooting Primal Chaos City, causing all the cultivators in Primal Chaos City to be shocked as they looked over. A sword shadow appeared in the sky above a courtyard. It turned into a sword light and soared into the sky, condensing in the sky. As soon as it appeared, it became 10 meters, then 100 meters, then 1,000 meters, and finally 10,000 meters. The 10,000-meter sword shadow emitted a layer of divine light. It seemed transparent but was very dense, as if it was real. Under the divine light, it felt like it could penetrate into everyone's soul. Involuntarily, the cultivators in Heaven Shooting Primal Chaos City felt their soul calm down. Even the most ferocious cultivators felt their ferociousness being suppressed at this moment. It was replaced by a sense of tranquility, a long-awaited tranquility. The sky-shooting Great Emperor was meditating. At his level, it was very difficult for him to improve his strength further. The divine intent was an important part of his cultivation. The strength of his divine intent determined his strength. Meditating was to refine his own divine intent. The sword chime resounded and the sword light filled with divine light appeared. It swept across the sky above Heaven Shooting Primal Chaos City, reaching a height of 10,000 meters. Heaven Shooting Grand Monarch couldn't help but feel a sense of tranquility in his soul. This is. Heaven Shooting Grand Monarch withdrew from the refinement of his divine intent and was shocked. Bloodline power, this was clearly a type of bloodline power. Furthermore, this bloodline power was actually able to affect him. One had to know that Heaven Shooting Grand Monarch was a peak transcendent saint realm expert. He focused on cultivating his divine intent. The strength of his divine intent could strengthen his soul to a certain extent. However, even so, he was still affected. This was enough to show how strong this bloodline power was. Of course, other than the strength of the bloodline, the owner of the bloodline was also strong enough. Only the combination of the two could affect him. Heaven Shooting Grand Monarch actually didn't know how strong Qianzong was. He was certain that Qianzong wasn't weak and shouldn't be inferior to him. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Qianzong to kill a demon emperor. But now, it seemed that Qianzong was stronger than he had expected. Qianzong might even be stronger than him. Then, what kind of bloodline could be so powerful? Inside the courtyard, Yun Yanqin and Chenin were also shocked. Gazing at the 10,000-meter-long sword and sensing the hazy divine light it emitted, a feeling of tranquility rose from their hearts. It was especially comfortable. Under this tranquility, their souls became even more tranquil. Their thoughts were also affected, becoming extremely clear. It was a wonderful feeling. The 10,000-meter-long sword streaked across the sky. A moment later, the divine radiance receded, and the 10,000-meter-long sword rapidly shrank. In the end, it turned into a strand of sword qi and entered the secret room. It then entered Qianzong's body and flowed into the depths of his bloodline. In the primal chaos inside Qianzong's eyes. It was so ethereal that it seemed to be able to see through everything. Qianzong carefully sensed the new power that had appeared in his body. It was very subtle and had a quiet and peaceful feeling. It seemed to be very docile and did not seem to have any power. However, Qianzong was very clear about the strength of this power. Bloodline power. Bloodline power of swordsmanship. The supreme realm. Qianzong could not help but think. He was secretly shocked and excited at the same time. The 3 divine dynasties had announced the 5 levels of bloodlines. To be precise, there were 4 levels, because those who were not in the top level were not included. Then, the supreme realm was the highest level of bloodline. Qianzong also knew that those who used the pure bloodline to stimulate their bloodline were at the top level. The supreme realm had never appeared. In other words, he was the only one who had done so. He had broken the record. However, the ancient god bloodline and the tree of world bloodline should also be at the supreme realm. Qianzong was naturally happy, but he didn't become excited and overjoyed because of this. He quickly calmed down, and his heart was calm as he pondered. The ancient god was very powerful, so his bloodline was naturally very powerful. The Tree of World was undoubtedly very powerful as well. Once it was stimulated, it would undoubtedly be at the Supreme Realm. Shenzong was not sure if the ancient ancestors' bloodline would reach the Supreme Realm after it was stimulated. However, it would at least reach the top level. The giant, demon, and heavenly man bloodlines would probably reach the top level after they were stimulated. 1,000 pure bloodlines consumed a lot of energy. However, Shenzong felt that it was worth it to stimulate one Supreme Realm bloodline. If he had chosen the ancient god bloodline, he could have saved 800 pure bloodlines. If he had chosen the Tree of World bloodline, he could have saved a few hundred pure bloodlines. However, Shenzong did not regret it. Because compared to the ancient god bloodline and the Tree of World bloodline, the current swordsmanship bloodline was more compatible with him. This bloodline was the combination of the essences of various bloodlines. It was a new bloodline formed by refining the essences of the other 6 bloodlines according to his inner desire. This bloodline is also related to the tranquility of heart that I have mastered while cultivating on the divine planet. Shenzong thought to himself. It is also related to the heavenly will sword. In that case, this bloodline shall be called the Heart Sword bloodline, Shenzong thought to himself. The formation of this bloodline was closely related to one's soul and swordsmanship. It was a combination of the two. The Heart Sword bloodline lived up to its name. Perhaps it did not sound as awe-inspiring or shocking. Instead, it was more simple. However, it had already explained the true meaning of this bloodline. The Heart Sword bloodline, the Supreme Realm bloodline. I wonder how much the Heart Sword bloodline has increased my strength. Shenzong pondered. This was a headache for him. Because of the 100 years of hard cultivation on the divine planet, he had improved in all aspects. Even his normal strength was stronger than the average top transcendent saint realm. If he was equipped with the king-level ancient god sword armor, his strength would increase by several times. An average transcendent saint realm would not be able to compare to him. In short, he would be several times stronger than he was 100 years ago. Now, he had only killed a demon emperor. However, it was only an ordinary demon emperor. He did not even need to fully display his normal strength to kill him. There was no need to talk about equipping the ancient god sword armor. Therefore, Shenzong only had an idea of how strong he was now. In reality, it was not accurate enough. Now, before he could determine what level his strength had reached, he had created the Supreme Realm Heart Sword bloodline. The Supreme Realm bloodline, and the Heart Sword bloodline that was 100% compatible with him, would definitely make him stronger. However, it was difficult to estimate how much stronger he would be. This feeling was really strange. Shenzong wondered if there was anyone below the demigod realm who could be his opponent. I should be invincible below the demigod realm, Shenzong thought to himself. With this kind of strength, even Demon Emperor Xinggu, who held the demon divine weapon Eternal Demon Mountain, was no match for him. The so-called Lord of the Mahakala Heaven was also no match for him. The Divine Brilliance Great Emperor was no match for him either. They were his opponents. It was lonely to be invincible. Shenzong thought of the expert related to the Shuma clan who had hunted him down 100 years ago. He was not a demon god, but seemed to be a demon god. His strength was indeed very strong. However, if they were to fight now, Shenzong was confident that he could defeat him. It was time to come out of seclusion. He got up and opened the door of the secret chamber. Yun Yanqin and Chen An's eyes fell on Shenzong. Father. Chen could not help but call out with curiosity in his eyes. Just now, the might of that gigantic sword was simply too astonishing. It was even more tyrannical than the might of his own bloodline. This caused Chen to involuntarily make many guesses. When he saw Shenzong nod his head, a heartfelt smile appeared on his face. The Supreme Realm bloodline, although he was the only person who had mastered the Supreme Realm bloodline, he was the first person to reach the Supreme Realm as soon as he activated it. It was an honor. Yun Yanqin was naturally very happy. Shaoan, take the remaining demon bloodlines to the Divine Benevolence Division and exchange them for bloodline pure source, Shenzong said. 100 normal demonkin bloodlines, 50 elite demonkin bloodlines, and 2 peak demonkin bloodlines. Shenzong had planned to keep these demon bloodlines and give them to the disciples of Taihao Mountain as a reward so that they could integrate with them and improve their strength and potential. However, after using the bloodline pure source to activate his bloodline, he changed his mind. There was a difference between using the bloodline pure source to activate one's own bloodline and integrating with the bloodline of another race. Integrating with the bloodline of another race would affect one's temperament and thus change one's temperament. However, the activation of one's own bloodline power would not. If integrating with the bloodline of another race was of a high level, the improvement would be more obvious. However, if it was activated on its own, it might only be an ordinary bloodline. However, in most cases, if one were to fuse with an external bloodline, one would only be able to obtain an ordinary bloodline. Very few would be able to obtain an elite bloodline. As for obtaining a top bloodline, that was an extravagant hope for most cultivators. Therefore, it was feasible to use the bloodline pure source to activate one's own bloodline. Of course, there was a drawback. It was possible that no bloodline would be activated. It was also possible to activate an inferior bloodline. However, as long as one could activate the bloodline, even if it was an inferior bloodline, one could use the bloodline pure source to improve the level of one's bloodline and thus improve one's strength and potential. Compared to integrating with the bloodline of another race, the self-activated bloodline was more compatible with one's own body. All in all, there were pros and cons to both. Therefore, Xianxia chose to let the disciples of Taihao Mountain use the bloodline pure source to activate their own bloodline power. If it could not be activated, then he would consider other options. Qianxia took the demon bloodlines to the Divine Benevolence Division again. The 4 divisions of the Divine Fighting Union had branches in all the Chaos Cities. Not long after, Qianxia returned with a large amount of bloodline pure source. 100 ordinary demon bloodlines could be exchanged for 300 bloodline pure source. 50 elite bloodlines could be exchanged for 1,500 bloodline pure source. As for the 2 top demon bloodlines, they were worth 200 bloodline pure source. Altogether, they were worth 2,000 bloodline pure source. 2,000 bloodline pure source was indeed an astonishing amount. At one point, the Divine Benevolence Division's reserve in Heavenshoot Chaos City was almost emptied. With 2,000 bloodline pure source, Xianxia and Yunyanxin left Heavenshoot Chaos City and headed for Yuanzhang Universe City. As for Qianxia, he was a member of the Divine Fighting Division. He was stationed in Heavenshoot Chaos City and had to provide reinforcements at any time. He could not leave his post without permission. Xianxia and Yunyanxin returned to Taihao Mountain as fast as they could to meet the elders. The current Taihao Mountain had changed quite a bit compared to 100 years ago. Or rather, the invasion of the 3 major races had affected the various forces and cultivators of the chaotic cosmos greatly during the past 100 years. Under the pressure, they had all broken through and obtained many opportunities. Originally, the number of true saints in Taihao Mountain had been very limited. However, there were now 5 more true saints in addition to the original ones, increasing the strength of Taihao Mountain further. In fact, there were 8 more true saints, but 3 of them had been killed in the battle against the giant tribe. The other point was that Wang Yi had fallen in the war against the giants. Wang Yi had been brought out by Qianxia from the core of the Divine Prison District. He had joined Taihao Mountain and had contributed a lot. Now that he had died, Qianxia felt a little sad. However, the world of cultivation was like that. No one could guarantee that they could live forever. After meeting the elders, Qianxia told them about the pure source bloodline. As long as they had enough sect contribution points, they could exchange for the pure source bloodline. When the news spread, the elders and disciples of Taihao Mountain were very happy. Everyone knew that the pure source bloodline was a good thing. Usually, it was very difficult for them to obtain the pure source bloodline. To put it simply, without the strength of a true saint, it was impossible to kill the 3 powerful tribes. Therefore, if they wanted to obtain the pure source bloodline, they could only buy it. However, the price was very high. Now, there were many pure source bloodlines in Taihao Mountain. Although they needed sect contribution points to exchange for them, it was still better than buying them from outside at a high price. Xianxia refined his clone again. Putting aside the enhancement of the King Ancient God Sword armor, in terms of ordinary strength, Xianxia was at least a top transcendent saint. Because of the awakening of the supreme bloodline, Xianxia was confident that he could fight against an ultimate transcendent saint. If that was the case, the strength of the incarnation would increase exponentially. Most peak transcendent saints would not be a match for the incarnation. Even if the incarnation encountered an ultimate transcendent saint, the incarnation would still be able to hold its own. The incarnation had two flaws. The first was its sword, which was only a top-tier chaos divine weapon, which was relatively ordinary. The second was its cultivation base. The 9 acupoints of the void concealment technique could not be reflected in the incarnation, which meant that the incarnation's battle prowess was very limited. However, no matter what, Qianzong felt more at ease with this clone guarding Taihao Mountain. At the very least, the clone would be able to unleash tyrannical strength for a short period of time. It was enough to kill a peak transcendent saint stage powerhouse and contend with an extreme transcendent saint stage powerhouse. Qianzong and Yunyanxin didn't stay for long after refining their clones and increasing their strength. They left again. The establishment of Taihao Mountain had to be completed as soon as possible. He had the fragment of the world, and it had long been in his hands. There was also a small world in it, but the current small world was still not enough for Taihao Mountain to enter. It was still a bit lacking, and it needed a great treasure to expand and stabilize it. This time, Qianzong brought Yunyanxin directly to the Divine War Primal Chaos City. The Divine War Primal Chaos City had been built in the past 100 years. It was the headquarters of the Divine War Union, the center of all Primal Chaos Cities, and also the center of the original human territory. Qianzong's purpose in coming to the Divine War Primal Chaos City was to see this giant city that was the center of the original human territory, and to see if he could find the 3 great treasures. He had to rely on the Treasure Tower and the Divine Secret Tower, but he also had to rely on himself. The 3 great treasures, the World Tree, the Eye of Primal Qi, and the World Core, might be in possession of them, but no one knew about it. No matter what, he had to look for them. Not long after, Qianzong and Yunyanxin arrived at the Divine War Primal Chaos City. They walked out of the spacetime teleportation formation of the Divine War Primal Chaos City spacetime temple. As soon as they appeared, they were immediately approached. Unparalleled Divine Jiandi, Grand Elder Zhou invites you. This middle-aged man was a peak true saint. His aura was very condensed and could be considered tyrannical. However, compared to Qianzong, there was a great disparity. Therefore, when he faced Qianzong, his attitude was very respectful, completely like a weakling facing a strong expert. Grand Elder Zhou? Qianzong was slightly startled. He instantly realized who the other party was talking about. Qianzong had already told Qianzong about the Divine War Union. Therefore, Qianzong knew that the Divine War Union didn't have a leader. It was jointly controlled by 7 Grand Elders. All important matters would be discussed by the 7 Grand Elders and the final decision would be made. The 7 Grand Elders were only at the True Saint realm. At the peak True Saint realm, they were at most equivalent to a Divine Monarch realm expert. They were relatively weak Divine Monarchs, but they weren't good at fighting. Instead, they were good at planning. The 7 Grand Elders were all people of virtue and prestige. They had lived for a long time and could be considered experienced and knowledgeable. Moreover, they were relatively fair and could consider the overall situation of the human race. They belonged to the category of people who didn't care about personal interests. It was precisely because of this that they could become Grand Elders of the Divine War Union. Everyone was willing to listen to their orders. Even the great emperors wouldn't disobey them. Grand Elder Zhou was one of the 7 Grand Elders. He was from the human race. Moreover, he didn't belong to the 3 divine dynasties. He was the only person who was born and raised in the territory of the human race. In his early years, he had traveled the universe and could be considered a prodigy. However, his strength wasn't his strength, but his knowledge, experience, and wisdom. Later on, he seemed to have encountered something and disappeared. If it weren't for the invasion of the 3 powerful races, Grand Elder Zhou wouldn't have come out. Qianzong naturally had to visit such a person in person. However, he didn't expect Grand Elder Zhou to find someone to invite him so quickly. Since that was the case, he would go. Please lead the way, Qianzong said with a smile. Please. The man immediately bowed and turned to lead the way. Yuan Elder Zhou's courtyard gave off a simple and elegant feeling. Many times, a person's living environment, decorations, and other things indirectly reflected a person's temperament and cultivation. Unparalleled God Jiandi's arrival brings light to my humble abode. A clear voice sounded. Qianzong heard it as soon as he stepped into the residence. He also saw a white-haired old man with a plain face walking over with a smile. His footsteps were calm and leisurely. "You're too polite, Grand Elder." Qianzong saluted with his sword to show his respect. "This is my wife." Yun Yanqing followed suit and saluted with his sword. "You're indeed a perfect match," Grand Elder Zhou said with a smile. "Please come in. This old man has always loved tea." This tea was found by this old man in a broken world 500 years ago. It came from an ancient tea tree in the wilderness. I took it down and roasted it. In the end, I only obtained a few caddies. Grand Elder Zhou said with a smile as he smoothly brewed the tea. His movements looked so natural and harmonious that Qianzong was secretly surprised. A high level of cultivation, this was Grand Elder Zhou's aura. It wasn't very strong. At best, he was only at the Divine Lord level. However, his cultivation level was very high and could even touch the level of the Transcendent Saint stage. It was even higher than his cultivation level. The tea was very delicious and had an endless sweet aftertaste. Even Qianzong, who usually didn't drink tea and only liked wine, was amazed. Grand Elder Zhou was very knowledgeable and intelligent. He was also very good at talking. It was a pleasure to talk with him. Grand Elder Zhou's purpose in inviting Qianzong was just to get to know him. It wasn't very formal. The reason he knew Qianzong was very simple. Qianzong was the unparalleled God Jiandi, an expert who was at least a top-grade emperor. Moreover, he was born in the human race and was one of the pillars of the human race. Grand Elder Zhou smiled and said, "I heard that you're looking for the Eye of Yuan-Chi. It just so happens that I accidentally obtained one 600 years ago and have been keeping it sealed. Today, I'll give it to you." Qianzong was shocked when he heard this. The Eye of Yuan-Chi that Grand Elder Zhou took out was a fist-sized object that looked like a fist-sized vortex. The vortex was bluish-white in color and was completely sealed by a force. Once the seal was lifted, the Eye of Yuan-Chi would operate and begin to actively absorb the Yuan-Chi in the surroundings, constantly growing stronger. "Grand Elder, this gift is too much." Although Qianzong was tempted, he still refused. The Eye of Yuan-Chi was a precious treasure that was extremely valuable. Qianzong wanted it very much, but he wasn't willing to take it for free. After all, he had to pay a corresponding price before he could take it with a clear conscience. "Take it." Grand Elder Zhou smiled and pushed the Eye of Yuan-Chi in front of Qianzong. "Although this object is good, it's actually useless to me. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been sealed for hundreds of years and become a collection. However, this object is indeed useful to you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have specially asked the Treasure Tower and the Tianji Tower to look for it. You're our human race's great emperor and an important fighting force of our human race. I don't ask for anything, I just hope that you can contribute more to guard our territory and repel the invaders." Grand Elder Zhou said seriously, "Take it and make the best use of it." Qianzong stared at Grand Elder Zhou for a few breaths before he nodded solemnly. "Then, I'll shamelessly accept it." Qianzong was a little excited when he received the Eye of Yuan-Chi. He had already obtained one of the three treasures. In fact, it was already good enough to obtain one of the three treasures. However, if he could obtain all three treasures, the potential of the world fragment would be even greater. As for the world core fragment, there are some in the Divine Battle Alliance. Elder Zhou smiled when he saw Qianzong accept the Yuan-Chi Eye. However, the world core fragment needs to be exchanged for with battle credits, and the required battle credits are also very high. Qianzong never imagined that he would not only obtain one of the three treasures, the Eye of Yuan-Chi, but also hear another important piece of information, which was its whereabouts. As long as he knew its whereabouts, there would be a way to obtain it. So what if he had a lot of battle credits? He just needed to obtain them. He had made the right choice in coming to the Divine Battle Primal Chaos City. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take for him to learn about the treasures, let alone obtain one of them. Grand Elder Zhou was really his lucky star. "You previously killed an army of 10,000 demons and a demon emperor in the border-hurting universe city. You should be able to obtain a lot of battle credits. As for how much you'll obtain, you'll have to personally go to the Divine Battle Alliance to know. Grand Elder Zhou smiled. Thank you, Grand Elder. Chenzong stood up and bowed again, sincerely expressing his gratitude. After bidding farewell to Grand Elder Zhou, Chenzong and Yunyanqin left. They did not go directly to the Deity Battle Union, but rented a courtyard. The Deity Battle Primal Chaos City was the core of the Primal Chaos City. Here, every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Renting a courtyard would cost 100,000 Chaos God crystals a day, which was very shocking. Fortunately, Chenzong did not plan to rent it for a long time. One day was enough. In the courtyard, the formation was activated. As it operated, light spread out and protected the courtyard. Chenzong and Yunyanqin entered the world fragment together. The entire courtyard was empty. In the small world inside the world fragment, the sky was clear and bright, and it was not as gloomy and oppressive as before. The ground was not as broken as before, and it was relatively more complete. There were strands of heaven and earth yuan-chi lingering in this small world, turning into gusts of wind that blew across it. Chenzong took out the yuan-chi eye. The fist-sized greenish-white whirlpool froze. In the next breath, Chenzong broke the seal on it and eliminated it. As if it had broken free from its shackles, the yuan-chi eye suddenly trembled and began to slowly rotate. Chenzong casually threw the yuan-chi eye out. It immediately flew into the sky and finally reached the highest point. It seemed to be embedded in the center of the sky and merged into one. Rotate. As the yuan-chi eye continued to rotate, it began to actively absorb the surrounding yuan-chi of heaven and earth. At first, it was small, but gradually, it became intense. Chenzong and Yunyanqin floated in the air and stared. They could clearly see the fluctuation of the yuan-chi eye. As it continued to absorb the yuan-chi of heaven and earth, it continued to grow stronger. Their eyes could see strands of yuan-chi of heaven and earth flowing, like wind and water. The whistling sound gradually grew louder and louder. It slowly engulfed this small world. The yuan-chi of heaven and earth in this small world was all absorbed by the yuan-chi eye. The area it affected became larger and larger. In the end, it formed a storm with a shocking momentum. Chenzong and Yunyanqin stood still in the middle of the storm. As it continued to devour, the yuan-chi eye had already expanded from the size of a fist to a radius of several meters. It was like a large wheel, and as it rotated, it emitted an extremely shocking aura. It looked like the eye of the sky. The yuan-chi in the entire mini-world had been completely absorbed by the yuan-chi eye, and there was not a single trace left. The yuan-chi eye continued to rotate, and in the next moment, wisps of yuan-chi began to seep in from the outside of the mini-world, drifting towards the yuan-chi eye in the sky. It was the heaven and earth yuan-chi of the outside world, not the heaven and earth yuan-chi of this small world. Let's go out, Chenzong said to Yunyanqin. Yunyanqin nodded, and the two figures immediately disappeared. The two figures reappeared in the courtyard, and the fragment of the world appeared in Chenzong's hand again. Carefully sensing, Chenzong did not feel the gathering of the yuan-chi of heaven and earth, but the yuan-chi eye in the fragment of the world was indeed constantly absorbing the yuan-chi of heaven and earth. The yuan-chi originated from the depths of the hollow, and was difficult to detect. As the yuan-chi eye continued to absorb the yuan-chi from the depths of the hollow, it would continue to grow. When it grew to the extreme, the yuan-chi eye would release pure yuan-chi, which would pervade the small world. By absorbing the yuan-chi from the depths of the void and releasing the pure yuan-chi, a balance would be formed between the absorption and release. The yuan-chi in the small world would become vigorous and pure. By then, it would be a suitable place to set up a sect. It would take a certain amount of time, but if he could get the fragment of the world's core and merge it, it would shorten the time. If he could get the tree of world and plant it in it, it would further shorten the time for the small world to grow. He left the courtyard and went to the headquarters of the Deity League. The headquarters of the Deity League was very magnificent. The palace was tall, and it stood in the center of the Chaos City. It was so conspicuous, so majestic, and so majestic. Two figures stood at the gate of the Deity League. They were two stalwart figures, but they did not have any vitality. They were two puppets. The two puppets gave Chenzong a feeling that they were not weak. They were at least at the peak of the true saint realm. When Xianxia and Xianxia stepped on the steps in front of the headquarters of the Deity League, they immediately felt strands of aura surrounding them, as if they were checking for something. This was to check whether they were from the human clan or the origin clan. If they were not from the human clan or the origin clan, then it would trigger the alarm. After all, this was the headquarters of the Deity League. It would be a big problem if an outsider sneaked in. As soon as they stepped into the Deity League, someone came to greet them. "Welcome, Your Excellency Jandi." The person smiled and bowed. Emperor-level experts were respected wherever they went. It was because of their strength. If they were not strong enough, it would be difficult for others to look up to them. As an emperor-level expert, he would naturally receive the best treatment. "Old Joe said you would come. Why are you only here now?" An elder patted Xianxia's shoulder and smiled. "This is your Great Emperor token. You just need to refine it." Oldie took out a token that he had prepared and handed it to Xianxia. The token was in the shape of a sword. It looked simple and exquisite. One side of it had the words Deity War, and the other side had the words Great Emperor. It seemed to contain endless mysteries. Then, Oldie took out another token and handed it to Xianxia. It was a Lord God token. The difference between it and the Great Emperor token was that the words Lord God were written on it instead of Great Emperor. This was the symbol of status in the Deity League. This time, you single-handedly defended the border-hurting Universal City, saved tens of thousands of human and origin cultivators, annihilated 10,000 demonic tribe troops, and even killed a demon emperor. After our discussion, we have finally decided to give you 1,000,000 battle credits. Oldie smiled. Battle credits were a way for the Deity League to coordinate. With battle credits, one could exchange them for various treasures in the Deity League. Where did the battle credits come from? As the name suggested, battle credits required one to complete missions in battle. It did not refer to killing the 3 strongest tribes. It did not refer to how many demonic tribe troops and celestial tribe troops were killed. It did not refer to the foreign tribes as pigs. The amount of battle credits one received was closely related to the battles one participated in. Take the border-hurting Universal City as an example. Those who participated in the defense of the border-hurting Universal City against the demonic tribe troops and survived would be able to obtain a certain amount of battle credits. Those who performed outstandingly would be able to obtain additional battle credits. It was not about how many battle credits one could obtain by killing a demonic overlord, or how many battle credits one could obtain by killing a demonic overlord. Xianxia single-handedly protected the border-hurting Universal City and indirectly saved tens of thousands of cultivators. He directly killed 10,000 demonic tribe troops, and one of them was a demon emperor elite. Such a contribution was naturally great. In the end, after a discussion, the 7 elders decided to award 1,000,000 battle credits to Xianxia. 1,000,000 battle credits was definitely not a small amount. One should know that participating in a battle usually meant 1,000 battle credits. Even if one performed outstandingly, the additional battle credits one would receive would be a few hundred or a few thousand. It was rare for one to receive more than 10,000 battle credits. Directly receiving 1,000,000 battle credits was definitely one of a kind. Even other great emperors did not receive such a thing. "How many battle credits do I need to exchange for the world core fragment?" Xianxia asked. 2,000,000 battle credits. Oldie replied directly. He was very familiar with the amount of battle credits required for those treasures. 2,000,000, Xianxia was slightly taken aback. He first thought of the Eye of Yuan-Chi. The value of this treasure was not inferior to the world core fragment. In other words, if the Eye of Yuan-Chi were to be exchanged here, it would probably cost 2,000,000 battle credits. Thinking of this, Xianxia's heart could not help but feel very grateful to Elder Zhou. He currently only had 1,000,000 battle credits. He still needed another 1,000,000 battle credits. 2,000,000 battle credits was not easy to obtain. He was able to obtain 1,000,000 battle credits this time because of his astonishing and unprecedented battle achievements. Such battle achievements were a great victory, a true great victory, an unprecedented great victory for the human race. Such a great victory, once the news spread, greatly encouraged the human race and the origin race. It was equivalent to injecting a tyrannical force into them, allowing them to see the light in the darkness. How amazing was that? It was precisely because of this that Qianzong was able to obtain 1,000,000 battle credits as a reward. If he did it again, it would certainly cause a great commotion, but he would not be able to obtain 1,000,000 battle credits. How could he obtain them? That was to complete missions. There were basically two types of missions to complete. One was to participate in a battle, such as defending a universe city. This type of mission was time-limited because no one knew when a battle would break out. Once a battle broke out, a mission would be presented, and one had to immediately accept it and proceed as quickly as possible. The other type of mission was different. It was a mission that had been issued before. It was usually to assassinate alien race experts or recapture occupied cities. Compared to time-limited battle missions, the rewards for the latter were more generous, often starting from 10,000. Qianzong's goal was to complete these missions. Only by doing so could he ensure that he would obtain enough battle credits in a short period of time to exchange for the world core fragment and integrate it into his pocket dimension to transform and strengthen it. With the Divine War token, he could use it to view missions and other operations. Qianzong had already successfully refined the Great Emperor token. His consciousness entered it to view the missions. Recapture the Heavenly Mirror Universe City, 200,000 battle credits. Recapture the Azure Light Void City, 50,000 battle credits. Assassinate Demon Emperor Jialua, 100,000 battle credits. Assassinate Heavenly Venerable Xingyi, 300,000 battle credits. There were more than 100 such missions listed. Qianzong looked through them one by one. Basically, they were all missions to recapture Void City and Universe City and to assassinate the experts of the three great clans. Void City was relatively small and less important, so the reward was 50,000 battle credits. Universe City was more important, so the reward was more, reaching 200,000 battle credits. As for the assassination mission, Demon Emperor Jialua was an ordinary demon emperor. A successful assassination would reward 100,000 battle credits, while Heavenly Venerable Xingyi was a top Heavenly Venerable. A successful assassination would reward 300,000 battle credits. After a glance, Qianzong immediately accepted the mission. In the void, a streak of sword light flew past in a flash, making it difficult for people to catch sight of it. Qianzong received some missions and set off immediately. As for Yun Yanxin, she went to the sky-shooting Primal Chaos City to be with Chenin. 1,000,000 battle achievements. Qianzong needed to obtain another 1,000,000 battle achievements before he could exchange for the world core fragment and integrate it into the small heaven and earth. Only then could the small heaven and earth become the place where the Taihao Mountain could be established. This would allow the Taihao Mountain to develop and pass down its legacy. 1,000,000 battle achievements meant that Qianzong had to complete several missions. Now, Qianzong was going to the Heavenly Mirror Universe City. Conquering the Heavenly Mirror Universe City would give him 200,000 battle achievements, which was quite generous. In addition, he could also complete another mission in the Heavenly Mirror Universe City. It was an assassination mission to assassinate the Heavenly Venerable Xingming of the Heavenly Human Tribe, which was worth 100,000 battle achievements. If he completed the two missions together, he would be able to obtain 300,000 battle achievements, which was closer to 1,000,000 battle achievements. The Heavenly Mirror Universe City used to be a large universe city. It was one of the larger and more important universe cities of the Human Tribe and Origin clan. Because of this, he could obtain 200,000 battle achievements by conquering it. Now that the Heavenly Mirror Universe City had fallen into the hands of the Heavenly Human Tribe, the space-time teleportation formation was also under the control of the Heavenly Human Tribe. Qianzong could not reach it directly through the space-time temple. He could only appear in the nearest city and fly through the void. The Chaos Flying Ship was not slow, but it was not as fast as Qianzong's current speed. The World Fragment continued to absorb the World Core Fragment's World Core Fragment, causing the World Core Fragment's World Core Fragment to gradually expand. When it expanded to a certain level, it would begin to nourish the small heaven and earth. However, it was not the time yet. As he continued to fly, Qianzong gradually sensed that the aura in the void had changed. The heaven and earth yuan qi cultivated by the human clan was different from the heaven and earth yuan qi cultivated by the heavenly human clan. In particular, the nature of the power cultivated by different clans was even more different. The power of the Heavenly Human Tribe was vast and bright. It contained various attributes, but no matter which attribute it was, it was the same whether it was water or fire. The power of light cultivated by the human tribe and origin clan was pure power of light. To put it simply, humans and originals comprehended the great Tao of light and cultivated the power of light. That was a relatively pure power, while the celestial clan possessed the power of light innately. They could derive other changes from it. In terms of power, the celestial race's cultivation base was superior to that of the human race and the origin race. The heavenly human tribes of the heavenly human tribe's heavenly human tribe. Shenzong became one with his sword. The speed of the sword beam did not decrease at all, as though he was not afraid of being discovered. Strength was the source of confidence. In the current situation, the heavenly human tribe's heavenly god, demon tribe's giant god, and other demigod realm powerhouses could not descend. Firstly, they had just woken up from their endless slumber. Their strength was in a weakened state and needed to recover. However, it was not easy to do so. It would take a lot of time. Secondly, they had been asleep for too long and had not entered the chaotic universe. They had entered when the universe was just formed. If they wanted to enter now, they would be rejected by the origin of the chaotic universe. The demigod realm had already touched upon the power of the origin of the universe. That was why the three alien races needed to constantly develop and expand, eventually allowing their kingdoms and worlds to descend here and fuse into the chaos multiverse. Only then would their celestial gods, demon gods, and giant gods be able to enter the chaos multiverse and fuse with it. Only 100 years had passed. It was not enough. The strongest among the three foreign tribes were the gods' avatars. The heavenly gods' avatars, demon gods' avatars, and giant gods' avatars were more than twice as strong as the ultimate heavenly venerables, demon emperors, and giant emperors. Below the gods' avatars were the ultimate heavenly venerables, demon emperors, and giant emperors. Without the demigod realm gods' avatars, Shenzong was not afraid. Instead, he was bursting with confidence. He wanted to test his current strength and see what level he had reached. He was certain that most of the ultimate heavenly venerables were no match for him. Shenzong also knew about the expert related to the Shuma clan who had chased after him 100 years ago. That was one of the three gods' avatars of the demon-human race, the gods' avatars of the eternal demon god. Why would he need to be sneaky when he was so strong? In fact, Shenzong could not enter the heavenly mirror universe city even if he wanted to. The heavenly human race had built the heavenly mirror universe city to be like an iron bucket. It was very tightly guarded and could not be sneaked in. The only way was to attack directly. There had been a time when the human race and origin race experts had formed a team to attack the heavenly mirror universe city in an attempt to reclaim it. However, they had failed and suffered great losses. Since then, this mission had existed until now. Someone else had accepted this mission. After flying for a long time, Shenzong finally saw the heavenly mirror universe city. A bright but not dazzling white light lingered in all directions of the heavenly mirror universe city. The white light spread out like ribbons that stretched for hundreds of miles and scattered in the void. Shenzong's super-strong perception could keenly sense that the power contained in the white ribbons was very strong. It was enough to reach the Divine Lord realm. Hundreds of white ribbons were equivalent to hundreds of Divine Lord realm experts as the first layer of defense of the heavenly mirror universe city. There were other layers of defense that firmly protected the heavenly mirror universe city as it went deeper. Divine light flashed in Shenzong's eyes as he stared as if he could see through the 9 heavens. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Heavenly human race, I'm coming. With a low voice, Shenzong soared intent soared in an instant. Suddenly, a huge sword shadow appeared in the sky and traversed the void of the universe. The sword intent was earth-shattering. Shenzong turned into a sword light and rapidly approached the heavenly mirror universe city. At the same time, the heavenly mirror universe city also sensed the sword intent released by Shenzong and was instantly enraged. A mere human race sword cultivator dared to barge in so brazenly. He really did not take the heavenly human race seriously. He was courting death. Sacred Heavenly Venerate, who was in charge of the heavenly mirror universe city, immediately gave the order to capture the human race sword cultivator alive. In the current situation, there were not many members of the heavenly human race who had come to this universe. They were scattered and there were even fewer people in each city. If they could capture some of the human race and origin race and enslave them and make them work for the heavenly human race, it would undoubtedly be very good. For example, in the current Heavenly Mirror Universe city, many of the human race and origin race were enslaved to work for the heavenly human race. After receiving the authorization from Sacred Heavenly Venerate, the first layer of defense outside the Heavenly Mirror Universe city was immediately activated. White light ribbons that were hundreds of miles long seemed to wake up. Amidst the buzzing sound, an extremely tyrannical aura fluctuation spread out and swept in all directions. In the next moment, the white light ribbons burst forth with tyrannical power at the Divine Lord level. They swept, whipped, and pierced directly toward Xianxia. Xianxia did not seem to notice at all. He did not dodge, nor did he make any defensive movements. He allowed the white light ribbons to whip his body. The power of the Divine Lord level burst forth in an instant. However, the moment the light ribbons whipped Xianxia's body, they were directly bounced off. Now, even if Xianxia stood still and allowed himself to be attacked, he could still withstand the attacks of ordinary demon emperors. At most, he would suffer some minor injuries. As for the attacks of the Divine Lord level, they were no threat at all. They could not even really hit Xianxia's body. The energy outside the immortal universe body protected his body and directly blocked the light ribbons whipping. Those light ribbons could only whip Xianxia once. The second time, Xianxia's speed was extremely fast. He had already flown past and was approaching the Heavenly Mirror Universe city. So fast. Xingming Heavenly Venerate's expression changed slightly. He could clearly see the sword light flying over at an astonishing speed. It was like a heavenly sword with an astonishing aura that pressed forward courageously. It was invincible, such speed was extremely amazing. Activate the Holy Light Array. Sacred Heavenly Venerate immediately ordered. In the next moment, the Holy Light Array was activated. Light soared into the sky. The outline of a huge array suddenly appeared out of thin air and descended. It directly filled the air with an astonishing pressure that seemed to suppress everything. Xianxia immediately felt an astonishing pressure pressing down on him, causing his speed to drop sharply in an instant. It was directly reduced by about half. Terrifying pressure continued to press down on him. Immediately, arrows of white light condensed out of thin air. Each arrow of holy light was as thick as an arm. It was like a huge spear, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. In an instant, hundreds of holy light arrows condensed. Each of the holy light arrows locked onto Xianxia. In the next moment, they burst out with an incomparably astonishing power and instantly shot toward him. The power of each holy light arrow had reached the level of a Sir God. However, these holy light arrows were unable to pose any threat to Xianxia. The moment they hit Xianxia, they collapsed under the protective sword qi and turned into countless fragments of holy light, little by little, like stars that were swirling. You have some ability. Xianxia thought to himself. If he used his full strength, he would be able to break free from the oppression of the Holy Light Array. However, it seemed that there was no need for that at the moment. It's actually a great emperor of the human race. Sacred Heavenly Venerate stared at Xianxia, who was within the Holy Light Array. His eyes flickered and he was secretly excited. A great emperor of the human race was equivalent to a heavenly venerable level expert of the heavenly human tribe. According to his understanding, there were not many great emperor-level experts in the human tribe and the origin tribe. There were less than 30 of them. Now, one had actually come. Moreover, it seemed that he had come alone with only a sword. What was this? This was a gift that came to their doorstep. As long as they captured this great emperor of the human race and suppressed him, the human tribe would suffer a great loss. In particular, it would be an obvious blow to their morale. If they could control him, the heavenly human tribe would have one more heavenly venerable level combat power. It would be a double blow to the human tribe. Within the sacred light array, Xianxia continued to fly as he approached the Sky Mirror Universe city. The radiant arrows in the radiant array condensed again and again, bringing with them terrifying power as they shot towards Xianxia. However, they all shattered as they approached Xianxia, turning into countless streaks of light. For a moment, Xianxia seemed to be riding on countless streaks of divine starlight. He was so beautiful, dazzling, and dazzling. Qianzong did not know that the sacred light heavenly sovereign, who was overseeing the Sky Mirror Universe City, was very excited. He had thought of everything. He wanted to capture him alive, suppress him, and slowly torture him. In the end, he would control him and turn him into a warrior of the heavenly human tribe. This would be a great blow to the human tribe. So far, no great emperor-level powerhouse of the human tribe had been captured alive by the enemy. The sacred light array covered a very wide area. For a moment, Qianzong did not fly out of its range. In the next moment, a burst of intense light gathered within the sacred light array, fluctuating endlessly. A 10-meter-tall sacred light giant appeared. It seemed to be substantial and exuded a very powerful aura. It had completely surpassed the Divine Lord level and reached the Transcendent Saint level. Human tribe sword cultivator, surrender. The sacred light giant suddenly roared. Its voice shook the sky as if it could shatter everything. The sacred light giant was formed by the sacred light array's power. It was controlled by the sacred light heavenly sovereign and possessed the strength of an ordinary heavenly sovereign. However, under the sacred light array, it could even fight against a top great emperor and slowly consume their strength. In the end, it could even exhaust their strength and suppress them. This was the advantage of combining the power of a powerhouse and the array. In this way, the sacred light heavenly sovereign did not have to take action personally to ensure his own safety. Even if the sacred light giant could not do anything to the enemy, he could still retreat calmly. It had to be said that the sacred light array in the Sky Mirror Universe City allowed the sacred light array to move freely. This was also one of the difficulties of the assassination mission. Qianzong stared at the 10-meter-tall sacred light giant. He could see that the sacred light giant's body was really made of pure sacred light power. It was very condensed and the degree of condensation was very shocking. A huge amount of energy was contained within the giant of holy light's body, and it was constantly fluctuating. You? Qianzong responded unhurriedly with a smile. This smile seemed to have angered the holy light giant. It let out another roar, and a terrifying sound wave immediately rushed out from its mouth. It was as if the sound wave was going to shatter everything. It directly blasted towards Qianzong. Then, the giant of holy light raised its thick arm and threw a punch at Qianzong. A roar suddenly sounded. The power of that punch was extremely overbearing. It blasted towards Qianzong like a roaring wind and clouds, as if it wanted to smash Qianzong into pieces with one punch. At the same time as the giant of holy light punched out, the pressure of the matrix of holy light came, further suppressing Qianzong. As a result, the pressure and threat he was under increased. If it were an ordinary great emperor, it would probably be very dangerous. However, Qianzong was not an ordinary great emperor. Without any intention of slowly dealing with his opponent, Qianzong directly unsheathed his sword. The heavenly will sword was unsheathed, and the sound of the sword reverberated through the air. A stunning sword light shot out, and the sword light pierced through the air like a crescent moon, directly colliding with the giant of holy light's overbearing punch. When the sword and the fist collided, there was no earth-shattering explosion. There was only an unstoppable slash. The giant of holy light's extremely condensed body of holy light was immediately cut open by the sword. It was like a sharp knife cutting through tofu. It was so easy, so easy. It should be known that the heavenly will sword was at the level of a quasi-semi-god tool, and Qianzong's sword will was extremely overbearing. Even if he did not use his full strength, Qianzong's strength alone was stronger than many top great emperors. In addition, after activating the bloodline in his body, Qianzong named it the heart sword. It made the sword's sharpness even more shocking. With just one sword, the giant of holy light's arm was cut open like a hot knife through butter. The second sword, the sword slashed horizontally. It was so fast that the giant of holy light could not react in time. Or rather, the sacred heavenly sovereign who was controlling the giant of holy light could not react in time. The pressure of the grand holy light formation was similarly ineffective. The giant of holy light's body was directly cut in half. One sword cut it in half, the sword chi immediately raged, wildly destroying the giant of holy light. After resisting for only a breath's time, the giant of holy light immediately exploded. The roar reverberated in the grand holy light formation endlessly, as if a riot was occurring. It constantly turned into waves of holy light, carrying the shocking residual power of the sword chi, and rushed in all directions of the grand holy light formation. It was like a raging wave. Chenzong stood in the midst of the holy light waves. He was like an ancient reef, unmoving and unaffected. The sacred heavenly sovereign was stunned. What kind of strength was this? He actually destroyed the giant of holy light with just one sword. One should know that the giant of holy light had the strength of an ordinary heavenly sovereign. Its body of holy light was extremely tyrannical. An ordinary heavenly sovereign's attack would not be able to break it. Even a pinnacle heavenly sovereign would find it difficult to do so. It was just one sword. Such strength was definitely a pinnacle great emperor of the human race. Moreover, it was a pinnacle great emperor that was close to the limit of great emperor. If it was just a pinnacle great emperor, with the help of the heavenly mirror universe city and the grand holy light formation, it might not be impossible to fight. However, if it was a pinnacle great emperor that was close to the limit of great emperor, his strength would be even more tyrannical than an ordinary pinnacle great emperor. It was not something that he could deal with. Request for help. The sacred heavenly sovereign immediately sent out a request for help. With the strength of the heavenly human race, there would be experts coming to help very soon. When that time came, the two heavenly sovereigns would take action and directly suppress and capture the pinnacle great emperor of the human race. That would be a great merit. In the void, there was a huge palace that stood tall. This palace was as large as a universe city. It had layers upon layers like a fortress that constantly emitted a holy white light. This fortress was called the Fierce God Fortress. It was the fortress of the heavenly human race's Empyrean Fierce God. As for Empyrean Fierce God, he was a pinnacle Empyrean powerhouse. His strength was extremely tyrannical. Empyrean Fierce God, who was meditating in the fortress, suddenly received a request for help. He immediately checked it and his expression changed. The request for help was sent from the Heavenly Mirror Universe City. It was sent by the guardian of the Heavenly Mirror Universe City, Sacred Heavenly Sovereign. Pinnacle Great Emperor of the human race. Empyrean Fierce God muttered to himself. Without any hesitation, he immediately moved. His figure flashed and he directly appeared in the transmission array. He directly activated the transmission array and set the destination as the Heavenly Mirror Universe City. As the array formation revolved, power surged. The figure in the transmission array instantly turned into a beam of light and disappeared in the next breath. After several breaths of time, the transmission array of the Heavenly Mirror Universe City also revolved. Light shone in all directions and a divine figure suddenly condensed within the array. In the next breath, while the array was still revolving, the divine figure suddenly turned into a beam of light. It erupted with an astonishing speed and flew out of the array formation. Reinforcements are here. Sacred Heavenly Sovereign was overjoyed. Moreover, the one who came was Empyrean Fierce God. His strength was much stronger than the average Empyrean. With Empyrean Fierce God joining forces with me, in addition to the suppression of the Holy Light Array, we should be able to suppress and capture this great emperor of the human race. Sacred Heavenly Sovereign thought to himself. The sense of urgency and pressure in his heart was suddenly swept away. Within the Holy Light Array, the Holy Light Giant had already reformed. It attacked Chenzong with all its strength, as if it wanted to shatter Chenzong. But, Chenzong's sword cut it apart and shattered it. Chenzong slashed out again. The sword light was like a line between the sky and the water. When this sword slashed out, it was as if it was splitting yin and yang, splitting dusk and dawn, splitting heaven and earth. Even though the Holy Light Array was very strong, it couldn't withstand it for a while. Suddenly, it was torn apart layer by layer. A series of rumbling sounds constantly rang out. The Holy Light Array suddenly shook endlessly. Layers of light turned into waves that constantly rushed in all directions. This array formation was arranged with the Heavenly Mirror Universe City as the foundation. It was connected to the Heavenly Mirror Universe City. Wanting to break it wasn't that easy. Of course, if Chenzong equipped the ancient god sword armor and used his most powerful sword, he should be able to break the Holy Light Array with a single slash. However, Chenzong had no plans to equip the ancient god sword armor. There was no reason. It was just that he didn't need it. On the other hand, Chenzong also wanted to test his current strength. He hoped that a stronger expert would appear so that he could fight to his heart's content. second slash, third slash, fourth slash, the speed of Chen Zong's sword light was extremely fast. One after another, the sword light broke through the air and attacked the holy light array continuously. The entire holy light array suddenly fluctuated and shook endlessly. Cracks continuously appeared on the array foundation until it finally shattered. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the holy light array finally shattered under Chen Zong's sword. Countless cracks spread in all directions. Countless rays of light surged violently and shook endlessly. One after another, it was as if there was no end to it. In the next moment, the holy light array was suddenly broken and a long crack appeared. Chen Zong's body flashed and immediately turned into a sword light. In an instant, he rushed out of the holy light array. As soon as he rushed out of the holy light array, Chen Zong immediately sensed two auras. Two powerful auras that belonged to heavenly venerables. With Chen Zong's super sharp perception, he could tell that one of the two auras was relatively ordinary while the other was obviously much stronger. Top heavenly venerables. Chen Zong was secretly surprised. Of course, he was only surprised and not afraid. On the contrary, he was a little excited. After all, he had accepted two missions. One was to reclaim the Heavenly Mirror Universe City, and the other was to assassinate Heavenly Venerable Xingming. Coincidentally, these two missions were completed together and he could obtain 300,000 battle achievements. In fact, Chen Zong had thought about this. He had attacked openly and displayed his powerful strength. If Heavenly Venerable Xingming felt that they were no match for him, would they ask for reinforcements? After all, he had come alone. Sure enough, the top Heavenly Venerables should be the reinforcements. Within the Heavenly Mirror Universe City, Empyrean Sacred and Empyrean Divine Blaze had joined hands. Their tyrannical auras locked onto Chen Zong. Wave after wave of boundless aura gushed out like a tidal wave. It was vast and mighty as it continuously attacked Chen Zong. It was as though it was trying to suppress Chen Zong. Facing the tyrannical auras of two Empyreans, Chen Zong's expression didn't change. From beginning to end, he maintained a calm appearance. Great Human Emperor, you are very courageous. Empyrean Divine Blaze stared at Chen Zong, speaking neither slowly nor quickly. His voice carried an incomparably strong pressure. From his tone, it was as if he was praising Chen Zong's courage. He actually dared to break into the Heavenly Mirror Universe City alone, breaking into the territory of the Celestial Clan and directly facing two Empyreans. If this wasn't courageous, then what was? You are wrong. Chen Zong responded with a smile. In the end, it wasn't because he was courageous, but because he was strong enough. This gave him enough confidence. Which Empyrean are you? No matter what, an Empyrean was a powerhouse. Whether they were friends or foes, they should be given a certain degree of respect. I am Empyrean Divine Blaze. Empyrean Divine Blaze replied. Chen Zong's eyes lit up. A trace of his consciousness entered the God League's Great Emperor token and immediately accepted the mission to assassinate Empyrean Divine Blaze. This was because Empyrean Divine Blaze was a peak Empyrean powerhouse. The assassination mission was worth 300,000 battle merits. In other words, his luck this time was quite good. He had hopes of obtaining 600,000 battle merits. 600,000 battle merits. That was very close to 1 million. Thinking of this, Chen Zong couldn't help but feel a little excited. You will all die a worthy death. As soon as Chen Zong's voice fell, his figure flashed, turning into a beam of light that flashed past. His speed was so fast that it startled the two Empyreans. Too fast, under normal circumstances, Chen Zong's speed completely surpassed that of an ordinary peak Empyrean. Too fast, it was so fast that Empyrean Sacred Radiant didn't even have time to react before he was struck by the sword. Although his celestial body was strong, it still couldn't block Chen Zong's sword. With a slash of the sword, his body was directly cut in half. A terrifying sword energy wreaked havoc within his body, constantly consuming his cultivation strength. Horrifying, the Xingming Heavenly Exalted was extremely shocked. With such strength, how could he be so strong? He was so much stronger than himself. Retreat, he hurriedly rein. Empyrean Divine Blaze reacted. And his strike was incomparably violent and its might was boundless. Its might that could destroy everything. Nothing could destroy everything. nothing could resist it. Everything would shatter, everything would be shatters. Chen Zong's sharp senses could clearly sense that the power contained in that attack was extremely tyrannical, as if it was going to destroy everything in its path. Cut, Divine Blaze's sword was incomparably sharp. It immediately cut apart the violent strength of that strike. It soared through the skies, cutting down on Empyrean Divine Blaze. But Empyrean Divine Blaze was extremely strong. Divine light surged around him, blocking Chen Zong's sword strike. "I'll use you to test the might of the Heart Sword bloodline," Chen Zong thought to himself. He stimulated his own Heart Sword bloodline. This bloodline was born from the depths of his own body. It was a bloodline that belonged to him and was 100% compatible with him. After the Heart Sword bloodline was stimulated, Chen Zong could feel a change in his body. His senses became sharper and his sword strikes became more relaxed and nimble. This caused his strength to rise, but it wasn't too obvious. But, after stimulating the strength of the Heart Sword bloodline, the true might of the bloodline would be revealed. What was the power of the Heart Sword bloodline? After Chen Zong stimulated the strength of his bloodline, a mysterious strength seemed to awaken from the depths of his soul. It constantly emerged and flowed through every part of his body. This was an invisible and intangible strength, but it truly existed. It flowed through every part of his body and spread to the Heart Sword Heavenly Sword. The Heart Sword Heavenly Sword trembled and emitted a soft hum. It was pleasing to the ear, as if the strength of the Heart Sword bloodline was causing the Heart Sword Heavenly Sword to feel very comfortable. Chen Zong could clearly feel the spirituality and fluctuations of the Heart Sword Heavenly Sword. The degree of compatibility between him and the Heart Sword increased by several times. This feeling was too wonderful. It was so wonderful that it came from the depths of his heart. It was difficult to describe with words. He didn't need to look with his eyes or sense with his primordial heart force. Just the invisible strength that emerged from the Heart Sword bloodline allowed Chen Zong to clearly perceive everything around him. Wonderful, it was so wonderful, as if he were looking at the world from a different angle. Empyrean Divine Blaze discovered that some change had occurred to the great emperor of the human race in front of him, but it also seemed that nothing had changed. This feeling was strange, but he couldn't see anything. But Empyrean Divine Blaze was even more vigilant. This great emperor of the human race dared to come here alone with only his sword. Without a doubt, this proved that he was confident in his own strength. The strength he displayed now was indeed formidable, enough to make Empyrean Divine Blaze feel dread. He had to take him seriously. But now, there seemed to be some inexplicable change occurring. Chen Zong felt a comfortable and wonderful feeling spread through his entire body. It was difficult to describe. Then, without any posturing, with a thought, the sword broke through the void and shot towards Empyrean Divine Blaze. Fast, this sword was actually fast, several times faster than before. But, speed wasn't the key point of this sword, nor was it the essence of this sword. The true essence of this sword lay in its nimbleness. This sort of heavenly nimbleness was difficult to describe. Empyrean Divine Blaze didn't know what words to use to describe it. For a time, he felt as if all the knowledge he had accumulated over the years had lost its effect. He only felt that this sword was extremely mystical. Indeed, it was extremely mystical. This sword seemed to possess an indescribable intelligence, as if it possessed intelligence and consciousness. As it stabbed towards him, he felt as if he couldn't dodge it no matter what he did. It was as if no matter what he did in the heavens or earth, he couldn't avoid this sword attack. This was like a sure-hit sword. Chen Zong didn't need to look or take the initiative to lock onto his opponent. The moment his sword struck out, it naturally locked onto his opponent and cut towards his opponent's rare flaws. Catch him off guard, Empyrean Divine Blaze's figure constantly changed. He thrust out both hands, bringing with them a terrifying and explosive strength as he struck out, wanting to break apart this sword strike. But, beneath this sword, all attacks seemed to be filled with flaws. It could often pass through the gaps between attacks and strike at his opponent. In that instant, Empyrean Divine Blaze was struck by the sword. He was pierced through by the sword. A terrifying sword intent and sword energy invaded his body, wildly wreaking havoc. Sword, 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 sword. Chen Zong didn't need to look nor did he need to sense anything. He only needed to follow his deepest instincts and follow his heart as he swung his sword. Every sword strike would strike Empyrean Divine Blaze's celestial body, constantly destroying it. Empyrean Sacred finally dispersed the sword energy that had invaded his body. He immediately rushed forwards. No matter what, they had to join forces. They couldn't allow Xianxia to defeat them. At the same time, Empyrean Sacred sent out a request for reinforcements once more. He hoped for reinforcements, and he hoped for the help of an extreme-level Empyrean. This was because the strength displayed by this human Great Emperor was far too terrifying. Even a peak-level Empyrean like Empyrean Divine Blaze wasn't his match and was completely suppressed. Kill kill kill, beneath the heart sword bloodline, Xianxia felt as if he were in a state of divinity, as if everything was under his control. Even if his opponent was a peak-level Empyrean, he was still at a complete disadvantage. The rhythm of the battle was under his control. With a sword in hand, his opponent didn't have the slightest ability to counterattack. Even parrying seemed weak. He was constantly struck by the sword. Sword energy and sword intent constantly invaded his body. Even if Empyrean Divine Blaze wanted to erupt with all his strength to counterattack, Xianxia could still feel his strength flowing, condensing, and revolving. With an extremely fast speed, with incomparable flexibility and ingenuity, he was able to interrupt the circulation of his strength. Aggrieved, Empyrean Divine Blaze only felt incomparably aggrieved. He couldn't counterattack and could only passively defend. But beneath his opponent's sword, his defense seemed pale and powerless. Another sword slashed out. This sword strike was exquisite to the extreme, beautiful, and also fast. It cut through Empyrean Divine Blaze's neck like a white steed, beheading him. In the next moment, Empyrean Divine Blaze's flying head was also split apart. The heavenly soul within was pulled out by Xianxia's sword and grasped in his hand. Stop! Empyrean Sacred roared out in grief and anger. But it was useless. He hurriedly turned and erupted with extreme speed, wanting to immediately flee. He couldn't win at all. This human Great Emperor was simply a monster. His strength was tyrannical to such a degree, he was a peak-level Great Emperor. The humans and origin races had less than 30 Great Emperor-level powerhouses, and there were only 3 peak-level Great Emperors. Just which one was this? It had to be known that peak-level Great Emperors normally didn't dare to casually move out. After all, peak-level Great Emperors weren't the strongest. There were also peak-level Demon Emperors and Empyreans that wielded half-divine artifacts that were stronger than them. And above them, there were even God avatars. As for the humans and origin races, there were no God avatars. In this situation, the 3 peak-level Great Emperors of the humans and origin races wouldn't take the risk to act. If they were killed by the 3 great races, that would be a tremendous loss to the humans and origin races. It would also be a great blow to their morale. And now, this human Great Emperor, which one was he? In his memories, the 3 peak-level Great Emperors of the humans and origin races didn't have a sword cultivator. Could this be a newly advanced peak-level Great Emperor? If that was the case, then it meant that the peak strength of the humans and origin races had increased yet again. Run! Empyrean Sacred's explosive speed was extremely fast. With thousands of thoughts, he flew towards the space-time teleportation array. As long as he entered the space-time teleportation array, he would be able to escape. If that human Great Emperor dared to follow him into the space-time teleportation array, then only death would await him. Because this time, he was going to return directly to the headquarters of the celestial race. That place was guarded by the celestial race's god avatars and a shocking god array. Even a demigod wouldn't dare to casually enter. Under the miraculous effects of the heart sword bloodline, Xianxia could clearly sense everything that came into contact with him. Even the formless air was under his control. Wherever there was air, it would flow and be sensed by Xianxia. However, the further away he was, the weaker his senses would be. However, with the current power of the heart sword bloodline, Xianxia could sense the entire heavenly mirror universe city. Every place where the heavenly human tribe was, there was the aura of the human tribe and the origin tribe. However, compared to the aura of the heavenly human tribe, the aura of the human tribe and the origin tribe was very weak. It was as if they were suppressed by some kind of power. Those were the humans and the origin tribe of the heavenly mirror universe city. Those who had survived had been enslaved by the heavenly human tribe and forced to work for them. A wave of anger suddenly rose from Qianzong's heart and spread throughout his body like a surging tide. Qianzong immediately suppressed that wave of anger and locked onto the sacred heavenly venerate, who was approaching the teleportation array and had already rushed halfway into it. "You can't escape," Qianzong said in a low voice. Without any pretense, he slashed out with his sword. Fast, his extreme speed was the boundless formless slaughter. Its speed was extremely fast, as if it could turn the horizon into a foot. It seemed as if it could pierce through space and time and directly hit the sacred heavenly venerate. He couldn't dodge it, there was no way to dodge it at all. The sacred heavenly venerate didn't even have time to sense anything before he was hit. The sacred heavenly venerate held in pain as the sword chi raged. However, he gritted his teeth and unleashed all his strength to rush into the teleportation array. However, it was still too late. Only his body had entered, and his head had been cut off by Qianzong. The sacred heavenly venerate's soul was wrapped up by Qianzong's sword chi and instantly pulled back into Qianzong's hand. The teleportation array activated in an instant. In a flash of light, the headless corpse of the sacred heavenly venerate was teleported away. In a flash, Qianzong appeared in front of the teleportation grand array. He immediately slashed out hundreds of times with his sword, hitting different parts of the teleportation grand array and destroying all its nodes. As a result, the heavenly human tribe would no longer be able to use the teleportation array to arrive at the heavenly mirror universe city. It would take them at least 10 days to fly here. Then, Qianzong took out a formation disc, which was made by the Divine Works Department of the Deity League. It could repair the teleportation formation in a captured city and turn it back to its original form. It was a teleportation formation suitable for the human clan and the origin clan. After activating the disc array, he threw it out with one hand. The disc array landed in the middle of the teleportation array that had its nodes destroyed. The disc array automatically started to operate, repairing hundreds of nodes and changing them. This way, there was no need for a formation master to come over and fix it. This was because the formation masters would undoubtedly take a greater risk. The formation masters were not necessarily very strong. If they were killed, the spacetime teleportation grand array would not be able to be repaired. The Ministry of Divine Works had done their best to research it. It had taken many years for them to successfully create the formation disk, which was called the repairing formation disk. Now, the heavenly human tribe could no longer arrive at the heavenly mirror universe city in a short time. As long as the spacetime teleportation grand array was repaired, the human clan and the origin clan would be able to send a legion to take over the heavenly mirror universe city and guard it. However, it would still take some time to repair the teleportation grand array. During this time, Qianzong did not intend to stay idle. Everything in the heavenly mirror universe city was within Qianzong's perception. In an instant, the 1,000-star extreme breaking sword appeared with a thought from Qianzong. It split into 1,000 sword lights and shot out in all directions at an extremely fast speed. It was so fast that it seemed to travel through time and space. No matter where it was in the heavenly mirror universe city, it would arrive in an instant. Kill. Kill, kill. The remaining heavenly human tribe powerhouses were at the heavenly king realm, but it was useless. None of them could withstand Qianzong's sword. However, Qianzong did not kill those heavenly kings. He killed all those below the heavenly king realm and severely injured them. He was going to use them to refine their bloodline. This was the price they had to pay for invading the chaotic universe and enslaving the human clan and the origin clan. The Divine Radiance Battle Fort. This was a battle fort that had been transformed from a star. It was the headquarters of the heavenly human tribe in the chaotic universe and was guarded by the sky god's avatar. After receiving the sacred heavenly venerate's urgent request for help, 2 limited-level heavenly venerates immediately took the teleportation grand array to the heavenly mirror universe city. However, they were too late. The teleportation grand array lit up and a figure appeared. It was a figure lying on the ground without a head. However, the 2 limited-level heavenly venerates recognized him. The sacred heavenly venerate. It was the sacred heavenly venerate who had been guarding the heavenly mirror universe city and had sent out an urgent request for help. He had been killed and beheaded. The 2 limited-level heavenly venerates' expressions changed drastically. They immediately took the sacred heavenly venerate's headless body and rushed to meet the sky god's avatar. Anger, the sky god's avatar was furious. He immediately sensed that the space-time coordinates leading to the heavenly mirror universe city were in a dark state. This meant that the connection between the teleportation grand array and the heavenly mirror universe city had been cut off. They could no longer use the teleportation grand array to reach the heavenly mirror universe city directly. What the hell is going on? The divine mountain god's avatar said in a low voice. His vigorous voice was full of anger. The sacred heavenly venerate sent out an urgent request for help. A human limited-level Great Emperor Sword Cultivator had invaded. Heavenly Venerate Xianxia, who was sent to help, was killed. The limited-level Heavenly Venerate immediately explained the situation in brief. Human clan. The three sky gods' avatars were furious. Previously, they had heard that the human Great Emperor Sword Cultivator had killed tens of thousands of demon tribe troops and even killed a demon emperor. They had been very happy. After all, the demon tribe and the celestial race were enemies. It was just that they had not yet faced each other. However, once they defeated the human race and the origin race, they would have to face the celestial race if they wanted to occupy this chaotic great cosmos. The same was true for the giant tribe. Since that was the case, the demon tribe had suffered losses. As potential enemies, they were naturally happy. After all, the demon tribe was very strong and would not be inferior to them. However, now that they had lost two heavenly venerates and a universe city, the sky gods' avatars could no longer smile. Instead, they were filled with anger that they had nowhere to vent. Who is that human Great Emperor Sword Cultivator? The divine mountain god's avatar asked in a low voice. My guess is that he is the one who killed the demon tribe troops. His name is Unparalleled God Jandi, the divine sea god's avatar said in a low voice. Unparalleled God Jandi. The hearts of the three sky gods' avatars were filled with anger. We must speed up and let the dynasty descend. Let our true bodies descend as well. Now that the human and origin demigods are tied down by the demigods of the other races, we must seize this opportunity. There were a few demigods of the human and origin race, but now, they were tied down by the demigods of the ancient demon tribe, and divine demon tribe. Otherwise, they would have attacked them long ago. If the human and origin demigods were free, they might attack them. Attack. Demigod realm, that was not something they could fight against right now. Unparalleled God Jandi must die, the divine mountain god's avatar said angrily. Find a chance. Once we have the chance, we will do it ourselves, the divine light god's avatar said in a low voice. Now it seemed that with the strength of unparalleled God Jandi, even an ultimate heavenly venerate might not be able to kill him. Only their sky gods' avatars would be safe. In the heavenly mirror universe city, the array formation had been repaired. The heavenly humans were either killed or severely injured. They were then imprisoned in the world fragment by Xianxia. He was going to find time to refine their bloodlines. The heavenly human bloodline was not inferior to the demonic human bloodline. To a certain extent, it was even superior. In the divine war primal chaos city, after the space-time teleportation array in the heavenly mirror universe city had been repaired, the person in charge of monitoring the teleportation array immediately learned of it. He was stunned at first, then immediately reported it. Who accepted this mission? Quickly find out. The order was immediately given, and the result was found. The one who accepted this mission was Unparalleled God Jandi. Good. As expected of God Jandi. Everyone was excited. Immediately send someone to take over the heavenly mirror universe city. Soon, thousands of cultivators gathered and directly teleported to the heavenly mirror universe city through the space-time teleportation array. Each and every one of these people was extremely excited. The heavenly mirror universe city had been taken over. That feeling was indescribable. So exciting, so exhilarating. After completing the handover of the heavenly mirror universe city, Xianxia also left to submit the other two missions and received 600,000 battle achievements. The total of 600,000 battle achievements, plus the original 1 million battle achievements, had reached a whopping 1,600,000 battle achievements. I still need 400,000 battle achievements. Xianxia thought to himself. Soon, to other cultivators, 400,000 battle credits might be very slow and difficult to obtain, but to him, it shouldn't be difficult at all. For example, this time, he had received 600,000 battle achievements, which was an amazing harvest. It was impossible to block the news that the Heavenly Mirror Universe City had been taken over. Moreover, the Human Clan and the Origin Clan did not need to block the news. Now that they needed such a victory to motivate the people, of course, they had to spread the news. Soon, almost all the Human Clan and the Origin Clan knew that unparalleled God Jandi had killed 2 heavenly venerables in the Heavenly Mirror Universe City, which had been taken over by the Heavenly Human Clan, and had taken over the city. As soon as the news spread, it immediately caused a great commotion, like a mighty storm sweeping through everything. The name of unparalleled God Jandi spread in all directions, and more cultivators came to know about it. The more the news spread, the more shocking it became. For a time, he became the most revered person in the hearts of the Human Clan and the Origin Clan. Subsequently, all the information about unparalleled Celestial Sword Emperor was slowly dug out. The master of Mount Taihao used to be known as the Unparalleled Sword Sage. The current unparalleled God Jandi was Qinzong. As for Qinzong, he did not care about the reputation. Instead, he set off again to carry out the next mission. He wanted to accumulate 2 million battle achievements as soon as possible so that he could exchange them for the World Core Fragment. Unparalleled God Jandi Qinzong. Mu Qingyang's expression was a little gloomy. He subconsciously recalled the scene 100 years ago when he was suppressed and defeated by Qinzong in the ancient God dynasty. That was not a good experience and memory. However, he did not hate Qinzong. After all, he was defeated by Qinzong with his own strength. There was no luck involved, nor was there any conspiracy. He could only say that he was not as skilled as Qinzong. After 100 years, Mu Qingyang's strength had improved due to the invasion of the 3 powerful clans. He had reached the peak of the Transcendent Saint realm. He had wanted to avenge his humiliation, but unfortunately, he could not find Qinzong. He did not expect Qinzong to make such a shocking move as soon as he appeared. He guarded the border of the Universe City and slaughtered tens of thousands of demonic tribe troops with one sword. However, Mu Qingyang was confident that he could do it with his own strength. In fact, any peak Transcendent Saint realm expert could do it. However, it was not that easy to kill a demon emperor, even if it was an ordinary demon emperor. However, given Mu Qingyang's strength, it was possible for an ordinary demon emperor to fight to the death without retreating. Therefore, when he learned about Qinzong's actions, Mu Qingyang was only surprised but not shocked. He subconsciously felt that he could do it if he was in Qinzong's position. However, after hearing the new news, Mu Qingyang fell silent. Mu Qingyang knew that it was impossible for him to take over the Sky Mirror Universe City alone, as it was not that simple to take over a Universe City. Even if one was strong enough to invade the Universe City, the powerhouses guarding the Universe City could still ask for help. With the existence of the space-time teleportation array, reinforcements would arrive within a few minutes. Unless he could destroy the teleportation array in a short period of time. It was difficult, it was very difficult. It was not that no one had tried it before, but they had all failed. Moreover, the Human and Origin Emperors all had their own territories to guard. If they left, it was very likely that the 3 powerful races would find out and target them. This time, not only had Qinzong conquered the Heavenly Mirror Universe City, but he had also killed 2 Empyreans of the Celestial Clan. One was Empyrean Holy Light, an ordinary level existence, and the other was Empyrean Divine Blaze, a peak level existence. As it happened, Mu Qingyang had fought with Empyrean Divine Blaze before. Thus, he was well aware that Empyrean Divine Blaze was stronger than him. Even with such strength, the 2 Holy Masters were still killed by Qinzong despite joining forces. His strength had definitely reached the ultimate Transcendent Saint stage, and he was not a match for him. Currently, the human race and the origin race only had 3 peak Transcendent Saints. Each of them was in charge of a region, and they had to deal with the peak emperors of the 3 major races at any given moment. Mu Qingyang's heart was heavy and complicated. Bai Yi's feelings were also very complicated. He seemed to be happy, but there was also an indescribable sense of loss. Bai Yi was also a great emperor, but he was only an ordinary great emperor. He was far from being an extreme emperor. A sword light flashed through the void of the universe. It was extremely fast, and it was somewhat obscure. This time, Qinzong's actions were more secretive. Due to the high profile of his previous actions, many spies were secretly watching Qinzong and paying attention to Qinzong's movements. He was now 400,000 battle achievements away from the 2 million battle achievements needed to exchange for the world core fragment. 400,000 battle achievements was a lot, but it was also not a lot. The amount of battle achievements depended on the specific situation. This time, the operation. Qinzong was preparing to assassinate a foreign race expert, an expert from the giant race. His name was Star Destroyer Giant Emperor, and he was one of the few ultimate giant emperors in the giant race. Killing an ordinary Great Emperor Realm expert was worth 100,000 battle achievements. Killing a peak Great Emperor Realm expert was worth 300,000 battle achievements. Killing an extreme Great Emperor Realm expert was worth 500,000 battle achievements. As long as he killed Star Destroyer Giant Emperor, Qinzong would earn 500,000 battle achievements. He would still have 100,000 battle achievements left after exchanging for the World Core Fragment. Why did he choose to assassinate Star Destroyer Giant Emperor? It was because Star Destroyer Giant Emperor was personally attacking a cosmic city of the human race. He planned to conquer the cosmic city and make it the giant race's territory. Currently, the space-time teleportation formation node of the cosmic city was destroyed, and it was impossible to teleport directly. Fortunately, an ultimate Great Emperor had rushed over and was fighting against Star Destroyer Giant Emperor. The cosmic city would not be conquered in a short period of time. In fact, Qinzong had accepted 2 missions. One was a battle mission, which was to reinforce the cosmic city called Xianxia. However, the basic battle achievements of such a battle mission were nothing to Qinzong. It was only 1,000 battle achievements. As for whether he could get more battle achievements in the future, it would depend on his contribution. However, the real prize was still the battle achievements of the assassination mission. Fast, Qinzong rushed over. He even equipped the King Great Ancient Divine Sword armor and opened the 9 void apertures, which allowed him to travel at an even faster speed. The journey that would have taken more than 10 days was shortened several times by Qinzong's full speed. After 3 days, Qinzong finally arrived at Xianxia Cosmic City. Other than Qinzong, there were others who had accepted the battle mission. Unfortunately, the space-time teleportation formation had been destroyed by the traitor. They could not teleport over and could only travel through the void. Their speed could not be compared to Qinzong's. Only Qinzong had arrived as reinforcements. As soon as he got close to Tidewater Universe City, Qinzong sensed 2 tyrannical auras coming from afar. There were 2 auras. One aura was as vigorous as the vast ocean, and it fluctuated continuously. It was very tyrannical. That aura was also the aura of the human clan. However, within the human clan's aura, there was another kind of aura that gave off an extremely majestic feeling. The other aura was not the aura of the human tribe at all. It was an extremely majestic and domineering aura. It was so powerful that it seemed to be able to destroy everything in its path. These 2 experts were fighting fiercely. The location of their fierce battle was far away from Xianxia Cosmic City. Otherwise, with their destructive power, they could have destroyed Xianxia Cosmic City. It was not easy to build a cosmic city. Battles broke out both inside and outside Xianxia Cosmic City. It was obvious that the giant tribe had invaded Xianxia Cosmic City. The giant tribe was 10 meters tall. Each of them was extremely strong. The muscles all over their body were bulging. It was extremely shocking. It was as if they were carved out of stone. The giant tribe's strength was extremely strong. Their physique was extremely strong. Their frontal attacks were terrifying and difficult to deal with. They pushed their way in, forcing the human tribe and the origin tribe to retreat. There was also the dark golden giant who had the strength of a divine lord. It was even more powerful. 1,000 stars. Qinzong muttered. The 1,000 stars extreme break sword appeared in an instant and turned into 1,000 sharp sword lights. In an instant, they flew towards Xianxia Cosmic City at an unparalleled speed. Stop them. Damn it, the giant tribe must stop them. The human tribe is invincible. The human tribe's defenders continued to unleash their strength to resist the giant tribe's attack. The giant tribe's physique was indeed too strong. They could completely withstand the human tribe's attacks and continued to push forward. The human tribe was in imminent danger. In an instant, fine sword lights appeared. Each sword light carried an extremely shocking sharpness. They tore through the air and swept past the human tribe's defenders. They were secretly shocked. What was that? In the next moment, the fine sword lights shot towards the giant tribe's camp. It was as easy as piercing through tofu. They pierced through the giant tribe's extremely strong head and pierced through it. They then shot towards the other giant tribe members. In just an instant, thousands of giant tribe members had their heads pierced through. Under the vibration of the sword chi, the giant tribe members were killed. With the great disparity in strength, the giant tribe members could not resist Xianxia's Thousand Stars Extreme Break Sword at all. A dark gold giant that was equal to a divine lord-level powerhouse was unable to withstand the sword light with his tyrannical body. Broken, in an instant, even the dark golden giant could not withstand the sharpness of the sword light. He was pierced through and killed. It's the reinforcements. Our reinforcements have arrived. The human tribe's side cheered. Originally, the teleportation array was destroyed by the traitor. Although they had sent out a request for reinforcements, they could not arrive immediately. They could only send experts to rush over through the void. But that took time. They thought that this time, they would be killed before the reinforcements arrived. They did not expect that the reinforcements would arrive and their strength would be so strong. In just an instant, thousands of giant tribe members were killed. Even the dark golden giant tribe members could not withstand it. Kill. Kill. Kill, kill. The Thousand Stars Extreme Break Sword split into 1,000 sword lights. Their speed was astonishing. They shot out crazily, reaping the lives of the giant tribe members. This kind of feeling was like harvesting wheat, continuously harvesting, harvest after harvest. The harvest made the giants panic, while the harvest made the human race rejoice and boost their morale. Thousands of attacking giants simply weren't enough to kill. In just a few moves, they were all killed, turning into corpses that littered the ground. Because the corpses of the giants were very large, they were scattered in rows. It was a spectacular sight, but also a shocking one at the same time. Chen Zong's figure descended. May I ask who Senior is? The general of the human tribe's garrison asked excitedly. Everyone stared at Chen Zong, waiting for Chen Zong to answer. Unparalleled God Jandi. Chen Zong reported his name. Unparalleled God Jandi. The garrison was slightly stunned and immediately became ecstatic. They were aware of the great victory in the border-herding Universe City. They were also aware of the capture of the Sky Mirror Universe City and the killing of the two heavenly venerate powerhouses. All of this was related to one person, an extremely tyrannical Great Emperor. Moreover, it was closely related. The Great Emperor of the human tribe was called Unparalleled God Jandi. Now, Unparalleled God Jandi was the pride of the human tribe. He was the only one who had boosted the morale of the human tribe. They had never thought that the first to arrive at Chao Hai Universe City would be the Unparalleled God Jandi, an expert with amazing strength. The arrival of Unparalleled God Jandi had turned the tide of the battle, defeating and killing thousands of giants in one fell swoop. Without stopping, Chen Zong immediately flew towards the source of the powerful energy. There, the human race's limit Great Emperor and Giant Emperor Star Destroyer of the giant tribe were locked in a fierce battle. While the two experts were fighting, they were also paying attention to the situation in Imperial Sea Cosmos City. The human expert was the Sea God Emperor, one of the three limit Great Emperors of the human race. He wanted to go back to reinforce Imperial Sea Cosmos City, but he couldn't as he was held back by Giant Emperor Star Destroyer. Moreover, if he turned back to Imperial Sea Cosmos City, Giant Emperor Star Destroyer would chase after him. By then, Imperial Sea Cosmos City wouldn't be able to withstand their terrifying power. Giant Emperor Star Destroyer was also paying attention to the situation in Imperial Sea Cosmos City. He knew that the giant tribe was pushing forward while the humans were losing ground. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before Imperial Sea Cosmos City was conquered. However, something unexpected happened. Thousands of incomparably sharp sword lights killed thousands of giants in a short period of time. This scene caused Giant Emperor Starfall's expression to change greatly. When he heard the name of the unparalleled celestial sword emperor, he was first stunned, then his expression changed greatly. Unparalleled God Jandi was suspected to be the fourth limit great emperor of the human race and the Origin clan. He was also a sword cultivator with an extremely powerful attack power. He had a shocking battle record. For example, he had slaughtered thousands of demon tribe troops and killed a demon emperor. He had also conquered Heavenly Mirror Cosmos City and killed 2 heavenly venerables, one of whom was a peak heavenly venerate. Only an ultimate great emperor could achieve such strength. With a thought, Giant Emperor Star Destroyer suddenly attacked the Sea God Emperor. After repelling the Sea God Emperor, Giant Emperor Star Destroyer immediately shot towards the distance like a meteor. Run! Giant Emperor Star Destroyer wasn't afraid of the Sea God Emperor at all. In fact, he was even stronger than the Sea God Emperor. However, if another Limit Great Emperor joined forces, Giant Emperor Star Destroyer wouldn't be a match for the 2 Limit Great Emperors. If he stayed, the consequences would be dire. He made a prompt decision to run. After all, thousands of giants had already been killed. Giant Emperor Star Destroyer was huge, but his speed wasn't slow at all. He instantly shook off the Deep Sea Divine Ocean Emperor and fled into the distance. The Deep Sea Divine Ocean Emperor was the first to react. He immediately chased after Giant Emperor Star Destroyer, but his speed was slower than Giant Emperor Star Destroyer's. He could only watch as Giant Emperor Star Destroyer turned into a meteor and flew away. In the next moment, a streak of sword light shot past the Deep Sea Divine Sea Emperor. It was so fast that the Deep Sea Divine Sea Emperor's heart skipped a beat. So fast, moreover, when the sword light flew past, the Sea Emperor felt a terrifying sword intent. It was extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, Chenzong transformed into a beam of sword light that shot past the Great Sea Emperor and chased after Giant Emperor Starfall. As the sword intent approached, Giant Emperor Star Destroyer's expression changed. He immediately turned around and threw out a palm strike. The palm strike was like a mountain that swept across the sky. The palm print was so solid that even the void seemed to be suppressed by it. Giant Emperor Star Destroyer was 100 meters tall. His body was extremely strong, and every muscle on his body seemed to contain an extremely terrifying power. He was like a volcano that could shatter the heavens and shatter the stars once it erupted. The sword light suddenly flashed and split the void into 2. One was Yin and the other was Yang. Yin and Yang were clearly separated. It directly split the palm print apart and tore it apart. This sword strike was so powerful that Giant Emperor Star Destroyer's expression changed drastically. In the next moment, he threw out another palm strike. That palm strike was filled with endless starlight and turned into a huge palm print that swept across the sky. It was like a star that carried with it an extremely terrifying power. It seemed to be able to crush everything in its path. Great Starfall Palm Print. Giant Emperor Star Destroyer immediately used his ultimate move. He gathered all his strength and instantly destroyed the sword light. Armed with the king-level ancient divine sword armor, Chenzong activated his strength to the extreme. In fact, Chenzong was not confident that he could kill an ultimate great emperor with his normal strength. Only by equipping himself with the ancient divine sword armor could his strength increase tremendously. Divine Sword. Divine Sword. The great starfall palm print that was condensed with thousands of starlight was even more condensed than a star. However, under this sword strike, it was directly split apart without any resistance. It was unstoppable. Giant Emperor Star Destroyer was defenseless against this shocking sword light. His palm print was instantly split apart and his huge body was split into 2. Giant Emperor Star Destroyer was instantly horrified. What kind of strength was this? He had actually split apart his great starfall palm print and his tyrannical giant body with just one sword strike. The giant tribe's physique was the strongest in the entire chaotic universe. Even the demon tribe and heavenly human tribe could not be compared to it. The ancient monster tribe, ancient demon tribe, and divine demon tribe could not be compared to it. There was no need for special cultivation. They were born that strong and would grow stronger as they grew. As the giant emperor of the giant tribe who was second only to the giant god realm experts, his physique had already reached a shocking level and he could easily shatter a star. However, such a strong physique could not withstand a single strike from Chenzong and was directly split apart. The shadow of death shrouded Giant Emperor Star Destroyer and he could not help but shiver. However, Qianzong did not give Giant Emperor Star Destroyer any chance to recover. He struck again with his sword. Ancient Star, the Ancient Star's shadow suddenly appeared and exuded an overbearing aura. It was as though it could crush everything as it blasted towards Giant Emperor Star Destroyer. Giant Emperor Star Destroyer's huge and tyrannical body could not withstand the blow of the sword and was directly shattered into pieces. As an ultimate Giant Emperor, he could not fight back against Qianzong, who was armed with the ancient divine sword armor. If Giant Emperor Star Destroyer had a semi-divine weapon, he might be able to put up a fight against Qianzong. However, a semi-divine weapon was not that easy to obtain. With one strike, the ancient Star Destroyer crushed everything, including Giant Emperor Star Destroyer's huge and tyrannical body. The physique of the giant tribe was extremely strong and the cultivation power in his body was naturally very strong. In the next moment, his cultivation power was depleted and Giant Emperor Star Destroyer's shattered body reassembled. However, when he was halfway through, another ray of sword light shot across the sky and broke through his layers of defense to retrieve his giant core. As soon as the giant core entered his hand, an overbearing force burst forth and tried to break free from Qianzong's restraint. The force was at the ultimate Great Emperor realm. If it was not for Qianzong's strength, he would not have been able to hold on to it. Realizing that he could not break free from Qianzong's grip, Giant Emperor Star Destroyer's consciousness in the giant core immediately tried to detonate the energy within the giant core. The giant core was the condensation of the Giant Emperor's strength and was the source of his purification. Once it was detonated, it would be equivalent to self-destruction. The self-destruction of an ultimate Giant Emperor was powerful enough to severely injure or even kill another ultimate Giant Emperor. Even with Qianzong's strength, he would definitely be injured if he was caught in the explosion at such a close distance. However, just as Giant Emperor Star Destroyer was about to detonate the giant core, Qianzong sensed it immediately and immediately cut it off and shattered it. If it was an ultimate great emperor like the Kanglan Divine Ocean Emperor, he would not have been able to do so. However, it was not difficult for Qianzong. At the same time, the sound of crashing waves could be heard. This was the sound of the deep-sea Divine Ocean Emperor chasing after them. The Kanglan Divine Ocean Emperor chased after Giant Emperor Star Destroyer, only to see Qianzong's sword shatter Giant Emperor Star Destroyer's body. Giant Emperor Star Destroyer's giant core was also caught by Qianzong. It was too fast, it was too fast. Giant Emperor Star Destroyer, who was stronger than him, was killed in a very short period of time. Unparalleled God Jandi had killed him. The Kanglan Divine Ocean Emperor could not believe it. Even though Giant Emperor Star Destroyer's death was a good thing for the human race and the origin race, the Kanglan Divine Ocean Emperor could not help but feel shocked. That was Starfall Giant Emperor, the ultimate Giant Emperor of the giant tribe. He was even stronger than Yi Futian. Yet, he was killed in such a short time. How did Yi Futian feel? He could not say it. Deep down, the Kanglan Divine Ocean Emperor was shocked beyond words. For a moment, he did not know what to say. He did not know how to express the shock in his heart. After a while, the Kanglan Divine Ocean Emperor calmed himself down and smiled. As expected of unparalleled God Jandi. It seems that everyone underestimated your strength. You're too kind. Qianzong smiled at the Kanglan Divine Ocean Emperor. The Kanglan Divine Ocean Emperor was a middle-aged man. His appearance was not outstanding, but he had an aura as deep as the abyss. It was as vast and deep as the boundless sea. His aura contained an incredible amount of power. This was the first time the two had met, so they were not familiar with each other. Naturally, they did not have much to talk about. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qianzong took Giant Emperor Star Destroyer's giant core and returned to Chaohai Cosmic City as quickly as possible. He then took out a formation disk to repair the space-time teleportation array. After the repair was completed, the space-time teleportation array was reactivated. Immediately, reinforcements rushed over to help defend Chaohai Cosmic City. Qianzong also used the space-time teleportation array to return to Divine War Primal Chaos City. The next step was for Qianzong to turn in the mission. As for how to prove that Qianzong had completed the mission, it was simple. The Kanglan Divine Ocean Emperor had seen it with his own eyes. Moreover, Qianzong had brought back Giant Emperor Star Destroyer's giant core. The giant core was enough to prove that Qianzong had completed the mission. Thus, Qianzong received another 500,000 battle merits. Aside from the basic reward, Qianzong also received another 50,000 battle merits because he had single-handedly killed thousands of giants, saved the entire cosmic city, and rescued the human defenders. This was a great contribution. That was a total of 55 battle merits. 50,000 battle merits was not a lot, but it was not a small amount either. 2,150,000 battle merits, Qianzong could not help but smile. Finally, he had enough battle merits. Not only that, but he also had more than what he needed. With so many battle merits, it was enough to exchange for the world core fragment. Without hesitation, Qianzong chose to exchange for the fragment. The safest thing to do was to get the fragment as soon as possible. The world core fragment wasn't big. It was only half the size of a palm. It was an irregular piece. It looked ordinary, but its color was constantly changing. Qianzong could feel a mysterious fluctuation from it. It was boundless, as if it contained a world of its own. Qianzong suddenly remembered that if the heavenly sword wanted to become a true demigod weapon, it would need to devour a demigod ancient demon origin or demigod ancient demon origin, or it could directly devour a world core fragment. Qianzong suddenly hesitated. Should he let the heavenly sword devour this world core fragment, or should he put it in the world core fragment that he controlled to strengthen the world core fragment and make it a place for his sect as soon as possible? The current chaotic universe was much more dangerous than before. Taihao Mountain was located in primordial astral city. On one hand, it wasn't suitable for development because Taihao Mountain was growing stronger. On the other hand, it was uncertain when primordial astral city would be attacked by the alien races. Even if he was strong enough, he could rush over as soon as possible. However, he had to be careful. This was undoubtedly a choice. Qianzong didn't hesitate for too long. He finally made his decision. Of course, restoring the heavenly sword to the level of a demigod weapon would increase his strength. However, with his current strength, Qianzong was confident that he could take on the avatar of a god. As for a true demigod, even if he had a demigod weapon, he wouldn't be a match for him. In that case, he would use this world core fragment on the world core fragment and quickly transform it into a place suitable for Taihao Mountain to establish his sect. Without hesitation, Qianzong entered the world core fragment. The world core fragment didn't change much because the primordial chi I was still absorbing the primordial chi from the depths of the void. It hadn't absorbed the primordial chi to the limit. Qianzong took out the world core fragment and threw it. The world core fragment landed on the ground and merged with the earth. Rumble, a shocking roar suddenly sounded, and the whole small world suddenly shook. The ground kept cracking, and cracks were everywhere. It was as if a huge dragon was waking up underground. In the distance, the ground gradually rose and grew taller until it became a small hill. The small hill continued to grow taller until it became a mountain peak. The mountain peak towered above the ground, and the cracks of the great emperor were everywhere, constantly mending. Cracking and filling, the foundation of the small world unknowingly expanded. The Yuan Qi I could swallow and spit out heaven and earth Yuan Qi, ensuring that there was sufficient heaven and earth Yuan Qi in the small world for the living beings to absorb and cultivate. And when the world core fragment fused with the ground, it could allow the ground to expand further, achieving the goal of expanding the small world. Of course, if he didn't have the world core fragment, he could also rely on the primordial chi I to absorb enough primordial chi to nourish the small world. The small world would also expand under the nourishment of the primordial chi of heaven and earth. Fusing with the core of the world fragment could speed up the process of the small world's growth. It could also further strengthen the small world. It was better than fusing with the primal chi I alone. Suspended in the void of the small world, Qianzong witnessed the changes of the small world with his own eyes. The earth caved in and turned into river valleys. The earth rose up and turned into mountain peaks. Qianzong sensed that the scope of the small world was expanding at an astonishing speed. In a short period of time, it had more than doubled in size and was still expanding. It continued to expand. 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, in the end, the small world expanded to 10 times its original size. The earth became more vast, and the sky became higher. Now, all that was left was for the primordial chi to feed back the primordial chi of heaven and earth. Naturally, there was a way to shorten it, and that was to put in chaotic divine gems. However, there had to be enough chaotic divine gems. Chenzong thought about it. He still needed to get more chaotic divine gems. As for the heavenly human tribe's heavenly king-tier powerhouses in the small world, it was time to deal with them. Chenzong planned to extract their bloodline and use it to exchange for chaotic divine gems. The heavenly human tribe's bloodline, even if it was just an ordinary heavenly human tribe's bloodline, was extremely valuable. 100 years ago, an ordinary heavenly human demon tribe's bloodline was worth 10 divine gems in the 3 divine dynasties. 10 divine gems were worth at least 100 million chaotic divine gems. As for now, although it was not worth 100 million chaotic divine gems, it was worth at least tens of millions of chaotic divine gems. If it was an elite heavenly human tribe's bloodline, it could be worth 100 million chaotic divine gems. If it was a top heavenly human tribe's bloodline, its value would be even higher. It could be worth a few hundred million chaotic divine gems. This time, there were not many heavenly king-tier heavenly human tribe's bloodline. There were less than 100 of them. In the end, Chenzong extracted 98 heavenly human tribe's bloodline. Among them, 90 were ordinary heavenly human tribe's bloodline, and 8 were elite heavenly human tribe's bloodline. As for the top heavenly human tribe's bloodline, there were no top heavenly human tribe's bloodline. After the evolution of the small world ended, Chenzong left the small world and went to the Divine Benevolence Division. He used the 98 heavenly human tribe's bloodline to exchange for chaotic divine gems instead of pure heavenly human tribe's bloodline. In the end, one ordinary heavenly human tribe's bloodline was exchanged for 30 million chaotic divine gems. Its value was much lower than before, but Chenzong did not care too much. The 90 ordinary heavenly human tribe's bloodline was exchanged for 27 billion chaotic divine gems. As for the 8 elite heavenly human tribe's bloodline, Chenzong did not exchange for them for the time being. 27 billion chaotic divine gems was a huge pile. Chenzong put all of them into the small world of the world fragment. They were piled up like a mountain in the small world, shining and emitting bursts of light. The light was so dazzling and eye-catching that it made people excited. Even Chenzong was shocked when he saw the mountain of 27 billion chaotic divine gems. The impact was too strong. "Break!" Chenzong shouted in a low voice. Immediately, a tyrannical power descended. It was the power of this small world. It was mobilized by Chenzong and fell on the mountain of chaotic divine gems. Immediately, the chaotic divine gems shattered. Every chaotic divine gem released a pure and vigorous yuan qi, which spread out in an instant. 27 billion. That was a total of 27 billion Dao Qi. It was a spectacular sight. It was as if countless airflows had gathered together to form a powerful storm, which then turned into a violent wave. It was as if the sea had swept across in an instant. It was as if a hurricane had passed through and wreaked havoc in all directions. Ear-piercing roars rang out continuously. The entire small world was shaking because of it. In the next moment, the eye of Yuan Qi in the sky suddenly trembled. It spun faster and a strong suction force suddenly erupted. It began to absorb the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth that was wreaking havoc in the small world. The Yuan Qi released by the 27 billion chaotic divine gems rushed into the sky. It was as if they had turned into numerous Yuan Qi dragons. They roared and wriggled their astonishing bodies as they rushed into the sky. For a moment it was as if there were hundreds of Yuan Qi dragons dancing. The scene was too shocking. The rumbling sound continued to resound in this small world. The Yuan Qi dragons rushed into the eye of Yuan Qi. The eye of Yuan Qi trembled in an instant as if it was about to explode. It swelled up in an instant, but it held on. After absorbing one Yuan Qi dragon, the eye of Yuan Qi expanded and strengthened. Hundreds of Yuan Qi dragons entered the eye of Yuan Qi one after another. The eye of Yuan Qi expanded and finally occupied 1/10 of the sky. If it was the sky before the core fragment of the world, the eye of Yuan Qi would have completely occupied the sky. But now it had expanded by 10 times. It only occupied 1/10 of the sky. Even so, 1/10 was still very vast. The energy from the 2 7 billion chaotic divine gems was completely devoured by the Eye of Primordial Qi. The Eye of Primordial Qi paused for a moment before it began to revolve again. However, unlike before, the Eye of Primordial Qi that revolved once more was divided into two layers. The outer layer rotated clockwise and constantly absorbed the Yuan Qi from the depths of the void. The inner layer rotated counterclockwise and began to spit out wisps of extremely pure Yuan Qi of heaven and earth. It was even purer than when it was absorbed. The Eye of Yuan Qi absorbed the Yuan Qi from the depths of the void and refined it in the Eye of Yuan Qi. It was like iron being refined in a furnace. The quality of the Yuan Qi was greatly improved. Wisps of pure Yuan Qi were constantly released from the inner layer of the Eye of Yuan Qi and began to spread in this small world. Chenzong could not help but smile. Finally, the Eye of Yuan Qi had reached its peak and began to feed back this small world. In this way, it could be used as the foundation for the establishment of the sect. However, before that, he still needed to make some more preparations. Clouds formed and rain fell. The valley was filled with water. The river also surged. Vegetation broke out of the ground and gradually formed a forest. Chenzong looked carefully and began to arrange some training places. With Chenzong's current strength, it was not difficult to arrange some training places. For example, places to test and sharpen sword skills and so on. In the following period of time, Chenzong gradually perfected the small world. He tried to make it as perfect as possible. The Eye of Yuan Qi also constantly swallowed and spat out extremely pure Yuan Qi of heaven and earth, gradually filling up this small world. Mountain peaks, sword pagodas, large lakes, long rivers, sword bamboo forest and so on. It's time to move, Chenzong said to himself. For such an important matter, he naturally had to ask Yunyanxin to come along. Chenzong left the small world and appeared in the Divine War Primal Chaos City. He then went to the heaven-shooting Primal Chaos City to find Yunyanxin and go to Taihao Mountain together. The migration of a sect was a big matter. The incarnation had already cooperated with the original body to gather the elders and disciples of Taihao Mountain to prepare for the migration. Those disciples who were outside had also received the message and rushed over as fast as they could to gather in Taihao Mountain. The migration of a sect could be said to be a big matter, but it could also be said to be small because there was no need to rush to a specific place. They only needed to open the entrance of the small world fragment and open the door to enter and exit. From now on, this small world will be the location of our Taihao Mountain sect, Chenzong said as he opened the door. The disciples of Taihao Mountain suddenly looked excited. A small world of its own. It would be amazing and special to use it as the foundation of the sect. A door appeared in the small world inside the world fragment. One figure after another passed through the door and officially stepped into the small world. Wow, this is amazing. What pure qi of heaven and earth. I believe I can reach the peak of the Saint Realm faster if I cultivate in such a place. The disciples of Taihao Mountain were all very excited. Such an environment was very superior. In terms of the density and purity of the qi of heaven and earth, it had completely surpassed Yuanzhang Cosmic City by several times. Although it was several times faster, it did not mean that their cultivation speed would be several times faster here, but it was definitely several times faster. The difference in cultivation speed would not be obvious in a short period of time, but for cultivators, it was a matter of time. The further they went, the harder it would be to cultivate. The difference in cultivation speed would become more and more obvious. Moreover, the qi of heaven and earth would continue to strengthen with the passage of time and become stronger than it was now. All the elders and disciples of Taihao Mountain entered the small world. Although they were very shocked and excited, they consciously stood still and did not scatter. Chenzong stood in midair and glanced around before saying, "This small world belongs to our Taihao Mountain. It's called the Taihao Sword Realm." Chenzong directly named the small world inside the world fragment after the Taihao Mountain. Taihao Mountain was a sect of sword cultivators, so it was named the Taihao Sword Realm. The words Taihao Sword Realm fell into everyone's ears and directly took root in their hearts. Chenzong did not deliberately say anything like a declaration. Sword cultivators never needed a declaration to motivate them. The basic facilities in the Taihao Sword Realm, such as the main hall and the cave residences for the elders and disciples, had not been built yet. It was not that Chenzong did not want to build it, but he wanted to let the elders and disciples participate in it. This way, it could improve their sense of belonging, honor, and mission. The elders and disciples had to consider how to build the mountain gate of Taihao Mountain in a more suitable manner. It was also a task assigned to them by Chenzong. In addition, Chenzong did not intend to give up Taihao Mountain in Yuanzhong Cosmos City. Instead, he planned to make it a stronghold for Taihao Mountain. He even planned to set up strongholds in other Cosmos cities and even in Primal Chaos City. This way, he could recruit suitable disciples from everywhere. Only after they had cultivated in the strongholds and passed the assessment would they be qualified to enter the Taihao Sword Realm. In the future, there would be a clear dividing line between the disciples of the stronghold and the disciples of the Sword World. Only those who had obtained the right to enter the Sword World and remained within it could be considered the true elites of the Taihao Mountain. However, Chenzong was also thinking about one thing. In order to further enhance the competitiveness of the disciples and stimulate their potential, even the disciples who stayed in the Taihao Sword Realm to cultivate would be tested once in a while. If they failed to pass the test, they would have to leave the Taihao Sword Realm and go to a stronghold in the outside world. As for the interval between the tests, this was a problem that needed to be considered. There was no hurry. The current Taihao Sword Realm was not yet perfect and was still in the process of being built. There was still time to consider and deliberate. Moving Taihao Mountain to the current Taihao Sword Realm could be considered as fulfilling one of Chenzong's wishes. He felt relieved all of a sudden. At the same time, Chenzong received a message from the Divine Fighting Union. The content of the message was as follows: they hoped that Chenzong could guard the Heavenly Mirror Cosmos City. The location of the Heavenly Mirror Cosmos City was quite important. It should be known that the space-time teleportation formation could not teleport people very far away at once. There was often a distance limit, so a transit point was needed. The Heavenly Mirror Cosmos City happened to be a very important transit point and had a very high strategic position. In this way, the Heavenly Human Tribe would covet the Cosmos City and send troops to attack at any time. Therefore, the Heavenly Mirror Cosmos City needed a sufficiently powerful guardian, preferably a Great Emperor-level expert. However, all the Great Emperor-level experts had their own scope of responsibility. Only Chenzong did not. Moreover, the Heavenly Mirror Cosmos City was conquered by Chenzong alone. When the 7 founding elders of the Divine Fighting Union held a meeting to discuss, they decided that Chenzong should guard the Heavenly Mirror Cosmos City. Of course, guarding a city wasn't for nothing. As a guardian, one could get a fixed amount of battle merits every year. For a Great Emperor-level guardian, one would normally get 10,000 battle merits a year. If one wanted to accumulate 1,000,000 battle merits, it would only take 100 years. In addition to the fixed amount of battle merits, there was also a quota of pure bloodline. Every year, one could get 10 portions. Although it was not a lot, the main point was to accumulate and accumulate. Chenzong thought for a moment and agreed. This was because he could stay in the Heavenly Mirror Cosmos City during normal times. If he wanted to leave, he could leave his incarnation behind. Currently, his incarnation was very powerful. Even if it could not defeat an extreme Great Emperor expert, it could still hold on for a while. If his original body sensed it, he could rush back as soon as possible to provide assistance. In addition, he could also ask the Divine Fighting Union to send reinforcements. I need to give my incarnation a more powerful sword, Chenzong thought to himself. It would be best if he could get a quasi-divine weapon. At the very least, it should be a top-notch chaotic divine weapon. There should be a suitable sword in the Divine Fighting Union, but it would require battle merits to exchange for it. Speaking of battle merits, he still had 150,000 battle merits. It was not a lot, but it was not a small amount either. After making his choice, Chenzong took a fancy to a quasi-divine weapon. Unfortunately, it required 1,000,000 battle merits to exchange for it. 150,000 battle merits were too little. The power of a quasi-divine weapon is indeed incomparable to a top-notch chaotic divine weapon, Chenzong thought to himself. The difference in power between a top-notch chaotic divine weapon and a quasi-divine weapon was at least several times greater. If his incarnation could wield a quasi-divine weapon, it would not be a problem for him to fight against some extreme great emperors. However, it was 1,000,000 battle merits. Was he going to become a battle merits harvester again? It was not difficult for him to earn battle merits. All he needed to do was to take on missions to reclaim cities and assassinate foreign tribe experts. Assassinating an ordinary Great Emperor would cost 100,000 battle merits, an elite Great Emperor would cost 300,000 battle merits, an extreme Great Emperor would cost 500,000 battle merits, and a deity's incarnation would cost 5 million battle merits. However, so far, no one had ever assassinated an extreme Great Emperor of a foreign tribe, let alone a deity's incarnation. Qianzong did not care about the mission to assassinate a deity's incarnation. That was not something he could do at the moment. Of course, Qianzong would not mind if he had the chance. Thinking of this, Qianzong suddenly remembered the deity's incarnation of Shumu who had chased after him 100 years ago. He should still be in the chaotic universe. Should he lure him out and kill him? Shumusher's bloodline curse had been temporarily sealed by Senior Moxian, so he couldn't sense it. But as long as he wanted to, he could undo the seal and Shumusher's avatar would be able to sense it. However, once the seal on Shumu's bloodline curse was removed, he would not be able to seal it again. If the deity's incarnation of Shumu's incarnation were to descend, he would not be able to withstand it. Qianzong pondered for a while and decided to give up on such a dangerous method for the time being. As a sword cultivator, there was nothing wrong with being fearless and fearless. However, one shouldn't intentionally put oneself in a dangerous situation, especially one that was fatal and irresistible. That wasn't fearlessness, that was stupidity. Unless it was a situation where one had no other choice. It was better for him to carry out other missions obediently. It was not that easy to assassinate an extreme Great Emperor of a foreign tribe. Even if Qianzong was strong enough to kill one, if the extreme Great Emperor remained in his base and did not come out, Qianzong would not dare to charge into the extreme Great Emperor's base alone. That would be courting death. In fact, Qianzong was not very clear about one thing. The three great tribes were very quiet now. This was because Qianzong's 3 achievements were too shocking. The first time, he was guarding the border of the border-hurting Universe City, killing tens of thousands of demonic tribe soldiers and an ordinary Great Emperor. The second time, he was conquering the Heavenly Mirror Universe City, killing 2 heavenly venerables. One was an ordinary Great Emperor, and the other was a peak Great Emperor. The third time, he was reinforcing Chaohai Universe City. Not only did he kill thousands of giant tribe soldiers, but he also killed Giant Emperor Star Destroyer of the Giant Tribe. How strong was Giant Emperor Star Destroyer, an extreme Great Emperor, the unparalleled god of the human tribe, Jiandi, could even kill an extreme Great Emperor. Each time he attacked, he was more powerful and shocking than the last. Such an achievement was too shocking. It was a great shock to the 3 great tribes. At the same time, they were also thinking about how to deal with it. This time, let's choose the demonic tribe. Qianzong muttered to himself. The heavenly human tribe had lost 2 heavenly venerables, one of which was a peak Great Emperor. Although the giant tribe only lost 1 Great Emperor, it was an extreme Great Emperor. Only the demonic tribe had lost 1 ordinary Great Emperor. As for the deaths of other Great Emperors and below, it was not a big deal. Therefore, Qianzong planned to further weaken the top combat power of the demonic tribe and kill 1 or 2 Great Emperors. In this way, the top combat power of the 3 great tribes would be reduced. The pressure on the human tribe and the origin tribe would also be reduced. It would also boost their morale. With such a thought, Qianzong immediately set off. As for his incarnation, he would stay in the Heavenly Mirror Universe City to guard it. With the incarnation around, even though it didn't have a quasi-divine artifact longsword, the incarnation's strength wasn't weak. If it unleashed all of its strength, it could reach the level of an ultimate Great Emperor for a short period of time. Qianzong's mission was to conquer a city occupied by the demonic tribe. It was a universe city. If he succeeded, he would be rewarded with 200,000 battle merits. Moreover, he might be able to kill a Great Emperor and gain even more battle merits. The universe city that Qianzong had his eyes on was called Smoke Beacon Universe City. It was considered a very important universe city with a Great Emperor overseeing it. This information had already been verified. Qianzong would be able to obtain this information the moment he accepted the mission. This way, it would be more suitable for the person who accepted the mission to know and respond accordingly. Humans and origin races were enslaved within the smoke-like Cosmos City, and the demon race was the ruler of this Cosmos City. Ants. A demon-human race member shouted angrily. He struck out with his palm and sent a human he found unpleasant flying. The human's chest caved in and his sternum shattered. He died on the spot. When the other humans and origin races saw this scene, some of them wore numb expressions and did not move. Some of them secretly gritted their teeth but did not take any further action. They did not dare to, because they could not. As enslaved, their cultivations were sealed. In this place, they were just ordinary people. At most, their physiques were stronger than ordinary people, but that was all. If they dared to resist, they would be suppressed and killed. This kind of thing had happened before. In the few decades that Universal City had been occupied, it had happened several times. Here, humans and origin races did not have any status to speak of. They were very lowly as livestock. Females with outstanding figures would even be violated by the demon-human race. In short, the enslaved humans and origin races lived in an abyss of suffering. Their lives were worse than death. The Darkwing Demon Emperor was overseeing Universal City. He was the Demon Emperor who had just been transferred over to replace the previous Demon Emperor. The original Demon Emperor was a normal Demon Emperor, but the Darkwing Demon Emperor was a peak Demon Emperor. He was stronger, but the most important thing was his speed. When he spread out his dark wings, his explosive speed could reach the level of a peak Demon Emperor. Of course, this kind of speed could not be maintained for long. It could only be maintained for a short dozen breaths. A dozen breaths seemed short, but it was enough for a peak Demon Emperor to fly very far away. They could escape in the shortest amount of time and reach the space-time teleportation array. From there, they could use the space-time teleportation array to escape. All of this was to guard against the attacks of the humans and origin races, especially against the unparalleled god Xianxia of the human race. At this moment, the Darkwing Demon Emperor was sitting high on his throne. On his left and right side sat a few peak demon kings. In the middle, there was a group of scantily clad human and origin race beauties twisting their bodies. They were dancing a seductive dance that fully displayed their beautiful figures. "Your subordinate salutes your excellency." A peak demon king stood up and raised his wine cup to the Darkwing Demon Emperor. "With your excellency overseeing Universal City, no matter who comes, there is nothing to fear." "That's right. Even if the unparalleled god Xianxia comes, with your excellency overseeing this place, we can still defend ourselves." Another peak demon king stood up and shouted. "You can't say that. The unparalleled god Xianxia's. However, if the unparalleled god Xianxia dares to come, if unparalleled god. But. Unparalleled god. In fact, the demonic race had already made arrangements. The demonic emperors guarding the various universe cities had been replaced with faster ones. This was because no one knew if the unparalleled godly sword emperor of the human race would attack again. In addition, other than transferring the faster demon emperors to oversee the Universal City, reinforcements could arrive at any time in the shortest amount of time. At the same time, Chenzong saw Universal City and quickly approached it. Outside Universal City, many detection arrays were set up. This was because these detection arrays were tightly connected and distributed in all directions of the entire Universe City. They were extremely tight and there was no gap at all. Even if Chenzong wanted to sneak in, it would be extremely difficult. After all, these detection arrays were related to the mysteries of space. In short, as long as he came into contact with these detection arrays, he would be immediately discovered. After carefully studying it for a while, Chenzong could only give up on the idea of sneaking in. Since he could not sneak in, he might as well appear in the open. Using his fingers like a sword, he drew a line in the air, and the sword light condensed into a wisp. It was as fine as silk, and it instantly streaked through the air. It seemed to have silently cut open the void, and also cut open the detection formation. In an instant, the detection arrays were activated. Immediately, waves of light and aura filled the air, indicating that someone had arrived. Darkwing Demon Emperor, who was being welcomed, was startled at first. However, he reacted immediately and immediately activated the circular light mirror's power. The circular light mirror rippled like water and a clear image appeared. It was a figure and only a figure. He had a long sword at his waist and wore a silver-white sword robe. His handsome appearance, especially his aura, was indescribable with words. That's... The pinnacle demon kings were all stunned. Unparalleled God Jandi. Suddenly, a pinnacle demon king exclaimed. His voice became shrill and high-pitched. They were just talking about the human clan's unparalleled God Jandi who had been in the limelight recently. They did not expect him to really appear and head towards Universal City. For a moment, the pinnacle demon kings were terrified and dumbfounded. Although they had all appeared calm and unruffled, as if they did not care about the unparalleled God Jandi, as if they had nothing to fear even if the unparalleled God Jandi came, when they heard the news and saw the figure, the fear in their hearts could not be suppressed. One man and one sword had slaughtered tens of thousands of demonic human clan soldiers and killed an ordinary demon emperor. One man and one sword had conquered Universal City, slaughtered thousands of celestial tribe soldiers, killed an ordinary heavenly venerable and a pinnacle heavenly venerable. One man and one sword had reinforced Universal City, slaughtered thousands of giant tribe soldiers, and even killed an ultimate giant emperor. Each attack was stronger than the last. The shock it brought was unparalleled. It crazily impacted their hearts. Just thinking about it was enough to make them shudder. A person's reputation was like the shadow of a tree. Chen Zong's battle record was obtained through killing. He relied on his own strength and the sword in his hand to kill. Although it was not a lot, it was enough to make people feel shocked, incomparably shocked. Now, this god of slaughter had actually come and set his sights on Universal City. What should they do? Don't panic. Darkwing Demon Emperor immediately said in a low voice. In truth, he was also a little nervous. There was no helping it. The unparalleled God Jandi had the battle record of killing an ultimate giant emperor. If not for this, he would not be afraid. Darkwing Demon Emperor immediately sent out a request for reinforcements. Not only did he have to defend Universal City, but he also had to prevent the enemy from entering the city. He also had to send reinforcements as quickly as possible to kill this unparalleled God Jandi. In the demonic human clan's main camp in the chaotic universe. At this moment, an ultimate demon emperor received a request for reinforcements. Human. The unparalleled God Jandi is attacking. This demon emperor's eyes suddenly shot out a shocking black light, as if it could see through everything. His terrifying demonic aura surged as he immediately turned into a black stream of light, exploding with shocking speed. He instantly appeared in the space-time teleportation array and immediately activated it, heading towards Universal City as quickly as possible. This ultimate demon emperor was the demon emperor of the Black Sky clan of the Black Sky Empire. He was the strongest in the Black Sky clan. The bloodline of the Black Sky clan was born with the mysteries of the great Tao of space within the darkness. Therefore, the members of the Black Sky clan could comprehend and master the great Tao of space. This was especially so for the Black Sky Demon Emperor, who had mastered this bloodline to the extreme. The unparalleled God Jandi's battle record was shocking. Perhaps it was because of his overwhelming strength, but the Black Sky Demon Emperor did not think that he was weaker than him. Even if Chen Zong had the battle record of killing an ultimate demon emperor. If the Black Sky Demon Emperor was only an ordinary or top-tier demon emperor, he would not have such thoughts, nor would he dare to go and help. However, the problem was that he was an ultimate demon emperor. He was very strong, especially when he mastered the mysteries of the great Tao of space. To a certain extent, even if he faced an enemy who was stronger than him, he could still escape with the power of his bloodline. This was one of the mysteries of the great Tao of space. It was because of this that the Black Sky Demon Emperor dared to go and help at the first moment. As for reinforcements, there would definitely be more. What he needed to do was to hurry and delay the unparalleled God Jandi, not allowing him to enter the Universal City and not allowing him to escape. That's right, it was to tie him down and delay him. Although he, the Black Sky Devil Emperor, was confident that he could kill a giant emperor who was at the pinnacle of the giant emperor realm, he wasn't so confident that he could kill him. That wouldn't be confidence, but arrogance. Delay him, and soon, more powerful reinforcements would come and suppress him. In a short period of time, the Black Sky Demon Emperor appeared in the space-time teleportation circle of the Universal City. He immediately took a step forward and appeared in the void outside of the Universal City. On the circular light mirror in front of Darkwing Demon Emperor and the other Pinnacle Demon Kings, Peerless Celestial Sword Emperor's figure was closing in on them at an astonishing speed. Immediately after, another figure suddenly appeared in the void. It was so sudden, so difficult to detect, and caught them off guard. It's the Lord Black Sky Demon Emperor. The Darkwing Demon Emperor secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that with the Lord Black Sky Demon Emperor personally taking action, even if he could not defeat the unparalleled God Jandy, he would at least be able to delay him for a while. At that time, more reinforcements would arrive. At that time, the unparalleled God Jandy of the human race would be finished. At that time, once the news spread, it would definitely be a huge blow to the human race. It would be enough to cause their morale to plummet. Thinking up to this point, the Darkwing Demon Emperor could not help but smile in excitement. Chen Zong was passing through the detection circle and heading towards the Universal City. Suddenly, his powerful senses sensed a weak energy fluctuation in front of him. It seemed to belong to the Tao of space. The moment the weak energy fluctuation appeared, in less than half a breath's time, a figure appeared. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. It was so fast and so sudden. As the energy spread out, a dark energy fluctuation spread in all directions, covering everything. "Who are you?" Chen Zong paused and asked directly. First, he had to clarify the other party's identity before accepting the corresponding mission to avoid getting the wrong person. "I am the Black Sky Demon Emperor." The Black Sky Demon Emperor replied directly. His voice seemed to have a penetrating power that could penetrate everything. In an instant, Chen Zong's mind found the mission related to the Black Sky Demon Emperor through the Great Emperor token. Assassinate the Black Sky Demon Emperor, 500,000 battle merits. This was because the Black Sky Demon Emperor was an ultimate demon emperor. Chen Zong accepted the mission without hesitation, his eyes shining. 500,000 battle merits, that was a shocking amount of battle merits. The moment the Black Sky Demon Emperor finished speaking, he immediately attacked. A layer of ripples suddenly spread out behind Chen Zong. In the next moment, a palm penetrated through the ripples, silently but with a terrifying power, fiercely attacking Chen Zong. This was the Black Sky Demon Emperor's specialty, Black Sky Demon Hand. It could directly penetrate space and appear at any place to attack the target. The power of the Heart Sword bloodline had already been activated. Chen Zong felt transparent from head to toe, as if everything was within his perception and control. Nothing could be hidden from him. The Black Sky Demon Hand appeared behind him and silently attacked. Chen Zong also sensed it immediately. With a flash, Chen Zong avoided the attack of the Black Sky Demon Hand and instantly closed in on the Black Sky Demon Emperor. The Heavenly Will Sword was also unsheathed and directly slashed out. The sword light suddenly flashed and turned into a fine sword light. It was like a line separating the sky and the water, splitting yin and yang and dusk as it attacked the Black Sky Demon Emperor. The power contained in that sword was extremely terrifying, causing the Black Sky Demon Emperor's expression to change drastically. His figure disappeared at the moment when the sword light arrived and reappeared behind Chen Zong. He pointed his finger at Chen Zong, and the power of his finger shattered the vacuum as he directly attacked Chen Zong. That finger carried a terrifying power that could destroy the void. It mercilessly pointed at the back of Chen Zong's head. If he was hit, the entire back of his head could be shattered and he would be severely injured. That finger didn't seem to be fast, but the moment it was pointed out, it had already appeared behind Chen Zong's head. It was as if his heart was blessed, he instantly dodged and turned around to attack with his sword. However, the Black Sky Devil Emperor's Black Sky bloodline had reached the pinnacle, and had also been developed to the pinnacle. He was extremely proficient in the power of the Tao of space. It was like a natural talent that had been developed to the pinnacle. It was like a fish in the water, or an eagle in the sky. As long as there was space, the Black Sky Demon Emperor could be like a fish in water. Chen Zong turned around and slashed out with his sword. Once again, he missed. "Ha ha ha ha, unparalleled God Jandy, you can't do anything to me." The Black Sky Demon Emperor dodged Chen Zong's sword attack again and continued to counterattack. At the same time, he laughed heartily from the bottom of his heart. Recently, unparalleled God Jandy had been in the limelight. His battle achievements were enough to shock and even frighten anyone. Now, such a powerful great emperor-level sword cultivator was actually helpless against him. How shocking would it be if word got out, his name, Black Sky Demon Emperor, would probably resound throughout the void of the universe. The Black Sky Demon Emperor thought to himself. He was secretly excited. He loved fame and fortune. The more he could be in the limelight, the better. Although there was no real gain for him, it was definitely a kind of enjoyment. Now, not only did he have to delay the human race's unparalleled god Xianxia, but he also had to make fun of him. It would be best if he could capture him. That would be a great achievement. By then, his name would be known throughout the chaotic universe and the void. Thinking of this, the Black Sky Demon Emperor laughed even more proudly. His body moved even faster. In an instant, there were many afterimages. 10, 20, 30, a total of 100 afterimages appeared in all directions. The Black Sky Demon Emperor was everywhere. This was one of the Black Sky Demon Emperor's ultimate moves, Void Shadow Doppelganger. It could create up to 100 doppelganger. Each doppelganger had 10% of the original body's strength. 10% of an ultimate demon emperor's strength was at least equivalent to that of an ordinary demon emperor. Hundreds of ordinary demon emperors attacking at the same time was still very shocking. Especially when the Black Sky Demon Emperor's true body was hidden among them. Sky Smasher. The Void Shadow Doppelganger of the Black Sky Demon Emperor attacked at the same time, using their ultimate moves. Every finger was condensed with extremely terrifying power. They directly attacked Xianxia from all directions, as if they had sealed off all escape routes. Kill. The power of every finger was at the level of an ordinary demon emperor. After using this move, the doppelganger collapsed one by one, as their strength was exhausted. But even so, the might of over 100 space-shattering fingers was still extremely terrifying and spectacular. At the same time, the Black Sky Devil Emperor's true body also attacked from within. With a single finger, it was a tyrannical attack of a Devil Emperor at the peak level. Hundreds of powerful finger forces broke through the air and attacked from all directions, as if they had completely sealed off all escape routes for Xianxia. Xianxia instantly equipped himself with the ancient god sword armor. The king-level ancient god sword armor covered every part of his body. A powerful aura suddenly spread out. That dark golden figure looked so mysterious, noble, and powerful. Hundreds of finger forces broke through the air and directly hit Xianxia's body and the dark golden ancient god sword armor. Although the power of every finger force was shocking, they could not damage the dark golden ancient god sword armor at all. They were directly blocked, and the finger forces shattered. Even if the Black Sky Demon Emperor's powerful attack hit the king-level ancient god sword armor, it could not break through the defense of the ancient god sword armor. It would also shatter on its own, not to mention injuring Xianxia's body inside the ancient god sword armor. 10 times the defense of his body. One must know that Xianxia's cosmic immortal body was very shocking now. A sword broke through the air, and the speed of the sword became faster and faster. It was so fast that the Black Sky Demon Emperor was shocked and frightened. He could not dodge in time. The moment he hid in the void, the sword light slashed through him, and one of his arms was directly cut off. In the depths of the void, the Black Sky Demon Emperor was extremely shocked, and his face was pale. How could it be? How could this kind of strength be so strong? It was even stronger than what he knew. If he had not mastered the power of the Space Dao, he would not have been able to dodge that sword. His body would have been cut directly, and he would have been cut in half. One sword cut in half. How terrifying was that? For a moment, the Black Sky Demon Emperor was afraid. He was afraid. He was afraid of death. He originally thought that with his own strength, he would be able to resist his opponent. Even if he could not defeat him, he would be able to delay him for a while and wait for reinforcements to arrive. However, in just a few breaths of time, his opponent had revealed his true strength. He had revealed such terrifying strength. The Black Sky Demon Emperor finally woke up. He realized that the unparalleled god Xianxia's strength was not something he could fight against. If he had not mastered the Space Dao, he would have been killed. What should he do? For a moment, the Black Sky Demon Emperor did not dare to show himself. He hid in the depths of the void with his bloodline ability. He did not move at all, and his aura was completely restrained. Zhenzong released all his senses, and gradually penetrated into the void to sense his opponent's presence. The Heartsword bloodline had an extremely strong advantage in sensing. It was something that most bloodlines could not compare to. Under the sensing of the Heartsword bloodline, Zhenzong felt that he was getting closer to his opponent's hiding place. As long as he found his opponent's hiding place, he would be able to immediately attack and penetrate through the void to find his opponent. Then, he would be able to severely injure or even kill him. The death of an ultimate demon emperor would definitely cause a great loss to the demon man race. Even though the demon man race had more ultimate demon emperors than the human race, every one of them was extremely precious. The death of one would be a great loss. At the same time, in the Spacetime Temple in Beacon Universe City, the Spacetime Teleportation Formation was activated again. As the light flashed, a figure appeared. It was a figure in a black robe. His expression was extremely cold, and his body was constantly emitting layers of cold aura. The aura was so cold that it could freeze everything in an instant. Darkwing Demon Emperor had the highest cultivation and was the strongest. Therefore, he was the first to feel the shocking cold aura. He was first stunned, then overjoyed. It's here, the real reinforcements had finally appeared. They had finally arrived. Next, the human race's unparalleled god Jandi would definitely be dead. Zhenzong was the second to feel the bone-chilling aura. As soon as he felt it, his expression changed slightly, and his eyes became very solemn. So strong, under the super-sharp senses of the Heartsword bloodline, the bone-chilling aura was extremely cold. It seemed to be able to freeze everything and extinguish all life. It was a kind of coldness that originated from ancient times. It was a coldness that could freeze space and even affect time. This cold aura definitely doesn't belong to an ultimate demon emperor. Zhenzong thought to himself. His eyes flickered. Could it be the demon god's doppelganger of the demon human race? As this thought flashed through his mind, Zhenzong recalled the information about the three demon gods doppelganger of the demon human race. The demon god of darkness doppelganger, the demon god of eternal darkness doppelganger, and the demon god of eternal frost doppelganger. Different demon gods doppelganger had different powers. The one that chased after him 100 years ago because of the Shuma clan's bloodline curse should be the demon god of eternal darkness doppelganger. The owner of this bone-chilling aura should be the demon god of eternal frost doppelganger. Demon god's doppelganger. Zhenzong's lips curled into a smile, and the light in his eyes flickered. An ultimate demon emperor was no match for him at all. Even if he had a quasi-relic, Zhenzong was confident that he could suppress or even defeat him. Then, what about the demon god's doppelganger? The demon god's doppelganger was stronger than an ultimate demon emperor. However, in the battle 100 years ago, he was completely at a disadvantage. Therefore, he didn't know how strong the demon god of eternal darkness doppelganger was. Now, the opportunity had come. Cold, a bone-chilling cold spread out in an instant. Zhenzong saw that as the figure stepped forward, layers of frost spread out like waves in all directions. Cover, freeze, as the figure took a step forward, frost suddenly appeared in the originally empty void and turned into ice. When the foot landed, a crunching sound rang out. It sounded so ear-piercing that it made people feel uncomfortable all over. Zhenzong stared at the figure that walked over step by step. His expression became even more solemn, and his gaze became even more focused. However, the excitement in his heart surged like a surging tide, like a volcano that was about to erupt. With such power, he was certain that it was the demon god's avatar. The avatar of the ancient frost demon god. Zhenzong accepted the mission without hesitation. Killing a god's avatar would give him 5 million battle merits. 5 million battle merits, how shocking was that? At the same time, it showed how powerful a god's avatar was. One should know that killing an ultimate great emperor would only give him 500,000 battle merits. The difference between 5 million and 500,000 was 10 times. Then, was a god's avatar 10 times more powerful than an ultimate great emperor? Maybe not, but the importance of a god's avatar was indeed greater than an ultimate great emperor. Zhenzong wasn't confident that he could kill a deity's avatar, but he had to give it a try. Peak great emperors weren't his match at all. With the ancient divine sword armor, he could kill the peak Great Emperor Star Destroyer in 2 to 3 strikes. If the Black Sky Demon Emperor had not mastered the Space Dao, he would not have been able to escape. If the ancient Frost Demon God's avatar did not appear, Chenzong would have found the Black Sky Demon Emperor and killed him. As for now, Chenzong did not care about the Black Sky Demon Emperor who was hiding. Instead, he stared at the figure that was walking towards him. The divine avatar of the eternal ice demon god emanated a bone-chilling coldness that locked onto Chenzong from afar. The coldness was extremely frightening. The moment it locked onto Chenzong, it seemed to invade Chenzong's body and freeze him up. The coldness seemed to have reached an extreme. Not only was it bone-chilling, but it also seemed to be able to affect one's thoughts. It was as though it wanted to freeze one's thoughts, making it difficult for one to think clearly. Fortunately, Chenzong's divine insight was extremely tough, and his sword insight was extremely powerful as well. Thus, he was able to resist the invasion of the bone-piercing coldness. With the ancient god sword armor and heart sword bloodline, Chenzong fully displayed his strength. The frost spread rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it first reached Chenzong's feet. The moment it touched Chenzong's feet, it ignored everything and spread to Chenzong's feet. It quickly spread to his calves and thighs. It felt as though it was going to spread to Chenzong's entire body and completely freeze Chenzong into an ice sculpture. Not only that, but Chenzong also clearly felt that as the frost spread, his vitality was being frozen and extinguished bit by bit. This coldness could really freeze and extinguish vitality. With the mixed Yuan heart force, Chenzong immediately expelled the frost that was spreading towards him. However, the power of frost was unusually tough. It was not easy to disperse it in a short period of time. After all, this was a god's avatar. Its power was very close to the power of the demigod realm. It was even stronger than the power of an ultimate great emperor. It was an essential difference. Erupt, Chenzong directly opened his void aperture points. The 9 void aperture points turned into a ring that floated behind him. It slowly rotated and communicated with his body. The mixed Yuan heart force circulated endlessly, greatly increasing his recovery speed. The spreading frost was instantly broken by the eruption of power. Chenzong turned into a sword light and exploded with unparalleled speed. His sword cut across the sky as though it was cutting through the void. It carried a kind of amazing mystery that could split heaven and earth as it slashed towards the demon god's avatar. The demon god's avatar's expression was cold. His eyes were extremely cold, as though they could freeze everything. He did not dodge or evade. Suddenly, frost appeared under the sword light and instantly condensed out of nothing, blocking the sword light's slash. At the same time, the frost seemed to have been shattered and exploded into countless fragments. Every fragment of frost burst forth with amazing power and shot towards Chenzong like thousands of arrows piercing through the sky. At such a close distance, Chenzong was caught off guard. The power contained in every fragment of frost was extremely terrifying. For a moment, Chenzong could not completely avoid it. Fortunately, the perception of the heart sword bloodline was very strong. Chenzong was able to sense it immediately and react faster than he could think. With a wave of his sword, it was impenetrable, and unbreakable. As the sword light flashed, every stroke accurately blocked the fatal frost fragments that were flying towards him. The terrifying power burst forth, causing the heavenly will sword to tremble. Chenzong deflected the force and used it to launch a skillful attack, shattering the frost fragments one by one. Kill! The sword flew across the sky towards the avatar of the primordial ice demon god. Suddenly, the shadow of an ancient star condensed. As the shadow of the star rotated slowly, it brought with it a boundless and overbearing power and fiercely blasted towards the avatar of the primordial ice demon god. At such a close distance, the shadow of the primordial ice demon god was so overbearing and heavy that it crushed everything in its surroundings. The frost could not withstand it and shattered. As a result, the void solidified, as though it had turned into a piece of metal. The avatar of the primordial ice demon god immediately felt that the void around him seemed to be suppressed and imprisoned. He could not move at all for a moment. The shadow of the star pressed forward and directly bombarded the body of the avatar of the primordial ice demon god. It shattered the demonic ice armor that covered his body and directly crushed his body. With one blow, the avatar of the primordial ice demon god was sent flying. The shadow of the star continued to press forward and shattered all the frost in all directions. Demon Emperor Darkwing and the top demon kings who had witnessed the scene through the round light mirror were extremely shocked. Even Demon Emperor Dark Sky, who was hidden in the depths of the void, was extremely shocked. What was that? What had happened? The avatar of the primordial ice demon god was sent flying by the unparalleled god Jendi of the human clan. Was this a dream? Was this an illusion? The avatar of the god. That was the avatar of the god of the primordial ice demon god. It possessed great power and was an overbearing existence that even an ultimate demon emperor could not compare to. Now, it had been sent flying by a great emperor of the human clan. Unbelievable, it was simply unbelievable. However, although the blow had sent the avatar of the primordial ice demon god flying, Xianxia knew very well that primordial ice demon god's attack had not really hurt him. It had only shattered the layer of demonic ice armor. However, the avatar of the primordial ice demon god was sent flying by Xianxia's sword. The avatar of the primordial ice demon god was infuriated. What kind of existence was he? He was the avatar of the primordial ice demon god and possessed great power. He was so overbearing that even an ultimate demon emperor could not compare to him. Especially in the past 100 years, his avatar of the primordial ice demon god had been further perfected. He was much stronger than he had been 100 years ago. After all, 100 years ago, his avatar of the primordial ice demon god had just been formed and he had not fully adapted to it. Now, it was different. It was much stronger. Human, your power has surprised me. The primordial ice demon god suddenly spoke. His voice was filled with boundless chilliness as though it could freeze everything. I'll give you a chance. A chance to submit to me. I'll bestow upon you the power of a god. Xianxia smiled faintly. His figure flashed again, and a sword slashed across the sky. Xianxia, it was a sword that could take away all the light in the world. The moment the sword was swung, all the light seemed to be devoured. There was only endless darkness. It was an incomparably deep darkness that enveloped and devoured everything. However, in the next moment, a sword radiance flashed and tore the darkness apart. It was extremely dazzling and eye-catching. It was as though the sword could split the heavens and earth. It could cut through everything. The avatar of the primordial ice demon god was taken aback. He immediately felt a strong sense of threat from the sword radiance. It was a strong sense of threat and it was pressing down on him. The primordial ice demon god had already covered his entire body. Countless frost grew and spread out. It condensed out of nothing and directly pressed down on Xianxia. Layers of ice walls appeared out of thin air and appeared in front of the sharp sword radiance. The ice walls were instantly slashed and shattered. Even the ice walls formed by the power of the primordial ice demon god avatar could not withstand the sharpness of Xianxia's sword radiance. After all, an avatar was an avatar and not the actual body. There was a fundamental difference in the power of the primordial ice demon god avatar. If this was an ice wall formed by the primordial ice demon god himself, Xianxia's divine firmament sword would not have been able to break it apart with just one. However, when the sword radiance broke through the ice walls and finally hit the primordial ice demon god avatar, it could not break through the primordial ice demon god avatar. It only left a sword mark and its power was depleted. It could not really hit the body of the primordial ice demon god avatar. Xianxia could not help but be taken aback. The power of the primordial ice demon god avatar was indeed terrifying. Not to mention other things, just the defensive means alone was very shocking. If it was an ultimate demon emperor, he would not be able to withstand such a sword radiance. All his defensive powers would be slashed apart and his body would be severely injured. Powerful. However, it was also because of this that he could better display his power. Human, your power is really beyond my expectations, the primordial ice demon god avatar said again. His heart was filled with surprise. He had never expected that the power of the human race sword cultivator would be so powerful. It was simply sensational. However, the opponent was not an avatar of the primordial ice demon god avatar but an ultimate great emperor. However, his power was much stronger than the ultimate demon emperors of the demonic tribe. Even the lord of the Mahakala heaven who had a half-relic weapon could not be compared to him. There was still a gap. This should be the most powerful person below the demigod level of the human race. In that case, he would suppress the sword cultivator, great emperor of the human race. He would capture him alive and enslave him. A powerful aura spread out, as if a blizzard was blowing and sweeping out from the depths of the void. Wherever the blizzard passed, everything seemed to be frozen and solidified. The whooshing sound continued to be heard and spread out in all directions. Chen Zong's expression became more and more serious. From the blizzard, he felt a terrifying aura being born, strengthened, and spread out. Endless blizzard whistled and gathered at the right hand of the avatar of the eternal ice demon god. The frost spread out, and it was a fusion of white and blue. As it rotated and twisted, a long weapon was formed. It was a trident, a white-blue trident that seemed to be made of ice crystals. It did not look very special. On the contrary, it looked a little ordinary. However, the fork in the middle was very long, more than twice as long as the forks on the left and right. It was very sharp, like the tip of a spear. There seemed to be strands of the aura of wind and snow ceaselessly revolving around the trident made from ice crystals. It seemed fine, yet it contained an extremely terrifying might that caused space to tremble without end. Chen Zong's pupils contracted. He stared at the 2-meter-long trident in the right hand of the avatar of the eternal ice demon god and felt a terrifying power from it. A semi-divine weapon, in other words, it was the demon-divine weapon of the demon tribe. Although it was called a different name, its power was definitely not inferior to a semi-divine weapon. With the 2-meter-long trident in his hand, the power of the avatar of the eternal ice demon god was further enhanced. The ice demon armor that covered his body was also more resilient, and his defense was also more powerful. The whooshing sound of the blizzard was heard and lingered in all directions. When the avatar of the eternal ice demon god gently put down the trident in his hand, the ball at the end of the trident touched the void under his feet. It was as if it had touched solid ground, making a soft but dull sound. Immediately, ripples formed and spread out like ripples, layer after layer. As the frost ripples spread out, the void was instantly frozen. It spread out in all directions at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it covered an area of dozens, hundreds, and even thousands of miles, turning into a land of ice. Endless cold chi and shocking chilliness spread out from the icy land that spanned thousands of kilometers. As the aura spread out, it seemed to be able to freeze everything. Chen Zong once again felt the bone-chilling coldness permeating his body bit by bit. It seemed to penetrate the defense of the king-level ancient god sword armor and seep into his body bit by bit. It seemed to want to freeze him. His blood seemed to be affected and slowed down. His spirit seemed to be affected as well. His speed of thought also slowed down. Either way, it was not a good thing for Chen Zong. Especially as the coldness spread and invaded his body bit by bit, it began to destroy Chen Zong's vitality. However, the immortal body of the universe had been strengthened again and again. Now, it had been strengthened to an astonishing level. Its vitality was extremely strong and it would not be affected in a short period of time. However, if it continued for a long time, it would indeed have an adverse effect on Chen Zong. It would eventually affect his foundation and cause his strength to decline. Even his potential would be affected. Chen Zong did not feel frightened or panicked because of this. Under the power of the heart sword bloodline and the realm of tranquility of heart, he could perceive everything around him. The coldness seemed to have a spiritual nature, or it was filled with invading demonic nature. The chaotic origin heart force operated continuously. Like a vast sea, it attacked the demonic coldness that invaded the immortal body of the universe, smashing and expelling it one by one. In terms of quality, the chaotic origin heart force was inferior to the primordial chill that the avatar of the primordial ice demon god had mastered. However, in terms of quantity, with the help of the 9 apertures of the secret skill of void concealment, it was completely superior. Since it was difficult to compare in terms of quality, it was better to win in terms of quantity. The avatar of the primordial ice demon god held the primordial ice divine halberd and his strength was strengthened to the extreme. The primordial ice divine halberd was the demon god weapon of the primordial ice demon god. However, the primordial ice demon god was still recovering his strength and had not really descended. However, the demon god weapon had arrived first and was given to his avatar to use. In this way, the avatar's strength could be further enhanced. A demon god weapon at the level of a demon god weapon was even more powerful and had a unique spiritual intelligence. It was best for it to be compatible with the avatar. The more compatible it was, the more obvious the enhancement would be. Although the avatar of the primordial ice demon god was unable to fully display the power of the primordial ice divine halberd, as long as he could display a part of its power, it would be extremely amazing. With the demon god weapon in hand, the primordial ice demon god suddenly waved it and suddenly attacked. The endless primordial chill immediately broke through the air and blasted towards Qianzong. Under this attack, Qianzong's expression changed drastically. He felt as if an eternal ice mountain was charging towards him and was about to smash him into pieces. The attack seemed slow, but in fact, it was extremely fast. It even froze the surrounding void as if it had been solidified. Qianzong felt that he could not dodge it. Under the super-perception of the heart sword bloodline, Qianzong immediately sensed that the attack was extremely powerful. It was as if it could shatter and freeze everything, first freeze and then shatter everything. He could not block it, the pure power was extremely tyrannical. It was like the collision of an ancient iceberg. It was the kind of ancient iceberg that was larger and heavier than the stars. The tyrannical and boundless power pressed down on Qianzong in an unstoppable manner. The pressure caused Qianzong to suffocate. He could not dodge it. This attack seemed simple, as if it was a rampage, but it also contained an indescribable mystery. As the demon god's avatar, its realm was higher than the true divine realm. This was a great advantage. In other words, the primordial ice demon god's realm was actually higher than Qianzong's. If it were not for the fact that he had painstakingly cultivated on the great divine king's divine star for 100 years, Qianzong would be helpless in the face of this attack and would even be killed directly. Under the super-perception of the heart sword bloodline, Qianzong immediately sensed the weakest point of the attack. In fact, it was not exactly the weakest point. It was just a relative term. Slash, the will heavenly sword suddenly slashed out, following the relatively weak point and immediately attacking horizontally. Qianzong immediately felt an extremely terrifying power erupting. The sword trembled violently and almost flew out of his hand. An extremely shocking chill attacked. The cold air surged and froze the will heavenly sword. The terrifying cold air quickly spread to Qianzong's arm and continued to spread towards his body, invading from inside out. Cold, extreme cold, bone-chilling cold. It was an indescribable cold that seemed to freeze all of his vitality and even his soul. Mixed element heart force exploded tenfold. In an instant, Qianzong did not care about the consumption of his cultivation power and directly exploded with the strongest power. The frost that almost covered his body trembled slightly and emitted streaks of cracking sounds. Subtle cracking sounds were heard and immediately, cracks appeared all over. In the next breath, the frost shattered into powder and dissipated. Qianzong's figure closed in and slashed horizontally with his sword. This was a sword that exploded tenfold mixed element heart force. It was also the secret sword of the eternal stars. The ancient star suddenly appeared. It did not seem to be an illusion anymore. Instead, it was much more solid. It carried a terrifying power that could shatter heaven and earth and directly crushed it. The primordial ice demon god's avatar suddenly slashed across the sky with his halberd. As the primordial ice demon god's avatar burst forth, it seemed to shatter everything and collided directly. Surge, the void shattered in an instant. Layer by layer, it continued to penetrate deeper and deeper, revealing an indescribable darkness. It was the deepest level of darkness, the darkness that could devour everything. In the deepest layer of darkness, there seemed to be some kind of extremely terrifying existence that could destroy and annihilate everything. Whether it was the avatar of the primordial ice demon god or Qianzong, they all felt the extremely terrifying aura of destruction in an instant. Their minds trembled involuntarily, as if they would be wiped out by the terrifying power if they continued to stay there. Fortunately, before the power could fully erupt, the void automatically healed, layer by layer. Qianzong's eyes suddenly flashed. He seized this opportunity and suddenly displayed the all things in the world returned to ruins under the tenfold mixed element heart force. This sword already had a trace of the power of annihilation in it. Now, he took this opportunity to draw out the extremely powerful power of annihilation, causing the destructive power of this sword to increase dramatically. Kill, the pitch-black sword light suddenly attacked the avatar of the primordial ice demon god. The power of annihilation caused the avatar of the primordial ice demon god to involuntarily tremble, and a sense of threat emerged from the depths of his heart. He could not avoid it. The avatar of the primordial ice demon god could not avoid the all things in the world return to ruin sword. He could only hold his halberd horizontally, and the primordial cold chi surged out like a roaring sea. Block it, no matter what, he had to block this sword. The primordial cold chi of the primordial ice demon god was extremely powerful. In terms of power, it was superior to Chenzong's mixed element heart force. However, Chenzong's mixed element heart force was even more powerful than the primordial cold chi of the avatar of the primordial ice demon god. Especially under the tenfold mixed element heart force, it became even more powerful and majestic, and the power that erupted in an instant became even more terrifying. The power of annihilation of all things in the world returned to ruin sword instantly shattered the primordial cold chi, annihilating it into nothingness. Then, it directly bombarded the body of the avatar of the primordial ice demon god. In an instant, the ice demon armor on his body was destroyed, and his body was damaged. As the primordial cold chi surged, it constantly resisted the power of annihilation and consumed each other. After the power of annihilation of all things in the world returned to ruin sword was neutralized, the avatar of the primordial ice demon god had also consumed a large amount of primordial cold chi. He stared at Chenzong with great fear. The strength of this human tribe sword cultivator was really too strong. Even though he had used the primordial ice divine halberd, which greatly increased his strength, he was still unable to defeat him. Not only was he unable to defeat him, but he was also at a disadvantage and was almost injured by the sword. He gripped the primordial ice divine halberd tightly in his hand and waved it violently. The wind and snow followed, and the cold air surged endlessly. A shadow also appeared. The avatar of the primordial ice demon god unleashed his full combat strength. The power of the primordial ice divine halberd was fully unleashed. The figure appeared and was 100 meters tall. Endless cold air condensed within it and covered it with a layer of ice demon armor. It looked like a demon god had crossed over from ancient times and descended upon the void. The moment the 100-meter-tall demon god shadow appeared, everything in the surroundings froze. Even time and space seemed to be imprisoned and could not move. Chenzong immediately felt a bone-chilling sensation permeate the air. His mind trembled uncontrollably, and a strong sense of threat of annihilation assaulted his mind, as if it wanted to swallow his heart. Primordial Ice Prison. Translator, Trans and Editor. Trans and the voice seemed to have come from the avatar of the eternal ice demon god, but it also seemed to have come from the 100-meter-tall demon god shadow. The two voices overlapped and emitted a terrifying aura. As the avatar of the primordial ice demon god waved the primordial ice divine halberd, a layer of ice blue immediately spread out and covered all directions. Chenzong could not avoid it and was swept past. He could not help but feel cold all over. The void around him was changing. The cold frost spread out at an alarming speed and covered all directions. It was as if heaven and earth had evolved and turned into an ice purgatory. Under his feet was the solid ice ground. It was bumpy and bumpy, with countless icicles protruding from it. In the distance, there seemed to be icebergs standing tall and there were trees formed by ice. They formed a forest and shone with an ice-blue luster. The sky was dark and gloomy, as if it was a ghost town. Under the gloomy sky, everything on the ground seemed to be covered with a layer of darkness, making the ice blue look gloomy and cold. Purgatory, it was an ice purgatory. This was not an illusion. Chenzong was sure at once. It was the trump card of the avatar of the primordial ice demon god. It was his trump card. It was indeed his trump card. If not for the fact that Chenzong's ability was so shocking that the avatar of the primordial ice demon god was shocked, he would not have used this move. This was because it was very difficult for the avatar to use this move and he had to rely on the power of the primordial ice divine halberd. Moreover, he could only use it once in a short period of time. If not as a last resort, the avatar of the primordial ice demon god did not want to use this move. It consumed too much energy. Now, since he had used this move, he had to kill his opponent right here and now. Such a powerful swordsman of the human race was truly terrifying. To think that he could actually contend with the avatar of a god to a certain extent. This was simply sensational. With such strength, the avatar of the primordial ice demon god was no match for him. Once they encountered him, the avatar of the primordial ice demon god would most likely die in a short period of time. However, the avatars of the primordial ice demon god were unable to move around outside for a long period of time. After all, they were avatars of the primordial ice demon god and had some characteristics of the primordial ice demon god. However, the primordial ice demon god was unable to integrate into the primordial ice demon god. Of course, the avatar of the primordial ice demon god would not be repelled as much in a short period of time. However, as time passed and the avatar of the primordial ice demon god consumed more energy, the repelling force would become stronger because it was difficult to resist. However, it would be different if the avatar of the primordial ice demon god stayed in the primordial ice demon god's headquarters. It could resist the repelling force of the primordial ice demon god's headquarters. This was also the reason why the avatars of the primordial ice demon god did not go out to fight. A divine avatar was very important. If it was damaged, it would not be so easy to recover. If it was killed, it would be very difficult to create another divine avatar. After all, creating a divine avatar was already exhausting a lot of the demigod's abilities. If it weren't for the fact that he had to deal with the unparalleled god Xianxia of the human clan, the avatar of the eternal ice demon god would not have come personally. Since he had already made his move, he would take him down in one fell swoop. It would be best if he could capture him alive. If not, he would kill him. As long as they killed this sword cultivator great emperor of the human clan, it would be equivalent to cutting off an arm of the human clan, a powerful arm. It would definitely be a great blow to the morale of the human clan. Beneath the eternal frozen hell, the frigid qi grew stronger and stronger, invading Chenzong from all directions. Chenzong felt like he was being enveloped by the frigid qi. Even when he revolved his cultivation base, he couldn't resist the frigid qi. Even if his cultivation base was 10 times stronger, he still couldn't expel it. Chenzong's body was covered in frost. His hair and eyebrows gradually turned white, as if they were covered in frost and snow. Cold. It was a bone-chilling cold that made Chenzong shiver involuntarily. It was a bone-chilling coldness, a coldness that wanted to invade the depths of his bloodline, a coldness that wanted to seep into his soul. The flow of his blood became slower and slower, and the operation of his mind became more and more sluggish. It felt like it was going to stop. Chenzong knew that once his blood stopped flowing and his thoughts were completely frozen, he would be completely frozen. In other words, it was because he was completely frozen that his blood couldn't flow and his thoughts were frozen. At that time, it would be the end of him. Even if he didn't die, he would be in a state of near death. It was a miserable state. Even if he didn't freeze to death, he would be at the mercy of others if he couldn't move. No one knew what would happen if he was captured alive. All in all, the consequences would be terrible. At this moment, the avatar of the primordial ice demon god waved the halberd in his hand, piercing through the air. The halberd flashed with a cold light, but he didn't use any of his ultimate moves. After using the primordial frost prison, the avatar of the primordial ice demon god had almost exhausted all of his energy. He couldn't use any of his ultimate moves. However, even if he simply waved the primordial ice demon halberd, the power of the halberd was very terrifying. It pierced through the air as if it could shatter everything. Chenzong was in a state where he was about to be frozen by the coldness. He couldn't dodge or defend himself. Once he was hit, he would probably be killed immediately. The shadow of death loomed over him. A terrifying sense of danger surged, as if it was going to devour Chenzong. It seemed that he could only use that sword. That was the ultimate sword. It was also the sword that contained the essence of his way of the sword so far. It was the sword that he had comprehended when he cultivated hard in the divine star of the great god king's domain and entered the god's origin house to comprehend the mysteries of the origin of the universe. So far, he had never used that sword. However, he was sure that it was his most powerful sword. It was the strongest sword. It was a sword that other secret swords couldn't compare to. At this moment, he had no other choice but to use that sword. With this thought, Chenzong's heart suddenly relaxed. He completely relaxed. The rhythm of his breathing also began to change. He entered a deep state of peace. It was as if the tyrannical attack that came from afar had disappeared. That bone-piercing chill that constantly invaded his body had disappeared. Following that, his body also seemed to have disappeared. Only the pure calmness of his heart remained, and he could clearly feel everything. All the power and all the mysteries were so clear. It was so clear that Chenzong couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Sword God. Chenzong's mouth opened slightly, as if he was softly exhaling the two words. Just as Chenzong softly exhaled the two words, his body had already been invaded by the terrifying coldness of the eternal ice prison. It was as if he had been completely frozen. He was directly covered with a layer of frost and could not move at all. The halberd that the avatar of the eternal ice demon god brandished was also closing in on him. At this moment, an illusory figure stepped out from Chenzong's frozen body. The figure was very illusory, as if it would dissipate with a gust of wind. However, it could be vaguely seen that it was Chenzong. It was an illusory figure of Chenzong. However, it was different from Chenzong. The biggest difference was his eyes. It was a pair of cold and lonely eyes, as if there was no emotion in them. They were indifferent to everything in the world. As soon as the illusory figure appeared, everything around him froze. Time stopped, space stagnated, and everything became motionless. The frost that was spreading over Chenzong's body suddenly stopped. The halberd that came from afar with terrifying power also stopped in midair. It was only a foot away from Chenzong. However, everything had stopped and solidified, and they were unable to move in the slightest. The only thing that could move was the illusory figure. It was the illusory figure that belonged to Chenzong. It was the illusory figure that came out from the depths of Chenzong's heart. Its body was very illusory, and the sword in its hand was also very illusory. Only the pair of eyes were so clear. It was indifferent to everything in the world, as if it was a god. He swung his sword, the illusory figure that seemed to have the vision of a god swung his sword forward. After the sword was swung, the illusory figure began to collapse and finally disappeared. The moment the illusory figure disappeared, the frozen time and space started to move again. The frost that was spreading over Chenzong's body melted in an instant. The avatar of the eternal ice demon, who was charging towards Chenzong with his halberd, seemed to have been hit by a terrifying attack. He flew backward like a meteor. A sword mark appeared on his body, almost cutting his body in half. A sword mark also appeared on the eternal ice prison. As the avatar of the eternal ice demon retreated, it quickly dissipated. Within the body of the avatar of the eternal ice demon, a terrifying sword chi was raging wildly. The avatar of the eternal ice demon was terrified. The sword chi was so strong that it was not inferior to his eternal ice chi. Now that the eternal ice chi was almost depleted, it was difficult to resist. It was constantly being destroyed. If this continued, the avatar of the eternal ice demon would be killed. Run, with the help of the power of the sword strike, the avatar of the eternal ice demon immediately fled towards Beacon Smoke Universe City. He escaped into the space-time teleportation formation and activated it. As the formation rotated, light spread out rapidly and finally covered the avatar of the eternal ice demon. In the next moment, the avatar of the eternal ice demon disappeared. End of chapter 33-31. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.